Chapter 1 Rebirth. Transformation into a Demon King. Next up, Yen Luo. The teacher presiding over the ceremony rang out in the noisy awakening square, bringing with it a low, undisguised sneer. Tisk, it's him again, that legendary repeat student from school? This is the third year now, they really won't give up. They insist on wasting everyone's time with unrealistic fantasies. I heard he emptied his parents' meager pension to buy awakening boosting potions. Why bother? If you don't have the qualifications, why not just accept your fate, go to an ordinary university, and then become a beast of burden after graduation? Why insist on clinging to unrealistic fantasies? The crowd parted automatically to make way, their gazes a mixture of pity, disdain, and schadenfreude, falling on the boy who was slowly walking toward the awakening array. Yen Luo lowered his head, his black hair obscuring his eyes. No one could see the turmoil raging in his eyes at that moment. It was neither cowardice nor anger. It was a storm of almost boiling ecstasy and deep-seated hatred. I'm back? Back to 5 years ago, on the day of the awakening ceremony? The last image in Yen Luo's mind was of the city walls of Yanhuang Safe Zone reduced to scorched earth. The demon race's long-planned all-out attack has put all 9 safe zones in a state of emergency, and the major secret realm battlefields have been mysteriously sealed off, making it impossible to contact the human powerhouses inside. He and his partner, the Radiant Holy Dragon, fought a bloody battle against the main force of the demon race on the front line of the Yanhuang Safe Zone for 10 days and 10 nights. The battle was so fierce that the heavens and earth changed color and corpses littered the fields. In the end, he died from exhaustion of his soul power. As the youngest level 99 legendary professional among humans, he is only one step away from reaching the extraordinary realm. If we give him a little more time, even just a year, no, half a year. He was confident that if he took that step, he might be able to turn the tide in this war and completely crush those damned demons. Unfortunately, the demon race did not give him time. On his deathbed, endless hatred and resentment nearly tore his soul apart. But fate actually gave him a second chance. In this life, the demon race, you just wait. I will repay all hatred 100-fold. Yen Luo took a deep breath, suppressing her turbulent emotions, and her gaze became sharp as a knife. According to his memory, today marks the beginning of his rise from obscurity. He failed to awaken for 2 consecutive years, and even repeated his studies for 2 years because of this. It was not because his aptitude was too poor, but on the contrary, it was because his aptitude was too high and his mental strength could not reach the standard for awakening. This year, my mental strength finally reached the required level, and today I completely unleashed it, awakening the legendary class, Holy Dragon Knight. At that time, all the mockery will turn into astonishment, and all the contempt will turn into flattery. The class beauty who used to ignore him will confess her feelings, the school teachers will consider him their pride, and the higher-ups of the human race will regard him as a prodigy and focus on nurturing him. He had already experienced all of this once in his previous life. In this life, he will only do better. He wants to rise to power at an even faster pace, eliminate all threats, and never let the tragedy of Yanhuang repeat itself. Yen Luo stepped forward steadily and placed her palm on the cool, translucent awakening stone. A familiar feeling came over me, as if some kind of shackle within me was about to be broken. He closed his eyes, preparing to receive the vast, sacred, golden ocean-like power of the Holy Dragon. However, buzz! An unusual phenomenon erupted on the awakening platform. But instead of the golden glow or majestic dragon roar he had expected, there was a deep, dark, pitch-black darkness that seemed to devour all light. An indescribable pressure spread out, carrying a majestic, deathly silence and domineering aura that made one's soul tremble. The teacher standing nearby suddenly took a step back, his face filled with shock. This terrifying phenomenon was the first time he had ever seen anything like it in his career. What kind of profession is this? All the laughter in the square stopped abruptly. Everyone was stunned by this strange phenomenon. What kind of strange phenomenon is this? It feels so suffocating, I can't breathe. Holy crap! He actually awakened. What kind of profession is this? A hidden profession? This aura, why does it feel so eerie? It feels even bigger than Lu Hao's awakening of an epic level class just now. Stronger than epic level? Then could it be a legendary level class? The faces of those who had been the most sarcastic turned deathly pale instantly, their expressions ashen, as if they had swallowed flies. Even the principal, who had been watching the awakening ceremony from the stage, suddenly sat up straight, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. But Yen Luo was stunned, his pupils suddenly contracting. Wrong. This isn't his Holy Dragon Night class. The phenomena brought about by the power of the Holy Dragon should be a warm light like the sun, not this cold and all-consuming darkness. My career has changed? Are you kidding me? Just as he was reeling from the shock, a message, like a cold steel stamp, was branded directly into the depths of his soul. Career awakening successfully. The only hidden class, Demon King. The dark pillar of light slowly dissipated, revealing two twisted yet infinitely majestic runes above the awakening stone, Demon King. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at those two words. The teacher hosting the ceremony on stage subconsciously glanced at the professional quality testing device next to him. The pointer on the detector swung wildly, but finally stopped steadily at the bottom. Quality, low. Occupation, Demon King. Quality, low grade. The teacher's voice carried a hint of strangeness and disbelief. The awakening was more significant than an epic awakening, yet it was classified as low level? Is this thing broken? Although it was unbelievable, the teacher read it aloud as it was. Dead silence. And even more utter silence than before. A full 3 seconds later. Puff. Ha ha ha. Low level? You made such a commotion, and it turns out it's just the lowest level hidden profession? That scared me to death. I thought a real big shot was going to emerge. Turns out, it's just a paper tiger. Demon King? The name sounds impressive, but he's just a weakling in battle. Trash is trash. Even if you get lucky and awaken your ultimate skill, it's still the lowest level trash profession. The stark contrast caused the mockery to rebound like a tsunami, intensifying even further. Professions are divided into 6 tiers based on quality: low, medium, high, rare, epic, and legendary. Low grade is the lowest possible rating. This means there is no potential, and the highest level that can be reached in the future will not exceed level 20. The teacher standing to the side looked at Yen Luo with pity. After waiting for 3 years, this was the result. It seemed too cruel for this boy. Yen Luo, don't be discouraged. At least you've awakened your profession. The future. The teacher's words of comfort caught in her throat halfway through her sentence. Because he saw that Yen Luo not only did not show any signs of frustration or despair, but instead, was smiling. Is he laughing? Yen Luo's lips first curled up slightly, then the arc grew wider and wider, and finally turned into an unrestrained, almost manic laugh. Laughter drowned out the jeers of the entire audience, filled with an indescribable sense of exhilaration and irony. Everyone was stunned, staring at Yen Luo, who was laughing wildly on the stage, as if he were a madman. He's gone mad. He must have been unable to take the blow and went mad. Oh, how pitiful, 3 years of torment, and this is the end result. It is said that his parents were heroes in their day, but unfortunately their son is a disappointment. Pity, ridicule, indifference, various gazes intertwined on Yen Luo. But Yen Luo didn't care at all. Because all his attention was focused frantically on the job panel in front of him. Personal panel, Yen Luo. Class, Demon King. Quality, low. Level, 0. Strength, 5. Spirit, 1000. Agility, 8. Physical strength, 4. Profession talent Demon King's Eye. Your eyes can see through all information, predict actions, and discern all illusions. You can view any target's real name, lineage, profession, potential, and negative emotions. Job skill Demon King's contract. Sign a Demon King contract with your target and consume magic power to transform them into your familiar. The success rate of conversion and the professional strength of the converted dependents depend on the intensity of the negative emotions the target felt when signing the contract, such as hatred, anger, fear, despair, and jealousy. Upon successful transformation, you will gain all of your dependents' abilities, personal attributes, and subsequent experience. Class passive tyranny and domination. As the Demon King, everything your subordinates do is to serve you. The daily actions of your servants, whether causing panic, killing, destruction, spreading plague, conquering cities, or achieving any form of accomplishment or influence, are settled at midnight each day and converted into magical tribute to you. Passive skill Whispers of the Abyss. The abyss is never silent. Every moment, countless whispers echo in your ears, telling you about the movements of all your kin, what they have seen and heard, and even the thoughts that flash through their minds. You can monitor the real-time status of all your allies without actively searching, including their location, survival status, combat status, and emotional state. You can focus your attention at any time and listen to the whispers around a particular family member to obtain more detailed information. Professional skill abyss refinement. You have the ultimate power of life and death over your followers, and you can completely refine and reforge any of them. Refinement can instantly refine your followers into magic power, and has a chance to obtain profession crystals and memory crystals. Reforging, add extra materials and consume magic power to reforge the essence of the familiar. Under the reforging of magic power, the form, class, and even soul of the familiar will be completely reshaped. Passive skill magic power, 2000 points. This is the manifestation of your status as a demon king, the fundamental power to exercise contracts, abilities, and authority. Looking at this career panel, how could Yen Luo not laugh? In his past life, he was a holy dragon knight and the youngest epic level powerhouse among humans, but he ultimately succumbed to the passage of time. In this life, this so-called low-level profession, Demon King. Transform family members, share capabilities, share experiences. How can this be considered a low-level profession? This is a shortcut that completely disrupts the balance of the profession and is practically cheating. A profession that allows him to quickly rise back to the peak of his previous life, or even surpass it, and take revenge on the demon race, the strongest profession. In his previous life, as a holy dragon knight, he received special training from the Alliance, along with countless resources and 5 years of hard work to reach level 99. In this life, how long will it take him to acquire the Demon King profession? 2 years? Or a year? He couldn't wait to see those cultists who betrayed humanity and those demons trembling in fear before his endless army of Demon King's followers. Ha 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 ha. Yen Luo's laughter echoed across the square, filled with boundless joy and a touch of chilling madness. Chapter 2 Twin School Beauties. Yen Luo slowly stopped laughing, and the ecstasy and madness on her face receded like the tide, leaving only a bottomless calm. He ignored the astonished gazes of the teachers on the stage and paid no attention to the stares from the audience who looked at him like he was crazy. He walked straight off the awakening platform. Wherever Yen Luo went, the crowds dispersed automatically as if avoiding a plague, leaving a large area empty. After all, nobody wants to be around a madman. Yen Luo was happy to have some peace and quiet. She walked alone to the corner at the very edge of the square, leaned against the cold wall, and looked blankly into the eye. But there was a faint, dark light swirling in her eyes. Demon King's Eye, activate. In an instant, the world before my eyes changed completely. Countless streams of information refreshed before his eyes like a waterfall, only to be quickly filtered by him. Name, Lu Jun. Race, human. Class, flame mage. Quality, epic. Level, 0. Family member conversion potential, level E. Negative emotion score, 2100. Magic points required for conversion, 50. Waste. Name, Song Chang. Occupation, gold miner. Quality, high. Level, 0. Family member conversion potential, rank D. Negative emotion score, 3100. Magic points required for conversion, 100. Still useless. Name, Zhu Shirbao. Occupation, food delivery rider. Quality, low. Level, 0. Family member conversion potential, level E. Negative emotion score, 8100. Magic points required for conversion, 50. Worthless. Most people's information is fleeting and doesn't arouse his interest at all. Occasionally, there may be a few people with negative emotions, but they lack sufficient potential to support them, so even if they become family members, they won't be of much use. Yen Luo would not waste her magic power on these people. Time passed slowly, and the awakening ceremony was halfway through. Although there was still no suitable candidate, Yen Luo was not in a hurry. According to his memories from his previous life, the person he was waiting for was about to arrive. Just then, a noticeable commotion arose at the entrance of the square, drawing everyone's attention and even overshadowing the awakening taking place on the stage. Look! It's Bai Shuang and Bai Manchang. Wow! Our school's two most beautiful girls have finally arrived. No wonder they're sisters, their looks are absolutely stunning. My younger sister Bai Shuang is so ethereal, it feels like even looking at her would be a desecration. I like Bai Manching even more. TSK, her figure and her eyes are absolutely stunning. The two prodigies of our school. I wonder what professions they can awaken. It should at least be rare, right? Maybe it could even be epic? The crowd automatically parted to create a wider passage, and all eyes, whether on boys or girls, were filled with amazement, envy, or jealousy as they focused on the two girls who were slowly walking towards them. Yan Luo's gaze was also drawn to it. Two stunningly beautiful young women, each with a distinct aura, walked gracefully towards them. Bai Shuang, the younger sister, wore a simple white dress. She had a tall and straight figure, snow-white skin, and an exceptionally beautiful face. Her eyes were clear and indifferent. She seemed like a fairy from the Moon Palace, untouched by worldly affairs, possessing an innate sense of aloofness. She simply walked calmly, and the surrounding noise seemed to quiet down a bit. The older sister, Bai Manqing, wore a fiery red dress that accentuated her breathtaking curves. Her eyes exuded a languid and alluring charm, and a faint smile played at the corners of her lips, as if she could steal one's soul. Yan Luo gazed at the two sisters, her gaze lingering for a moment on Bai Shuang's cool profile before her expression became complicated. Scenes from my past life flashed through my mind. In their previous life, Bai Shuang and he entered the same top university. Yan Luo graduated early, after only 2 years, and joined the Xian Shield Bureau. A year later, Bai Shuang also joined the Xian Shield Bureau and became one of its members through her own efforts. When he ascended to the position of Heavenly General of the Xian Shield Bureau, Bai Shuang was already his most reliable deputy and a close comrade in arms to whom he could completely entrust his back. However, in that final battle that swept everything, she ultimately fell. She burned everything for the countless lives behind her, fighting her way through the tide of demons, dying a worthy and heroic death without regret. But even as the flame of her life was extinguished, Yan Luo still saw the resentment in her eyes. Yan Luo knew what she was resentful about at the time. Unwilling to fall like this, unwilling to fail to slaughter all the demons, unwilling to be unable to protect them for even a moment longer. Because I am no different from myself. Now, fate has given him a second chance. This lifetime. Let me transform all your resentment into the power to destroy everything and wipe out the demons for me. However, Bai Shuang was not the person he was waiting for. His target is Bai Shuang's older sister, Bai Manqing. At that moment, the two sisters walked straight to the front of the crowd and stood there. Bai Shuang kept her eyes straight ahead and waited quietly. Bai Manqing smiled sweetly, nodding and greeting acquaintances, appearing confident and full of anticipation for her upcoming awakening. Next up, Bai Shuang. Upon hearing this, the aloof young woman slowly walked onto the stage. She placed her slender white palm on the awakening stone. Buzz! A dazzling, icy blue beam of light shot into the sky, causing the temperature in the air to plummet, as if illusory snowflakes were swirling and falling around it. Within the pillar of light, the faint, aloof, and ethereal silhouette of a fairy could be seen. Combat class, Frost Moon Fairy. Quality, Epic. The test instructor's voice trembled with excitement. A huge wave of exclamations and envy erupted from the audience. It really is an epic level class. If the younger sister is this strong, then the older sister must be even stronger. My God, a dual epic tale. Is it too late to curry favor with someone powerful? On the high platform, Principal Wang Lin suddenly jumped up from his seat, his wrinkles spreading into a wide smile as he clapped his hands repeatedly. Another epic one. Okay. Very good. With each additional powerful profession added, humanity's hope of defeating the demon race increases. Bai Shuang stepped off the stage amidst a chorus of amazement and envy, her expression remaining calm, though a hint of relief flickered deep in her eyes. Then he stood quietly to the side, waiting for his sister. Next, Bai Manqing. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Bai Manqing. If the younger sister is so stunning, how will the older sister fare? Bai Manqing took a deep breath, her smile brightened, and she walked confidently onto the stage. The light shone. But the dazzling light that people had imagined did not appear. When the light faded, the pattern that appeared on the awakening stone was an embroidery needle and a roll of colorful thread. Life occupation, embroiderer. Quality, low. The teacher in charge paused for a moment, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. He repeatedly checked the results from the testing device before reading them aloud with some difficulty. Quiet. A deathly silence. The previous commotion seemed to have been abruptly cut off. Everyone was stunned, staring in disbelief at the result. Principal Wang Lin was also stunned, then gave a helpless bitter smile. Even though he had seen many geniuses fall on the day of their awakening, he rarely saw a scene where twins had such a huge difference in their professions. It can be said that the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. A few seconds later, whispers began to rise, gradually turning into uncontrollable, malicious, and gleeful laughter. especially from girls who are usually jealous of their sister's looks and popularity. Embroidery girl? The lowest level of occupation? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Turns out she was a seamstress. Looks so flashy, turns out to be just a pretty face and a useless piece of trash. What a waste of that face and figure. I guess she'll only be able to sew clothes for others from now on? The two sisters are worlds apart. The mockery was not as unrestrained as it had been directed at Yen Luo. After all, Bai Manqing's sister had just awakened an epic level class, but the whispers and undisguised contemptuous looks only made the noise more jarring. Bai Manqing's smile froze. She stared blankly at her hand, which was still pressed on the awakening stone, her body trembling slightly and her fingertips icy cold. But soon, Bai Manqing took a deep breath and forced a smile that was even more alluring than before, as if she didn't care at all. She straightened her back and walked off the stage step by step, her posture still elegant, yet revealing an indescribable loneliness and a stubbornness that she was trying too hard to maintain. Bai Shuaying immediately stepped forward, her usually cool face showing obvious worry, and took her sister's hand. Sister. I'm fine. Bai Manqing smiled and pinched her younger sister's cool cheek. That's good. I'll make you pretty dresses from now on. The brighter her smile became, the deeper the despair in her eyes grew. In a distant corner, Yen Luo calmly watched all of this. He already knew this outcome. In her past life, Bai Shuaying was as cold as an iceberg. She was gentle with herself but very distant and indifferent to others. She was the famous iceberg goddess of the Xian Shield Bureau. The reason behind this lies in today. Bai Manqing and Bai Shuaying, these two sisters, were once members of the Tenglong Safe Zone. 7 years ago, the Tenglong Safe Zone was attacked by a massive beast tide. The city walls were broken, and countless people were displaced and fled to other safe zones. These two sisters were two of the survivors. Their parents, relatives, and friends almost all died in that disaster, perished under the claws of demons. Even with such a deep-seated hatred, the early Bai Shuaying was not as extremely cold-hearted as she became later. Because she still has her sister Bai Manqing, her only relative, the two depend on each other for survival, and are each other's only warmth and support. But it's all because of today. Bai Manqing awakened the most basic life skill, only to have it shattered amidst everyone's expectations, and then suffered ridicule from countless people. On the surface, Bai Manqing appeared calm and unconcerned, even smiling as she comforted her sister. But in reality, her heart had already been consumed by despair. She carries the deep-seated hatred of the city's destruction and her family's death, and yearns day and night for the power to take revenge on the demons. However, she awakens a useless talent that is almost completely incapable of fighting. How can she take revenge? Should she place all her hopes and all her burdens on her younger sister alone? As the older sister, her pride and self-blame made it impossible for her to accept. This sense of powerlessness and despair is enough to drive a person filled with hatred completely insane. Therefore, after experiencing the college entrance examination in her previous life, Bai Manqing, feeling disheartened and eager to gain power, gave up the opportunity to pursue further studies at university and chose to join a small demon hunting group with a seemingly good reputation, hoping to find an opportunity to become stronger and seek revenge in actual combat. Unfortunately, that demon hunting group was no good at all. The reason they accepted Bai Manqing, a low-level professional who was merely a pretty face, was because of her stunning beauty and vulnerable state. They intended to use her as dangerous bait, or even to satisfy the filthy desires of some members. Ultimately, just a few months later, Bai Manqing was betrayed by the demon hunter group during a mission and died tragically at a cult stronghold. Bai Shuaying went completely insane upon learning of her sister's death. That aloof and serene girl transformed into a demon, using ruthless methods to first brutally kill all the members of that demon hunting team, and then, disregarding the prohibition, single-handedly wiped out several cult branches related to that incident. After that, Bai Shuaying changed completely, becoming cold and icy, devoid of any warmth. Because all her loved ones were dead, the world meant nothing but revenge and coldness to her. In Yen Luo's eyes, Bai Manqing, whose heart was filled with extreme hatred and despair, was the perfect candidate to become his demon king's follower. Only those who have experienced true despair can withstand the baptism of the abyss and unleash their most powerful strength. Immediately afterwards, Yen Luo used the demon king's eye to examine Bai Manqing. Name, Bai Manqing. Occupation, embroiderer. Quality, low. Potential for converting dependence, S. Negative emotion intensity, 99-100. Magic points required for conversion, 1000. Sure enough. The potential is astonishing. Yan Luo's eyes brightened slightly as she looked at Bai Manqing. Found it. His first choice for a member of the Demon King's familiar. Chapter 3. How about we give it a try? The awakening ceremony concluded amidst sighs and heated discussions. Some are happy, some are sad, but most feel a sense of urgency about the upcoming college entrance examination. After the ceremony concluded, Principal Wang Lin stood on the platform and announced in a loud voice. Students, awakening is only the first step. In 7 days, the National Unified College Entrance Examination will be held. These 7 days are your precious time to enter the dungeon to level up and familiarize yourself with your own abilities. I hope everyone cherishes this opportunity and gives it your all. Disband. The crowd dispersed with a buzz, most of them eagerly calling out to their friends and discussing which dungeon to go to and how to form a team. For professionals, early stage leveling up is inseparable from dungeons. The instance is a small space created by human powerhouses with reference to the secret realm space, with the purpose of systematically and efficiently training new professional players. These 7 days are the golden sprint period. Generally speaking, reaching level 3 is considered passing, and getting into an ordinary university shouldn't be a problem. A score of 5 is considered genius and has the potential to be admitted to a top university. If one can reach level 7, then they are a promising talent that top universities will be vying for. Among these methods, teaming up to run dungeons is undoubtedly the most efficient and safest. As soon as he finished speaking, the square erupted in cheers. Is there anyone strong enough to carry me? I've awakened a mid-level shield warrior, I can tank and deal damage. A rare level mage is here. We need a powerful tank and healer. Intermediate healer, are there any teams that need a healer? People quickly began searching for their teammates, creating a cacophony of noise. Powerful professionals were instantly surrounded by people, while those considered useless, like Yan Luo and Bai Manqing, were ignored and completely isolated. Bai Shuaing grabbed her sister's hand without hesitation. Sis, let's be in the same group. I'll take you. With her epic level, Frost Moon Fairy, abilities, even with a low-level class, she is confident that she can protect her sister in the dungeon, although the leveling efficiency will be much slower. Bai Manqing felt a warmth in her heart, but more than that, she felt bitterness and self-blame. How could she become a burden to her sister? Without her, my sister could have flown even higher. Not wanting to burden her younger sister, Bai Manqing hesitated about how to refuse when Principal Wang Lin walked over with a warm smile. Bai Shuaing, please wait. Headmaster? Bai Shuaing nodded slightly. Bai Shuaing, congratulations on awakening your epic level class. Wang Lin was very friendly. The school highly values your potential and, after an urgent application, has secured a spot for you to enter the hidden dungeon of Moonlight Forest. The place has a wealth of experience and unique resources, which will greatly benefit you in quickly leveling up and preparing for the college entrance examination. Moonlight Forest. Hidden dungeon. The students who hadn't yet dispersed immediately cast envious glances at him. Hidden dungeons mean higher experience gain, better equipment drops, and special resources that are hard to find elsewhere. Such opportunities are rare and precious. A hint of excitement flickered in Bai Shuaing's cool eyes, but she immediately looked at her sister beside her. Principal, may I bring my sister with me? Wang Lin's smile froze slightly, and he shook his head with a hint of embarrassment. I'm sorry, Shuaing. The number of hidden dungeon slots is extremely limited. The school only managed to secure 5 slots, which were allocated to the 5 students with the highest awakening quality this year, including you and Lu Jun. Bai Manqing does not meet the requirements. Bai Manqing stood to the side, her face still bearing that seemingly indifferent, alluring smile, but her nails were already digging deeply into her palms. Bai Shuaing frowned and said almost without hesitation, then I'll give up this spot and team up with my sister to go to the newbie dungeon. Nonsense. Principal Wang Lin's face hardened. Bai Shuaing, this is a matter of great importance concerning your future. How can you treat it so lightly? Once you miss the opportunity to access the hidden instance, it will never come again. With your talent, you have a good chance of reaching level 7 or even higher within 7 days in the Moonlit Forest. Going to the newbie dungeon will be much less efficient. But Bai Shuaing will persevere. She couldn't bear to leave her sister, who had just suffered a huge blow, to enjoy the resources on her own. Sparse shadows. Bai Manqing panicked and gripped her sister's hand tightly. Don't be foolish. This is such a great opportunity. You must go. After saying that, Bai Manqing's face lit up with a bright smile. It's okay, sister. I can find someone else to team up with. Have you forgotten? The number of people who want to date me could stretch all the way to the school gate. As she spoke, she casually glanced around, trying to find a possible target. However, those suitors who usually fawned over her and claimed they were willing to go through fire and water for her now avoided her gaze, either pretending not to see her or quickly turning their heads away to enthusiastically discuss forming teams with others, and not one of them came forward to invite her. Reality is incredibly cruel. Given the choice between a doomed, unproductive career that would severely hinder one's progress and a promising future in the college entrance examination, almost everyone would choose the latter. Bai Manqing's smile gradually turned pale and forced, and the despair deep in her eyes resurfaced. Bai Shuaing saw this and felt even more heartbroken. She shook her head firmly. "No, I can't." Just then, a calm voice rang out from the side. "How about we team up and try?" The two sisters were startled at the same time and looked in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, Yan Luo appeared and stood quietly not far away. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were so deep that they were unfathomable. "Yan Luo?" Bai Shuaing frowned slightly. Her impression of Yan Luo was still that of a madman who had failed to awaken for 2 consecutive years and made a fool of himself again today. Should we pair him up with his sister? This sounds even less reliable than the older sister acting alone. Bai Manqing was also stunned. She never expected that the person who would step forward and propose to team up with her would be this same person who had just become the laughingstock of the whole school, just like her. Principal Wang Lin frowned even more deeply, his tone carrying a hint of disapproval. "Yan Luo, your intentions are good. But if 2 low-level professionals team up, let alone leveling up, it's questionable whether they can even guarantee their safety in dungeons. This is not the time to be stubborn." Yan Luo seemed not to hear the principal's words, and just looked at Bai Manqing. "How about it? At least, neither of us will think the other is a burden." These words struck Bai Manqing's most sensitive spot precisely. She glanced at her worried younger sister, then at the principal's unequivocal attitude, and a surge of urge to give up rushed through her. Rather than letting my sister give up her bright future for me, or endure the snobbish disdain and pity of those snobs, I'd rather team up with this equally unsuccessful guy. At least, he doesn't look so pitiful. Moreover, she needed a reason that would put her sister at ease before leaving, even if that reason seemed so fragile. Almost instantly, Bai Manqing made her decision. A bright smile returned to her face. "Great. Yan Luo, it's a pleasure working together. This is a powerful alliance." "Sister." Bai Shuaing was anxious. How could she let her sister team up with Yan Luo, who seemed a bit abnormal? "Sparse shadows." Bai Manqing interrupted her, her eyes filled with a pleading yet unwavering determination. "Trust your sister this once, okay? Go to the moonlit forest and improve your strength as soon as possible. That's the most important thing. Don't worry about me, Yan Luo and I will handle it." Her words sounded like she was comforting her sister, but more like she was trying to convince herself. Bai Shuaing looked at her sister's stubborn yet vulnerable eyes, then at Yan Luo who was silent beside her, and finally bit her lip and nodded with difficulty. Bai Manqing breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her younger sister had finally agreed to go to the moonlit forest. Feeling more relaxed, he deliberately spoke in a light-hearted, teasing tone. "Don't worry, go ahead. But make sure you level up quickly in there, or you might come out of the hidden dungeon and still not be as high a level as me." Bai Shuaing forced a smile. She knew her sister was joking to avoid making the atmosphere heavy. They didn't take it to heart at all. "I will try my best." Then, Bai Shuaing took a deep breath, walked up to Yan Luo, looked earnestly into his eyes, and said in a clear voice with a hint of pleading, "Yan Luo, I'm begging you, please protect my sister. Please." Seeing the genuine worry and trust in the girl's eyes, Yan Luo's heart stirred slightly. At this time, Bai Shuaing, who had not yet been frozen by cruel fate, still felt somewhat cute. He nodded. "Okay." Having received Yan Luo's promise, Bai Shuaing seemed slightly relieved. She took one last deep look at her sister before leaving with Principal Wang Lin. As she watched her sister leave, Bai Manqing's forced smile slowly faded, leaving only exhaustion and a hollow despair. She turned to Yan Luo, her tone returning to its usual calm, even tinged with self-deprecation. "All right, Senior Yan Luo, tell me your plan? Should we go to the green grassland to farm slimes, or go to the mine entrance to fight goblins?" She was referring to newbie dungeons specifically designed for level 0 beginners. In addition to the beginner dungeon, there are also beginner dungeons, intermediate dungeons, advanced dungeons, and special hidden dungeons. Let's skip the newbie dungeon and go to the burial grounds. A burial ground? That recently released hell-level difficulty dungeon? Bai Manqing even thought she had misheard, her beautiful eyes widening. "Are you crazy? That's a hellish difficulty level in the beginner dungeon. Normally, you'd need a fully equipped level 10 squad to dare to challenge it. Are we too level 0? Going to our deaths? She even suspected that Yen Luo might have been overstimulated and lost her mind. Although the instance is a training ground built by the human race's high command, it does not mean it is absolutely safe. After all, the purpose of building dungeons is to train warriors, not to cultivate hothouse flowers. The risk of death is real, and each instance has an expected casualty rate. This is a price that the Alliance's leadership can accept, with the aim of training more qualified warriors who can fight against the demon race and selecting the true elites. That's why Bai Manqing thought Yen Luo was crazy. 2 newly awakened rookie professionals going to a hellish difficulty dungeon? What's the difference between that and suicide? Yen Luo turned his head, his deep gaze meeting Bai Manqing's eyes. His gaze seemed to see through all her pretense, reaching the deepest despair and resentment in her heart. Instead of explaining the difficulty of the dungeon, he asked a seemingly unrelated question. Bai Manqing, do you want power? Bai Manqing was suddenly startled. The power to surpass your sister, the power to avenge those who mocked you, the power to repay the blood debt to the demons that destroyed your home and took your loved ones. Bai Manqing's delicate body trembled violently, her pupils contracted, and the color drained from her face instantly. She looked at Yen Luo in disbelief. Neither she nor her sister had told anyone about this. How could he know? If you want it, come with me. After saying that, Yen Luo turned around and walked straight towards the teleportation array leading to the dungeon area. Bai Manqing stood there blankly, staring at Yen Luo's not so tall but exceptionally determined back, her heart filled with turbulent emotions. Reason told her that this was utterly absurd and practically suicide. But Yen Luo's words just now were like a heavy hammer, shattering her frozen shell of despair and igniting a spark of madness that even she herself dared not believe. Perhaps this person really is different? Perhaps, in this abyss of despair, a glimmer of revenge can truly be glimpsed? I'm insane. You actually want to believe him? She murmured softly, biting her red lips so hard they almost bled. But the next moment, a resolute ruthlessness flashed in her eyes, and she abruptly lifted her foot and followed. Even if it's like a moth drawn to a flame, she wants to see if the flame can burn away the suffocating darkness. Yen Luo sensed that Bai Manqing had followed, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of her lips. In his previous life, although he awakened a legendary profession and gained admission to university without taking the entrance exam, he still took the college entrance exam. In 7 days, he soloed the dungeon and leveled up to level 9, shocking the entire city of Dingbei. In this life, wielding the Demon King class, I'll head straight for the hellish difficulty dungeon from the start. He was really looking forward to seeing how high his level would be in 7 days. Chapter 4, I Avoid His Edge? The beginner dungeon lobby was bustling with activity, packed with students who had just awakened and were eager to level up. Various shops lined both sides, selling all kinds of weapons, equipment, and functional items. Looking at the lively scene, Bai Manqing took a deep breath and said to Yen Luo, "Wait, I'll go buy some equipment and skills first. Our profession is too weak. We must make up for the gap with equipment and intelligence, otherwise going in is just suicide." "There's no need," Yen Luo said calmly. His choice of the burial ground was not without reason. In his previous life, he had traversed the burial ground countless times, and he knew the weaknesses and moves of every monster there like the back of his hand. Even without the Demon King class, given enough time, one can solo it. Moreover, the shops here only sell ordinary equipment with pitifully small bonuses. If they were going to newbie dungeons, they would be somewhat useful, but they were going to the beginner dungeons on hell difficulty. These equipment are no different from tofu to the monsters there. Absolutely necessary. Bai Manqing's tone was resolute. She wouldn't listen at all. She simply couldn't believe that 2 level 0 low-level professionals could possibly survive entering a hellish dungeon with nothing but naked gear. Although she knew the equipment might not be very useful, it at least gave her some comfort. As she spoke, she walked toward a shop that sold skill books. "Boss, give me 2 skill books on basic exploration techniques." She spoke to the owner behind the counter and then began to take out her money. The basic detection skill is a standard skill for almost all professions, allowing them to detect basic information such as level and profession of units up to 5 levels above themselves. Of course, this technique will fail if the opponent has excessively high mental attributes, a level advantage, or the ability to counter detection. "1 book is enough." Yen Luo's voice sounded softly from the side. Bai Manqing paused, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Yen Luo didn't explain, but simply said, "My profession comes with an innate talent for detection." His casual remark surprised both Bai Manqing and the shop owner. While there are professions that possess innate reconnaissance abilities, they are typically very rare and powerful. Bai Manqing looked Yan Luo up and down with a suspicious gaze, trying to find any trace of bravado on his face. A person who has awakened the lowest level of profession should have no connection with being rare or powerful, no matter how you look at it. Are you sure? Bai Manqing couldn't help but confirm, this detection technique is very important. It allows us to know the level of monsters in advance and avoid provoking overly powerful monsters. Sure. Yan Luo responded calmly. He had used all sorts of advanced detection techniques in his previous life, but compared to the Demon King's eye he now possessed, they were nothing special. With his current 1000 points of spirit attribute, basically no class or monster below level 100 can hide from him. Therefore, the mere basic exploration technique was indeed of no use to him. Seeing how certain he was, Bai Manqing was still a little doubtful, but she finally nodded. Alright, we're teammates anyway, so it's enough if only one of us has it. We can save some money to buy other equipment. Afterwards, Bai Manqing paid the bill and used the skill book she bought. The skill book turned into starlight and merged into Bai Manqing's body. The next moment, a new skill, detection, appeared in Bai Manqing's personal panel skill bar. After acquiring a skill, Bai Manqing felt a little more at ease. She then turned to the equipment shop next door and began to quickly select items. Although this world only awakens a profession at the age of 18, preparations for future profession awakening begin almost from the moment one enters elementary school. Therefore, Bai Manqing is very knowledgeable about the equipment and weapons of professionals, and knows which equipment to buy to improve her survival rate. She bought herself a pair of inferior leather boots that could increase agility, a refined iron longsword with a slight armor-piercing effect, a complete set of what looked like the thickest beginner leather armor, a helmet that covered most of her face, and even a small round shield. Her originally alluring and sexy figure was completely covered up by the equipment, making her look somewhat comical. In addition, there are several bottles of the most basic life-restoring potions and antidotes. Then, she looked at Yan Luo. What do you need? Weapons? Armor? I have some money. Need not. Yan Luo refused again. These ordinary pieces of equipment were like scrap metal to him. It's better to just use what's available when the time comes. Some equipment dropped by monsters is much more useful than this. We absolutely must use it. Bai Manqing rarely showed such a strong stance, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. I know you might feel embarrassed, but now is not the time to be stubborn. We are teammates. She stubbornly believed that Yan Luo was putting on a brave face out of male pride. Looking at the girl in front of her, who was clearly at rock bottom but was still trying to think of herself and grab at every straw, Yan Luo was silent for a moment and finally gave up. He casually pointed to the cheapest dagger on the stall and said, "This one will do." Bai Manqing glanced at the dagger with almost zero attributes, then at Yan Luo, hesitated, and finally sighed before buying it for him anyway. At least, there's a weapon. She muttered to herself as if trying to comfort herself, and handed the dagger to Yan Luo. Yan Luo took it, weighed it in her hand, and then looked at it no longer. After purchasing the equipment, the two went to the teleportation array leading to the burial land and activated it. Just as the two were about to enter the instance, a 5-person team walked over. This 5-person squad was well equipped, with uniform standard gear that shimmered with a faint green or even blue light, clearly indicating that it was expensive. The leader was a young man dressed in magnificent leather armor, wielding a rare quality long sword, with a hint of arrogance on his face. Beside him stood a beautiful and well-dressed girl, who turned out to be Li Lin, Yan Luo's classmate. In her past life, after she awakened the legendary class Holy Dragon Knight, she was the first one to rush up and confess her feelings to her. If she had wanted, she could have had a deep conversation with her that very night. So, since he hasn't awakened the Holy Dragon Knight yet, he's latched onto someone else. Yan Luo merely marveled at the wonder of fate before paying no further attention. After all, he didn't even like her in his past life and didn't agree to be with her, so it's even more impossible in this life. The other 3 members of the team were calm and composed, with sharp eyes, and did not seem like newly awakened rookies. A barely perceptible glint of light flashed in Yan Luo's eyes, and the Demon King's eye had been silently activated. Lu Hao, level 0, rare class, Gale Swordsman. Li Lin, level 0, intermediate profession, priest. His gaze swept over the 3 people behind him. Zhang Long, level 10, advanced class, heavy armor guardian. Zhao Hu, level 10, advanced class, lightning mage. Wang Bao, level 10, advanced class, jungle archer. Soon, the 5-person team approached and saw 2 people. The leader raised his eyebrows slightly. Hey! Isn't this our school beauty, Bai? What, you're here to farm the burial grounds too? Bai Manqing frowned slightly, recognizing the person who had come. Lu Hao has awakened the rare class, Wind Swordsman. His older brother is Lu Jun, another epic professional player in this competition, and it is said that his family background is quite impressive. Bai Manqing responded indifferently, not wanting to pay any more attention. Seeing her cold attitude, Lu Hao wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled warmly and said, "The burial ground is hellishly difficult and extremely dangerous. With just the two of you, your professional setup is too dangerous. Why don't you join our team? My team is full of experts, so I guarantee your safety, and you'll get a share of the loot too." As he spoke, his gaze was almost glued to Bai Manqing, while he completely ignored Yan Luo beside him. "Unnecessary." Bai Manqing responded coldly. Seeing Lu Hao's attentiveness to Bai Manqing, Li Lin, who was standing next to Lu Hao, became jealous. She took Lu Hao's arm and said sweetly, "Brother Hao, even if you invite her, she might not appreciate it. She now has a protector." As she spoke, she glanced disdainfully at Yan Luo, who was dressed shabbily and carried only a broken dagger. Her voice rose, filled with sarcasm, "Senior Sister Manqing, I'm not trying to be mean, but even if you're giving up on yourself, there's no need to find a teammate who's just as useless, is there? Our classmate Yan Luo awakened after 3 years of training, and in the end, she only awakened a strange, low-level profession. You two low-level trash dare to venture into the burial ground? Don't end up dying there, and then your sister will have to collect your corpses. Oh wait, maybe the corpse won't even be found, it'll just turn into a skeleton soldier, haha." Bai Manqing turned pale with anger, gripped her sword tightly, and was about to retort. Smack! A crisp slap rang out. Li Lin covered her face, looking at Lu Hao in disbelief as he suddenly turned hostile. Lu Hao shook his hand and glared at her fiercely, "Shut up! Who are you to speak here?" Li Lin was stunned by the beating. She covered her face and looked at Lu Hao in disbelief, but dared not speak out and lowered her head in grievance. After reprimanding Li Lin, Lu Hao immediately put on a smiling face and said to Bai Manqing, "Manqing, don't mind her, this woman doesn't know how to talk. How about it? Think about it? Teaming with us ensures safety and high efficiency." Bai Manqing glanced at him with disgust and coldly uttered 3 words, "Not interested." After saying that, she ignored Lu Hao and said to Yan Luo, "Let's go." Yan Luo completely ignored him from beginning to end, as if he were just a wisp of air. Lu Hao's smile froze on his face. He never expected that despite his respectful and courteous manner, the other party would show him no respect whatsoever. Yan Luo brushed past him and headed towards the teleportation array. As she passed by, she glanced at Lu Hao and Li Lin with a calm and indifferent look, but it made Lu Hao feel a sudden unease, as if he were being watched by something extremely dangerous. A light flashed, and Yan Luo and Bai Manqing passed through the teleportation array, their figures disappearing instantly. Only after they left did the fake smile on Lu Hao's face completely disappear, turning into an extremely gloomy expression. Damn it! What a shameless slut! She thinks she's the school beauty, what a joke! He cursed under his breath, and that good for nothing, who does he think he is, daring to ignore me? He's even better at putting on airs than I am. He did indeed covet Bai Manqing's beauty and thought he could trick her into joining the team so that she would be at his mercy in the dungeon. So what if she has a sister with an epic class? My own brother is also an epic. Moreover, with their powerful family background, they have nothing to fear. I never expected the other party to be so ungrateful. Lu Hao snorted coldly, "They better not run into me in the dungeon. Otherwise, they'll be sorry." After saying that, he led his team, activated the teleportation array, and entered the burial land. Within the burial ground, a chilling, decaying air assaults the senses. After a brief adjustment, Bai Manqing still seemed a little annoyed by what had just happened. She adjusted her helmet and muttered, "That Lu Hao is disgusting." While observing the surroundings, Yan Luo asked casually, "They had more people and better equipment just now. Wouldn't it have been safer for you to join them? Why did you refuse?" Bai Manqing curled her lips, "Don't I know Lu Hao well? He just lusts after my body. I've seen plenty of people like that. Before I was awakened, they swarmed around me like flies. Now that they think I'm down on my luck, they want to take advantage of me? Pooh." Upon hearing this, Yan Luo said calmly, "Do you think he's just lusting after your body?" Bai Manqing was taken aback, "Otherwise what?" In his eyes, we are of low professional standing and weak in ability. Yan Luo's voice was calm and even, "Once we enter the instance, our lives will no longer be in our own hands. The burial ground is fraught with danger. Wouldn't it be safer to have two readily available baits that can be sacrificed at will? Bai Manqing's beautiful eyes widened instantly. You mean, he wants us to be cannon fodder to scout ahead for him? Yan Luo paused, then added, I also crave your body. Recalling Lu Hao's hypocritical smile and eyes, Bai Manqing instantly believed Yan Luo's judgment. A wave of fear and disgust washed over her, and she cursed inwardly, shameless. Then she became worried again. What if we actually encounter them in the dungeon? Lu Hao himself is a rare class, the Wen swordsman, with excellent equipment and a whole squad. His older brother, Lu Jun, is an epic-level professional, and his family is said to have a very powerful background. Should we leave first? Should we come back another time? She really didn't want to escape one danger only to fall into another. Should I avoid his sharp edge? Yan Luo finally turned his gaze from the distance to Bai Manqing, a chilling glint flashing in his deep eyes. If we encounter him in a dungeon, he'll be the one in danger. The moment Yan Luo saw Lu Hao, some memories from her past life surfaced in her mind. In my previous life, as the human race's territory was constantly eroded and oppressed by the demon race, a large number of traitors emerged within the human race, defecting to the demon race, joining evil cults, and becoming traitors. The Lu family, to which Lu Hao belongs, is one of them. For traitors, the word forgiveness has never existed in Yan Luo's dictionary. A traitor will always be a traitor. Even if they haven't done those things in this life, so what? Are we going to wait until they grow up and cause irreparable damage to humanity before we settle accounts with them? Yan Luo didn't have the time or the patience to waste on these insects. If you do encounter it in a dungeon, just take it out. A chilling killing intent flickered deep within his eyes. Chapter 5: The Demon King's Contract. The sky above the burial ground was gray and the sun was barely visible. Scattered across the desolate land were bones and rusted weapons, and twisted, withered trees grotesquely jutted out. The environment alone is enough to make one feel intensely oppressed and uncomfortable. Seemingly influenced by her surroundings, Bai Manqing nervously looked around. Click. Click. Just then, the ground not far ahead suddenly bulged up, and three skeleton soldiers wielding rusty iron swords struggled to crawl out of the soil, their eye sockets glowing with eerie blue soul fire. Although Bai Manqing was mentally prepared, she was still startled. However, she immediately mustered her courage, raised her longsword and round shield to block in front of Yan Luo, and whispered, My defense is higher than yours. I will try my best to block them. You find an opportunity to attack from the side. However, Yan Luo seemed not to hear her words and walked straight past her, heading towards the three skeleton soldiers in front of her. Hey! What are you doing? Come back here. Bai Manqing became anxious. Yan Luo didn't stop walking, and gripped the dagger in her hand. He needed to familiarize himself with this body that hadn't experienced life or death battles in a long time, and rediscover the fighting instincts ingrained in his bones from his past life. These low-level skeletons are the perfect warm-up targets. As for having Bai Manqing take action, it's not the right time yet. He didn't wait for the three skeletons to get close before rushing forward like an arrow released from a bow. His movements were concise, efficient, and sharp to the extreme, without any unnecessary frills. Faced with the skeleton soldiers' attack, Yan Luo accurately predicted their trajectory. Sidestep, slide, duck. The iron sword grazed the hem of his clothes. At the same time, the seemingly inconspicuous dagger in his hand, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, pierced the ghostly blue soulfire in the eye socket of the first skeleton soldier with unparalleled precision. Snap! With a soft, crisp sound, the soulfire was extinguished instantly. The skeleton soldiers stopped moving abruptly and scattered on the ground with a clatter. Sold out instantly. Without stopping, using the momentum of his forward charge, the dagger drew a tricky arc and precisely pried open the cervical vertebrae of the second skeleton soldier. Click! The skull rolled to the ground, the headless skeleton swayed blankly a few times, and then fell apart. The third skeleton soldier's attack had just arrived when Yan Luo didn't even turn around. Instead, he delivered a backhand elbow strike, slamming it hard into the wrist bone of the sword-wielding skeleton and deflecting its attack. At the same time, as if it had eyes, the dagger stabbed out from under the armpit and accurately pierced the eye socket of the last skeleton. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. Less than 3 seconds. The 3 level 5 skeleton soldiers turned into 3 piles of bones. Bai Manqing stood frozen in place, holding her shield and long sword. His eyes, peeking out from under the helmet, were wide open, filled with unbelievable shock. This is that good-for-nothing who awakened a low-level profession and was ridiculed by everyone? That's some skill. Even those professionals who have awakened their combat skills could not possibly take down 3 skeleton soldiers so cleanly and efficiently at level 0, right? And it was with a dagger. The stark contrast sparked an absurd yet heart-pounding thought in her mind. Maybe they really can do it? Bai Manqing excitedly walked quickly to Yan Luo's side, just about to speak. Sudden. Yan Luo suddenly turned around and pulled her tightly into his arms. You? Caught off guard, Bai Manqing bumped into a solid chest. She was instantly stunned, and her pretty face turned bright red. But the goodwill and hope that had just risen in my heart were instantly replaced by disappointment and shame. Could it be that he, like everyone else, is also coveting my possessions? Men are all the same, as expected. She struggled to push Yan Luo away. But at that very moment, call out. A pale bone arrow tore through the air with a shrill whistle, almost grazing Bai Manqing's nape, and embedded itself hard in the withered tree trunk not far from them, the arrow's fletching still trembling. Bai Manqing stopped struggling instantly, as if all the blood in her body had frozen at that moment. She slowly turned her head and looked at the bone arrow that was so close to her back instantly soaked with cold sweat. Just now, if Yan Luo hadn't pulled her away, that arrow would have already pierced her neck. She misunderstood him. Overwhelmed by fear and shame, she opened her mouth, wanting to apologize. I'm sorry, Shut up. Yan Luo released her, her voice still calm. There's no time to talk about this. Look around. Bai Manqing, still shaken, looked around. Upon seeing this, her face instantly turned deathly pale. A series of teeth-grinding crackling sounds rang out densely from the surrounding mist. Skeleton soldiers rose from the mud and piles of bones, their eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty fire. Further away, several skeleton archers wielding bone bows had already knocked their arrows. Skeleton shield guards, wielding bone shields and daggers, were slowly advancing, forming a defensive line with heavy steps. They surged in from all directions, silently, and managed to encircle them during the brief exchange just now. The quantity is far greater than imagined. Looking around, it's densely packed. The true terror of Hell difficulty dungeons is only just beginning to unfold. How could there be so many? Bai Manqing's hand gripping the sword trembled violently. Her newly ignited hope was utterly crushed, and boundless despair once again engulfed her. It's over, we're doomed. Faced with such a despairing number, what use is individual skill, no matter how good it is? Just when she was in utter despair, Yan Luo's voice rang in her ear with unusual calm. Are we just going to give up like this? You don't want to avenge your hometown? Those loved ones who died under the clutches of demons, were their blood shed in vain? Are you willing to be forever trampled underfoot by those who laugh at you and trample on you? And your sister, can you imagine how she would feel if she learned of your death? Every word Yan Luo uttered was like a sharp knife, viciously stabbing into Bai Manqing's bleeding wound. The images of my parents' tragic deaths, the flames that destroyed our home, the mocking faces of bystanders, and my sister's despair, flashed wildly through my mind. No. I can't give up. I want revenge. A surge of overwhelming hatred and extreme anger erupted from the depths of her heart, instantly overwhelming her fear and despair. Her eyes were slightly red from intense emotion. Very good. Yan Luo's lips curled into a smile. Maintain your current emotions. Then, sign it. He stretched out his hand, and in his palm, a dark light gathered, eventually transforming into a scroll that seemed to be formed from the purest darkness. It was covered with mysterious and complex abyssal runes, exuding a chilling aura of majesty and oppression. The Demon King's contract. Yan Luo handed the contract to her. Do you remember what I told you before we came here? Sign it, and you will gain power, enough to change your destiny and allow you to take revenge on the demon race. Bai Manqing's pupils contracted slightly as she looked at the contract that exuded an ominous aura. But you must know that there is no such thing as free power in this world. Signing him will also mean that your soul, your life, and everything you have will belong to me. You will bid farewell to the past and fall into an endless abyss. Bai Manqing looked at the contract, then at the approaching army of skeletons exuding an aura of death. Finally, what flashed before her eyes were her sister's worried eyes and her parents' blood-stained faces. The last trace of hesitation on her face vanished completely, replaced by a resolute and madness that seemed to have reached a point of no return. My life has long been shrouded in darkness. My loved ones died tragically before my eyes, my home was reduced to ruins, and my dreams became a laughingstock. Since the light has never favored me, what does it matter if I fall into the abyss? As long as I can obtain the power to take revenge on the demon race. Without any hesitation. She grabbed the contract and pressed her finger on it without hesitation. Boom! The moment the fingerprint was pressed, terrifying abyssal power erupted from the contract like a volcanic eruption, instantly engulfing Bai Manqing completely. A beam of light, shrouded in extreme darkness, shot into the sky, stirring up the gloomy clouds above the burial ground. An aura of pressure, far purer, more ancient, and more terrifying than the surrounding aura of the dead, spread out. The skeletons that were closing in seemed to sense the fear of their natural enemy. Their soul fire trembled violently, and they instinctively stopped in their tracks and even began to slowly retreat. Within the dark energy, faint groans of pain and pleasure, suppressed yet released by Bai Manqing, could be heard. As the dark energy slowly dissipated, Bai Manqing reappeared with a completely different appearance. Her original leather armor, helmet, and long sword were reduced to ashes by the power of the abyss. Instead, she wore a dark purple leather armor that clung to her skin, outlining an astonishingly alluring figure, and was adorned with mysterious dark gold magic patterns. Her figure became even more voluptuous and alluring, and her fair skin had an eerie glow. Her original black hair transformed into a waterfall of dark purple hair, with a pair of small, exquisite devil horns growing from it. A heart-shaped, nimbly swaying devil's tail extends from its hips. Her pupils turned a deeper purplish red, and her eyes, as they moved, seemed to be able to bewitch and captivate, yet they also carried a hint of queenly majesty and coldness. He held in his hand a long whip formed from abyssal energy and burning with purplish red flames. The embroiderer of yesteryear has vanished. Standing here now is the Demon King's first familiar, reborn from the abyss. Succubus Queen. Chapter 6, First Family Member. Bai Manqing looked down at her hands in disbelief, feeling the new energy surging within her body, completely different from the weak power of the embroiderer she had before. This power is incredibly strong and profound. It seems that in the blink of an eye, it can stir up the deepest desires in people's hearts and easily tear apart the souls of enemies. Shock and ecstasy overwhelmed her. Before this, she never imagined that she could obtain such powerful and incredible strength. At the same time, she could clearly feel that an incredibly profound and inseparable soul connection had been established between her and Yen Luo. It was as if her life, her will, and everything she had belonged to him, and that a single thought could determine her life, death, honor, and disgrace. But instead of feeling fear, Bai Manqing felt an indescribable sense of security and absolute belonging. She gained the power she had always dreamed of, and the only price she paid was to pledge allegiance to the person who had given her that power. It's fair, and she even feels like she's gotten a better deal. She was incredibly grateful for her almost insane decision just now. When Bai Manqing looked up at Yen Luo again, her purplish red eyes were filled with almost devout awe and absolute loyalty. Bai Manqing knelt on one knee, lowered her head, and said in a voice that had become alluring yet extremely respectful, "Onar." At this moment, she was completely willing. Rather than hopelessly heading towards destruction in the world of light, she would rather serve under the Demon King, wielding power and wielding the whip of vengeance against all her enemies. Yen Luo nodded slightly, and with a thought, brought up the panel after Bai Manqing's transformation. Family member, Bai Manqing. Occupation, Succubus Queen. Quality, Legendary. Level, 0. Strength, 18, plus 13. Spirit, 110, plus 105. Agility, 40, plus 35. Physique, 25, plus 21. Talents, Enchanting Eyes, Queenly Majesty. Skills, Hellfire, Shadowy Phantom, Soul-Stealing Melody. The attributes have undergone a dramatic change, especially spirit and agility, which far surpass those of other professionals of the same level. What Yen Luo cared about even more was that as Bai Manqing became his companion, a powerful force was fed back into his body through that invisible link. Shared family attribute activated. Strength plus 18, Spirit plus 110, Agility plus 40, Physique plus 25. Boom! Yen Luo felt a slight tremor in her body, and all her attributes instantly surged. His attributes have now changed from Strength, 5. Spirit, 1000. Agility, 8. Physical strength, 4. It has become Strength, 23. Spirit, 1110. Agility, 48. Physical fitness, 29. Although his level is still 0, his basic attributes at this moment have completely crushed any other professional of the same level. This is what makes the Demon King class so terrifying. How are you feeling? Yen Luo asked. Better than ever before. Bai Manqing raised her head, her purple eyes sparkling with excitement. A satisfied smile curved Yen Luo's lips. He instructed by Manqing, "Go, familiarize yourself with your strength, and clear out these rabble." "Yes, master." Excitement and bloodlust flashed in by Manqing's eyes, a stark contrast to her previous despair. Although she was only level 0, the terrifying base stats and powerful skills brought by the legendary class gave her the ability to challenge opponents of higher levels. She licked her red lips and looked at the surrounding army of skeletons as if they were lambs to the slaughter. At this moment, the roles of hunter and prey have been reversed. Hellish whip! With a sharp cry, she lashed out with a long whip burning with dark red flames, as if it were alive, tearing through the air with a shrill sound, and precisely wrapped it around the neck of a skeleton soldier, unleashing the power of shadow and fire at the same time. Click! The skeleton soldier's head was severed, and its soul fire was instantly extinguished. Hellfire has a direct attack on the soul, making it the nemesis of all undead. Kill a skeleton soldier, gain 50 experience points. Shared family experience points plus 50. A shadowy phantom. Bai Manqing's figure flickered, instantly splitting into two indistinguishable purple phantoms, which charged into the horde of skeletons. The real body and the phantom simultaneously wielded long whips, the whip shadows crisscrossing, each strike carrying the scorching heat of hellfire and the corrosive power of shadow. Those level 4 and 5 skeleton soldiers became incredibly fragile in front of her, shattering and falling apart one after another. At first, her skill combos were a bit clumsy, and her control of the phantoms wasn't precise enough. Sometimes they even interfered with each other. But the succubus queen's talent seemed to be etched into her instincts, and as the battle continued, she became more and more adept at it. The long whip extended like her arm, and the phantom moved in perfect harmony with her, weaving and dancing among the skeletons, sending bones flying wherever it went. Kill a skeleton soldier, gain 50 experience points. Shared family experience points plus 50. Kill the skeleton archer, gain 80 experience points. Shared family experience points plus 80. As Bai Manqing killed a large number of skeleton soldiers, her level soared rapidly. Level 1. Level 2. Level 3. Yan Luo's level also increased accordingly, easily breaking through level 1 and level 2, and reaching level 3. Furthermore, because he shared Bai Manqing's exaggerated attributes, his actual combat strength at this moment is unfathomable. Just as the surrounding skeletons were almost completely wiped out, a sudden change occurred. Thick gray fog suddenly surged in from all directions, carrying a biting chill and a powerful mental pressure. From within the mist, a tall skeleton wielding a white bone staff and draped in tattered robes slowly emerged, its soul fire in its eye sockets a deep, ghostly blue. Skeleton Mage LV8 Elite. Elite Monster. Bai Manqing, who was already at level 3, narrowed her eyes. Instead of being afraid, she was filled with fighting spirit. This is a good opportunity to test the limits of my newly acquired power. She manipulated two phantoms to harass from the flanks, while her main body wielded a long whip, gathering hellfire, and lashed out at the skeleton mage. The skeleton mage slammed his staff on the ground, and an even more solid pale bone shield instantly materialized, blocking the main attack of the whip. Although cracks spread across the bone shield, it did not shatter immediately. At the same time, it waved its staff, and several sharp bone spears radiating cold air shot out, attacking not only Bai Manqing's main body, but also the two phantoms. Bai Manqing dodged quickly, while the phantom was shattered by the bone spear. She attacked again, her whip flashing, but the skeleton mage's timely summoned bone shields or walls blocked her attacks. Although they caused damage, they couldn't kill her instantly. Enough! Just then, Yan Luo's calm voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Bai Manqing immediately put away her whip and stepped back, standing respectfully to the side, but a hint of resentment and apology flashed in her eyes. "Master, I..." Yan Luo waved his hand, interrupting her. Through the battle just now, he had a clear understanding of Bai Manqing's current strength. Given enough time, the skeleton mage would be no match for her. But now, due to the sounds of battle, the distant, dense grinding of bones could be heard, clearly indicating that more undead were being attracted. The burial grounds are characterized by the lingering aura of the dead and an almost endless stream of monsters. Delaying will only put us in a passive position. I'll handle it. Yan Luo said calmly and stepped forward. "Master, let me help you distract it," Bai Manqing immediately suggested. "Need not." Yan Luo uttered two words calmly and took a step forward. With a slight thought, he did not use any weapon, but simply raised his hand. The next moment, a pure and terrifying magical power condensed in his hand, transforming into an energy whip made entirely of dark red hellfire. This whip is similar in shape to Bai Manqing's, but the flames burning on it are more intense, and the pressure it exudes is even more terrifying. Hellish whipping. But when Yan Luo unleashed it, its power was more than 10 times greater. The hellfire spread along the energy whip, even wrapping around Yan Luo's arm, making him look like a fiery demon that had stepped out of hell, exuding a destructive aura. The skeleton mage seemed to sense a great threat. His soul fire surged violently, and he frantically waved his staff, instantly conjuring 3 bone shields to protect himself. At the same time, he chanted incantations, preparing to cast an even more powerful spell. However, Yan Luo acted even faster. He didn't even make any fancy moves, he just simply lashed out with the whip. Ugh! The long whip tore through the air, emitting a shrill, ghostly wail. The hellfire on the whip suddenly surged, like a fiery dragon from the abyss, and at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to perceive, it instantly crossed the distance between the two. Those 3 seemingly solid bone shields melted and vaporized silently the moment they came into contact with the fiery whip, just like ice and snow under the sun. They couldn't even manage to block it in the slightest. The skeleton mage's spell abruptly stopped, the soul fire in his eye sockets filled with extreme terror. The next moment, the flaming whip pierced precisely through its ribcage beneath its robes. At this moment, the skeleton mage's life or death was in Yan Luo's hands. But Yan Luo did not deal with it directly. Instead, he looked at Bai Manqing and said, "You come here." Bai Manqing was still immersed in the shocking scene she had just witnessed. The master can actually use Hellish Whip? Moreover, its power was more than 10 times greater than when she used it. The hellfire that erupted in that instant, the overwhelming momentum, it was like heaven and earth. Her initial thought that her strength had increased so dramatically that she might be close to that of her master was instantly shattered. It turns out that the strength the master showed before was probably not even the tip of the iceberg. But after the initial shock, an overwhelming sense of pride and fervor welled up inside me. As expected of my master. Her reverence and loyalty to Yan Luo reached their peak at this moment. Although she didn't know why her master had left the head for her, upon hearing the order, she immediately suppressed the turmoil in her heart, lashed out with her whip, and easily shattered the already nearly broken skeleton mage. Kill the elite skeleton mage, gain 500 experience points. Shared family experience points plus 500. The intense glow of experience boosted their levels again, bringing them to level 4. Killing one monster and gaining 2 experience points is the most cost-effective option. Master, how can you use my skills? After killing the monster, Bai Manqing finally couldn't resist her curiosity and asked cautiously. I told you, everything you have is mine. Yan Luo gazed at Bai Manqing and smiled faintly. Bai Manqing was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then, as if she had thought of something, a blush instantly rose on her pretty face. She quickly lowered her head and whispered, yes, master. Everything she owns now belongs to her master. Yan Luo didn't notice her unusual behavior and continued. The burial ground is divided into an outer zone and an inner zone. The monsters here are affected by the aura of the dead and will keep regenerating. Delaying is pointless. Let's continue deeper, clearing out monsters along the way to level up. After saying that, he turned his gaze to a direction deep in the fog. Come with me. Bai Manqing did not hesitate and immediately followed. Chapter 7 Skeleton Colossus. The gray fog over the burial ground seemed endless. As Yan Luo and Bai Manqing traveled, the skeleton soldiers, archers, and even the occasional elite monsters they encountered became nourishment for their leveling up. Their experience points increased rapidly, and the 2 of them quickly reached level 5. This rocket-like upgrade speed made Bai Manqing feel as if she were in a dream. With her current level, even if she doesn't level up again in the next few days, she can still get into a decent professional university. There was a time when she thought she would be trapped in the despair of being an embroiderer forever, but now, in a short period of time, she not only has a legendary profession, but her strength has also skyrocketed. This feeling of being filled with power fascinated her, and she grew increasingly awe of the master who had given her all of this. However, after reaching level 5, the experience gained from killing these ordinary monsters is significantly reduced, and the leveling speed slows down. To continue to improve rapidly, one must challenge even more powerful beings. Master, are we going to find the boss in the outer zone? Bai Manqing whipped a stealthy skeleton assassin to pieces and asked. Yan Luo nodded. There are 5 bosses in the outer zone, each guarding a different area. Although they are all bosses, there are differences in their strength. Shall we go find the weakest one? Bai Manqing asked instinctively, feeling that this was the safest approach. No. Yan Luo's answer surprised her. Go find the strongest one, named Skeleton Colossus. The strongest? Bai Manqing was taken aback. It is indeed the strongest, but if you know its weaknesses, it is actually the easiest to deal with. Yan Luo explained calmly. In his past life, he had traversed the burial grounds countless times and knew the mechanics of each boss inside and out. The skeletal colossus appears enormous and possesses formidable offense and defense, but its core is exposed in a certain pattern, allowing for a swift kill if the opportunity is seized. Bai Manqing seemed to understand, but out of absolute trust in her master, she didn't ask any more questions and simply followed closely. The two ventured deeper into the area where the skeletal giant was located. Meanwhile, in the lair of the skeletal giants, on a vast plain of burial bones, a terrifying figure, pieced together from countless enormous skeletons, stands like a sleeping mountain in the center of the plain. It is the strongest boss in the outer zone, the skeleton colossus. Lu Hao's team of 5 had relaxed, even somewhat excited expressions on their faces, which seemed out of place in the gloomy environment around them. Brother Chang, it seems our intelligence was correct. The team member wielding a battle axe grinned, pointing at the colossal creature in the distance. The data says that this skeletal giant, despite its intimidating size, is slow-moving and a sitting duck. He's the weakest and easiest to bully among the 5 bosses in the outer zone. Another teammate chimed in, that's right. A large size means a large target, and our ranged skills can hit it even with our eyes closed. I think we're definitely going to take today's boss reward. Lu Haoji smiled smugly. He had spent a lot of money and connections to obtain this internal evaluation report on the boss of the outer zone of the burial ground. The report clearly states that although the skeletal colossus appears imposing, it is assessed as the least potentially threatening boss due to its slow movement speed and relatively simple attack pattern. This is precisely why he chose to be the first to challenge it. Get the first clear with minimal effort and reap both fame and fortune. Don't be too careless. Lu Hao gave the orders with feigned composure, but couldn't hide the smile on his lips. Proceed according to plan. Tanks go first to draw aggro, mages and archers deal ranged damage, and priests cleanse and heal from the rear. The team has a complete lineup. Lu Hao himself is a rare class, wind swordsman, serving as the main damage dealer. 1 heavy armor guardian acts as the tank, 1 lightning mage and 1 jungle archer handle ranged attacks, and 1 priest provides healing and buffs. Don't worry, Brother Hao. The team members were eager to get started and brimming with confidence. Let's go. The heavily armored guard let out a low growl, raised its massive tower shield, activated the skill, taunt, and charged towards the skeletal colossus. As if disturbed by ants, the 2 eerie green soul flames in the eye sockets of the skeletal giant suddenly blazed fiercely. Roar! A roar that seemed to come from an ancient battlefield made people's eardrums ache. It moved. Its massive body may seem clumsy, but when it takes a step, the ground trembles violently. War trampling. The giant foot landed, and a shockwave erupted. The heavily armored guards, who had been full of confidence just moments before, were shaken back by the shock, their arms numb and their heads spinning. The ease on their faces was instantly replaced by shock. This range and control effect? Lu Hao's smile froze. This was completely different from the slow and clumsy thing he had expected. Ranged attacks followed swiftly. Lightning and arrows struck the skeleton, but left only negligible marks. Why is it so hard? The Thunder Mage was astonished. Enraged, the skeletal colossus whirled around and unleashed a deafening shriek as its earth dragon bonehammer swept across the air. Bone-crushing strike. The 2 remote-controlled duo scrambled away, their faces pale with fright, the area where they had just stood now a complete mess. Lu Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly used Swift Step to flank and attack from behind. His longsword struck a joint, sparks flying, but the effect was far less than expected. Damn, this bone is too hard. Is this really the weakest boss? Lu Hao began to doubt the report he had bought at a high price. What caught them even more off guard was the haunting by vengeful spirits. Countless vengeful spirits shrieked as they rushed forward, disrupting the formation and bringing continuous mental pain and fear. The pastor tried desperately to dispel the evil spirits, but seemed powerless to do so. The battle turned into an unexpectedly fierce struggle. Every stomp and swing of the skeletal colossus carried devastating power, yet their attacks had little effect. After finally managing to inflict damage on the skeletal colossus, it instantly activated, unyielding skeleton, absorbing the surrounding bones to repair itself, and its body was covered with a thick layer of bone armor. Seeing this, the entire team completely lost their composure. Holy crap! It can repair? It can even add armor? The team members shouted in despair. What does this thing have to do with the report saying it's relatively fragile? Pastor Li Lin cried out anxiously, Brother Chang. I can't hold on any longer. The heavy armored shieldman's shield was riddled with cracks, his hand was split open, and blood was gushing out. Looking at the seemingly invincible skeletal behemoth, and recalling that ridiculous internal report from before, Lu Hao felt a surge of anger at being deceived and fooled, mixed with the despair before him, which completely broke him down. Fuck the motherfucker. While awkwardly dodging the attacks, Lu Hao angrily cursed and swore, completely losing his composure. Which bastard son of a bitch said this skeletal colossus is the weakest? This is the weakest of all? This thing is probably harder to fight than the other four combined. Don't let me find out who sold me false information. His curses echoed across the plains of bones, filled with resentment, anger, and fear. Get out! Get the fuck out of here! Lu Hao roared at the top of his lungs, and then turned and fled for his life. The squad members were terrified, abandoning their armor and weapons, wishing they had more legs to escape the terrifying colossus of death. Just as they were fleeing for their lives and about to be swallowed by despair, two figures vaguely appeared in the gray fog ahead. Chapter 8 One-Hit Kill. As they drew closer, the two figures became clearer. When Lu Hao saw that the people who came were Yan Luo and Bai Manqing, he was first stunned, and then his face broke out with uncontrollable joy. Heaven is helping me. I actually ran into these two guys here. Lead them over there. Without any hesitation, Lu Hao roared at his teammates behind him, let these two useless guys hold off the monster for us. The team members immediately understood, and their survival instincts made them adjust their direction without hesitation, rushing straight towards Yan Luo and Bai Manqing. Bai Manqing and Yan Luo naturally also noticed the fleeing squad in a disheveled state, as well as the enormous and ferocious skeletal giant behind them. Seeing that Lu Hao and the others not only did not avoid her, but instead rushed straight towards her, Bai Manqing's beautiful face was instantly covered with a layer of frost. Although she had long known that these people were of low character, she never expected them to be so shameless. Even from a distance, she could feel the heavy oppressive aura emanating from the skeletal giant, a deathly presence that would suffocate even an ordinary professional. No wonder Lu Hao's well-equipped team was in such a sorry state. Bai Manqing felt a surge of murderous intent, wishing she could tear these despicable scoundrels to pieces immediately, but the primary issue was dealing with the terrifying colossus. She did not act on her own, but immediately turned her gaze to Yan Luo beside her. But the master remained calmly standing in the same spot, his deep eyes showing not even a ripple, as if what was coming towards him was not a terrifying beast, but an insignificant speck of dust. Seeing her master so calm, Bai Manqing's slight tension instantly subsided. She silently took half a step forward, standing slightly behind Yan Luo, ready to strike at any moment. When Lu Hao's team saw that Yan Luo and his companion were standing still, they were overjoyed. Are they scared out of their wits? They really are two useless pieces of trash. But that's perfect, let's just consider it putting waste to good use, go die in our place. Lu Hao sneered inwardly, accelerated past Yan Luo, and deliberately glanced at them with a provocative look before continuing to run forward without looking back, trying to widen the distance between them. The other team members followed suit, passing by Yan and Luo on either side, their faces showing relief at surviving the ordeal and a hint of pleasure at shifting the blame onto others. However, just when they thought their plan had succeeded and were preparing to continue their escape without looking back, instead of the expected screams and muffled thuds of a bone hammer smashing flesh, a sharp, almost soul-tearing sound rang out from behind. Immediately afterwards, the skeletal colossus let out a short, mournful howl, different from its previous ferocity, but instead carrying a sense of astonishment and pain. Lu Hao and the others instinctively turned around to look. The colossal skeletal statue that nearly wiped out their entire squad stood frozen in place. Its chest had been pierced through by an energy chain burning with dark red hellfire at some unknown time. The other end of the chain was held in the hand of Yan Luo, whom they regarded as trash. The intense soul fire in the skeletal colossus's eye sockets dimmed and went out rapidly, like a candle flickering in the wind. Its massive bones, supporting its enormous body, creaked under the strain, slowly bending, and finally, with a thud, it collapsed heavily before Yan Luo. Then, like a mountain of gold collapsing and a jade pillar crumbling, the strongest boss in the outer zone collapsed to the ground with an incredulous, frozen expression. Sold out instantly. A truly clean, decisive, and suspenseful instant kill. The whole world seemed to have been muted. Lu Hao's team was struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, frozen in place in their escape posture. The relief, disdain, and pleasure on his face froze instantly, then were replaced by extreme shock, bewilderment, and incomprehensible fear. Their mouths were agape, their eyes were bulging out of their sockets, and their minds were blank. Dead? That terrifying boss that made their team fight with all their might and use every trick in the book, yet they couldn't even scratch it, and in the end, they could only flee in disarray. Just like that, he was instantly killed by Yan Luo, who had only awakened the lowest level profession with a single, casual strike? How is this possible? Hallucination. It must be a hallucination. After a brief silence came an overwhelming panic. A monster. He's a monster. One of the team members, his voice trembling uncontrollably and his face ashen, cried out, "Brother How? We have to run. He's so strong, he definitely won't let us go." Upon hearing this, Lu Hao was terrified, a chill running from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. The smugness and cruelty he felt just moments before had been replaced by boundless fear, and he instinctively wanted to nod. Provoking a guy like that is simply courting death. But just as he was about to blurt out the order to flee, Li Lin screamed. Her gaze fell on Bai Manqing beside Yan Luo, her face twisted with jealousy and disbelief. Impossible. He's clearly a useless low-level awakened class. How could he suddenly become so strong? They must have found some powerful skill or item in the dungeon. These words struck like a thunderbolt, instantly waking Lu Hao and the others from their fear. Yes. If it weren't for some powerful external aid, how could someone who has just awakened a low-level profession possibly have the strength to instantly kill a level 10 boss? This is completely unreasonable. He must have gotten incredibly lucky and discovered some treasure in the burial ground. Perhaps it's some kind of powerful, one-time use scroll, or perhaps it's some legendary piece of equipment. Greed, like wildfire, reignited and instantly overwhelmed fear. Lu Hao's eyes became incredibly intense and fierce as he stared intently at Yan Luo and Bai Manqing, as if they were two walking treasures. If we can seize this opportunity. That power that can instantly kill the boss, wouldn't it belong to me, Lu Hao? His attack just now was so powerful, he must have exhausted himself. He's definitely at his last gasp now. Lu Hao lowered his voice and coaxed his still shaken teammates, take advantage of his weakness now, take them down, and snatch the treasure. But, Brother Hao, what if he can still unleash his full potential? Another team member, still shaken by the sight of the skeletal remains of the colossal skeleton, stared in disbelief. Yes, if we bet wrong, we'll be. The others also looked hesitant. After all, what had just happened was too impactful. A moment of hesitation flashed through Lu Hao's mind, but in order to persuade his teammates, he carefully took out a scroll that emitted a faint spatial fluctuation from his personal storage bag. This is a teleportation scroll? The others gasped in surprise, their eyes filled with disbelief. This thing is a life-saving artifact, expensive and hard to find. I never expected Lu Hao to have such a trump card. No, Brother Hao, you have this treasure, why didn't you use it when you were being chased by the boss just now? One of the team members asked with dissatisfaction. You have to understand, the danger they just faced was no joke. That was almost a disaster. I was so nervous being chased by the boss that I forgot to use it. Lu Hao lied without batting an eye. He naturally wouldn't say that this was his trump card to save his life, and that he would never use it lightly unless it was a matter of life and death. When trying to escape, you don't need to be faster than the monster, you just need to be faster than your teammates. As the Gale swordsman, he was the fastest in the team, so even if he died, he would definitely be the last one to die. Of course, he wouldn't be in a hurry to use the teleportation scroll. After all, even he couldn't easily buy this kind of thing. Everyone you use is one less. However, in order to persuade them, they had no choice but to reveal this trump card. Lu Hao waved the scroll. With this, if things go wrong, we can teleport away immediately. What can he do to me, no matter how strong he is? Upon seeing the precious teleportation scroll, the team members' last concerns were completely dispelled. Let's do it. Rob his mothers. Fortune favors the bold. Let's take the risk. The men exchanged glances, their faces regaining their fierce expressions. Turning around, weapons were drawn, and they surrounded Yan Luo and Bai Manqing. Chapter 9: The Terrifying Mental Attributes. Lu Hao's team quickly dispersed, forming a loose encirclement that surrounded Yan Luo and Bai Manqing in the center, their weapons gleaming coldly as they were pointed at the two. Yan Luo. Lu Hao Shan tried to remain calm, but his tone was fierce at heart. He shouted, "If you know what's good for you, hand over that treasure. Maybe we can consider sparing your lives." However, Yan Luo merely glanced at them as if they were ants, a sneer playing on his lips. When faced with a skeletal colossus, you only dare to flee in a sorry state. But when faced with me, who can kill a colossus with a flick of my wrist, you dare to surround me and bark wildly? His voice was calm, yet it was like a resounding slap across Lu Hao and the others' faces. Should I praise your courage or laugh at your utter foolishness? Lu Hao's face turned pale and then red with embarrassment, and he retorted angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. You must have used some kind of trick just now, otherwise how could a piece of trash like you who has awakened a low-level profession kill a level 10 boss?" He stared intently at Yen Luo, trying to find a trace of weakness or panic on the other's face, but all he saw was an unfathomable calm, which made him even more uncertain. At this moment, Bai Manqing, her face as cold as ice, stepped forward and asked Yen Luo for permission. "Master, please let me handle these flies." Yen Luo nodded slightly, but a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. "It's fine. However, you only need to capture them, you don't need to take their lives." Although Bai Manqing was somewhat puzzled, she was absolutely obedient to her master's orders and immediately bowed, saying, "Yes, master." The clear and melodious master made Lu Hao and the others freeze in shock. Lu Hao's pupils contracted even more. He clearly remembered that Bai Manqing's attitude towards Yen Luo was definitely not like this before, in front of the portal in the burial grounds instance. In other words, in less than a day of entering the instance, the school beauty was turned into this by that good-for-nothing Yen Luo? An indescribable pang of sourness and jealousy welled up inside me. Oh shit. I was fighting monsters to the death in the dungeon, and this guy was actually disciplining the school beauty, and he was doing it so obediently, calling her master every other word. It's infuriatingly enviable. But at the same time, they also breathed a huge sigh of relief. Why didn't Yen Luo take action himself, but instead let Bai Manqing, the embroiderer, deal with them? Doesn't this mean that his terrifying attack just now consumed a lot of energy, and he is now unable to fight anymore? That must be it. Thinking of this, Lu Hao regained his courage, and a mocking smile reappeared on his face. "Haha. Yen Luo, are you so scared your legs are weak? You actually let a woman with a professional job protect you? Bai Manqing, do you think you're still the school beauty you used to be? What can a mere embroiderer do against us? Surrender obediently, hand over the treasure, and maybe if Brother Hao is in a good mood, he might reward you." Before he could finish his foul language, Bai Manqing had already made her move. A shadowy phantom. Her figure instantly transformed into several elusive purple phantoms, moving at extreme speed, cutting into Lu Hao's team's formation like a ghost. So fast. Lu Hao's pupils contracted, and his laughter stopped abruptly. The next moment, Bai Manqing appeared in front of Li Lin, who was shouting the loudest, like a ghost, and lashed out with a long whip burning with dark red flames like a venomous snake. Hellish whipping. Smack. Li Lin had no time to react. The protective energy shield shattered like paper, and the whip lashed her cheek, leaving a charred mark. She screamed and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. What? How can she be so fast? This power, this is not the embroidered maiden at all. The rest of Lu Hao's team were horrified and hurriedly raised their weapons to parry or fight back. But at this moment, Bai Manqing is the legendary class, Succubus Queen. Even though her level was several levels higher than Bai Manqing's, her attributes and skill power completely overwhelmed these ordinary professionals. The long whip danced through the air, leaving after images, accompanied by dark red flames. Each strike was precise and ruthless. Smack! 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 Although Lu Hao's team members were of high level and had good equipment, they were completely powerless against the overwhelming attributes and skill advantages of the legendary class. Their attacks were often easily dodged or blocked by Bai Manqing, and every lash from Bai Manqing would tear their skin and cause them excruciating pain. With a few crisp cracks of whips and screams, in just a few breaths, all the members of Lu Hao's team except for Lu Hao himself were knocked to the ground by Bai Manqing with overwhelming force. Their weapons were scattered all over the ground, and they groaned in pain, unable to resist. Lu Hao, relying on the speed of the rare class, wind swordsman, and a decent sword, barely managed to dodge a few whips, but he was still in a sorry state, with several burning whip marks on his body, and his eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. No, impossible. How could you become so strong? Lu Hao's voice trembled as he looked at Bai Manqing, who stood proudly like a queen of the night, exuding a powerful aura. He felt as if his worldview was about to collapse. How could someone in such a lowly profession possess such terrifying power in such a short time? But Bai Manqing just snorted coldly and didn't respond. The long whip coiled around Lu Hao's wrist like a serpent, easily disarming him of his long sword, and then kicked him to the ground with a whip kick. A crushing defeat. A complete and utter defeat. However, the huge failure did not sober Lu Hao up. Instead, it made him even more convinced. Yen Luo and Bai Manqing must have encountered an incredible opportunity. Otherwise, there is no way to explain this illogical surge in strength. We must get it. We absolutely must get it. Lu Hao instantly made up his mind that as long as he escaped back, he would immediately use the power of his family to capture Yan Luo and Bai Manqing at all costs and force them to reveal the secret. He endured the excruciating pain and quietly reached into his robes, where he touched the life-saving teleportation scroll. Yan Luo. Bai Manqing. You just wait. I will repay this humiliation 100-fold. He roared, a ferocious smile spreading across his face, as he prepared to activate the scroll. However, just as he was about to inject his spiritual power into the scroll, Yan Luo glanced at him indifferently. Enchanting Eyes. The strength of the Enchanting Eyes ability is closely related to an individual's mental attributes. Yan Luo's terrifying mental attribute, exceeding 1,000 points, instantly overwhelmed Lu Hao's mind like a tsunami. He felt his mind go blank, his eyes instantly became dull, all his thoughts were forcibly suppressed, leaving only a command from the depths of his soul, obey. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Lu Hao, like a puppet on strings, stiffly and respectfully presented the precious teleportation scroll to Yan Luo with both hands. Yan Luo casually took the scroll and then released the control. Chapter 10 Instant Refinement. Lu Hao suddenly came to his senses, looked at his empty hands, and then saw the teleportation scroll that Yan Luo was playing with. His face instantly lost all color, and his eyes were filled with extreme fear and confusion. My scroll? What did you do to me? The team members lying on the ground nearby were also completely dumbfounded. Then erupted a desperate and furious roar. Lu Hao! What the hell are you doing? You gave him the teleportation scroll? Damn it! Are you in cahoots with them? Are you deliberately setting us up? No wonder you didn't use a scroll earlier. You were waiting for us here. Are you setting us up? Endless despair instantly engulfed them. Where's the trump card they promised? What happened to the promise of teleporting away if danger was encountered? How could you hand over your life-saving weapon to the enemy? Faced with his teammates' glares that seemed to want to devour him, Lu Hao hurriedly explained, No. I was being controlled. It wasn't my choice. But at this moment, any explanation would seem pale and powerless. The team members were utterly despondent and could only turn to Yan Luo for help. Yan Luo, no, brother Yan. Father Yan. Please spare us. It was all Lu Hao and Bai Yang's doing. We were wrong. We'll never do it again. Please let us go. We're willing to be your slaves. That's right, as long as you let me go, I'll do anything you want. Li Lin even pulled her collar down slightly, bit her lip, and looked at Yan Luo with a blush and shy expression. Bai Manqing watched the scene with a flash of disgust in her eyes. If it weren't for the master's orders, I would have liked to kill these guys right away. Yan Luo watched the farce unfold before him indifferently. A flash of eerie light appeared in his hand, revealing several Demon King contracts that exuded an ominous aura. He glanced at the men on the ground, groaning and begging for mercy, and said calmly, Sign it. Bai Manqing was slightly startled. The master actually intends to turn these disgusting guys into familiars? Although she felt disgusted, she believed that her master had a deeper meaning and remained silent. Lu Hao and the others looked at the contract that exuded an ominous aura, their faces filled with resistance. This thing doesn't look like a good thing no matter how you look at it. But under the threat of death, they finally trembled and pressed their fingerprints onto the contract. Boom! The power of the abyss surged forth once more, engulfing the group. Moments later, as the darkness dissipated, the professions of all members of Lu Hao's team had changed. Although their transformation was far less perfect and powerful than Bai Manqing's, after all, Bai Manqing possessed S-level potential, while Lu Hao, the one with the highest potential among these people, was only C-level. Even so, their strength has undergone a qualitative leap, and all their professions have been distorted and evolved into enhanced forms related to the abyss. Yan Luo's cold gaze swept over the group of newly recruited relatives, and their new occupation information naturally appeared before his eyes. Lu Hao, Epic Class, Storm Sword Demon. Li Lin, Advanced Class, Cursed Demon Slayer. Zhang Long, Rare Class, Skeleton Shield. Zhao Hu, Rare Class, Berserker Thunder Witch. Wang Bao, Rare Class, Shadow Hunter. Feeling the power surging within them, far surpassing anything they had ever experienced before, Lu Hao and the others were once again plunged into utter shock. They finally understood. The reason Bai Manqing became so powerful was not because she found any treasure, but because she signed this magical contract. After the initial shock, an even more insane and burning greed began to grow wildly in Lu Hao's heart. This ability to transform others and bestow powerful professions, it's simply heaven-defying. If I could control it, my future would be limitless. Epic, legendary, what? The whole world will grovel at my feet. On the surface, he showed a submissive expression to Yen Luo, but in his heart, he had already made up his mind. He must send this news back to the family as soon as possible. At all costs, we must capture Yen Luo, force him to reveal the secret of the contract, and seize control of this heaven-defying ability. However, just as he was plotting his insidious revenge, Yen Luo's calm voice rang in his ears like a thunderclap. Are you thinking about how to use your family's power to force us to reveal the secret of this contract once you get back? Lu Hao trembled violently, jerked his head up, and met Yen Luo's dark eyes that seemed to see through his very soul. His face drained of color instantly, filled with terror. How could you? All the thoughts of the followers were exposed like a beacon in the darkness before the Demon King's power, whispers of the abyss. Yen Luo looked at Lu Hao with a cold, mocking expression. However, Yen Luo didn't care. After all, who would argue with a dead person? The reason for turning these people into family members was simply to squeeze out their last bit of value and to test the effect of abyss refining, just making use of waste. Now, it's time to put it to the test. Yen Luo stretched out his hand, palm down, and aimed it at Lu Hao and his group of 5, who had just gained new power and whose faces still showed shock and a hint of barely perceptible greed. The next moment, a terrifying suction force erupted from his palm, transforming into 5 visible black vortexes that instantly enveloped Lu Hao and his group of 5. Abyss refinement. No! Master, spare me! Ah! What is this? My power is disappearing. The shrill, short screams and pleas for mercy came to an abrupt end. Under the intense fear, despair, and disbelief of the 5 people, their bodies began to rapidly dissolve and decompose from their limbs, eventually transforming into the purest stream of energy that was sucked into the vortex. In just a few breaths, Lu Hao's team of 5 was completely wiped off the face of the earth. Ultimately, it transformed into pure magic power that entered Yen Luo's body, along with a profession crystal, shimmering with a black whirlwind luster, and a memory crystal, carrying Lu Hao's memories, which floated in the air. Everything returned to silence. Bai Manqing stood to the side, her beautiful purplish-red eyes slightly widened, clearly reflecting the unbelievable scene that had just occurred. Although she was aware of her master's power, witnessing firsthand the terrifying method of instantly refining living people into pure energy and crystals still left a significant impact on her. But this shock was quickly replaced by a sense of exhilaration. Thinking of Lu Hao and the others' previous despicable acts, Bai Manqing felt that her master was being too soft-hearted. At the very least, I should be allowed to whip these people a few hundred times with hellfire before sending them to hell. For a moment, a trace of regret rose in Bai Manqing's heart. Chapter 11: A dark and windy night for murder. Yen Luo first checked her personal panel. The initial magic power was 2,000 points. Transforming Bai Manqing costs 1,000 points, transforming Lu Hao costs 300 points, transforming Li Lin costs 50 points, and the other 3 cost 100 points each. After refining all 5 people, the magic power that was originally 350 points increased to 1065 points. I actually earned 65 magic points. Yen Luo was somewhat surprised she hadn't realized that magic could be used in this way. However, this kind of growth magic is too inefficient to be used as a primary method. Let's wait until tonight's settlement to see the effects of tyranny and domination. Then Yen Luo reached out and took the 2 crystals in front of her into her hand, examining them carefully. Professional crystallization, approximately the size of a pigeon egg, it is a translucent black crystal. This contains Lu Hao's epic class after transforming into a familiar, storm sword demon. After use, you can directly obtain the profession contained within the profession crystal, which is priceless. After all, powerful professions are few and far between in this world. Ordinary people who cannot awaken their professions and those who only possess low or mid-level professions are the mainstream of this world. A crystal that can directly grant someone an epic-level profession could fetch hundreds of millions of dollars if it were to be auctioned off. We don't need it for now, let's keep it for now, maybe we can find a suitable candidate later. His gaze then fell on the memory crystal, which contained all of Lu Hao's memories, and Yen Luo could view them at will. Slowly probing with her mental energy, a jumble of chaotic memories flashed by like a revolving lantern, mostly trivial recollections of Lu Hao's domineering behavior. Yen Luo quickly filtered them out. However, just as he was about to end his investigation, a memory suddenly caught his attention. Inside a luxurious private room, Lu Hao and Lu Jun stood respectfully behind a middle-aged man. I learned from my memory that the man was Lu Hao and Lu Jun's father, Lu Juanhao. Across from the 3 sat a pale-faced young man. Although he looked young, his voice was extremely old, like an old man wearing the skin of a young man. He looked very strange. In addition, the person had covered his body completely, wearing a high-neck long shirt and a pair of black leather gloves. It's summer, yet this person is dressed like that. It's obvious they either have a mental problem or a physical one. With just one glance, Yan Luo instantly determined that this person was a member of a cult. The term cult does not refer to the belief in any non-existent deity, but rather to those who have betrayed the human race, secretly sided with the demon race, and obtained demonic power through some means. However, the power of demons is not so easy to control. Every power comes at a price, and the price of acquiring demonic power is being gradually corrupted by it. In this process, the body will irreversibly mutate into the form of a demon, and the mind will often be twisted, eventually turning into a half-human, half-demon monster. The person in front of me is wrapped up so tightly, probably to conceal the demonic features that have appeared on his body. The content of their conversation made Yan Luo's gaze turn icy. The cult member demanded that the Lu family take action to eradicate a human trafficking organization called the Bloody Hand Gang that was entrenched in the western part of the city. After the gang was wiped out, all the children they had kidnapped were handed over to them. Lu Juanhao agreed almost without hesitation. After all, eradicating a human trafficking organization is not difficult for the powerful Lu family. Moreover, if handled well, it can bring the Lu family a good reputation for eliminating harm for the people and further consolidate their position in the safe zone. Of course, he wouldn't do it for nothing. In exchange, he demanded something from the cult members. A small bottle of viscous liquid shimmering with a faint light. Yan Luo recognized the substance. It was the blood of a demon. By drinking the demon's blood using a specific secret method, one can gain demonic power in a short period of time. However, the price is that it accelerates the process of being corrupted, ultimately leading to complete succumbing and becoming a puppet controlled by the demon race. Lu Juanhao's demand for this item speaks volumes about his ambition and depravity. So, the Lu family was already colluding with the cult at this time. Yan Luo sneered inwardly, his killing intent swirling around him like a tangible force. These parasites of humanity, traitors to civilization. Indeed, once a traitor, always a traitor. In his heart, these cult members who sided with the demon race and harmed their own kind were more hateful than the demon race on the front lines. He will show absolutely no leniency toward cults, or any individuals or forces associated with them. According to my memory, the Lu family planned to make their move the night after tomorrow. Yan Luo's eyes were sharp as knives. He would never allow those children to fall into the hands of a cult, for the consequences would be far worse than death. Since the Lu family plans to take action the day after tomorrow, I will go and slaughter that human trafficking organization today. Even if that trash lives for just one more second, it's wasting air. He couldn't wait a moment longer. He wanted not only to disrupt the cult and the Lu family's plans, but also to send all those disgusting worms to hell. They were even more eager to rescue those children as soon as possible. After all, the longer we delay, the more those children will suffer. Although my current level is not high, dealing with mere human traffickers is not a problem. After all, professionals would have better options, and even the lowest level professionals generally wouldn't choose to stoop to human trafficking. Therefore, those human traffickers are most likely just ordinary people who haven't awakened their professions. With his current strength, he could deal with ordinary people, even hundreds or thousands, with just a glance. Even if there are professionals among them, I am not afraid. After all, the over 1,000 points of mental attribute he gained after his rebirth was no joke. With this powerful mental attribute, coupled with a mental skill, if he lets his guard down, he would even dare to dodge epic level professionals above level 90. Although she had already decided to take action today to destroy those human traffickers, Yan Luo had no intention of leaving. Because it's still early. It's a dark and stormy night for murder. It's better to go at night. Moreover, his first new spouse is still quite inexperienced and needs more training. You must at least be able to independently level up and farm monsters in the burial grounds after you leave. Otherwise, wouldn't your efficiency in becoming stronger fall behind? Yan Luo planned to take her to find another boss in the outer zone. Bai Manqing had easily defeated the previous boss, the skeleton colossus, and although she leveled up to level 6 as a result, she didn't gain anything. Therefore, Yan Luo wanted Bai Manqing to personally experience what it was like to fight against a dungeon boss. Professionals only get stronger in real combat. After suppressing the boiling killing intent in his heart, Yan Luo began to clean up the battlefield with Bai Manqing. First, there was a piece of armor dropped by the skeleton colossus. Yan Luo didn't like it, so he gave it to Bai Manqing. Then, his gaze fell on the equipment dropped by Lu Hao's team. Although these 5 people were refined by Yan Luo, their equipment did not disappear. A simple glance was enough to give Yan Luo a pleasant surprise. These 5 people all have storage rings. Among them, Lu Hao's storage ring has the largest internal space, which is the size of a suitcase. If it were to be sold on the market, it could fetch at least 100,000 yuan. While the internal space of the other people's rings was not as large as Lu Hao's, it was still about half the size. It's enough to hold some odds and ends. Yan Luo accepted Lu Hao's storage ring, while the other 4 storage rings were given to Bai Manqing. Bai Manqing has 4 storage rings on one hand. If outsiders saw this, she would definitely be a little rich woman. After inventorying all the belongings of Lu Hao's team of 5, the most valuable items were Lu Hao's storage ring and the life-saving teleportation scroll. Especially the teleportation scroll. It's like having a second life in dungeons. It was only because Lu Hao met me that he survived. The rest of their equipment was of average quality. The better quality equipment had already been destroyed in their battle with the skeleton colossus. But if you sell it, you could make hundreds of thousands. Secondly, there are a large number of consumables such as healing potions, antidotes, and enhancement potions. It's clear these people are genuinely afraid of death, but it's no use, they'll still die eventually. These were all useless to Yan Luo, so he gave them all to Bai Manqing. After a trip to the burial grounds, although he hadn't yet cleared the level, Bai Manqing had gone directly from a poor peasant to a wealthy farmer. The loot these guys dropped is even better than what the boss dropped. Bai Manqing counted the items she had been assigned and couldn't help but complain. The skeletal colossus was, after all, the strongest boss in the outer zone, but compared to what Lu Hao and his group of 5 dropped, it was really rather meager. Yan Luo put on the ring, considered it for a moment, and then tossed the teleportation scroll to Bai Manqing. Here, take this. Master, this is far too precious. Bai Manqing looked at the teleportation scroll in her hand, her breathing becoming somewhat rapid. The other things were fine, but Bai Manqing really didn't expect her master to give her even a teleportation scroll. This thing can't be measured in money. Take it if it's given to you. Yan Luo said without room for argument, if you think it's valuable, then improve your strength as soon as possible so that you can play a greater role. Yes. Manqing will certainly live up to master's expectations. Bai Manqing was deeply moved and carefully put all the items away. At the same time, I resolved to repay my master by improving my strength as soon as possible and not let him down. Set a goal for yourself. I have to fight these monsters in the burial grounds 3 times a day. If you can't kill it, then grind it to death. Let's go find the next boss. Yan Luo said that time was of the essence, and he needed to improve his and Bai Manqing's strength as much as possible before leaving the instance. Chapter 12, 1 boss a day. The two continued traversing the outer layer of the burial grounds, shrouded in grey mist, clearing away undead creatures along the way while searching for the next boss's lair. The monsters they encountered along the way didn't require Yan Luo to intervene at all. Having set a goal for herself, Bai Manqing would almost always take the initiative to attack monsters she saw. With the combination of Shadow Phantom and Hellish Lash, she was extremely efficient at clearing monsters. After slaughtering its way through the area, it's already a decent monster slaying machine. By the time they found the second boss, the Bone Lich, Yan Luo had already reached level 7, and Bai Manqing had also successfully reached level 6. This Bone Lich is a level 10 elite boss. Although its strength is slightly inferior to that of the Bone Colossus, it is still an extremely hopeless opponent for ordinary teams. However, this time, Yan Luo did not choose to make a move. Inside is a skeletal lich, level 10. Yan Luo stopped in her tracks, her voice calm and even, "I'll leave it to you." A sharp glint flashed in Bai Manqing's crimson eyes, and without any hesitation, she replied, "Yes, master." She took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within her, and resolutely stepped into the forest of bones. The battle erupted instantly. Unlike the skeletal colossus that relies on brute force, the Bone Lich is cunning and treacherous. It hides deep within the bone forest, constantly summoning skeletal monsters to harass the Lich while unleashing weakening curses and bone tooth spells, making its ranged attacks cunning and vicious. At first, Bai Manqing was somewhat embarrassed. She was used to crushing low-level monsters with speed and explosive power, and found it difficult to adapt to the control and attrition tactics of this magic-based boss. She was scratched several times by bone teeth, and scorch marks were left on her dark purple leather armor. Her movements were also slightly sluggish due to the curse. But she quickly calmed down, using Shadow Phantom to create illusions to interfere with the Lich's lock-on, while her real body moved like a ghost through the bone forest, looking for gaps in her attack. Hellfire no longer seeks a one-hit kill, but rather strikes like a viper, shattering summon creatures and interrupting the Lich's chanting. The battle gradually shifted from a one-sided probing to a back-and-forth struggle. Bai Manqing's learning ability and combat intuition were stimulated to the extreme under pressure. Yan Luo stood quietly at the edge of the woods, simply watching silently. This is a trial that family members must go through. Only by defeating a powerful enemy on their own can they truly grow. Time passed slowly, and the skeletal monsters in the woods were completely wiped out, while the roars of the skeletal liches carried a hint of exasperation. Finally, Bai Manqing caught it during a brief moment of stun after casting a spell. Now! With a sharp cry, all the phantoms merged into one, and she poured all her power into her long whip. The dark red hellfire was more intense than ever before, and the long whip, like a blood-red lightning bolt tearing through the night sky, precisely pierced through the bone shield hastily formed by the skeletal lich and struck its core, which was composed of skulls. Smash! Core shattered. The skeletal lich let out a resentful shriek, its massive skeleton scattering across the ground with a clatter. Defeat the bone lich, experience points plus 2,500. Shared family experience points plus 2,500. A surge of powerful experience light flowed into his body, and Yan Luo's level rose to level 8. Bai Manqing, who personally completed the kill, was promoted one level, reaching level 7. She stood amidst the ruins of bones, breathing slightly heavily, feeling the power surging within her once again, and an indescribable sense of accomplishment and excitement welled up within her. The feeling of overcoming strong opponents through one's own efforts and gaining real improvement fascinated her, even to the point of addiction. Master, I did it! She returned to Yan Luo's side, her face flushed from the battle and filled with a hint of anticipation for praise. Yan Luo revealed a satisfied smile. He glanced at the boss's loot, a bone staff that increased spirit attributes. It was of decent quality, but useless to him. It's yours now. Bai Manqing happily put away her staff, then eagerly looked into the depths of the grey mist, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. Master, where is the next boss? Let's continue. However, Yan Luo shook his head. That's enough for today. That's it? Bai Manqing was stunned, and a strong sense of reluctance welled up in her heart. In her eyes, the burial grounds had transformed from a death trap into a paradise where she could level up at lightning speed. Moreover, she set a goal for herself: if she didn't farm the monsters in the burial grounds a few more times before leaving, she would really be reluctant. If you want to continue, you can stay. Yan Luo looked at her and said bluntly, I won't stop you. Bai Manqing's eyes lit up and she said without hesitation, I want to stay. Master, I want to continue to improve my strength. She longed to become stronger, to stand better by her master's side, instead of always playing the role of being protected. A hint of relief flashed in Yan Luo's eyes. It's good that family members have this kind of self-awareness. In that case, you will train here alone for the next 3 days, and I will not come again. Why? Bai Manqing's heart tightened, and her face instantly filled with anxiety and unease. Master, is there something I did wrong that disappointed you? This is a workout for you. Yan Luo shook her head, not revealing the real reason for her departure, and said calmly, with me by your side, you will subconsciously become dependent on me, making it difficult for you to truly reach your own limits. Only by facing danger alone can you unleash your full potential. Upon hearing this, Bai Manqing recalled the battle with the bone lich just now. If she hadn't known that her master was out there holding the line, she probably wouldn't have been able to calmly seek out an opportunity to win. She was silent for a moment, then her eyes gradually hardened. I understand, master. I won't let you down. Yan Luo nodded in satisfaction. Actually, this is only one of the reasons. Another reason is that the efficiency of gaining experience when two people act together is too low. By acting separately, he can both grind monsters on his own to gain full experience and share the experience gained from killing monsters and bosses with Bai Manqing, thus maximizing his leveling speed. Although we are not in the same place, I have already assigned you a task. There are 3 remaining bosses in the outer zone. Starting tomorrow, we will take them down 1 per day. Yan Luo gave the order. After you have eliminated all the bosses, I will be waiting for you here on the 4th day. Bai Manqing took a deep breath. This was the first task given to her by her master, and she had to complete it perfectly. She solemnly replied, yes. Manqing will certainly not fail your trust. Yan Luo nodded, and just as he was about to turn and leave, Bai Manqing suddenly called out softly, Master. Yan Luo paused slightly and turned to look at her. Bai Manqing's cheeks flushed slightly, her purple eyes shimmering with a mixture of shyness and boldness, as she whispered, May I hug you? Yan Luo hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Bai Manqing immediately stepped forward, gently embraced Yan Luo, pressed her cheek against his firm chest, and felt the reassuring aura emanating from him. She whispered in Yen Luo's ear in a magnetic voice, "Thank you, master, for giving me new life and strength." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly tiptoed and gently kissed Yen Luo's cheek with her soft, warm lips, like a dragonfly skimming the water. She quickly took a step back, her face flushing even more, yet carrying a hint of succubusly cunning and charm, a smile that exuded allure. Yen Luo was slightly taken aback, then chuckled, raised his hand and gently ruffled her hair, his tone carrying a rare gentleness and expectation. "Work hard and don't let me down." Having said that, he didn't linger. His figure merged into the gray mist and vanished in an instant. Bai Manqing stared blankly in the direction where Yen Luo had disappeared, and only looked away after a long while. She touched her cheek, which still seemed to retain the sensation, her heart filled with sweetness and determination. "I will definitely not let you down, master." She whispered her vow, a resolute flame burning in her crimson eyes. At the same time, I also felt a little bit of anticipation. I wonder what kind of surprised expression my younger sister will have when she sees me transformed and much stronger at the college entrance examination site 7 days from now. A slight smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of her lips. Chapter 13, The Seniors of the Shield Bureau? Leaving the burial ground, Yen Luo didn't delay at all. Based on the information extracted from Lu Hao's memories, he headed straight for the Blood Hand Gang's stronghold in the western part of the city. The Blood Hand Gang's stronghold is hidden deep inside a huge abandoned factory. Yen Luo approached the factory perimeter silently. Just as he was about to go straight in and kill everyone inside, his superhuman senses made him keenly aware that there was a hidden gaze on the rooftop to his side, closely watching the factory's movements. Blood Hand Gang spies? Yen Luo's eyes turned cold, and with a swift movement, taking advantage of the cover of night, she unknowingly arrived at the rooftop in a few leaps. On the edge of the rooftop, a young man dressed in gray casual clothes was holding a military binocular, intently observing the activity inside the factory below. He seemed so focused that he didn't even notice that there was someone behind him. Yen Luo originally intended to kill him outright, but when he got closer and saw the other's slightly immature profile and the obvious academic characteristics and habits in the moonlight, he paused slightly. Based on his experience in his previous life, where he rose through the ranks of the Xian Shield Bureau to become a heavenly gang commander, Yen Luo was all too familiar with this kind of temperament. The person in front of me is clearly a member of the Shield Bureau, and judging from his slightly immature face and somewhat awkward infiltrative posture, he is most likely a recent college graduate. Yen Luo quietly activated the Demon King's Eye. Real name, Chen Junyu. Class, Templar Knight. Quality, high. Level, 20. Potential for converting dependence, grade C. Negative emotion score, 3100. After reviewing the other party's information, Yen Luo stopped hiding, came up behind the other party, reached out and gently patted the other party's shoulder. "Who?" Chen Junyu was so frightened that he jumped in fright. It turned around abruptly, like a startled rabbit. When he saw Yen Luo standing silently behind him, his face instantly drained of color. Could it be someone from the Blood Hand Gang? Chen Junyo's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously thought that his whereabouts had been exposed and that he had encountered the enemy. His survival instinct made him throw a punch at Yen Luo without hesitation. Yen Luo didn't move a step, but simply raised his hand and accurately grabbed the other person's wrist. With a little force, he restrained the young man by turning his joints and pressed him onto the cold water tower floor. Chen Junyu was horrified and was about to use his professional strength to fight back at all costs when he heard the other party speak in a calm yet authoritative tone. "Chen Junyu." Those 3 simple words made Chen Junyu freeze, looking at Yen Luo with surprise and uncertainty. How do you know my name?" He was shocked. Although his identity was not a top secret, it was certainly not something a stranger could casually reveal. Yen Luo did not answer his question. Instead, he frowned slightly, naturally revealing a powerful aura of authority that brooked no argument and was accustomed to being in a superior position. He pointed in several directions towards the factory, his tone stern and reprimanding. The observation point was chosen to be fairly concealed, but the position was too conspicuous, and the silhouette of the person was easily exposed in the backlight. "You didn't control your breath well enough, and you weren't focused enough. You only noticed me when I was within 3 meters of you. Your breathing is disordered, you're tense, and I can feel your presence even from a distance. How did you learn your training at the Shield Bureau? Which instructor taught you, Bai Li or Yensong?" This barrage of precise criticisms and the names of the 2 instructors completely stunned Chen Junyu. The other parties seemed to have such a deep understanding of the internal workings of Shield Bureau, and their tone was so condescending. Could he be a senior colleague in the Bureau? He instinctively straightened up, like a student caught doing something wrong, and answered in a low voice, "Report, it's instructor Belle." Yen Luo nodded, her tone still calm, yet carrying an invisible pressure. When we get back after this mission, I'll talk to Belle and ask him to give you extra training." Shen Juanyo's heart skipped a beat, and his face fell. It's awesome. He made a mistake while carrying out a mission and was caught red-handed by an unknown senior colleague. I hope I won't be unable to get a permanent position in the future. He looked miserable and dared not utter a word of rebuttal. He could only obediently lower his head and accept the scolding. Yen Luo stopped scolding him and instead asked, "What have you observed since you came here?" Upon hearing this, Shen Junyu immediately perked up. This was a chance to make amends. He hurriedly reported all the information he had gathered, like spilling beans. "Senior, the Blood Hand Gang is different from ordinary human trafficking organizations. Based on our preliminary investigation, there are at least a dozen professionals in their gang. Although their levels are not high, most of them are mid to low-level professionals below level 20, with a few high-level professionals occasionally. This force has already far surpassed that of an ordinary criminal gang." He paused, then added, "Furthermore, they may have connections to cults, but there is currently no evidence of direct involvement from cult members. I was sent here to conduct preliminary reconnaissance, confirm the situation, and look for clues." Upon hearing this, a look of understanding flashed in Yen Luo's eyes. No wonder a human trafficking organization can have more than a dozen professionals. It turns out they have the support of a cult behind them. Was the cult's instigation of the Lu family to destroy the Blood Hand Gang due to internal conflicts? Or, he asked directly, is the Blood Hand Gang definitely connected to a cult? It's almost certain. Chen Junyu affirmed, they are just very well hidden, and their connections are extremely secretive. We are working hard to find conclusive evidence. Based on Chen Junyo's report and Lu Hao's memories, Yen Luo instantly understood. The cult probably knows that the Bureau of S.H.I.E.L.D. has begun investigating the Blood Hand Gang. They were worried that the Bureau of S.H.I.E.L.D. would follow the trail and trace it back to the Blood Hand Gang, so they had to take the initiative to kill and silence them, cutting off all the clues. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau has only just begun its operation, but the cult seems to have already known about the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau's movements and made preparations in advance. There might be cult spies within the Bureau of S.H.I.E.L.D. Having understood this, Yen Luo no longer hesitated and spoke. "Come with me." "Ha? Senior, where are we going?" Chen Junyu was taken aback. "Go investigate clues about cults." "Oh, okay, shall we find a more concealed observation point?" Chen Junyu quickly followed. However, when he saw that Yen Luo was not going around or looking for a new hiding place, but instead walking straight towards the factory gate and swaggeringly kicking open the half-closed, rusty iron gate, Chen Junyo's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He froze on the spot, feeling like his brain wasn't working properly. Senior, aren't we supposed to be investigating clues about a cult?" Chen Junyo's voice was trembling with tears as he hurriedly jogged to catch up, asking urgently in a low voice. "Yes." Yen Luo didn't turn her head, speaking matter-of-factly, the most direct and effective way to investigate is to ask them face to face. "Chen Junyu?" He completely lost his temper. "God the hell, just ask them directly. Is this an investigation? This is fucking a suicide charge. Stirring up the snake in the grass doesn't even begin to describe it. This is practically stirring up the snake's nest." "But, senior." Chen Junyu was almost in tears. "There are at least a dozen professionals inside." Wei. He wanted to say that his strength was meager, that he had just graduated from university and had only recently reached level 20. Dealing with one or two would be manageable, but a dozen or so, that would be suicide. Unless this senior is a high-level professional of level 30 or above. Clinging to a sliver of hope, Chen Junyu subconsciously cast a detection spell on Yen Luo's back. The next second, he was struck as if by a thunderbolt, frozen in place, his mind blank. Class, Demon King. Quality, low. Level, 8. Level 8. Level 8? Are you kidding me? Chen Junyu stared dumbfounded at Yen Luo's retreating figure, then looked at the Blood Hand Gang members, their faces grim and weapons drawn, who poured out from all parts of the factory after hearing the commotion. He felt that his life might be coming to an end today, in an extremely absurd way. Chapter 14: The Cult of Immortality. Chen Junyu rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then used his detection technique to take another look. It is indeed level 8, not level 38. Chen Junyu gasped. Isn't he a senior member of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau? How come his level is only 8? Chen Junyu felt a buzzing in his head. Could it be that I made a mistake? He's not a senior member of the Shield Bureau. The moment this thought crossed Chen Zhuanyo's face, he turned deathly pale. I just told them a lot of information about cults and the Blood Hand Gang. Although no internal information about the Shield Bureau was disclosed, leaking intelligence is still a serious violation of discipline. It's awesome. Now, forget about getting a permanent position. He'll probably face severe punishment when he gets back. I hope I won't get fired. However, when Chen Zhuanyu saw more and more members of the Blood Hand Gang with unfriendly expressions surrounding him, he suddenly realized what was happening. That's right. Given the current situation, it seems I probably can't go back? The good news is that I probably won't be fired. In fact, the Bureau might even posthumously award me a first-class merit. The bad news is that this first-class merit can only be engraved on a tombstone. Thinking about how he had been so foolish as to follow an 8th-level madman into a den of thieves, Chen Zhuanyu wanted nothing more than to slap himself. If I fall into the hands of these human traffickers, will they cut my kidneys? Chen Zhuanyu was filled with despair. I just graduated from university, and I have a beautiful girlfriend waiting for me to come back. He didn't want to die such a miserable and pointless death. No. I have to struggle a little longer. Taking advantage of the fact that the Blood Hand Gang's attention was temporarily drawn to Yan Luo, who was walking in front, Chen Zhuanyu secretly reached into his pocket and, relying on muscle memory, quickly pressed the distress signal and location transmission button on the emergency communicator. Hopefully, my colleagues in the Bureau can arrive as soon as possible. Even if they can't save me, at least they can come and collect my body. Don't let these scumbags kill me so badly that I'm left with a mangled corpse. At this moment, Yan Luo ignored the young man behind her who was having a meltdown. He walked straight toward the Blood Hands gang members who had gathered around him, his eyes cold as if he were looking at a herd of livestock waiting to be slaughtered. Hey kid, who the hell are you? How dare you cause trouble here? Are you tired of living? Grab him. Chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Faced with the jeers of this rabble, Yan Luo didn't bother with words, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Bewitching eyes. An invisible mental fluctuation instantly enveloped the Blood Hand Gang members who were at the forefront. Their eyes immediately became dull and empty, and they stopped moving. What connections do you have with cults? Are there any cult members still in your hideout? Yan Luo's voice was calm, but it carried an irresistible force. However, these men were just low-level thugs and knew nothing about it. Their minds were completely blank. I don't know. We're just guards on the outside, we don't have access. Waste. Yan Luo wasted no more time and casually said, let them kill each other. The controlled members' eyes instantly turned fierce, and without hesitation, they swung their weapons at their former comrades. Ah! What are you doing? Are you crazy? Screams and angry shouts erupted, plunging the scene into chaos. Yan Luo didn't even glance at the commotion he had personally created, and calmly said to Chen Zhuanyu, who was still in a daze, let's go. Chen Zhuanyu was no ordinary person. He could tell at a glance that this group of people were being controlled by mental abilities. However, even so, Chen Zhuanyu still did not have much hope for Yan Luo. After all, these people are just ordinary people. The Blood Hand Gang's true professionals haven't appeared yet. For professionals, unless the difference in mental attributes is too great, mental skills can only serve as interference. It can't be directly manipulated like it would be used against ordinary people. Chen Zhuanyu quickly caught up with Yan Luo and lowered his voice. Crazy. Senior. No, big brother. I'm begging you. Let's get out of here while things are still chaotic. Once the real professionals inside come out, we really won't be able to leave. Yan Luo didn't stop walking, only glancing at him indifferently. Didn't you notice? What did you find? Chen Zhuanyu was taken aback. The person has arrived. The moment Yan Luo finished speaking. Swoosh. 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 More than a dozen figures appeared suddenly like ghosts from the platform on the second floor of the factory, behind abandoned containers, and from dark corners, and surrounded Yan Luo and Chen Zhuanyu in the middle with great speed. These people were clearly different from ordinary gang members. Their bodies were surging with energy fluctuations of varying strength, and their eyes were fierce. They were the core strength of the Blood Hand Gang, those dozen or so professionals. Looking at the dozen or so figures exuding a dangerous aura, Chen Zhuanyu's last shred of hope was completely shattered. This is, truly the end. The fastest reinforcements from the Shield Bureau will arrive is over 10 minutes. In those 10 minutes, these guys will have enough time to chop them into mincemeat. We can't just sit here and wait to die. Chen Zhuanyu gritted his teeth, a resolute glint in his eyes. He pulled Yen Luo back slightly, took a step forward, and holy light began to surge within his body. Although he was afraid, he still assumed a fighting stance. I'll hold them off. You find a chance to run. His voice trembled slightly, but carried a reckless courage. I've already notified Shield Bureau. They'll be there in about 10 minutes. Try to hide as much as possible, and you'll survive if you can hold out until then. At this point, he had completely given up hope on Yen Luo. What use is a level 8 low-level professional in this situation? If I can buy him a few seconds to escape, I've done all I can. Yen Luo raised an eyebrow in surprise, looking at the young man who was clearly terrified but still tried to stand in front of her, a hint of appreciation flashing in her eyes. He had originally planned to clear the area outright, but suddenly changed his mind. Since this guy is so brave, let's see how far he can go with his performance. However, among the professionals surrounding them, a scarred-faced man who appeared to be the leader heard Chen Juinyo's words and his expression suddenly changed. Security Bureau? Damn it! We can't let them leave alive. Move. Finish this quickly. In an instant, more than a dozen professionals stopped hesitating and unleashed a barrage of skills, fireballs, wind blades, arrows, charging warriors, all surging toward the two in the center from all directions. Chen Juinyo's face turned pale. He roared and condensed holy light into a shield in front of him, preparing to meet the storm of attacks. However, the difference in numbers between the two sides is too great. He was just a level 20 Templar Knight, and when faced with a dozen or so well-coordinated professionals of similar or even higher level, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. Bang! The light shield shattered instantly. Before Chen Junyu could even make a second move, he was hit by several attacks at the same time, screamed in pain, and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He felt as if all the bones in his body had fallen apart, and he didn't even have the strength to get up. Kill this spy from the Shield Bureau first. Scarface grinned maliciously, a poisoned dagger gleaming coldly as he thrust it straight at Chen Juinyo's throat. Chen Junyu closed his eyes in despair. It's over. At this critical moment. Buzz. A terrifying pressure that sent shivers down one's spine suddenly descended. A long whip of energy burning with dark red hellfire appeared out of thin air at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to perceive, like a demonic serpent from the abyss. Smack! 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 The long whip seemed to have a life of its own, drawing strange arcs in the air and precisely entangled the 5 or 6 professionals at the forefront, including Scarface. Ah! The hellfire instantly engulfed these people, and their shrill screams echoed throughout the factory. The flames seemed to scorch the soul, bringing pain far exceeding the limits of what the body could endure. Yen Luo flicked his wrist, tightening the whip and dragging the figures struggling and howling in the flames right in front of him. In his dark eyes, a purplish red light shone brightly once more, as deep as a vortex. Enchanting eyes, full power activation. Tell me, which cult are you in contact with? Where is your base of operations? Yen Luo's voice, like the whisper of a demon god, directly bombarded the mental world of the group, which was on the verge of collapse. Under the dual impact of extreme pain and powerful mental control, these individuals' psychological defenses crumbled instantly. It's the longevity cult. The outpost is located in the East District, at Sacred Heart Hospital. The contact person is called Crow Man. Just as Scarface uttered the words Cult of Longevity haltingly, Yen Luo's usually calm eyes flickered almost imperceptibly. The Cult of Immortality. He knew that name all too well. In the previous life, 5 years later, the human race's territory continued to shrink under the increasingly fierce attacks of the demon race, internal pressure increased dramatically, and order was on the verge of collapse. It was in that atmosphere of despair that countless cults proliferated and grew wildly, like maggots feeding on rotting flesh. Among them, 9 cult organizations are notorious for their large size, extreme doctrines, and enormous harm, and are listed by the Bureau of Shield as the 9 calamity sects. The longevity cult is one of them. Unexpectedly, in this life, at this point in time, I have come into contact with this future cult of calamity. Yen Luo felt a chill run down her spine. At the same time, he instantly connected the clues in his mind. The Bloodhands provide sacrifices to the Eternal Life Cult, while the Eternal Life Cult grants the Bloodhands a portion of its power, allowing them to have a dozen or so professionals stationed there, making them their henchmen in white gloves within the safe zone. Now that the Xian Shield Bureau has its sights set on the Bloodhand Gang, the Longevity Cult, in order to cut off the leads, has instructed the Liu family, an equally corrupt clan, to clean house. It is also highly likely that there are spies from the Longevity Cult within the Bureau of Shield. A deeply entrenched and malignant tumor. The cold light in Yan Luo's eyes intensified. These human parasites must be completely eradicated. Having obtained the information she wanted, Yan Luo showed no mercy. With a thought, the hellfire surged violently, completely engulfing the few professionals and turning them to ashes. The whole process took only a few breaths. The once bustling factory was now deathly silent. The remaining professionals were frozen in place as if under a spell, staring in horror at the boy who wielded a flaming whip and looked like a demon god descending to earth, and at the clumps of ashes that were dissipating at his feet. Chen Junyu, who was lying on the ground, was dumbfounded, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Isn't he a fraud? Isn't it only level 8? Why is he so strong? Those were 5 or 6 professionals. They were all wiped out in a single exchange? And he actually managed to get information about the cult? Chen Juanyo's mind was completely in chaos. He looked at Yan Luo's calm and composed face, recalling the natural authority that Yan Luo had exuded when he reprimanded him earlier, as well as his familiarity with the inner workings of the Xian Shield Bureau. Could it be that he really is a senior member of the Shield Bureau? Did I misunderstand him? Chapter 15, Senior is Amazing. Next, Yan Luo repeated his previous actions, using Enchanting Eyes, in combination with Hellish Whip, to control and interrogate the remaining Blood Hand Gang members one by one, extracting all the information about the longevity cult. Each time a person is questioned, dark red hellfire rises up and turns them to ashes, swiftly and decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Chen Junyu struggled to get up from the ground, a faint holy light flowing within his body, causing a soft white light to emanate from his skin. Within a few breaths, his originally serious injuries healed by more than half at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although his face was still a little pale, he could move around without much difficulty. Yan Luo glanced at him, understanding dawning on her. While the Templar's holy light healing spell may not be as offensive as some pure combat classes, it does have its unique strengths in terms of survival and support. No wonder this kid caught the eye of the Shield Bureau. Aside from being a bit dim-witted, he's not entirely without merit. Chen Junyu walked nervously to Yan Luo's side, looked at the newly added ashes on the ground, hesitated for a moment, and then braced himself to speak. Senior, according to the procedures, shouldn't these people be taken back for trial first, and then locked up in the Xian Shield Bureau prison? Killing them all like this, isn't that a bit against procedure? He spoke softer and softer, afraid of angering this god of death. Yan Luo didn't stop walking, nor did she even look at him. She simply replied indifferently. Trash doesn't need a trial, just send it to hell. After saying that, he ignored the conflicted Chen Junyu and continued walking towards the deepest part of the factory. The rest of the journey was almost a one-sided crushing defeat. Any Blood Hand Gang member who came into view, whether kneeling and begging for mercy or trying to resist, was met only with that hellish whip from the depths of hell, and the instantaneous annihilation. Chen Junyu followed behind, going from initial shock and attempts to dissuade him, to numbness, and finally even getting used to it. This senior's ruthlessness and cruelty completely overturned his understanding of the members of the Shield Bureau. This isn't a law enforcer, he's clearly a killing god who crawled out of hell. If he hadn't known that this was a human trafficking den and that the people being killed were all deserving of their fate, he would have almost thought that Yan Luo was the villain who destroyed everything. The two fought their way through the factory buildings and finally arrived at the deepest part of the factory, a spacious room that had been converted into an office. A figure was backing away in a panic, knocking over a chair behind him. It was a woman, dressed provocatively, with heavy makeup, a hot figure, and stunning beauty, but at this moment her face was completely bloodless, filled with extreme fear. She is the leader of the Blood Hand Gang. At this moment, the female leader had long lost her usual composure and ruthlessness. She watched helplessly as this killing god slaughtered her subordinates like cutting melons and vegetables, and at this moment, her defenses completely collapsed. The beautiful female leader, with her back against the cold wall and nowhere to retreat, asked in a trembling voice, Who exactly are you? Chen Junyu subconsciously puffed out his chest, wanting to uphold the authority of the Xian Shield Bureau, and answered on their behalf, This is a senior member of our Xian Shield Bureau. Security Bureau? The female leader scoffed as if she'd heard the funniest joke, but her smile was more like a grimace. Do you think I've never seen anyone from the Shield Bureau before? How could the Bureau of Shields have such a jinx? Chen Junyu opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. Because it was the first time he had ever met a senior with such a ruthless style. The female leader turned to look at Yan Luo, her eyes filled with incomprehension and despair. Why? Our Blood Hand Gang should never have provoked someone like you, right? She was certain that although her organization had committed numerous evils, it was always cautious and would never provoke such a terrifying figure. Yan Luo looked at her, her eyes unwavering, and simply asked a question in return. Do murderers need a reason? The female leader was instantly speechless, her face turning deathly pale. Driven by the instinct for survival, she abandoned all dignity and hope. She knelt down with a thud and began to plead, tears streaming down her face, "My lord, spare me. I was forced into this. I came from a poor family and was sold here. I suffered all kinds of bullying and abuse. It was not easy for me to climb to where I am today. I am also a person with a hard life." She raised her tear-filled face, looking utterly pitiful. "If you spare me, I promise to disband the Blood Hand Gang immediately, and all my money will be yours. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and start a new life." Seeing that Yan Luo remained unmoved, she gritted her teeth, a hint of seduction flashing in her eyes, attempting to tempt him. "My lord, as long as you're willing, my whole being is yours." She slightly pulled open her collar, revealing her snow-white skin. Yan Luo's eyes remained cold and unwavering. When seduction failed, the female leader immediately changed tactics, urgently saying, "My lord, our Blood Hand Gang has connections with the longevity cult. I can help you. I can be your undercover agent in the Eternal Life cult. I know a lot about them. Keeping me alive is more useful than killing me." Hearing this, Chen Junyu, who was standing to the side, felt a slight stirring in his heart. Planting a spy within the Eternal Life cult could indeed yield highly valuable intelligence, perhaps even more meaningful than simply killing the spy. He was just about to speak up and persuade Yan Luo to reconsider. However, Yan Luo seemed to pay no attention to what the female leader said. He stepped forward, reached out and grabbed the female leader's slender neck, lifting her off the ground. He. The female leader's feet left the ground as she struggled desperately, her face flushed red from lack of oxygen, and her eyes filled with extreme fear. Regret. I regret it so much. But it wasn't regret for doing evil, rather, it was regret for having rejected the holy blood bestowed by the cult of immortality. Simply drink it and you will gain extraordinary power. But she was not moved, all she felt was disgust and fear. She couldn't imagine that her beautiful body, which she was so proud of, would grow disgusting tumors or twisted limbs. She was enamored with the convenience and power that this body brought, and could not accept any changes that might ruin its perfection. So she refused. But at this moment, feeling the cold fingers on her neck and the dark red flames that were coiling around her and exuding an aura of destruction, boundless regret almost consumed her. If I had drunk that holy blood back then. If I could have power, even if I became ugly, even if I became inhuman, at least now I wouldn't be like a chicken waiting to be slaughtered, without even a chance to resist. Beauty? In the face of death, it is worthless. She would rather become a powerful, ugly monster than turn into a pile of ashes that no one will remember. Dark red hellfire, like vines, slowly spread from Yan Luo's fingertips, wrapping around the female leader's neck. The scorching and destructive aura made her let out a desperate whimper. "No. You can't kill me, the longevity cult will not let you go," she roared with her last breath. Yan Luo's lips curled into a cold smile. "That's perfect, I'll send you all on your way." As soon as he finished speaking, the hellfire suddenly surged. "Ah!" A piercing scream, so shrill it was almost inhuman, rang out briefly before abruptly ceasing. Dark red flames swept past, and when the flames dissipated, Yan Luo's hands were empty, with only a few ashes falling from between her fingers. Chen Juinyo's outstretched hand froze in mid-air, his words of persuasion stuck in his throat. He looked at the rapidly cooling ashes on the ground, then at Yan Luo, whose expression was calm as if he were merely brushing off dust, and silently shut his mouth, swallowing all his words. Yan Luo turned her head, her gaze falling on him. "What do you want to say?" Chen Junyu shuddered and shook his head vigorously. "No. Nothing. Our predecessor was decisive and ruthless, eliminating a scourge for the people. He did a fantastic job. He was filled with lingering fear. The senior was terrifying. If I had actually dared to plead for him just now, would he have thrown me out with him too?" Yan Luo stopped looking at him, turned around and said calmly, "Let's go save the child." Chapter 16 SS Rank Potential. The Witch of a Past Life. Soon, the two found an iron gate. Behind the iron gate were downward-facing steps, where the polluted air became even thicker. Yan Luo walked ahead expressionlessly, with Chen Junyu following closely behind, his heart heavy. At the end of the stairs lies a vast underground space, the sight of which is truly shocking. This place is less like a prison and more like a concentration camp. Under the dim light, dozens of rusty iron cages were densely packed together, each containing a person. Most of them were ragged, emaciated, and covered with varying degrees of wounds and bruises. Yan Luo's pupils contracted slightly, an unnamed fire rose in his chest, and killing intent swirled around him as if it were a tangible thing. Qin Junyu, who was standing next to him, was struck dumb, frozen in place. Although he was a member of the Shield Bureau, he was a newcomer and had never seen such a sight before. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh, his teeth were grinding together, and his eyes instantly turned red. Yan Luo's icy voice broke the deathly silence as he turned to look at Qin Junyu. Do you still think those scumbags should be alive to face trial? Qin Junyu opened his mouth, but his throat felt like it was blocked by something, and he couldn't say a word. Yan Luo said no more, his gaze sweeping across the iron cages like a searchlight, preparing to rescue these people and then notify the authorities to take over. However, just as his gaze swept over an iron cage in the corner against the wall, he suddenly stopped. There was a girl curled up there, who looked to be about the same age as him. Unlike other children who are completely numb or fearful, they are instead characterized by an almost wild vigilance and a hint of barely perceptible indifference. More importantly, that face, although it was a bit immature, the features were slowly overlapping with a certain figure in Yan Luo's memory. Yan Luo's pupils suddenly contracted, and she could hardly believe her eyes. Without hesitation, he activated the Demon King's Eye. Name, Jiang Qiyue. Race, human. Occupation, unawakened. Family transformation potential, SS rank. Negative emotion level, 100/100. Magic points required for conversion, 5,000. It really is her. The leader of the Witches' Church. In her past life, the witch church she founded was an enemy of the world, standing against all forces, intending to destroy the world and establish a new one. Ultimately, he personally drove her to the brink of despair. At that time, Yan Luo had already defeated her but did not kill her. However, she chose to end her own life with a relieved smile. On her deathbed, she looked at Yan Luo, and her last words still echoed in her ears. If the person who came to save me back then was you, how wonderful that would have been. The regret and relief in those eyes left Yan Luo, from her past life, unable to let go for a long time. He always felt a deep sense of regret for this exceptionally talented girl whose life was filled with hardship. Later, out of respect for his opponent, he learned about her background. When she was 12, her parents died at the hands of demons, and her inheritance was seized by greedy relatives. After suffering all kinds of abuse, she was sold to human traffickers, where she was subjected to training in torture. Later, the human trafficking organization was destroyed, and she fell into the hands of a cult. Struggling to survive in the den of evil cults, he eventually gained power, but also became completely disillusioned with humanity, embarking on an extreme path of destruction and reconstruction. Unexpectedly, his rebirth led him to encounter her at this time, in this hellish corner, before she was sent into the clutches of a cult. Looking at the girl before him who had not yet been dragged into hell by the cult, Yan Luo decided to change her fate and transform her into a member of his kin. It's definitely not because I'm attracted to her talent. However, his current magic power is insufficient, so Yan Luo decided to keep her by his side for the time being. Wait until you've accumulated enough magic power before having her sign the contract. Yan Luo sighed inwardly, realizing that this amount of magic power was truly insufficient. He took a deep breath, suppressed his turbulent emotions, and walked to the iron cage. He crouched down and looked calmly at the girl in the cage. Want to become stronger? Yan Luo's voice was surprisingly calm. Follow me, and I will make you strong enough to control your own destiny. Yan Luo felt like he was talking to a creepy old man trying to fool a child, but there was nothing he could do. SS-level potential was just too precious. He had no choice but to be cautious. Qin Junyu, standing to the side, looked at Yan Luo in surprise. It turns out this killer also has this side. At this moment, Qin Junyu was certain that he was not a member of the Xian Shield Bureau. After all, he's not stupid. How could someone who acts so recklessly be a member of the Shield Bureau? He was even more capricious than his own captain. Although Qin Junyu didn't understand why Yan Luo treated this young girl differently, out of a sense of duty, he stepped forward and tried to make his tone sound reliable. I'm from the Shield Bureau. If you don't want to go with him, you can come back to the Shield Bureau with me. We will protect you and arrange a new life for you. He believed that the prestigious name of Shield Bureau was the best choice for anyone who had suffered greatly. However, the girl in the cage didn't even glance at Qin Junyu. Her gaze remained firmly fixed on Yan Luo. She paused for a few seconds, then asked in a slightly hoarse voice. How are the people in this organization doing? Yan Luo met her gaze, made no attempt to hide anything, and said directly, I killed them all. These 5 simple words suddenly ignited a sharp flame in Jiang Qiyue's lifeless eyes. She spoke again, asking a crucial question, her voice trembling slightly. Will you abandon me? Yan Luo looked directly into her eyes, which seemed to see right through people, without flinching, and answered decisively. Won't. Jiang Qiyue gave him a deep look, as if she wanted to etch his promise into her soul. Then, without any hesitation, she nodded slightly. Then I'll go with you. Chen Junyu was completely stunned, his face filled with astonishment and confusion. Why don't you come back to Shield Bureau with me? We can give you better protection and a better future. Jiang Qiyue then slowly turned her head, glanced at him, and expressionlessly uttered 2 words. You're ugly. Chen Junyu. He was struck as if by a heavy blow, instantly frozen in place, feeling as if a knife had been plunged into his chest. He might not be as handsome as Panin, but he's still good-looking, sunny, and cheerful, okay? How could I be rejected so readily? Ignoring Chen Junyu, who was being brutally attacked, Yan Luo reached out, his fingertips swirling with a wisp of pure shadow power. With a gentle swipe, the sturdy iron lock snapped in 2. He opened the cage door and reached out his hand to the girl inside. Jiang Qiyue looked at the hand with its distinct joints, which contained terrifying power, hesitated for a moment, and then placed her cold and slender hand on it. Yan Luo gently pulled her out of the small cage. The girl was a little weak and staggered, but quickly regained her balance, silently withdrew her hand, and quietly stood a little behind Yan Luo. Let's go. Yan Luo said something to Chen Junyu, who was still questioning his life, and then turned and walked out with Jiang Qiyue. As for the other detained children, he believed that the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. would come and deal with them soon. Chen Junyu watched their retreating figures, gritted his teeth, and chased after them. As he was about to leave the underground space, he couldn't help but ask again, then, Senior, you should at least tell me your name, right? Chen Junyu pressed for details, his feelings a mix of emotions. Although this person was ruthless and his identity was questionable, he ultimately managed to take down the Blood Hand Gang and rescue these people. Yan Luo didn't stop walking, and without turning her head, she uttered 2 words. His surname is Liu. After saying that, he took Jiang Qiyue and disappeared into the staircase leading to the ground. Chen Junyu stood there, pondering the surname, his brows furrowed. Surname Liu? Shortly after Yan Luo left, hurried and dense footsteps and engine sounds finally came from outside the factory. The large force of the Xian Shield Bureau had finally arrived. Chapter 17: The Shield Bureau's Patrol Team. Outside the factory. The screeching of brakes rang out one after another, and beams of bright searchlights illuminated the area as if it were daytime. Fully armed shield agents quickly got out of their vehicles, took up advantageous positions, and surrounded the entire factory. The team was led by Han Feihu, the captain of the patrol squad under the Southeast City Xian Shield Bureau. He was tall and muscular, with a buzz cut, a faint scar on his face, and sharp, eagle-like eyes. He wore standard light armor from the Xian Shield Bureau, with 4 silver star badges on his chest, representing his status as a 4-star Shan Iron Guard. He was an experienced elite professional. Team 1, Team 2, advance on the left and right flanks. Team 3, maintain perimeter security. Medical team, stand by. Han Feihu's voice was loud and clear, his command clear, move quickly. That brat Chen Junyu was still inside. The team members obeyed the order and shot into the factory gate like arrows. However, the first team members to rush in quickly reported via communicator, their voices filled with confusion. Report, Captain. No enemy detected in the factory area. Han Feihu frowned and strode into the factory. The empty factory was eerily silent, with only the sound of the team members' footsteps as they searched. Captain, it's quite dusty here. One of the team members accidentally got some dust on his face and coughed twice. Han Feihu squatted down, picked up a bit of ash from the ground with his fingers. It felt delicate and still had some warmth. His eyes became even more serious. Something's not right. Use your ability to find out where everyone here has gone. He spoke to a teammate next to him who was thin and had sharp eyes. The team member's name was Ho Liang, and his profession was tracking master. He nodded upon hearing this, extended his index finger, carefully dipped it into the ashes on the ground, and then put it in his mouth and smacked it a few times. Boundless heaven and earth, a 10,000-mile pursuit. Ho Liang closed his eyes, concentrated, and activated his skill. A few seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes, his face turning extremely strange, even bluish. Captain, we can't track it, there's no trace of life, it's like. Just then, 2 other team members came over with Chen Junyu, whose injuries had healed. Team leader. When Chen Junyu saw Han Feihu, it was like seeing a relative. He was so excited he almost cried. I used to think the captain was strict and rude, but compared to that killer from earlier, the captain is practically an angel. At least the captain won't throw him away just because he said something wrong. And the captain isn't even as handsome as me, which makes me feel incredibly safe. Han Feihu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he was alright, but immediately put on a stern face and asked, "Stop talking nonsense. What happened here? Where are the Blood Hand Gang members? Where did they all go?" Chen Junyu looked completely innocent, pointing to the ground. "Huh? Captain, the ground is covered in this." Han Feihu's eyes widened, and he raised his large, fan-like hand to give him a good whack on the head. "You little brat, are you asking for a beating? Trying to fool me? Where are you?" Chen Junyu covered his head in grievance and dodged away. "I'm telling the truth, Captain. Everyone in the Blood Hand Gang, from ordinary members to professionals, including their leader, was burned to ashes." "Of course they're everywhere." Burnt to ashes?" The team members gasped in shock. Ho Liang, who had just tasted the ashes, turned pale instantly, then green, and suddenly covered his mouth, gagging. "Ugh." Chen Junyu asked with concern, "Monkey, what's wrong?" Ho Liang's expression twisted, on the verge of tears, "And nothing, it's just that suddenly, my stomach feels a little uncomfortable." Han Feihu's lips twitched, and he quickly changed the subject, saying to Chen Junyu with a serious expression, "Stop talking nonsense. Tell me everything that happened here, from beginning to end." Chen Junyu dared not delay and immediately gave a full account of how he had been lying in wait and observing, how he had been discovered, how the other party had swaggered in, how they had used a strange whip and flames to instantly kill the professionals, how they had extracted information about the cult from him, and how he had finally found the imprisoned child in the basement. When Han Feihu learned that the cult colluding with the Blood Hand Gang was the Longevity Cult, and even its branch locations were revealed, a terrifying glint flashed in his eyes. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his killing intent palpable. "Longevity Cult. Good. Very good. I've finally caught those rats hiding in the sewers." Next, he became interested in the mysterious person who not only had a deep understanding of the inner workings of the Shield Bureau, but also acted ruthlessly and decisively. "Interesting, this kid's got guts." He stroked his chin and asked, "You said he's very strong, what level is he?" Chen Junyu answered honestly, "Level 8. Without a second thought, Han Feihu swung his head over Chen Junyu's head again. This time, Chen Junyu didn't dodge and took the hit squarely. "Bullshit. Do you think I'm stupid? Level 8? Are those dozen or so professionals from the Blood Hand Gang made of paper? Stand there and let him kill you?" Han Feihu didn't believe it at all. Chen Junyu covered his head, looking aggrieved, and said, "Captain, I really didn't lie. That's a level 8. Now, the anger on Han Feihu's face disappeared, replaced by extreme solemnity and contemplation. If Chen Junyu wasn't lying, how could a level 8 professional slaughter more than a dozen professionals with an average level of around 20 as easily as cutting melons and vegetables? This isn't just a challenge beyond its level, this is dimensional crushing. Unless, his base attributes and skill strength are worlds apart from those people. Epic level classes. I'm afraid even they would struggle to achieve this level at level 7. Han Feihu muttered to himself, then suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Could it be a legendary class? Chen Junyu weakly added, "Captain, his professional ethics are low." Han Feihu instinctively tried to raise his hand again, but Chen Junyu quickly covered his head and ran away. Han Feihu's hand froze in mid-air, his brows furrowing. This is strange, a low-level profession, level 8, slaughtering more than a dozen level 20 professionals. This is absolutely outrageous. He scratched his buzz cut, feeling that his CPU was a bit hot. Han Feihu decided to start by checking his identity. What's his name? He only told me that his surname was Liu. Surname Liu? Han Feihu narrowed his eyes, a playful smile appearing on his face. Only telling you one surname? Interesting. Since he knows so much about the Shield Bureau, he should know that if we really wanted to investigate him, he couldn't hide it. Besides, the fact that he wasn't even wearing a mask shows that he didn't intend to conceal his identity, yet he only told you that his surname is Liu? It seems he wants us to investigate further along the line of the surname Liu? He stroked the stubble on his chin and continued his analysis, and the fact that he dared to do this means he's certain we can find out something. This shows that this Liu is not an ordinary Liu. Chen Junyu immediately realized what was happening and exclaimed, "Captain, you mean the Liu family?" Han Feihu did not give a direct confirmation, but instead ordered the team members beside him, "Go and check that person's information immediately, and see if his surname is actually Liu." He paused, then added meaningfully, if the investigation shows that his surname is not Liu, then our line of thinking might be correct. Chen Junyu asked, puzzled, Captain, why didn't he just tell us directly? Why did he have to hint at it in such a roundabout way? Han Feihu grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, but his smile was somewhat cold. Kid, you're still too green. Any large organization is bound to have some shady elements mixed in. Some things can't be said outright. Chen Junyu instantly understood, and lowered his voice in shock. Captain, you mean, our bureau has... Smack. Another crisp, clear head. Han Feihu glared at him, shut up. How dare you spout nonsense about something like this? Just keep it to yourself. Lead the way and let's go see those kids. When Han Feihu and his team arrived at the dark and damp underground space and saw the emaciated children in the iron cages, their eyes filled with numb fear, all the team members fell silent, a suppressed anger burning in their chests. Han Feihu's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and he squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth, damn it. That kid did a great job. If I were here, I would have torn these scumbags to pieces. Chen Junyu whispered from the side, Captain. This doesn't seem to comply with the Bureau's operational regulations. Han Feihu turned his head sharply, his eyes wide like saucers. Bullshit regulations. Our Shield Bureau's regulations are for humans, not animals. You've only been with the Shield Bureau for a few days, and all those rules and regulations have already made your brain rigid? No wonder you always come in last place in the practical skills class. Have you been focusing too much on memorizing the regulations? When we get back, I'll personally tell Bai Li to train you to death. Chen Junyu looked incredulous and said, feeling wronged, Captain, why are you saying that too? Han Feihu was taken aback, who else says that? Chen Xiaoyu told him that Yan Luo had impersonated a senior member of the Xian Shield Bureau and reprimanded him, and also said that he would inform instructor Bai Li to give him extra training. Han Feihu was taken aback for a moment after hearing this, then burst into loud laughter. Ha! Good lad. That's totally my style. I'm liking this kid more and more. He slapped Chen Junyu hard on the shoulder. Hurry up and find out that kid's real identity as soon as possible. Once we wipe out that damn longevity cult branch, I'll personally invite him to join our hunting squad. Ha? Join us? Chen Junyu was taken aback. Han Feihu's eyes widened. What? You don't agree? No. Chen Junyu quickly waved his hand, his face contorted in a pained expression, and said, it's just that senior's bloodthirstiness was a bit too much. Han Feihu scoffed, heavy? I think it's too light. Look at you bunch of bastards now, all of you sissies, so weak and cowardly, you're nowhere near as good as my brothers back in the day. How can you fight those evil cults and demons like this? He glanced at all the team members present, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Once we recruit that kid, you all need to go on more missions with him and hone your skills. Other jobs can be reasoned with and can be gentle, but for our Shield Bureau, especially when dealing with cults and demons, we must be ruthless and have no mercy. Otherwise, how will we protect those unarmed civilians behind us? Yes, Captain. The team members responded in unison, their eyes sharpening. Only Chen Junyu secretly groaned inwardly. A captain with a bloodthirsty nature, plus a senior assassin of godlike caliber. This isn't about honing your killing instincts, it's a hellish survival challenge. All right. Stop standing there. Han Feihu waved his hand, his killing intent palpable. The logistics and medical teams will stay behind. Make sure these children are settled in properly, and provide them with the best possible treatment and care. Everyone else, follow me. His eyes burned with fighting spirit, and his voice echoed throughout the entire factory. Target, Sacred Heart Hospital in the East District. Changsheng Sect Branch. If a mere level 8 kid can take down the Blood Hand Gang, and our patrol team can't even take down a cult branch, then we might as well quit the Bureau of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tonight, wipe that rat's nest out of the ground. Leave no one alive. Chapter 18: The Settlement of Tyrannical Rule. The hunting squad launches a fierce attack. After taking Zhang Qiyue away from that filthy place, Yan Luo returned directly to his residence without delay. This is a resettlement community built and managed by the Alliance, with houses allocated to families of those who died in the line of duty or families facing special difficulties. Yan Luo's parents were once professionals in the Alliance. They tragically sacrificed their lives during a highly dangerous joint extermination mission, leaving him behind when he was still very young. Thanks to the well-established welfare system of the Alliance, he has been able to live in this one-bedroom resettlement house to this day and receive free education until he reached adulthood and awakened to his full potential. The house was just okay for him alone, but now that Zhang Qiuyue is here, it feels a bit cramped. Moreover, according to regulations, once a profession is awakened, one must move out. It seems like it's time to move to a new place. Yan Luo sighed. In his previous life, after he awakened the legendary class, Holy Dragon Knight, he was immediately regarded as a treasure by the Alliance's higher-ups. All his daily life and resource allocation were arranged perfectly, so he didn't have to worry about anything. But in this life, he awakens what appears to be a low-level demon king, and at least on the surface, he loses the privilege of instant ascension. Therefore, I now need to do these daily chores myself. Zhang Qiuyue followed behind him, remaining silent the whole time. She cautiously surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. The room was clean and tidy, but simply furnished, even somewhat cold, a stark contrast to the dark and filthy cage she had been in before. Her tense nerves relaxed slightly, but the wariness and deep confusion in her eyes did not disappear. It wasn't until Yan Luo took some ready-made food from the kitchen, heated it up, and placed it in front of her that she looked up at Yan Luo and asked her first question since leaving the factory. How do I become stronger? Looking at her thin yet upright back and the almost pure desire for power in her eyes, Yan Luo calmly replied, No rush, your body is too weak right now. Forcibly pursuing power will only lead to less effective results. Let's get better first. Actually, if we could directly use the Demon King's contract to transform her, there would be a high probability that we could reshape her body and make up for the deficiencies. Unfortunately, converting a familiar with SS rank potential requires 5,000 magic points, and I don't have enough magic points to begin with. I wish I could get a loan. Yan Luo pondered to himself. But if I can actually get a loan, wouldn't that mean I'm borrowing money from myself? Does that mean I don't have to pay it back? Unfortunately, it's just a thought. Perhaps. I could also use that Storm Demon's class crystal to give her an epic class directly. But this idea only flashed through her mind before Yan Luo rejected it. What a waste! Zhang Qiuyue possesses terrifying potential at the SS level, which means that once she transforms into a familiar, she can at least obtain a legendary level job. Using an epic level job crystal is tantamount to forcibly limiting her ceiling. Only a fool would do that. Eat first, then get some rest. Yan Luo said calmly, I have my own plans for becoming stronger. Suddenly, Yan Luo's expression froze slightly, as if he had sensed something. Zhang Qiuyue, who had been silently observing him, noticed this and asked softly, What's wrong? Yan Luo snapped out of her daze, looked at her, and a faint, somewhat strange smile appeared on her lips. I said, I'd become stronger again, do you believe me? Zhang Qiuyue didn't say anything, but just lowered her head and continued to sip the soup in her bowl. But that subtle expression clearly showed disbelief. She's not a 3-year-old child. How could someone suddenly become stronger while eating and talking? This is absurd. However, Yan Luo really didn't lie to her. Just now, his level increased from level 8 to level 9. The reason, of course, is that they shared the experiences of their relatives. Through Whispers of the Abyss, Yan Luo saw Bai Manqing's condition in the distant burial ground. In his vision, Bai Manqing was surrounded by a monster sea of skeletons, her hellfire whip whirling wildly in her hand, her shadow phantom skillfully shredding the surrounding skeletons into pieces. Her movements were smoother than during the day, her attacks were sharper, and her use of power was noticeably more skillful. The aura emanating from her body was also much more solid. Clearly, Bai Manqing did not slack off at all after he left, and continued to fight and hone herself relentlessly. He really is diligent. Yan Luo sighed inwardly, quite satisfied with Bai Manqing's performance. With such a family, how can one not achieve great things? After the meal, Yan Luo tidied up a bit. He gave the only bedroom to Zhang Qiuyue, and then took a quilt and lay down on the somewhat cramped sofa in the living room. Yan Luo did not sleep, but instead put her hands behind her head, looked at the moonlight outside the window, and waited quietly. I wonder what surprises the first settlement of tyranny and domination will bring me. Meanwhile, in the Eastern District, beneath the abandoned Sacred Heart Hospital. This place has long been transformed into a sinister and eerie stronghold by the Eternal Life Cult. However, at this moment, flames were raging everywhere, and the sounds of colliding energy, shouts of battle, and screams of agony filled the air. The hunting party's surprise attack caught the Changsheng sect branch off guard. They were waiting for news that the Lu family would clean up the Blood Hand Gang and cut off all leads, but they did not expect the Xian Shield Bureau to launch such a swift and direct attack on their lair. The battle between the two sides was extremely fierce. The members of the hunting team were all skilled and worked together seamlessly, and their leader, Han Feihu, as a level 47 rare class martial arts boxer, was even more unstoppable. A pair of iron fists, wrapped in solid chi, unleashed a devastating force that could shatter mountains and split rocks with each strike, easily killing any cult members who tried to stop them. The cult members suffered heavy casualties and were forced to retreat. With victory in sight, the members of the hunting team all showed excited expressions. Taking down a cult branch is a significant achievement. Looking at his excited team members, Han Feihu couldn't help but remind them, don't let your guard down. But deep down, he also believed that the overall situation was already settled. After all, what kind of waves can a small branch of the Changsheng sect make? However, just as they were about to clear out all resistance and only the gaunt, black-robed leader of the longevity cult branch remained, a sudden change occurred. Seeing no hope of escape, the branch leader's face showed a look of madness and despair. He suddenly ripped open his robe, revealing a strange rune drawn in blood on his chest, and uttered a cryptic and grating chant. With my flesh and blood and soul, I respectfully welcome the Holy One's arrival. He roared and plunged a dagger deep into his heart. Blood gushed out like a fountain, but it was all absorbed by the runes on his chest. The next moment, a chilling, evil, and filthy aura suddenly descended. A blurry, blood-red phantom materialized in the air, emanating a suffocating pressure. Oh no! He's summoning demons! Han Feihu's expression changed drastically, and he shouted sharply, stop him! But it was too late. The crimson phantom appeared in the sky, seemingly dissatisfied with the sacrificer's weak body. Its scarlet gaze swept across the field and finally settled on Chen Junyu, who was protecting his teammates with a light shield. After all, in this dark underground, this kid was the brightest, his whole body shining, which immediately attracted Blood Shadow's attention. Whoosh! The next moment, the Blood Shadow, like a ghost, instantly crossed space and directly entered the unsuspecting Chen Junyo's body. Chapter 19 Flesh and Blood Modification. Settlement Results. Ugh! Amidst Chen Junyo's piercing screams, the Blood Shadow suddenly burrowed into his body. Then, an anomaly occurred. Chen Junyo's body swelled irregularly like an inflating balloon, his skin stretched to almost transparent, and dark red blood vessels bulged and writhed like a spider web. His joints made a teeth-grinding cracking sound, twisted in the opposite direction, and his fingernails instantly turned black and long. His once handsome face was twisted and deformed, revealing sharp, white teeth, and his eyes were now pure blood red, filled with a violent and destructive desire. A powerful demonic aura swept out like a storm, far surpassing that of the previous cult leader, and even made Han Feihu feel a deadly threat. Roar! Chen Junyu, who had been forcibly modified and controlled by the blood demon clone, let out a roar that was completely unlike that of a human. The sound wave carried a mental impact, making several team members who were nearby dizzy. A flash of blood. Extremely fast. Before a team member wielding a tower shield could even assume a defensive stance, he and his shield were swatted away by a claw covered in dark red keratin. The steel-framed tower shield dented and shattered like paper. The team member's chest caved in, blood gushing out, and he was clearly going to die. Asshole! Han Feihu's eyes were bloodshot, a mixture of anger and grief. He roared, his muscles bulging, and his energy burning like flames on his body. Mountain-shattering and earth-splitting fist. The ground beneath his feet cracked, his body transformed into a blur, and with a punch that gathered all his strength, he smashed it down on the blood demon's head with unstoppable momentum. This is his special skill, enough to split stone tablets and shatter rocks. Faced with this ferocious attack, Chen Junyu, controlled by the blood demon, did not dodge or avoid. Instead, his twisted and deformed claw advanced, his 5 fingers forming a claw, the tips of which were wrapped in filthy bloodlight, and directly grabbed at Han Feihu's fist. Fists and claws clashed. There was no earth-shattering explosion as expected, only a chilling sound of energy annihilation. Laugh! Han Feihu's fist force, which was powerful enough to shatter steel, was rapidly eroded and disintegrated the moment it came into contact with the filthy bloodlight on the blood claws, just like ice and snow melting away. A cold, domineering, and destructive crimson demonic power surged upwards along the meridians of his arm. Puff! Han Feihu was struck dumb, blood gushing from his mouth, and his right arm cracked instantly as the bone broke. He was blasted backward by an irresistible force and crashed hard into the solid concrete load-bearing wall behind him. Boom! The wall was smashed into a human-shaped dent, and spiderweb-like cracks spread out. Han Feihu collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving violently. He tried to struggle to get up, but he felt as if his internal organs had shifted and his bones were broken. He couldn't even move a finger. He could only watch helplessly as the terrifying blood demon walked towards the other team members. Despair instantly enveloped the remaining hunting party members. The blood demon let out a bloodthirsty growl, its crimson eyes sweeping over the prey, its claws rising, ready to unleash a massacre. At this critical moment, "You wicked creature! How dare you be so arrogant in my southeast city?" A furious roar, like thunder from the heavens, pierced through layers of earth and exploded deep within everyone's soul. The righteous aura and supreme majesty contained in the voice instantly dispelled the evil atmosphere that permeated the underground space. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling, enormous pillar of light, seemingly formed from pure, bright white gold, ignored all the architectural barriers above the hospital and, like a sort of divine punishment, descended from the sky with perfect precision, piercing straight into the ground. The beam of light was aimed at the rampaging blood demon. Bang! The holy beam of light struck the blood demon squarely. Awah! The blood demon let out an unprecedented howl of pain. Under the purification of the holy power, the filthy blood light on its body melted away rapidly, like snow being poured with boiling water. Black smoke billowed from its forcibly modified body, as if it were being scorched on a sacred fire. There was also a tyrannical and domineering force that was trying to force it out of Chen Juanyo's body. At that moment, a figure, bathed in a soft yet majestic platinum halo, slowly descended from above the pillar of light. He wore the dark uniform of a senior officer of the Xian Shield Bureau, the earthly fiend insignia on his shoulder insignia shining brightly. His face was resolute, his eyes sharp as knives, and he exuded an imposing aura without anger. It was none other than Lin Qingtian, the director of the Southeast City Shield Bureau. His arrival was like a stabilizing force, instantly calming the situation that was on the verge of collapse. "A mere blood demon clone dares to possess my human warrior? You're courting death." Lin Qingtian's voice was icy cold, devoid of any emotion. He didn't even glance at the struggling blood demon, but simply slowly raised his right hand. As he moved, countless tiny white light spots appeared out of thin air and quickly condensed into platinum chains that looked like real objects. Sacred imprisonment. Swish, swish, swish. The platinum chains, like a living net, instantly wrapped around the blood demon's limbs, torso, and even head. The blood demon struggled frantically, with foul blood and black energy seeping out from the gaps in the chains, attempting to corrode them. But the platinum chains remained unmoved, and instead shone even brighter. Lin Qingtian's eyes sharpened, and he pointed his fingers like a sword, pointing them in mid-air. Purify. A beam of platinum light, condensed to its extreme and only the thickness of a finger, pierced through the blood demon's chest in an instant, as if traversing space. There was no earth-shattering explosion, but the ultimate purifying power contained in that beam of light erupted within the blood demon's body. "Human, I'll remember you." The blood demon let out a final, venomous shriek, and the crimson phantom could no longer be maintained, being forcibly expelled from Chen Juanyo's body. Then, in the endless white light, like ice and snow under the sun, it quickly melted and evaporated, eventually turning into nothingness. As the blood demon disappeared, Chen Juanyo's forcibly modified, swollen, and twisted body quickly deflated and returned to its original state, like a punctured balloon. But his face was ashen, his breath was extremely weak, and he collapsed unconscious on the ground. Lin Qingtian slowly landed, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic battlefield, the fallen team members, the seriously injured Han Feihu, and the unconscious Chen Junyu, his face ashen. He walked to Chen Juanyo's side, placed his hand on Chen's wrist pulse, and a wisp of pure energy probed into it. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, sighed softly, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. The power of the blood demon has completely transformed his body. This child will probably be unable to continue as a professional in the future. Upon hearing this, Han Feihu, who was barely managing to get up, and the surviving team members all fell into a deathly silence. On the other side, time quietly slipped past midnight. Lying on the sofa, Yan Luo clearly felt a throbbing sensation deep within her soul. The tyrannical rule is being settled. By Manqing Legendary Class, Succubus Queen Fixed Magic Contribution, 100 points. By Manqing, a member of the clan, caused a large-scale massacre at the burial ground today, spreading fear and despair. She has gained an additional 350 points of magic power. By Manqing, a member of the clan, has achieved her first kill against the Outer Zone boss, the Bone Lich, and has received a first kill reward of 50 magic points. Total magic points gained, 500. Current magic points, 1565. At the same time, a surge of pure abyssal power was injected into Yan Luo's body out of thin air. I see. A flash of understanding crossed Yan Luo's eyes. Through this settlement, he gained a clearer understanding of tyrannical rule. The daily magical contribution from one's dependents is directly linked to their class quality. Legendary class, 100 points stay. Epic class, 50 points stay. Rare profession, 30-point stay. Advanced profession, 20-point stay. Intermediate profession, 10-point stay. Low-level profession, 1-point day. Relatives can also contribute additional magic power through actions such as killing, creating fear, and completing specific achievements such as the first kill of a boss. At this rate, it will probably take Bai Manqing at least another week to accumulate enough magic power to convert Jiang Qiyu. Yan Luo silently calculated, her brows furrowing slightly. Too slow. He needs more family members, especially those with high potential. This is not only because his magic power is limited, but also because the daily fixed output of a high-level familiar far exceeds that of a low-level familiar. From an efficiency standpoint, converting high-potential targets is undoubtedly a more worthwhile investment. It seems I need to find a new, suitable spouse. Bai Manqing alone was not enough for him. Chapter 20. What is a surprise? A new S-class familiar. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, Yan Luo took Jiang Qiyu out. Before heading to the burial grounds to grind monsters, Yan Luo planned to change her accommodation. With another person living with us, the house now feels a bit cramped. Moreover, since I have already awakened my professional skills, it is no longer appropriate for me to continue living in this resettlement house. He's not the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others. It's better to leave this kind of house to someone who needs it more. Yan Luo doesn't have much savings at the moment. The main reason is that in order to awaken their profession, they spent most of the savings left by their parents on various potions. However, Yan Luo did not intend to compromise herself. Although she didn't have much money, it was enough to rent a villa for a month. As for what to do next month? If I'm still struggling to make ends meet next month, I might as well just slit my own throat. The two arrived at a real estate agency that looked fairly reputable. Upon entering, a beautiful saleswoman in a business suit immediately greeted me warmly. When Yan Luo directly expressed his desire to rent a villa, the saleswoman's eyes lit up, and she recommended, "Sir, if you are looking for tranquility and quality, I highly recommend the Cloud Top Villa area. The environment there is serene, the decoration is top-notch, and most importantly, the price is very affordable." "Oh? How much is it per month?" Yan Luo asked. The saleswoman announced an unbelievable figure, only 1,000 alliance coins a month. Yan Luo raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "Are you sure it's a month, not a day? At this price, you can't even rent a decent apartment in a safe city like Southeast City, let alone a villa." The saleswoman seemed used to such questions, and with a professional smile, she repeated confidently, "Yes, sir, it's confirmed to be for 1 month. And the landlord has promised that all utilities will be free once you rent it." Something unusual must be going on. Yan Luo remained non-committal, but gestured, "Take us to see." The saleswoman nodded quickly and arranged for a vehicle. However, as the three of them approached the Cloud Top Villa area, they could see thick smoke billowing from the direction of one of the villas in the area, with faint flickering flames. The saleswoman's smile froze instantly, and she instinctively rubbed her forehead, muttering under her breath, "Why did I get caught again?" Yan Luo keenly noticed her choice of the word "again." He asked calmly, "Does this place often have incidents?" The salesperson then realized he had let something slip and could only explain with a bitter face, "To be honest, sir, things have been a bit unsettled in the Cloud Top Villa area lately. This is the 13th fire already. And each time, the specific cause cannot be found. I don't know when it started, but rumors started circulating in the neighborhood that there were demons here, which made everyone panic and most of the residents moved away." She paused, then added, "The Bureau of Shield sent people to investigate, but they found nothing unusual. The property management even spent a lot of money to hire professionals from the famous Shanghui Guild in Southeast City to investigate, but they found nothing." Upon hearing this, Yan Luo immediately understood. No wonder the houses are so cheap. He was almost certain that the frequent accidents in this place were definitely related to demons. Moreover, this demon is probably not simple. Even the Shield Bureau and the Professionals Guild couldn't find any clues. After the saleswoman finished speaking, she looked at Yan Luo and felt that the deal was probably going to fall through, so she tentatively asked, "Sir, how about I take you to see other neighborhoods? We still have a few good properties available." To her surprise, Yan Luo waved his hand and refused, saying, "No need, we'll take this set." "Ah?" The saleswoman was stunned. A barely perceptible smile curved Yan Luo's lips as his gaze swept over the direction of the villa billowing black smoke. His tone held a hint of amusement. "Such a nice house, and so cheap, where else can you find one? As for demons..." A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "I hope it's smart enough to come to me on its own. That way I won't have to go through the trouble of looking for it." The saleswoman stared at Yan Luo in disbelief. Everyone else would run away at the mere mention of demons, so why was this guy getting excited? Was this customer out of his mind? With mixed feelings, the group entered the almost deserted Cloud Top Villa area. Instead of going to the villa she had chosen, Yan Luo headed straight for the house that was on fire. The fire was quite large, but there were few people fighting it. The villa area residents had mostly moved out, and the few remaining people were just watching from a distance. Someone called the police, and the professional fire brigade was still on its way. Oh my, isn't this the Lin family's house? What about the Lin family's child? Is he still inside? What a tragedy. The Lin couple just passed away unexpectedly not long ago, leaving behind this child, and now. It must be that damned demon's doing. The surrounding chatter reached Yan Luo's ears. Upon hearing that there might be other people inside, Yan Luo's eyes narrowed. He planned to go in and rescue the people, and since the people around him said that the fire was set by a demon, the demon might be inside too. He turned to look at Jiang Qiuyue, who was closely following him. It's dangerous inside. Do you want to stay here? Jiang Qiuyue looked at Yan Luo and shook her head vigorously. She didn't want to be alone. Then stick close to me. Yan Luo said no more. An invisible aura emanated from his body, easily dispelling the scorching heat waves, and he led Jiang Qiuyue straight into the sea of fire. The salespeople around me were dumbfounded. Aren't you just here to join in the fun? How did they just walk right in? If it's about rescuing someone, why would someone bring a girl in with them? It's not a date. That's fine, but the key question is, are you still going to rent that house or not? Upon entering the villa, the heat and thick smoke became even more oppressive. With a thought, Yan Luo conjured a long energy whip burning with dark red hellfire in his hand. The hellfire of Hell Lash is far superior to these ordinary flames. Wherever the whip passes, the surrounding flames and smoke dissipate as if they have encountered their nemesis, forcibly carving out a path in the sea of fire. The two went straight up to the second floor without any obstacles. In a bedroom, they saw a young girl. The girl's features were extremely delicate, with a sickly pallor. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down her back, and she wore a white nightgown. She was quietly leaning against the headboard, her expression calm to the point of indifference, as if the flames surrounding her that were devouring everything had nothing to do with her. The moment Yan Luo saw her, he activated the Demon King's Eye. Name, Lin Wanqing. Occupation, night shooter. Quality, rare. Level, 27. Family member conversion potential, S rank. Negative emotion score, 99/100. Magic points required for conversion, 1000. I never imagined that just by looking at a house, I could find a genius with S-level potential. What is a surprise? This is a pleasant surprise. But the next moment, Yan Luo's eyes narrowed. He suddenly noticed that, illuminated by the firelight, a dense, impenetrable darkness was slowly writhing in the shadow beneath Lin Wanqing. In her previous life, Yan Luo had read a book that specifically recorded information about demons. The dark figure hidden in the shadows before him was recognized by Yan Luo almost instantly. Heart-eating demon. Chapter 21 The Queen of the Night. Upon seeing Yan Luo and Jiang Qiuyue suddenly intrude, a very subtle ripple flickered in the girl's empty eyes. She opened her mouth, her voice as soft as a feather. Thank you for coming to save me, but I don't need it. You should leave quickly, it's very dangerous here. After the girl finished speaking, she seemed to have used up all her strength and fell silent. Yan Luo walked to the bedside and spoke calmly, her voice not loud, but clearly reaching Lin Wanqing's ears. You set this fire, didn't you? Lin Wanqing's body trembled almost imperceptibly, and for the first time, a ripple appeared in her empty eyes. She looked at Yan Luo, remained silent for a few seconds, and then nodded gently. You want to perish together with that thing in the shadows? Yan Luo dropped another bombshell. This time, Lin Wanqing's eyes widened suddenly, her face filled with disbelief. The demon within her was undetectable even to the experts from the Xian Shield Bureau and the Holy Radiance Guild. Only her elder in the family could discern the demon's origin, but even he was helpless against it. This person actually saw right through it at a glance? Unfortunately, it's too late for you to do this now. Yan Luo's voice remained calm. If it were a month ago, you might have been able to drag it down with you. But now, this heart-eating demon has entered its mature stage. Even if you die, it can safely leave and find another host. To convince Lin Wanqing, Yan Luo directly revealed the demon's true nature. It is called the Heart Eater. It feeds on the emotions of its host and the surrounding creatures, and it especially likes to create fear. In the end, the host will become a soulless walking corpse. Its growth is divided into 5 stages. The first stage is the seed stage, in which it parasitizes the host's shadow. In this state, the heart-eating demon is extremely difficult to detect and grows by absorbing the host's life force. In the second stage, the hatching period, the shadow can be briefly manipulated to leave the body, but at this time its life is bound to the host. If the host dies, it will also die. Therefore, in this stage, it will frantically absorb the host's life and negative emotions to accelerate its growth. I think the recent spate of accidents in this neighborhood is a result of them trying to capitalize on people's fears. The third stage of maturity is now. It has completely broken free from the shadows and can move freely in the darkness, making it extremely difficult to eradicate. Yen Luo didn't mention the later stages because they were no longer relevant. After listening to Yen Luo's story, the last trace of color drained from Lin Wanqing's face. Her last hope, her plan to perish together with the demon, turned out to be in vain. Endless despair engulfed her like icy water. Tears silently streamed down her cheeks, and her eyes quickly became vacant. His life force seemed to be draining away, and his emotions were clearly about to be completely devoured by the heart-eating demon in the shadows. Just then, Yen Luo stepped forward and grabbed her cold hand. A gentle yet firm force entered her, forcibly pulling her consciousness back from the brink of collapse. Yen Luo moved closer to her face, his dark, deep eyes staring directly into her unfocused pupils, and said clearly, word by word, "I can help you." The lifeless lake in Lin Wanqing's eyes seemed to ripple slightly as if a pebble had been thrown in. How are you going to help me?" Yen Luo stretched out his hand, and a faint light gathered in his palm, revealing the Demon King's contract in his hand. "Sign it up and make it my family. You will then gain the power to personally slay this demon. But the price is that from now on you are mine, and everything you have belongs to me. You will gain everything, and you will lose everything." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing chuckled. "My parents have been killed by demons, what else do I have to lose?" Her eyes gradually became resolute. "Right now, all I want is revenge." Without the slightest hesitation, she stretched out her trembling but firm hand and placed it on the contract. Boom! The moment the contract took effect, a vast and pure magical power surged into Lin Wanqing's body like a flood bursting its banks. She let out a suppressed moan, her body undergoing a dramatic transformation amidst intense pain and ultimate ecstasy. She wore a fitted long dress that resembled the night sky, her long hair moved without wind, and her eyes were pure black, as if containing endless shadows. Her pale skin became radiant and glowing, and her empty eyes were ignited, transforming into a powerful fire as deep as the night sky, seemingly capable of devouring all light. Her original gentle temperament vanished, replaced by a cold, noble, and domineering queenly aura that controlled the shadows. At the same time, a powerful attribute feedback and a brand new understanding of abilities surged into Yen Luo's body. Familiar transformation successful. Lin Wanqing has transformed into a legendary class, Dark Knight Queen. Shared affinity attributes activated. Strength plus 18, Spirit plus 110, Agility plus 60, Constitution plus 25. Shared familiar core talents, gain the talents Eternal Night Monarch, all attributes plus 30%, skill power plus 50%. When in darkness and shadow affinity, the body can merge into shadows for high-speed movement and become undetectable. Shared companion core skills, gain the skills Eternal Night's Descent, Thousand Shadow Burial, and Shadow Clone. The heart-eating demon lurking in Lin Wanqing's shadow sensed something was wrong when Lin Wanqing signed the contract. Its instinct was to blend into the shadows and escape this place. However, it was too late. Lin Wanqing, who had transformed into the Queen of the Night, merely raised her hand slightly. Thousand Shadow Burial is activated, and all the surrounding shadows are used for its own purposes. The heart-eating demon that was trying to escape was instantly grabbed as if by an invisible hand, forcibly pulled out of the distorted shadow, revealing its true form, which was like a twisted black shadow, constantly struggling and howling. Queen of the Night, ruler of shadows. Within her domain, a mere heart-eating demon has nowhere to hide. Looking at the heart-eating demon, which she held in her hand and trembled like a weak insect, Lin Wanqing felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity and sorrow. This is the thing that stole her happy family and dragged her into an endless hell. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, and her fingers tightened suddenly. Puff! Like popping a bubble, the distorted black shadow let out a short, sharp wail before dissipating instantly. Defeat a mature heart-eater, experience points plus 1,200. Shared family experience points plus 1,200. Yen Luo's level increased to level 10. Having avenged his great grudge, Lin Wanqing swayed slightly, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She turned around and looked at Yen Luo with a complicated expression. This strange man who suddenly appeared gave her the power to take revenge in her most desperate moment. At this moment, she could clearly feel the peculiar soul connection between the two of them. It wasn't a constraint, but rather a kind of bond that gave her a strange sense of security. She paused for a moment, then her clear, cool voice carried a subtle, almost imperceptible fluctuation. May I have your name? Yen Luo. Lin Wanqing nodded gently, memorizing the name. She gazed into Yen Luo's eyes, her tone calm yet firm. From this day forward, my life belongs to you. Having witnessed the whole thing, Zhang Qiyue's eyes, which had been expressionless until now, finally ignited with a burning flame. She finally believed that Yen Luo's previous statement about making her stronger was not a lie. Zhang Qiyue spoke crisply, her tone filled with unprecedented urgency. I want a sign too. Yen Luo looked at Zhang Qiyue, whose eyes were firm, reached out and gently pinched her still somewhat thin face, then shook her head. It's not the right time yet. When will that be? Zhang Qiyue pressed for an answer. Yen Luo glanced at her and said indifferently, let's talk about it after you gain 10 pounds. Zhang Qiyue. The three calmly walked out of the fire, which had begun to subside. When the saleswoman outside saw that they were all safe and sound and had even brought out a young woman with an extraordinary air about her, she was first surprised, and then greeted them with a face full of admiration. Sir, you are truly amazing. Could I have your contact information? If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me anytime. She looked at Yen Luo with passionate eyes, her attitude ambiguous. Before Yen Luo could respond, she felt two cold gazes fall on her at the same time. Zhang Qiyue and Lin Wanqing stood on either side of him, not saying a word, but their eyes were as sharp as swords. The saleswoman felt uneasy under their gazes, awkwardly put her phone away, and silently took a step back. Just then, a dazzling golden beam of light descended from the sky like a divine punishment, landing precisely on the open ground in front of the villa. As the light faded, a majestic and imposing figure slowly emerged. The newcomer was dressed in the uniform of a high-ranking officer of the Xian Shield Bureau, and the insignia on his shoulder straps showed his distinguished identity as a Disha lieutenant. His gaze was sharp as lightning, first sweeping over the burned villa, and finally settling on Lin Wanqing beside Yen Luo, his face showing undisguised anxiety and concern. Wanqing, are you all right? Chapter 22 The Protector. The visitor was none other than Lin Xingtian, the director of the Southeast City Xian Shield Bureau. His face was resolute and imposing, but at this moment his eyes betrayed his anxiety. He flashed to Lin Wanqing's side, placed his hands on her shoulders, and carefully sensed her condition. Sensing that Lin Wanqing's breathing was steady and she was all right, Lin Xingtian's tense nerves relaxed slightly, and he let out a long sigh of relief. But the next moment, he realized something was wrong. The demon that had been lurking deep within Lin Wanqing's shadow like a persistent leech has vanished. Evening Star, where is that heart-devouring demon in your shadow? Lin Xingtian's tone was filled with surprise and doubt. The Heart-Eater wasn't very strong. He was confident he could crush it with one hand in a direct fight. But whenever the Heart-Eater saw him, it would hide in Wanqing's shadow. At this moment, the heart-eating demon's life was bound to Evening Star, leaving him with no way to attack. However, he has already asked a friend to contact a legendary healer, but that healer is currently fighting against the demon race in the secret realm and will not be able to return for at least another month. But to his surprise, the heart-eating demon had vanished. Looking at the elder who had doted on her since childhood, Lin Wanqing calmly replied, Uncle Lin, I have already killed it. You killed him? Lin Xingtian's pupils shrank sharply, almost thinking he had misheard. That heart-eating demon was incredibly strange and had reached maturity. Even I couldn't handle it. How could Wanqing, who was only level 27, possibly? He subconsciously activated his detection technique to look at Lin Wanqing. Upon seeing this, he was struck dumb, frozen in place. Name, Lin Wanqing. Occupation, Night Queen. Quality, Legendary. Level, 5. Level 5. A legendary profession? The Queen of the Night? Lin Xingtian's mind went completely blank for a moment. Isn't Wanqing's profession the rare Starry Night Archer? How did she become the legendary Night Queen? It can't be that you can become a legendary profession just by sleeping. If legendary professions were so easy to obtain, the human race would have already launched a counterattack against the demon race, turning those rampaging beasts into protected animals. Why would they be hiding in the safe zone? After the initial shock, he looked up abruptly and instantly realized the importance of the matter. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and said in a serious tone, "Wanqing, what exactly happened? Your profession, how could this be?" Lin Wanqing pursed her cherry lips slightly, looking somewhat hesitant. She was well aware of the extraordinary nature of this ability, and Uncle Lin's identity was special, representing the Order of the Human Alliance. She didn't know whether she should explain it to Uncle Lin. Just then, Yan Luo stepped forward, calmly meeting Lin Qingtian's gaze, and said, "I did it." From the moment he awakened the Demon King class, Yan Luo had been thinking about how to get along with the Human Alliance in the future. In his previous life, he was a high-ranking member of the Alliance and knew that the Alliance was not a monolithic entity and that there were factional struggles and conflicts of interest. However, the core goal of the vast majority of high-ranking officials, especially those at the top, has always remained the same: the survival and future of the human race. In his previous life, he was a beneficiary of this philosophy. Yan Luo believed that the Alliance would give its full support to any force that was beneficial to the human race. His Demon King class has the potential to change the current predicament of humanity. Of course, there is an even more important reason. That means his professional abilities couldn't be hidden for long. After all, it's impossible for someone's professional qualities to suddenly become legendary without being detected by someone with ulterior motives. Originally, he planned to contact the Alliance only after he had become stronger and had more power to protect himself. But plans can't keep up with changes. He never expected that his transformed family member would be related to Lin Qingtian. Fortunately, he knew Lin Qingtian in his previous life and knew that he was a true hero who put the greater good of humanity above personal interests. He is willing to give everything for the future of humanity. It was precisely based on this understanding that Yan Luo chose to be open and honest. Of course, trust does not mean being completely unguarded. His confidence to speak frankly at this moment stemmed not only from his understanding of Lin Qingtian's character, but also from the talent, shadow affinity, that he had just shared with Lin Wanqing. From the moment Lin Qingtian arrived, Yan Luo stood seemingly casually in the shadows. If anything goes wrong, he can instantly take Zhang Qiuyue and Lin Wanqing and disappear into the shadows, fleeing thousands of miles away. It was I who transformed Lin Wanqing's profession into the legendary Dark Knight Queen. Yan Luo no longer concealed anything and concisely explained her abilities to Lin Qingtian. Lin Qingtian listened expressionlessly, but his heart was already churning with turmoil. Transform people into family members. Give it a brand new profession. This ability is simply unheard of. It's a miracle. If this is true, what does this ability mean? This means that the human race can mass-produce legendary-level professionals. This means that the problem of insufficient high-end combat power that has plagued the human race for many years has seen a glimmer of hope for a solution. This could almost reverse the overall disadvantage between humans and demons. Although the price was being controlled by Yan Luo, it's uncertain whether humanity even has a future given the current situation. When the very survival of humanity is in question, how can we talk about freedom? So if there is a way to save humanity from the demons, he is willing to try it no matter how great the cost, and he believes that many of the old guys in the Alliance's Supreme Council will share the same idea as him. After all, even the worst solution is better than nothing and waiting to die. The news was so shocking that even Lin Qingtian, who had weathered many storms and whose will was as firm as a rock, was somewhat flustered and his breathing became heavy. He forced himself to calm down, looked intently at Yan Luo, and spoke with unprecedented solemnity and excitement. "Thank you for believing in me and in the League." He took a deep breath. "I, Lin Qingtian, as the director of the Southeast City Xian Shield Bureau, assure you that the Alliance will never betray your trust and expectations." He made no attempt to probe or threaten, which would be an insult to this honesty and this power to change the fate of humanity. At this moment, being open and honest, and showing the utmost sincerity, is the best way to respect each other. It was at this moment that an idea took shape in his mind. We must bring this young man into the Bureau of Shield. Firstly, with Yan Luo's extraordinary abilities, he is destined to be the strongest in the Human Alliance, without exception. If we can bring him into the Shield Bureau in advance, it's equivalent to branding him with the Shield Bureau's mark. When he grows up, I'll be his mentor. In this way, even if he goes to the Alliance headquarters, he can just flip the table if he doesn't like someone. Just thinking about it is awesome. Secondly, and most importantly, it makes it easier to concentrate resources to protect him. Yan Luo has immense potential, but growth takes time. If the news were to be discovered by a cult or demon race, they would absolutely stop at nothing to suppress it. Only under the strict protection of the Shield Bureau can his safety be ensured to the greatest extent. Thinking of this, Lin Qingtian immediately spoke, his tone sincere. I formally invite you to join the Xian Shield Bureau. The Shield Bureau will provide you with the highest level of protection and support to ensure you can grow up with peace of mind. However, before he could finish speaking, Yan Luo interrupted him. I appreciate Director Lin's kindness, but if I accept your protection and grow up in a greenhouse, how am I any different from those sheep raised in captivity? Even if the level increases in the future, it will still be nothing more than a useless person with power but no substance. He raised his eyes, his dark pupils seemingly swirling with abyssal vortexes. Now that I have obtained this, Demon King, profession, the path I must take is destined to be one of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, one of destruction and conquest. What I need is a sharp edge honed in life or death battles, not a dull blade honed in comfort. My enemy is the entire demon race. If I dare not even take this risk, how can I talk about destroying them in the future? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingtian was taken aback at first, and then a complicated expression appeared on his face. I felt ashamed, but even more so, I felt admiration. To my shame, because I valued Yan Luo too much, I fell into the mindset of protecting a genius and almost stifled his most precious sharpness and wildness. What's admirable is that the decisiveness and domineering spirit revealed in Yan Luo's words are precisely the kind of strong will that many people lack most right now. You're right. Lin Qingtian slapped his thigh hard, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. I've gotten senile. True strength is forged in blood and fire. You can't raise an eagle that can soar through the sky in a greenhouse. He no longer mentioned having Yan Luo join the Shield Bureau for protection, but he couldn't completely ignore it either. Otherwise, if something really happens, he won't be able to forgive himself. Lin Qingtian carefully considered his words and cautiously said, Your abilities are of vital importance to the human race, without a doubt. I am just a lowly earthly fiend commander, with insufficient authority. Matters concerning you must be reported to higher-ups immediately. After you get to the higher levels, they will most likely assign you a protector. He looked at Yan Luo and explained, the protectors are not monitoring you, nor will they interfere with any of your actions or decisions. He will only intervene to ensure your survival when you face an insurmountable and fatal crisis. This is both a protection for you personally and a responsibility for the future of humanity. What do you think? Yan Luo hesitated for a moment, then nodded, okay. He is not a pedantic person with powerful figures protecting him in the shadows. He can avoid many unnecessary troubles and the risk of premature death. As for privacy, it's utterly insignificant in the face of absolute power and the survival of the race. He believes the League's leadership knows how to exercise discretion. Chapter 23 Above Legendary Level? Seeing that Yan Luo agreed, Lin Qingtian felt a huge weight lifted from his heart, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. All right. In that case, let's not delay, I'll get right away. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Qingtian suddenly slapped his forehead. It's all my fault for being too excited. We chatted for so long and I still don't even know their names. He looked at Yan Luo and asked in a solemn tone, Look at me, I'm so confused. We've been chatting for so long, and I still haven't formally asked you your name and background? Yan Luo. Yan Luo answered calmly, without hiding anything, I'm a senior high school student. I just completed my professional awakening and am currently leveling up in the burial grounds. A student? A senior in high school? Lin Qingtian was taken aback again. Then you must be taking the college entrance exam soon. As he spoke, he subconsciously used his detection spell to glance at Yan Luo again. Level 10. Hiss. Lin Qingtian gasped, feeling his understanding of the world being refreshed once again. You're telling me this is called a newly awakened profession? Even some college students aren't as high ranking as you, right? My awakening level has already skyrocketed to level 9. This speed is faster than a rocket. This kid truly cannot be judged by ordinary standards. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. Considering that Yan Luo was currently leveling up in the burial grounds, he immediately realized that this was an excellent opportunity to curry favor and make an investment. Level 9. With your current level, you're more than capable of handling the college entrance exam. Lin Qingtian looked at Yan Luo with a deep gaze. However, I can see that your ambitions go far beyond just taking the college entrance examination. Although the burial grounds is an excellent leveling spot for beginners, the level cap for entering the dungeon is 10. Once you are above level 10, you will no longer be able to enter the burial grounds. Furthermore, as your level increases, the experience gained there will be significantly reduced, offering limited assistance for your subsequent advancement. Lin Qingtian pondered for a moment, a resolute glint in his eyes. He used his authority as a member of the Earthly Fiend Guard to bring up a screen and quickly operated it a few times. Therefore, in the name of the Xian Shield Bureau, I will grant you and Wanqing a special spot in the hidden instance. Hidden dungeon slots are extremely valuable, with a fixed number of slots available each day. They are usually only allocated to top geniuses or scions of prominent families with influential backgrounds. Lin Qingtian's move was tantamount to forcibly taking 2 pieces of meat from someone else's mouth, and for several consecutive days at that, which put him under considerable pressure. But he believed Yan Luo was worth it. However, Yan Luo shook her head. I appreciate Director Lin's kindness. But could you please reserve this spot for me? Lin Qingtian was taken aback and asked in confusion, the college entrance examination is in a few days, so it's better to get in as early as possible. While the burial grounds are nice, they are ultimately less efficient than hidden dungeons. I need to stay in the burial ground for the time being. Yan Luo's tone remained calm, but extremely firm. Lin Qingtian looked at Yan Luo and saw that his gaze was calm, clearly indicating that he had already made a plan. His mind raced, and combining the rumors about the burial grounds, a possibility surfaced in his mind. You're after the first clear reward for the inner layer boss of the burial grounds? Lin Qingtian asked tentatively. Yan Luo glanced at him but did not deny it. Lin Qingtian immediately understood. The Profession Guild headquarters issued an announcement when the burial grounds dungeon opened, stating that the final boss in the inner zone would definitely drop an epic item upon its first death. In addition, there is a very low probability of triggering hidden rewards, allowing you to obtain even rarer items. It seems you're determined to win. Then I won't try to persuade you anymore. Lin Qingtian said no more. He knew that true geniuses all had their own principles and plans. He turned to look at Lin Wanqing, then you. Uncle Lin, I'll follow my master. Lin Wanqing answered without hesitation and stood beside Yan Luo. Oh nar. Although Lin Qingtian knew that Wanqing had been transformed into a familiar by Yan Luo, he never expected her to be trained like this. I felt inexplicably sad. Lin Qingtian shook his head with a wry smile. All right. This is the first time I've seen this before, even hidden dungeon slots are being rejected. I will always reserve the spots for you, and you can enter at any time. Thank you. Yan Luo nodded, then, as if remembering something, asked, Director Lin, how many slots are there for the hidden instance in total? 10, Lin Qingtian replied, somewhat puzzled as to why Yan Luo asked this. Upon hearing this, Yan Luo said quite naturally, in that case, I would appreciate it if Director Lin could reserve 5 spots for me. 5? Lin Qingtian's eyes widened, almost thinking he had misheard. You think hidden dungeon slots are as cheap as cabbages? There are only 10 in total, and you're asking to take half of them? Do you know how much pressure I was under to make room for you two? However, his complaints abruptly ceased. An unbelievable thought flashed through his mind like lightning, causing his eyes to widen instantly and his breathing to become heavy. He stared intently at Yan Luo, his voice trembling with disbelief. Wait. You mean, you now have 5 dependents, including yourself? Could they all be legendary level professions? If that's really the case, 5 legendary level professionals. Lin Qingtian can immediately clear out 5 spots for Yan Luo, and it won't matter who else comes. Yan Luo shook her head, shattering Lin Qingtian's illusion. Not yet. Currently, including me, there are only 3.5. 3.5? Lin Qingtian was taken aback. He could understand 3, but where did the half come from? He looked completely bewildered. Yan Luo's gaze fell on Jiang Qiwei, who had been standing quietly to the side. Lin Qingtian's gaze followed, landing on the thin, silent girl. Yan Luo said, the transformation was not completed in July, so it can only be considered half for now. Lin Qingtian suddenly realized, so that's how it is. So this little girl also has the potential to become a legendary professional? Lin Qingtian looked at Yan Luo with envy. Legendary professions are so rare, yet Yan Luo treats them like common cabbages. However, Yan Luo's words were like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploding in his ears. Not legendary. Oh. That's epic level. Lin Qingtian relaxed. That's more like it. Otherwise, even if you can grant professions, it would be too outrageous if they were all legendary. Yan Luo said calmly, it's higher than the legendary level. Even higher than legendary level? Lin Qingtian was struck as if by lightning, his whole body instantly stiffened on the spot, and his mind went blank. Chapter 24 Mythical Class. Legendary professions are considered the pinnacle by ordinary people, but as a high-ranking member of the Xian Shield Bureau, he knew that there were even more powerful levels above that. Mythical level. However, there are very few people who can awaken to this level. One such example might not appear for decades, and once it does, the Alliance will immediately classify it as top secret, devoting all its resources to secretly nurturing it until it grows into a towering tree, with the news never to be leaked. Therefore, for the general public, the mythical level is almost just a legend. Lin Xingtian had lived for so many years, and he had only heard of it, but had never seen it with his own eyes. And now, Yan Luo is telling him that this thin, silent little girl in front of him will be able to awaken a mythical level profession in the future? Lin Xingtian suddenly came to his senses, and his gaze toward Jiang Qiuyue instantly became incredibly ardent, as if he were examining a rare treasure. His originally stern face forced the most amiable smile, and his voice unconsciously softened by 8 octaves. Little girl, what's your name? How old are you? Do you have any family members? Jiang Qiuyue was startled by this sudden enthusiasm and subconsciously shrank behind Yan Luo, pursing her lips and refusing to speak. Yan Luo answered on her behalf. Her name is Jiang Qiuyue. She just turned 18 this year. I rescued her from a human trafficking organization. Human traffickers? The smile on Lin Xingtian's face vanished instantly, replaced by overwhelming rage. His face flushed red, and he was so angry that he almost exploded on the spot. These bastards deserve to be torn to pieces. How dare they lay a hand on the future hope of humanity? He gritted his teeth and roared, when I get back, I will immediately launch a month-long special campaign to crack down on organized crime throughout the city. I'm going to drag out all these rats from the gutter, leaving not a single one alive. He glared angrily at Yan Luo. Tell me which organization it is? I'll mobilize my forces immediately and wipe it out today. Yan Luo glanced at him and said indifferently, no need to trouble yourself. I've killed everyone in that organization. Lin Xingtian was stunned. They were all killed? With so many deaths, it's impossible that Shields couldn't have gotten any information. Searching his mind for recent events, a name flashed through his head like lightning, causing his eyes to widen in shock. You mean, the Bloodhand Gang? Yan Luo nodded, that's right. Lin Xingtian opened his mouth, and the expression on his face immediately became incredibly interesting. This world is really small. Yesterday, Han Feihu, the leader of the hunting squad, reported to him that the Bloodhand Gang had been wiped out single-handedly by a mysterious young man. The boy was only level 8. At the time, he found it hard to believe that a level 8 professional could take down a criminal organization with more than a dozen mid to low-level professionals. But now that he knows this person is Yan Luo, Lin Xingtian believes it. After all, if they can bestow upon legendary and mythical professions, what is it to merely eliminate a dozen or so professionals who are above their level? However, thinking back to yesterday when Han Feihu said he wanted to recruit Yan Luo, Lin Xingtian couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle to himself. Even his own personal invitation as the bureau chief was rejected outright. Old Han's plans were destined to fail. The lesson learned was to kill him as soon as we got back. He composed himself and looked at Jiang Qiuyue again, his eyes filled with pity and lingering fear. You've suffered so much since you were a child, but thankfully you met me, Yan Luo. He patted Yan Luo heavily on the shoulder. Otherwise, wouldn't our human race be losing a future pillar of strength? He then asked, by the way, how did you end up here? Yan Luo pointed to the villa that was still smoking. We're here to find a house. The original resettlement house was too small, and now that I have a career, it is no longer appropriate for me to live there. I heard the rent is cheap here, so I came to check it out. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Just when I was wondering how to further show my goodwill and get closer to her, the opportunity presented itself. With a wave of his hand, he declared with boundless pride, why bother looking for a house? Keep the change, please. I have an empty villa in Bue Yuntian, and the environment and security are no worse than here. Moreover, all kinds of facilities are available. You can move in directly and stay as long as you want. This is a small token of my appreciation for your help in saving Wanqing and Qiuyue. Baiyunshan is a renowned top-tier luxury residential area in Southeast City, in no way inferior to Yunding before the incident. Lin Xingtian's gift is truly significant. Yan Luo glanced at Lin Xingtian, and without any pretense of refusal, nodded directly, okay, then thank you very much, Director Lin. Why are you being so polite with me? Lin Xingtian was in a great mood, and then asked with concern, is there anything else I can help you with? Don't hesitate to ask. Yan Luo pondered for a moment, then looked at Jiang Qiuyue beside him and said to Lin Xingtian, there is indeed something I need to trouble Director Lin with. You say? I'm going to the burial grounds to level up next, and it's not convenient to bring July with me. Could you please take care of her for a while? Yen Luo explained. She hasn't undergone the awakening ceremony yet, and her body is still quite weak. She needs to recuperate. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingtian was overjoyed. I was just worried about not having a chance to get closer to this future legendary talent. This is an incredible stroke of luck. He immediately thumped his chest loudly, his face beaming with joy. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Leave it to me. You can focus on leveling up. Leave July to me. I promise I'll take care of her like my own daughter. I'll make sure she eats well, drinks well, and sleeps well, and I'll fatten her up until she's plump and healthy. I personally escorted her safely back to the villa that night. His gaze toward Jiang Qiyue was filled with the loving kindness of an old father. While we can't prevent Yen Luo from joining the Xian Shield Bureau, it would be great if we could bring Jiang Qiyue in. The thought that a mythical level professional might be in charge of the Xian Shield Bureau in the future filled him with joy. Yen Luo nodded, somewhat reassured by Lin Qingtian's promise. He looked at Lin Wanqing. Let's go to the burial ground. Etc. Lin Qingtian quickly stopped him. Let me take you there. I'm going back to the station anyway, it's on my way. The Shield Bureau knows exactly where it is, and they know whether it's on their way or not. But since you said it's on the way, then let's go that way. Yen Luo did not reject Lin Qingtian's overtures. Having a private car to pick you up is naturally more convenient than traveling on your own, so Yen Luo nodded, okay. Just as the group was about to leave, Yen Luo seemed to remember something, paused, and asked, Director Lin, the Lu family, have you started your investigation? Lin Qingtian's smile faded slightly, and his expression turned serious. The Lu family has been entrenched in Southeast City for many years, with deep roots and a complex network of relationships. We shouldn't take action against them lightly without solid evidence. He paused, then changed the subject, his tone filled with absolute trust and unquestionable domineering authority. However, since you yourself said that the Lu family has problems, then there's no need to bother investigating any further. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. When I get back, I'll immediately order all the core members of the Lu family to be detained and interrogated thoroughly. Once they get into the Shield Bureau, there are plenty of ways to get them to talk. Given Yen Luo's current potential and capabilities, once reported to the Alliance, his status will instantly rise many times over, possibly even surpassing Yen Luo's position as the director of the Xian Shield Bureau. At that time, one sentence from him will be more effective than any evidence. There is absolutely no need for a reason to eliminate the Lu family, who may be colluding with a cult. Yen Luo was satisfied with Lin Qingtian's decision and nodded, that's for the best. In the small territory of Southeast City, if the director of the Xian Shield Bureau wanted to take action against a family, even a so-called top family, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. It wouldn't require much effort at all. But he added, by the way, there's no need to arrest Lu. How I've already killed him. Ah. Lin Qingtian was taken aback for a moment, then realized what he meant, shook his head and chuckled, you're a bit fierce, kid. He's only been awakened for a day and he's already killed so many people. No wonder he was able to awaken the Demon King class. He's truly born to take on the Demon King. Yen Luo. I'll take that as a compliment. After explaining everything, Yen Luo took Lin Wanqing and prepared to leave with Lin Qingtian. Before leaving, he walked up to the beautiful saleswoman who had been waiting in the distance, her face showing both trepidation and anticipation. Sorry, we're not renting the house anymore. Yen Luo said to her, Director Lin just gave us a villa. The pretty saleswoman? Chapter 25. The news of the death is exposed. The leadership is shocked. Inside the school's dungeon teleportation lobby, Principal Wang Lin, along with several department heads and grade leaders, was conducting a routine inspection of the students' progress in advancing to the next grade. They cannot enter the instance, but they can view the real-time scores of students who enter the instance through a huge light screen set up outside the instance entrance. This scoring system takes into account factors such as the number of monsters killed, their level, and efficiency, and can reflect students' combat ability and leveling efficiency in a relatively intuitive way. On the screen, names and scores scrolled continuously. Most students' scores hover around a few tens of points, with the occasional student breaking the 100 mark, drawing whispers and praise from the teachers. Li Wei, 87 points, not bad. It seems his intermediate level, greatsword, skill is performing consistently. Zhang Shui, 102 points. She's a water mage, right? Getting this score in the newbie dungeon shows she has good potential. Principal Wang Lin stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping across the screen, but his face showed little joy. Instead, he sighed softly. These people are good, but they are only good, they are still far from being true geniuses. He knew, of course, that the truly top talents, such as Lu Jun and Bai Shuang, who had awakened epic-level professions, had already been sent into the hidden dungeon by him using the school's resources. His visit here was largely driven by a sliver of hope that he might discover one or two hidden gems among the ordinary students, bringing some surprises to this year's college entrance examination. But it seems I was just making assumptions. Wan Lin sighed inwardly, thinking that the school's performance this year would probably still depend on geniuses like Lu Jun and Bai Shuang. Just then, the homeroom teacher of Class 3 behind him, a slightly overweight middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, stepped forward with a smug look on his face and said with a smile, "Principal, actually, Lu Hao in our class is also quite good. Although he awakened the rare class, Wind Swordsman, which is not as epic as his brother Lu Jun's, he has been leveling up very diligently these past few days." Lu Hao? Lu Jun's younger brother? Principal Wang Lin nodded. He did recall such a person. He scanned the screen for a moment, then asked in confusion, "But why don't I see his name on the list?" The homeroom teacher of Class 3 quickly explained, "Oh, Principal, Lu Hao felt that the leveling efficiency of the newbie dungeon was too slow. In order to strive for a better ranking before the college entrance examination, he took a few friends to challenge the burial land yesterday." A burial ground? Principal Wang Lin's face instantly darkened. He turned to look at the homeroom teacher of Class 3, his tone stern. "Nonsense. You should know that the burial grounds are on hell difficulty. This is not a place for someone of his caliber. How could you agree to him taking such a risk?" The homeroom teacher of Class 3 felt a pang of anxiety under the principal's gaze and quickly explained, "Principal, don't worry, Lu Hao is very well prepared. Not only have we replaced all our equipment with top quality gear, but we've also specially invited 3 experienced level 10 professionals from outside to form a team. The team has tanks, DPS, and healers. The class composition is very well rounded. Even in a burial ground, as long as you don't go deep into the core area, your safety should be guaranteed." Principal Wang Lin frowned, his expression still not good, but his tone softened slightly. "That would be best. Let us go to the exit of the burial grounds and check their rating." The group moved to the teleportation array marked burial ground and looked up at the corresponding monitoring screen. The screen displays the list of students who have entered the instance and their status. However, when they found Lu Hao and his teammates' names, everyone's expressions froze instantly and then turned to horror. Gray. The profile pictures of Lu Hao and his 4 teammates have all turned into a lifeless, deathly gray. In the copy monitoring system, a grayed out avatar has only one meaning. The student has been confirmed dead within the instance. Dead? They're all dead. Principal Wang Lin abruptly turned his head, his gaze like a knife shooting towards the homeroom teacher of Class 3. His voice trembled slightly with extreme anger and shock. "What do you have to say now?" The homeroom teacher of Class 3 turned deathly pale in an instant, cold sweat soaking his back. He murmured in disbelief, "No. That's impossible. Lu Hao, he clearly brought a life-saving teleportation scroll. Even if we encounter great danger, we should be able to escape. How could this be? Teleportation scroll?" Principal Wang Lin scoffed. "That kind of thing might not even be useful in a truly desperate situation. What's the point of talking about it now?" He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said in a deep voice, "After you finish teaching this year's senior class, you can submit your resignation letter yourself." The homeroom teacher of Class 3 suddenly collapsed to the ground, her face ashen. Principal Wang Lin stopped looking at him and turned to the dean of students beside him, sternly ordering, "Investigate immediately. Besides Lu Hao's team, have any other students from our school entered the burial ground? I need to know the specifics inside." The head of teaching dared not delay and immediately began quickly operating the screening function on the control screen. A few seconds later, he let out a soft hum and a very strange expression appeared on his face. "Principal, we found out, there's one more person." "Who?" "It's Bai Manqing from Class 1, Grade 12. Bai Manqing?" The name stunned all the teachers, directors, and even the principal present. They were all too familiar with that name. The school's famous twin sisters, Bai Shuang, had just awakened the epic level profession, Frost Moon Fairy, while Bai Manqing had only awakened the lowest level life profession, Embroiderer. The huge contrast made them the focus of the entire school on the day of their awakening. A brocade-clad woman, going to the burial grounds on hell difficulty? This is even more absurd than the complete annihilation of Lu Hao's squad. However, when they turned their gaze to the bright red number after Bai Manqing's name on the screen, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted, and they collectively gasped. Rating, 2,150 points. The principal and the teachers around him were so shocked by this terrifying number that they were speechless. More than 2,000 points. How is that possible? Even if Lu Jun and Bai Shuang awakened their epic level professions, if they entered the burial grounds, it would be considered incredible if they could score 300 or 400 points in a day. More than 2,000 points? How many monsters would that require killing? And it must be an efficient and rapid kill. A profession for daily life, embroiderer? This completely overturned their understanding. The students who had gathered around were also shocked. How many points? Am I seeing things? 2,150? Are you kidding me? How many monsters did we have to kill? Did we clear the entire dungeon? Isn't her profession a seamstress? What kind of clothes does she embroider? Just as everyone was still reeling from the shock, the Class 3 homeroom teacher, who had just looked ashen-faced, suddenly jumped up as if grasping at a last straw, pointing at the screen and shouting hysterically. Principal! Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. Lu Hao and the others' deaths are definitely related to Bai Manqing. His face was contorted with excitement as he said, think about it. How could the lowest-ranking embroiderer possibly get more than 2,000 points in the burial ground? But Lu Hao's squad, which was well-equipped and had a complete team configuration, was wiped out. Is this reasonable? He waved his arms and said in a shrill voice, it must be Bai Manqing. She used some underhanded and vicious method to ambush Lu Hao and his group in the dungeon. She stole their equipment, which is why she got such a high score. Yes. That must be it. This reason sounds incredibly absurd. After all, Lu Hao's team's equipment was only considered good, it wasn't some kind of divine weapon. How could they possibly kill so many monsters just by wearing it? If they were really that powerful, how could Lu Hao's team have died? Besides, how could Bai Manqing, a mere embroiderer, possibly ambush a well-equipped combat squad? But he touched on one point that everyone had a lingering doubt about. That's how a low-level life profession achieved such incredible results, while a well-equipped professional team was completely wiped out in the dungeon. The fact that these two things happened at the same time is itself extremely unusual. Principal Wang Lin frowned, looking at Teacher Li, who seemed to be going crazy, and then at the glaring score of 2,150 on the screen. His heart was filled with doubt and heaviness. He sighed, rubbed his temples, and made a decision. All right, stop making wild guesses. He said in a deep voice, immediately request forced communication and call Bai Manqing out of the copy. Ask them face to face, and everything will become clear. Chapter 26. Say I'm slow? I'm the fastest. A moment later, the teleportation array lit up, and a slender figure slowly walked out. It was Bai Manqing. She frowned slightly, seemingly quite displeased at being interrupted while leveling up. After transforming into a succubus queen, her already alluring temperament became even more sinister and noble, and even in simple clothes, her amazing charm was hard to hide. In addition, the faint killing intent lingering on her body after her battle with the skeleton monster combined with these two completely different auras to create an extremely unique and dangerous charm. The moment she appeared, the entire hall seemed to brighten. Almost all the men, whether students or teachers, couldn't help but hold their breath, their eyes unable to leave her, and their blood and energy unconsciously flowing down to their lower body. Hiss. This is Bai Manqing? How did she become so charming? I feel my heart beating so fast. Even Principal Wang Lin and several directors were momentarily stunned, but they quickly regained their composure, their eyes filled with surprise and uncertainty. Ms. Li, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, was the slowest to react, but once she came to her senses, she immediately pointed at Bai Manqing and asked in a stern, questioning tone, Bai Manqing, did you kill Lu Hao and the others? Bai Manqing glanced at him indifferently with her purplish-red eyes, as if looking at a buzzing fly, completely ignoring him. Teacher Li blushed immediately, and was about to continue speaking. Principal Wang Lin frowned and scolded, Teacher Li, what's your attitude? He turned to Bai Manqing, his tone softening slightly but still serious, Bai Manqing, we need to know some things about the incident where Lu Hao's team perished in the burial ground. I hope you can tell me the truth. Bai Manqing looked calmly at the principal and spoke directly, her voice carrying a hint of lazy magnetism, no need to ask, I killed them all. These words caused an uproar in the audience. Principal Wang Lin was also stunned, he hadn't expected Bai Manqing to admit it so readily. Teacher Li was overjoyed. The reason he was so eager to find the murderer was because he was afraid that the Lu family would take their anger out on him. Now that Bai Manqing has confessed, the Lu family has a target to vent their anger on, and he will be fine. How could he not be excited? Principal. You heard that. She confessed. Arrest her immediately and hand her over to the Shield Bureau. Principal Wang Lin ignored him, his gaze fixed on Bai Manqing, and pressed, "Can you tell me why you killed them? And how did you do it?" Bai Manqing then briefly recounted how she had encountered Lu Hao's team at the burial grounds, and how the team, unable to defeat the boss skeleton giant, had shifted the blame to other teams. Upon hearing about Lu Hao's team's despicable actions, a flash of anger crossed Principal Wang Lin's eyes. As an educator, he abhorred such malicious and treacherous behavior. Principal. Don't listen to her nonsense. Teacher Li hurriedly defended herself, her face twisted with certainty. Given her previous strength, if Lu Hao's team had really lured the boss to her side, how could she have survived? I can clearly see that Lu Hao's team fought a hard battle to defeat the boss, but they were seriously injured, and then she took the opportunity to ambush them, kill them, and steal their treasure. Otherwise, how could someone with such a low-level profession possibly get over 2,000 points? This reasoning seemed more reasonable, and many teachers and students around looked thoughtful and began to discuss it in hushed tones. Principal Wang Lin looked at Bai Manqing. "Do you have any explanation for this?" Upon hearing this, Bai Manqing's lips curled into a mocking sneer. Teacher Li reacted as if she'd been stepped on. "What are you laughing at? Did I just hit the nail on the head?" Bai Manqing parted her red lips slightly, her voice carrying a hint of disdain. "Do we need to launch a sneak attack to deal with a few ants? Ants? Ha ha ha." Teacher Li felt as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. "You, with such a lowly profession, dare to call Lu Hao's team ants? How shameless." "Yeah." Bai Manqing's smile became even more alluring and seductive. "Then why don't you take a look at what my profession is now?" Teacher Li chuckled and subconsciously used a probing technique on Bai Manqing. The next second, the mocking smile on his face froze instantly, as if someone had grabbed his neck. His eyes widened, and he stood frozen in place, his lips trembling, but he couldn't make a sound. Upon seeing this, Principal Wang Lin and other leaders also curiously came to investigate. In an instant, gasps of astonishment rose and fell. Occupation: Succubus Queen. Quality: Legendary. Level: 8. A legendary class? Level 8? Everyone was so shocked by this unbelievable information that their minds went blank. A student who had awakened the lowest level life skill, embroiderer, not only had her skill become a legendary skill that only existed in rumors within just a few days, but her level also soared to level 8. This is simply unbelievable. Teacher Li was the most devastated. His face was deathly pale, and he murmured, "No. It's impossible, how could it be legendary level?" After the initial shock, Principal Wang Lin was overjoyed. Legendary class. A legendary profession has emerged at our school. This is an existence that is countless times more precious than the epic ones of Lu Jun and Bai Shuang. They are the hope for the future of humanity. As for the death of Lu Hao's team, since Lu Hao was despicable first, and Bai Manqing possesses such terrifying talent and strength, in his opinion, this matter can be handled internally, with a minor punishment as a warning. After all, a living legendary professional is worth far more than 10 Lu Haos. I see since there is a reason for this, and you are now. Principal Wang Lin smiled, preparing to take the opportunity to suppress the matter. Principal. I think this is inappropriate. A discordant voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned their heads and saw the vice principal, who had been silent all along, step forward. His face was serious, his hands were behind his back, and he adopted a posture of impartiality and sternness. Principal Wang, colleagues, and students present. The vice principal scanned the room, his tone somber. I understand Principal Wang's appreciation for talent, and I am also very happy that our school has produced a legendary professional. But he abruptly changed the subject, his voice rising sharply. We cannot ignore the crimes a person has committed just because she is exceptionally talented. No matter how many faults Lu Hao and the others have, they are still students of our school, living, breathing human beings. How can you just kill someone like that? He looked at Bai Manqing, his eyes sharp. If we give her a break today just because she has a legendary profession, where are the school rules and regulations? Where is fairness and justice? How do we explain this to the other students? And how are we going to explain this to Lu Hao's family? He deliberately ignored Lu Hao's previous despicable behavior, focusing instead on the fact that he killed his classmate, portraying himself as a defender of rules and morality. Seeing that the teachers and students around him had been persuaded, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Although demanding punishment for an awakened of a legendary profession is somewhat risky, if this opportunity can be used to give the Lu family a satisfactory explanation, it will surely gain their gratitude and strong support. This is of great benefit to his personal future and the business of his family. Besides, even if they fail, what they said was not wrong, so who can criticize someone who stands on a moral high ground? Perhaps I can even gain a better reputation. Either way, we're not losing out. Thinking of this, the vice principal said with a serious expression. Therefore, I believe that Bai Manqing must be severely punished. Only in this way can we uphold the century-old reputation of our school and demonstrate the justice of our human laws. The vice principal concluded righteously, even bringing himself into the situation, as if he represented absolute justice. Meanwhile, Yan Luo, who was riding in Lin Qingtian's car to the dungeon lobby, sensed the trouble Bai Manqing was currently facing through whispers of the abyss. Yan Luo frowned slightly. This silly woman, why doesn't she just say that I killed him? She has to take the blame herself. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Qingtian, who had been watching Yan Luo closely through the rearview mirror, noticed the change in his expression and asked, "What's wrong?" "My family members are in some trouble," Yan Luo said calmly. "Your family? Legendary?" Yan Luo nodded slightly. Where?" Lin Qingtian immediately sat up straight. "School Instance Hall." Lin Qingtian slapped his thigh. "Then what are we waiting for? I want to see who dares to bully my human race's prodigy." Yan Luo calmly replied, "No need, you're too slow. I'll go first." Before she finished speaking, Yan Luo's figure disappeared silently into the shadows of the car seat, as if merging into water, and vanished instantly. Lin Qingtian, sitting in the passenger seat, was stunned for a moment, then angrily puffed out his beard and glared at them. "Slow down? You brat! I'm always the one people say I'm too fast. This is the first time someone has said I'm slow. Today I'm going to show you what speed really is." He lost his temper and kicked the car door open, saying to Lin Wanqing and Zhang Qiyue in the back seat, "Want to know how fast light is?" After saying that, he grinned and grabbed Lin Wanqing and Zhang Qiyue, one in each hand. "If you're scared, close your eyes." Lin Qingtian let out a low shout, and then a dazzling golden light burst forth from his body. Boom! A massive golden beam of light shot into the sky, tearing through the clouds and hurtling towards the school at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, before disappearing into the horizon in an instant. The driver, who remained calm, glanced at the kicked-away car door, silently lit a cigarette, and then expertly pulled out his phone. Can Chapter 27 prove it now? On the other side, Yan Luo unleashed Shadow Affinity at full power for the first time, traversing the shadowy plane of matter at lightning speed. This feeling was incredibly wonderful, like fish returning to the sea or birds soaring in the sky, a feeling of extreme freedom and joy. What would normally be a half-hour drive was completed in just 1 minute under the shadows. He appeared silently in the shadows of the corner of the hall, just in time to hear the vice principal continuing to exert pressure, spitting as he spoke. "Principal Wang, as the head of a school, you should set an example and uphold the law. How can we let personal interests override public duty and protect the murderer? If you insist on protecting me today, I will be the first to object. I will definitely join forces with the school board to report this matter to the higher education authorities." He became more and more agitated as he spoke, as if he were the embodiment of justice. "Bai Manqing, don't think that just because you have some power, you can do whatever you want and treat human life like dirt. In the end, there is justice and law in this world. A cruel and tyrannical person like you, no matter how talented you are, will surely become a scourge to our human race in the future. You'd better get rid of him sooner rather than later. I killed him." Just then, Yan Luo's calm voice, like ice beads falling onto a J-plate, clearly reached everyone's ears. He slowly emerged from the shadows, his crisp footsteps seeming to resonate with the rhythm of everyone's heartbeats, carrying an invisible sense of oppression. "What are you going to do to me?" The vice principal was startled by the sudden sound. He turned around and saw Yan Luo, feeling somewhat intimidated by her imposing aura. However, students around him immediately recognized Yan Luo. It's Yan Luo. That good-for-nothing who awakened a low-level profession? Why is he here? Hearing the surrounding discussions, the vice principal also remembered this person and immediately felt more confident. He scoffed, looking at Yan Luo with disdain. "You? A low-level professional, yet you dare to boast that you killed Lu Hao's team? Trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Look in the mirror. You have no right to speak here, get out of here right now." Yan Luo sneered, and without saying a word, his figure flashed like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of the vice principal. Wow, so fast. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes. The next moment, a sharp whip kick, accompanied by the sound of air being cut, struck the vice principal hard on the side of his waist. Bang! The vice principal was hit as if by a speeding truck, screaming as he flew sideways and crashed heavily to the ground. However, Yan Luo did not stop. Before he could get up, Yan Luo's left foot stepped down and firmly pressed down on his arm, which was trying to block. The enormous force made his arm bones creak under the strain. Immediately afterwards, Yan Luo bent down, his right fist forming a swift and fierce punch that slammed into the vice principal's stomach like a cold iron cone. Vomit! The vice principal's eyes bulged out, his body arched like a shrimp, and the violent spasms made him lose all his strength in an instant, unable to even let out a scream. Yan Luo's movements were fluid and uninterrupted. His left knee suddenly rose and slammed heavily into the vice principal's chin. Snap! The sickening sound of bones cracking was clearly audible. The vice principal jerked his head back, and several bloody teeth mixed with saliva sprayed out. Finally, Yan Luo raised his right foot high and stomped down hard. Smack! The sole of the shoe was precisely imprinted on the vice principal's face, which was contorted with pain, pressing his head firmly against the cold ground. The entire hall was deathly silent, save for the vice principal's feeble, weak groans, like a broken bellows. Yan Luo stepped on his face with one foot, leaned down slightly, and looked down at the vice principal who was lying like a dead dog at his feet. Now, can it be proven? The entire hall fell silent. Everyone was stunned by what had happened in the blink of an eye. Principal Wang Lin also snapped out of his shock. Although he felt a little smug, the scene was really unsightly, so he quickly stepped forward and said, "Yan Luo, stop. Move your foot away." Yan Luo glanced at the principal and slowly moved her foot away. The vice principal struggled to his feet, his face bruised and swollen, looking utterly disheveled. He felt the burning pain on his face and the strange looks around him. He was filled with shame and indignation, and his reason was consumed by anger. "You little beast! I'll kill you!" he roared, unleashing a burst of energy from his body, and disregarding his status and the occasion, launched a sneak attack on Yan Luo. Yan Luo had already noticed, but she simply smiled slightly and stood still, neither dodging nor avoiding. Just as the vice principal's attack was about to strike. Boom! A dazzling golden beam of light descended like divine punishment. The next moment, a large foot, wearing the standard military boots of the Shield Bureau, suddenly stepped out from the beam of light and stomped hard on the vice principal's face with lightning speed. Smack! With a muffled thud, the vice principal was stomped to the ground by the immense force, a clear, complete shoe print imprinted on his face, as deep as a birthmark. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene once again. As the light faded, Lin Qingtian appeared in the arena, holding Lin Wanqing's hand with one hand and Zhang Qiyue's hand with the other, looking majestic and imposing. He didn't even look at the person at his feet, but instead looked smugly at Yan Luo. "Kid, how about that? I wasn't slow, was I?" Looking at his smug expression, Yan Luo casually replied, "So-so." Lin Qingtian immediately became displeased. "Hey! You brat! If I hadn't brought Wanqing and Qiyue with me, even if I gave you a 10-second head start, you still wouldn't have been able to catch up with my taillights." Seeing the renowned director of the Xian Shield Bureau arguing with Yan Luo about speed like a child, everyone felt their worldviews were shaken. Principal Wang Lin quickly stepped forward and respectfully greeted, "Director Lin, what brings you here?" Lin Qingtian then shifted his gaze from Yan Luo, glanced at Wang Lin, ignored his greeting, pointed at the vice principal who was still groaning at his feet, and asked Yan Luo in an unfriendly tone, "What's going on here? Was that old bastard trying to attack you just now?" Yan Luo briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingtian's face instantly turned frosty, and a terrifying killing intent emanated from him, causing the temperature in the entire hall to drop several degrees. "Good. A bunch of insects. How dare you attack my human prodigy? Do you really think I'm afraid to kill?" As he spoke, he raised his foot, ready to give the vice principal another hard blow. Principal Wang Lin was terrified and quickly stopped him, saying, "Director Lin, please calm down. Please calm down. Spare his life. Our school will definitely deal with this matter seriously." He quickly explained the whole story, including the actions of Lu Hao's team and Bai Manchang and Yan Luo's confession to the murder. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingtian snorted coldly, "The Lu family's collusion with the cult is irrefutable, and they have already been apprehended by our Xian Shield Bureau. Lu Hao, as a core member of the Lu family, deserved to die. Yan Luo and Bai Manching's actions are to rid the people of a scourge they are not only without fault, but have actually done a good deed. I'll send someone to deliver a banner to them tomorrow." Principal Wang Lin was stunned. "What? Lin Qingtian glared at him. What? You have a problem with that? No. No. Principal Wang Lin shook his head vigorously. I didn't know before, but I do now. I will immediately award the honorary title of Model of Eliminating Evil to Yan Luo and Bai Mancheng. Lin Qingtian's expression softened slightly, but he added, that's it? Principal Wang Lin immediately understood and quickly said, there's more. The school will also award a generous scholarship to recognize the two students for their outstanding contributions to eliminating traitors for humanity. Director Lin, what do you think of this? Lin Qingtian nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. At this moment, Lin Qingtian's driver also arrived outside the hall in the changed car. Seeing this, Lin Qingtian instructed Wang Lin, all right, I'll leave this to you. Tie up this scoundrel who intended to attack a meritorious human hero, and send him to the Shield Bureau later. Yes. We'll definitely do as you say. Principal Wang Lin readily agreed. Just then, Bai Mancheng's purplish red eyes swept across the crowd and landed coldly on Ms. Li, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, who had been trying to hide behind the crowd and minimize her presence. Teacher Li was already terrified by the sudden reversal of the situation, and her whole body was trembling slightly. At this moment, being locked onto Bai Mancheng's cold gaze, which carried a hint of murderous intent, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His face turned deathly pale in an instant. He knew very well how he had gone to great lengths to slander and frame Bai Mancheng in order to exonerate himself, even going so far as to fan the flames, and he had definitely offended her to death. Given the strength and background the other party has shown so far, crushing me would be easier than crushing an ant. Even if the school doesn't expel him if he stays here, he'll definitely face dire consequences in the future. Who knows, he might die in accident someday. Overwhelmed by immense fear, his survival instinct compelled him to act immediately. Wait! Teacher Li suddenly raised his hand, his voice shrill and distorted with extreme fear, and he scrambled out from behind the crowd. Facing Lin Qingtian and Principal Wang Lin, he shouted in a tearful voice, I surrender. Director Lin, I'm turning myself in. He pointed to his own nose and stammered, I just framed Bai Mancheng. I deliberately distorted the facts to shirk responsibility. I plead guilty. Please arrest me too. Lock me in the Shield Bureau prison. Please. At that moment, he felt that the only safe place was probably the Shield Bureau's prison. At least there, Bai Mancheng shouldn't directly storm in to settle scores with him. This dramatic scene left everyone stunned. This was the first time Lin Qingtian had ever seen someone so eager to be imprisoned in the Xian Shield Bureau, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, somewhat speechless. He glanced at Bai Mancheng, who had no expression, and then at Teacher Li, who was so frightened she was almost wetting herself. He instantly understood the key to the matter. He snorted and said to Principal Wang Lin with a hint of sarcasm, it seems that the professional ethics and conduct of teachers in your school really need to be rectified. Alright, since he's so conscientious, let's grant his wish and send him over so he can reflect on his actions. Principal Wang Lin's face turned pale and then red, feeling that the school had completely lost face today. He could only nod repeatedly, yes, Director Lin, rest assured, I will definitely do as you say. Lin Qingtian said no more and got into the car with Jiang Qiyue and left. Yan Luo then looked at Bai Mancheng and Lin Wanqing and said calmly, the trouble is over, let's enter the dungeon. Ignoring the shocked, envious, and awe-inspiring gazes behind them, the three stepped directly into the teleportation array of the burial grounds. With a flash of light, they disappeared. Only the principal, leaders, and teachers remained in the dungeon lobby, looking at each other in bewilderment. And the students, still in shock and unable to process this bombshell. Chapter 28 Queen vs. Queen. The familiar chill and decay of the burial ground rushed towards me, and the grey mist still lingered. Upon entering the instance, Yan Luo stopped and looked at the two companions beside her, who were very different in style but equally beautiful. Let me introduce myself. Bai Mancheng, a legendary class, succubus queen. Bai Mancheng's purplish red eyes darted around, carrying a natural allure and a hint of scrutiny as she looked at Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing, the legendary class, Dark Knight Queen, Yan Luo continued. Lin Wanqing's dark pupils were calm and still, like a bottomless pool, as he looked back at Bai Mancheng. The two queens' gazes met in mid-air. Although Bai Mancheng had long known that her master would not only have her as a concubine, she was still amazed when she actually saw another woman with extraordinary temperament, beauty that rivaled her own, and a profession similar to hers, a queen standing beside her master. Even when addressing the master in the same way, Bai Mancheng couldn't help but feel a subtle pang of bitterness, as if her precious treasure had been taken away. The same is true for Lin Wanqing. The Bai Manqing before him was alluring and seductive, like a blooming poppy, a stark contrast to his own cold and gloomy temperament. As queens, and equally loyal to their masters, a strange sense of competition naturally arose in her heart. We must outdo her. We can't let her outdo us. Almost simultaneously, the same thought flashed through their minds, and an invisible aura of female rivalry quietly spread through the grey fog. Just then, a cracking sound of bones grinding came from ahead, and a group of 7 or 8 skeleton soldiers wielding rusty swords emerged from the mist. Almost the instant the monster appeared, Lin Wanqing moved before Bai Manqing could. Thousand Shadows Burial. The shadow beneath her feet seemed to come alive, and countless dark shadow blades gushed out like boiling spring water, rapidly spreading forward in a fan shape centered on her. Those shadow blades were silent yet incredibly sharp, piercing through the skeleton soldier's bones with ease, as if cutting through tofu. Click. 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 A series of dense cracking sounds rang out, and the 7 or 8 skeleton soldiers didn't even have time to take a second step before they were all turned into countless pieces of bone at the same time, scattering all over the ground with a clatter, and their soul fire was instantly extinguished. Kill a skeleton soldier, gain 50 experience points. Shared family experience points plus 50. Instant kill. A clean and decisive area of effect kill. As Lin Wanqing felt the surging shadow power within her body and the effortless ease with which she could use her skills, an overwhelming sense of excitement and awe welled up within her. That's incredible. Is this the power of a legendary class? Even though she's only level 5 now, she feels she can easily crush her former self who was level 20 or so before the transformation. With this initial victory, Lin Wanqing's confidence soared. She tilted her head slightly, and the corner of her cool eye seemed to inadvertently sweep over Bai Manqing, with a faint, almost imperceptible smile. However, her slightly boastful attitude instantly provoked Bai Manqing. Humph, clearing out lowly soldiers is nothing, anyone can do that. A hint of resentment flashed in Bai Manqing's purplish red eyes. She didn't want to be outdone by this newcomer. Just then, the mist churned on the flank, and 5 or 6 swift skeleton assassins wielding bone daggers silently pounced. Lin Wanqing reacted quickly, her dark eyes narrowing as she prepared to strike again. But Bai Manqing was faster than her. It's my turn. With a sharp cry, she brandished her long whip, Hellfire, which burned with hellfire, and lashed out like a venomous snake, leaving a dazzling yet deadly trail in the air. Smack! 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 Each lash of the whip precisely wrapped around the neck or joints of a skeleton assassin, the power of shadow exploding instantly along with the scorching heat of hellfire. Before the skeleton assassins could even scream, they crumbled and collapsed like burning tinder under the flames, turning into a small pile of charred bone fragments. The whole process was smooth and fluid, full of a strange and violent beauty, and its efficiency was even a notch higher than Lin Wanqing's group kill just now. After clearing out the monsters, Bai Manqing flicked her wrist, and the long whip disappeared. She elegantly tossed her long purple hair, turned to Yen Luo with a charming yet slightly smug smile, and said in a voice that was sweet and seductive, "A few little insects dare to disturb their master? They really don't know what's good for them." Lin Wanqing remained expressionless, but the fingers gripping the power of shadow tightened slightly. Next, the rivalry between the two queens officially began. No matter what kind of monster they encountered, the two seemed to be putting all their strength into it, rushing to attack. Lin Wanqing's attacks were like a cold dance of death, precise, efficient, and carrying a shadowy mystery and chilling intent. Bai Manqing's battle was like a blooming death rose, alluring, unrestrained, and full of the heat and allure of hellfire. However, in terms of skills alone, Lin Wanqing has the advantage. Eternal Night descends, creates a dark realm where enemies are deprived of their sight. Thousand Shadow Burial, manipulate the power of shadows, transforming them into hundreds of sharp, solid shadow blades to indiscriminately saturate the designated area. Shadow Clone, consumes one's own mental and magical power to create a clone with the same appearance as the original body using shadow matter. The number of clones is directly related to one's mental attributes. The higher one's mental attributes, the more clones can exist simultaneously, but the strength of each clone will decrease accordingly. The combination of these abilities makes him more efficient at killing monsters than Bai Manqing. However, Bai Manqing was also fast. Relying on her level advantage, she used her strength to send bricks flying and whip down a large number of monsters. The burning hellfire will also incinerate all the monsters nearby. Wherever the two passed, skeletal monsters fell in droves like waves of wheat swept by a whirlwind, and notifications of experience gain practically flooded Yen Luo's mind. But Yen Luo did not allow the competition to continue. After Lin Wanqing had familiarized herself with all the abilities, Yen Luo said, "All right, that's the end of the warm-up. We'll split up in a bit and each take charge of a section." Our goal today is to kill as many monsters as possible to level up. Tomorrow, we will enter the inner zone. Although I had previously assigned Bai Manqing the task of killing one boss per day, things didn't go as planned. The speed at which he and Bai Manqing leveled up both exceeded his previous expectations. At your current level, it would be a waste of time to still be grinding monsters in the outer areas. Therefore, Yan Luo decided to spend another day grinding in the outer area, and then head to the inner area once Lin Wanqing and Bai Manqing had leveled up. He looked at Bai Manqing. Manqing, you are in charge of clearing the eastern area alone. Then he said to Lin Wanqing, Wanqing, you're in my group. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing shook her head, her clear, cool voice filled with confidence. Master, you don't need to take special care of me. I am a student of Phoenix Perch Academy, with rich experience in field combat, and my level has reached 27. Going alone is no problem. She didn't want to be treated like a newbie who needed special care, especially in front of Bai Manqing. Seeing that Lin Wan had refused her master's team arrangement, Bai Manqing's desire to compete with her grew even stronger. She immediately stepped forward and bowed to Yan Luo, saying, Master, I'm fine with it too. Leave the eastern area to me, I guarantee not a single monster will be left alive. She absolutely cannot let Lin Wanqing be the only one who shines. They must prove themselves to be the more capable and trustworthy companions of their master. As they were leaving, their eyes met once more. Their gazes collided in the air, as if invisible sparks were crackling. Let's go. Yan Luo seemed to sense the undercurrent between the two, but said nothing and took the lead in walking in one direction. Lin Wanqing also walked in one direction. Bai Manqing watched the two figures disappear into the gray mist, her beautiful purplish red eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. Roll. We have to roll it as hard as we can. We absolutely cannot lose to that cold-hearted woman. She turned around, and the Hellfire Whip lashed out in the air with a loud bang, charging towards the eastern area with a resolute momentum. She was determined that today she would not only complete her master's task, but also outdo Lin Wanqing in beauty, kill more, and level up faster. After parting ways with Lin Wanqing and Bai Manqing, Yan Luo soon encountered a boss. Another skeletal colossus. He killed it directly, and while gaining experience, he activated his skill on a whim. Shadow Clone. The effect of this skill is closely related to the spirit attribute. Yan Luo shared Lin Wanqing's 110 points of mental attribute, and with his own foundation, his mental attribute was already extremely terrifying, and a powerful mental force surged forth. In an instant, over 100 shadow clones, identical to Yan Luo's original body, silently appeared in the shadows around him. Although there are many clones, their strength decreases significantly as the number of clones increases. The individual combat power of these clones is probably not even enough to defeat a level 5 skeleton soldier. But Yan Luo did not create them for fighting. Go, find the locations of all the bosses in the outer zone. Yan Luo gave instructions to his clone. The next moment, hundreds of shadow clones scattered like ghosts, silently merging into the endless gray mist and shadows of the burial ground. They are swift and extremely difficult to detect, making them excellent scouts. Meanwhile, Yan Luo himself was clearing out the ordinary monsters he encountered along the way as if taking a stroll, steadily increasing his experience. Before long, through the shared vision of the clones, Yan Luo saw one of the clones discover the traces of the second outer zone boss. Then, his figure flickered, like a drop of water merging into the ocean, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. Shadow Affinity, Full Power Activation. They traversed the dimensions of shadow at unimaginable speeds. In just a few breaths, Yan Luo traversed a vast distance, stepping out of the shadow of the clone that had discovered the boss. Faced with the sudden intruder, before the boss could even roar, Yan Luo's Hellfire Whip struck its core weakness with precision, like a poisonous dragon emerging from its lair. Sold out instantly. Defeat the outer zone boss, experience points plus 1,500. Afterwards, Yan Luo followed the same method. More shadow clones, like a net cast out, continuously reported back the location of the boss. Kill, move, kill again. Yan Luo was like a ruthless scoring machine, relying on the rapid search of his shadow clones and his own terrifying shadow traveling ability to hunt down bosses in the outer zone. The boss will revive after being killed, but its revival location is random, making it extremely troublesome to find in the vast burial grounds. But for Yan Luo, who has hundreds of tireless shadow clone scouts, this is not a problem at all. Although non-first kill bosses no longer drop items and only provide experience points, this is exactly what Yan Luo needs right now. His experience bar was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, his almost sweeping monster killing method made things difficult for other professional player teams in the dungeon. Several student teams, who had finally managed to assemble and were full of confidence as they entered the burial grounds, eager to challenge themselves and obtain valuable loot, were now wandering around in the gray fog, looking completely bewildered. That's strange. Isn't it said that the burial grounds are teeming with monsters and fraught with danger? It's been almost half an hour, and I've only encountered 3 lone skeleton soldiers? Where is the boss? We've explored 2 of the boss spawn points marked on the map, and we haven't found anything. Is this really a hellish difficulty dungeon? Why does this feel even easier than the beginner dungeon? Outside the dungeon lobby, in front of a huge monitoring screen, Principal Wang Lin and a group of school leaders stared in disbelief at the scores of Yan Luo, Bai Mancheng, and Lin Wanqing, which skyrocketed like a rocket. Yan Luo's score, in particular, jumped by an astonishing number almost every few minutes, leaving everyone else far behind and leaving them far behind. This scoring speed is terrifying. Are they cheating in there? Are the monsters in the burial grounds just lining up for us to kill? Principal Wang Lin stared at the rapidly changing numbers, his beard trembling with excitement. He murmured to himself, "God bless humanity. God bless Beihua High School." He turned around abruptly and said to the dean of students behind him decisively, "The scholarship decisions made earlier are to be changed immediately. Change the reward to 200,000 alliance coins." A leader whispered a reminder, "Principal, isn't this amount too high? The school's budget." Principal Wang Lin glared at him and interrupted without room for argument, "What do you mean high? I think it's too low. If the funding isn't enough, I'll make up the difference out of my own pocket." He turned his burning gaze back to the screen, watching Yan Luo's score soar and break through the 5,000 mark, his eyes filled with boundless anticipation and pride. Our Beihua High School is truly about to unleash its true potential. Chapter 29: The Shocking Southeast High School World. For an entire day, an eerie atmosphere permeated the burial grounds instance. Countless professional teams, full of fighting spirit and ready to make a big splash, entered the instance, only to wander around aimlessly like headless flies, their faces filled with confusion. Where's the promised hell difficulty and hordes of monsters? They wandered aimlessly through the gray, fog-shrouded wasteland of skeletons, rarely seeing even hordes of ordinary monsters, let alone bosses. Occasionally, a terrifying roar, characteristic of the boss, would echo from afar, giving the team members a jolt of excitement, as they thought they had finally found their target. They rushed excitedly towards the sound, only to find, breathless, a vast expanse of bone slowly dissipating. The boss has already been taken, leaving not even a trace. Once or twice might be a coincidence, but after a while, everyone understood. It's not that the boss respawns slowly, nor is it a bug in the dungeon. Instead, it's someone or a terrifyingly powerful squad that's hunting down all the bosses in the dungeon with astonishing efficiency. Their speed in clearing out the enemy was so fast that those who came later didn't even get a sip of soup. Damn it! Who on earth is this deity? The boss is being killed at a speed that's like mowing grass. Are you even giving people a way to live? Curiosity spread like wildfire among the surviving professionals in the dungeon. They began desperately trying to gather information. Soon, the clues came together. A student from the same high school as Yan Luo revealed that their Beihua High School produced several monsters this year. One of them, Yan Luo, has already scored 5,000 points in the burial ground. Among the other 2, Bai Manqing has reached 3,000 points and Lin Wanqing has also reached over 1,000 points. 5,000 points? Are you kidding me? I fought tooth and nail in the newbie dungeon all day and only got a little over 100 points. 5,000 points in the burial grounds? Did they plow through the entire dungeon? Even a level 20 elite team of professionals couldn't achieve this level of skill. That's terrifying. It's confirmed that he's cheating. The news spread like wildfire, quickly leaving the burial ground and reaching all the high schools in Southeast City. Have you heard? A few students from Beihua High School are going crazy farming in the burial grounds. Is it true that someone scored 5,000 points? His name seems to be Yan Luo. A monster. It's a monster. Beihua High School, a name that was not particularly prominent in the education circles of Southeast City, was thrust into the spotlight in a single day. At Ging'an High School, the most prestigious high school in Southeast City, the admissions officers of the 4 top schools Longxiang, Fengqi, Xuanwu, and Bailu, who were conducting recruitment presentations, received inside information from their respective channels at almost the same time. What? Beihua High School? A 5,000 point score in the burial ground? Has the information been verified? Are you sure it's not just a rumor? The admissions officers were initially skeptical, but as more details were confirmed, their expressions changed from indifference to shock, and then to uncontrollable excitement and eagerness. Quick! Get the car ready. We're heading to Beihua High School immediately. For the presentation here, find an excuse, say there's an emergency. We must get in touch with these students before the other three. Those who can get into the admissions offices of the 4 top universities are all exceptionally intelligent. They know all too well what it means to reach 5,000 points in the burial grounds. This is not just about a high level, it represents terrifying strength that crushes its peers, extremely high professional quality, and unparalleled potential. Even the so-called epic-level geniuses who were sought after in previous years paled in comparison to these individuals. Although intelligence indicates that one of them started with a low-level profession, this only makes it more bizarre and unusual. Something unusual must be going on. The 4 groups rushed out of Ging'an High School almost one after the other, heading towards Beihua High School at breakneck speed. On the road, they continued making phone calls, using all their connections to further confirm and gather detailed information about Yan, Luo, and the other 2. When the news was finally confirmed, and the highest score among the 3 had already broken through 5,000 and was moving toward 6,000, the experienced admissions directors couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A monster, a real monster. What level of profession is this? Could it be a legendary one? What incredible luck did Beihua High School have? Their hearts burned with desire, wishing they could fly to Beihua High School immediately and bring these 3 precious children into their own school. When the convoy arrived at Beihua High School, Principal Wang Lin had already received the news and personally greeted them at the school gate, his face beaming with unprecedented radiance. He led several admissions office directors directly to the instance teleportation hall. However, Yan Luo and the other 2 are still trapped inside the instance. Principal Wang, when will these students be able to come out? One of the 4 universities, the director of admissions at Longxiang Academy, a middle-aged man with a refined demeanor and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, asked. Well, it's hard to say. Principal Wang Lin glanced at the time and said with a wry smile, they've been inside for almost a day now, and nobody knows how much longer they'll have to keep grinding. The admissions directors looked at each other, anxious but unable to contain their emotions. It's all right, we'll just wait here. Another capable-looking female director from Phoenix Academy said. And so they waited until night fell. On the screen at the entrance to the instance, the scores of Yan Luo and the other 2 were still increasing rapidly, making the admissions directors itch with envy, their mouths practically watering, but they were helpless. Teachers, it's getting late. How about we go to the cafeteria to grab something to eat while we wait? Principal Wang Lin felt a little guilty seeing that the distinguished guests were hungry, and made a suggestion. The admissions directors looked at each other, and since they were indeed hungry, they nodded in agreement. The group went to a small private room in the school cafeteria and ordered a few simple dishes. However, they had barely picked up their chopsticks and taken a few bites when the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open, and a school staff member rushed in, panting heavily. Principal! They're out! Yan Luo and the others have come out of the dungeon. What? Snap! Several admissions directors almost simultaneously dropped their chopsticks and stood up, their faces instantly filled with ecstasy. Where is it? Take us there quickly. One of the directors from the Xuanwu Academy, a burly man, spoke in a loud voice. It's over there in the dungeon lobby, but... The staff member hesitated for a moment before saying, it seems they just left. They left? The nascent hope was instantly extinguished, and the smiles on the faces of the admissions directors froze, as if they had been frozen in place. They rushed to the dungeon lobby, only to find it deserted, with only a few students and teachers still discussing it, and the final score frozen on the screen, a result that left everyone speechless. Well. The teacher from Bailu Academy sighed heavily, his face filled with disappointment and helplessness. We're still a step too late. He then turned to Principal Wang Lin, his tone regaining its previous composure, but with an undeniable firmness. Principal Wang, please make sure to pass this message on to us tomorrow. Our 4 universities sincerely hope to meet with Yan Luo, Bai Manqing, and Lin Wanqing to discuss their future academic plans. The other 3 directors nodded in agreement, expressing the same sentiment. Principal Wang Lin quickly patted his chest and assured them, no problem. Teachers, don't worry, I'll let you know as soon as they arrive tomorrow. After seeing off the 4 admissions directors, who were filled with regret yet high spirits, Principal Wang Lin stood alone in the empty hall, looking at the 3 dazzling names and scores on the screen, and couldn't help but sigh once again. This is really going to turn the world upside down. Chapter 30 Demon Hunter Team. After leaving the instance, Yan Luo led by Man Cheng and Lin Wanqing to the new villa provided by Lin Xingtian. By this time, the night was deep. The villa was brightly lit, and Lin Xingtian was sitting in the living room, smiling and talking to Zhang Qiyu, which made the little girl's lips curl up slightly. Upon seeing Yan Luo and the other two return, he immediately stood up, his face filled with undisguised admiration. "You're back? You guys caused quite a commotion today." Lin Xingtian laughed, his gaze sweeping over Yan Luo, Bai Manqing, and Lin Wanqing. "Now, I estimate that every high school in the entire Yanhuang safe zone with even a little bit of information knows that Beihua High School in our southeast city has produced 3 monsters who can score over 1,000 points in the burial ground in a single day. Wow, these results are absolutely astounding." He sighed deeply, then changed the subject and asked with a confident tone, "After a whole day of this, you should all be level 10 by now, right?" As he spoke, he activated his detection spell and looked at the three of them. Yan Luo, level 10. Bai Manqing, level 10. Lin Wanqing, level 10. As expected. Lin Xingtian showed an expression that said he had no doubt about it. Lin Xingtian's gaze finally landed on Yan Luo, with a hint of curiosity. Level 10 is the first key milestone for a professional. Now that you've reached level 10, you should have already received the advancement quest, right? What is it? When professionals reach certain key level milestones, they will trigger advancement quests. These 6 milestones are level 10, level 30, level 50, level 70, and level 90. Only by completing advanced tasks can you break through the bottleneck and continue to level up. Therefore, Yan Luo was stuck at the level 10 threshold. However, the massive amount of experience he accumulated by frantically defeating bosses today did not disappear, it was simply temporarily stored away. Yan Luo estimated that once he completed the advancement mission, he could easily advance 3 or 4 levels in a row with the experience he had stored up. It's not that he can only reach level 10, but rather that the current version only allows him to reach level 10. In comparison, Bai Manqing was just barely on the line, and her experience was far less than his. Faced with Lin Xingtian's question, Yan Luo did not hide anything and said directly, "You need to transform 3 familiars in order to advance to the next level." Transform 3 dependents? Lin Xingtian pondered for a moment, glanced at Bai Manqing and Lin Wanqing beside him, and smiled. "You already have 2, which means you only need to convert 1 more." His gaze naturally fell on Zhang Qiyu, who was sitting quietly to the side. "Once Qiyu completes the transformation, the conditions will be met, right?" Yan Luo nodded. Lin Xingtian smiled with relief. He had originally wanted to help him, but it seemed that he didn't need to now. Then he said seriously, "There's something else I need to tell you. I have already reported your situation to the League's top management. The higher-ups take this very seriously, and it's estimated that they will send someone to contact you and verify it soon. As long as your talent is confirmed to be genuine, given the strategic value of your abilities, a meteoric rise to great heights is almost inevitable." At this point, Lin Xingtian suddenly sighed self-deprecatingly, his tone somewhat complicated. "Thinking about it, it really is. I, Lin Xingtian, have struggled for decades in the Xian Shield Bureau, and finally managed to become a Disha lieutenant. You're something else, you just graduated high school and you're already about to surpass me in status. Sigh, you've really wasted your life." However, he quickly adjusted his mindset and waved his hand nonchalantly. "Forget it, what's the point of comparing myself to a monster like you? It's just asking for trouble." He then asked, "With the potential and strength you've shown so far, the 4 top universities would probably be fighting tooth and nail to get you in. So, have you made up your mind yet? Which one are you planning to go to?" But to Lin Xingtian's surprise, Yan Luo shook her head directly, her tone calm but firm. "I'm not going to any of them." Not going to any of them? Lin Xingtian was stunned, wondering if he had misheard. The 4 academies are the top 4 universities in our Yanhuang safe zone, with the best resources and traditions. You really don't want to go? I don't need it. Yan Luo said calmly. He had already attended university once in his previous life, so there was absolutely no need for him to go again. He knew very well that he didn't have much time left. He must seize every second and improve his skills in the fastest way possible, instead of wasting time on campus in a routine manner. It can be said that since his rebirth, he has never thought about going back to school. Seeing the unwavering determination in Yan Luo's eyes, Lin Xingtian swallowed back the words of advice that were on the tip of his tongue. He understood that such geniuses often had their own opinions and plans. He sighed and asked, "Since you're not going to university, you must have some plans, right? What are you planning to do?" Yan Luo raised his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife, and said in a deep voice, "I want to join the Witcher organization." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingtian showed little surprise. Instead, he nodded calmly as if he had expected it, just as I thought. If Yan Luo doesn't want to go to university and is unwilling to be too constrained by the Xian Shield Bureau system, then he doesn't have many options left. The Witcher organization is undoubtedly the most suitable one among them. The Witcher organization is a vast civilian organization with influence throughout the 9 human safe zones and branches in various major cities. Because its main responsibilities are also to eliminate demons and crack down on cults, which highly overlaps with the functions of the Bureau of Shield, yet it is independent of the official system, it is often jokingly referred to as the unofficial Bureau of Shield. Compared to the disciplined and rule-bound Bureau of Shield, the Witcher organization has a freer atmosphere, fewer constraints, and its members have a great deal of autonomy. And that is exactly what Yan Luo needs right now. An identity that allows him to act conveniently while also providing a certain platform and resources. The Witcher organization primarily operates under 2 modes, solo mode and team mode. Yan Luo's goal was very clear. Build your own demon hunting crew. A demon hunting group centered around him, with the Demon King's retinue as its backbone, and destined to expand in the future. This will be the perfect shell and starting point for him to build the Demon King Legion, so that he can legitimately gather strength, conquer all directions, and accumulate the capital to take revenge on the demon race as quickly as possible. The Witcher organization, to establish a Witcher Corps. Lin Qingtian tapped his fingers lightly on the sofa armrest, his eyes gleaming. This path is indeed very suitable for you. With your abilities, you might really be able to make a name for yourself there. He looked at Yan Luo, his tone becoming serious. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't try to persuade you any further. I happen to know the head of the Witcher organization S branch in Southeast City. Would you like me to introduce you? Yan Luo shook her head. No need, I can go by myself. All right. Lin Qingtian stopped insisting and stood up. It's getting late. You're all exhausted today. Get some rest. He walked to the door and said to Yan Luo, the people from the Alliance headquarters will probably arrive soon, so keep an eye out for them. Contact me anytime if you need anything. After saying that, he turned and left the villa. Yan Luo told the group to go back to their rooms and rest. Although Bai Mancheng and Lin Wanqing were secretly competing with each other, they both maintained respect and obedience in front of Yan Luo. As the hands of the clock quietly passed midnight, a familiar thrill came from the depths of my soul. The tyrannical rule is being settled. Bai Manqing legendary fixed contribution of 100 magic points. Bai Manqing, a member of the Bai clan, caused massive slaughter at the burial ground today, spreading immense fear and despair. She has gained an additional 1250 points of magic power. Bai Manqing, a member of the clan, has repeatedly defeated outer layer bosses, earning an achievement reward of 150 magic points. Lin Wanqing legendary fixed contribution of 100 magic points. Lin Wanqing, a member of the family, participated in a large-scale killing spree at the burial ground today, and gained an additional 100 magic points. Lin Wanqing, a member of the family, defeated the outer zone boss and received an achievement reward of 50 magic points. Total magic points gained, 1750. Current magic points, 3315. A surge of pure abyssal power flowed into his body. Although the total amount was considerable, it was still 1,685 points short of the 5,000 points of magic power required to convert Jiang Qiyue. At this rate, it will be enough to save up in 2 more days. Chapter 31 First Team Battle. The morning sunlight streamed through the villa's huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm dappled patterns of light. As soon as Yan Luo stepped out of the bedroom, she saw Bai Mancheng and Lin Wanqing waiting outside the door. Good morning, master. The two spoke in unison and bowed slightly. Bai Mancheng held a glass of perfectly warm water in her hand, a charming smile on her face. Master, rinse your mouth first. She naturally moved to step forward. Lin Wanqing held up a neatly ironed coat and said in a cool voice, Master, it's a bit chilly in the morning, put on your coat. She also stepped forward at the same time. The two approached Yan Luo almost simultaneously from the left and right, their eyes briefly meeting in the air, and invisible sparks flew once again. Yan Luo raised an eyebrow at the scene. You don't need to serve me like this, I'm not used to it. Bai Mancheng immediately glanced at Lin Wanqing, her tone carrying a hint of coquettishness. Didn't you hear Master say she's not used to it? You don't need to serve me, I'll do it. As he spoke, he reached out to take Yan Luo's arm. Lin Wanqing's dark eyes turned cold, and she showed no sign of backing down. I think it's probably because you're standing next to the master that you're in the way. It would be more appropriate for me to do it. Seeing the tension between the two escalating again, Yan Luo rubbed her temples helplessly. Fine, you two can go together. Thus, with the help of two queens, each with a distinct style yet equally stunning beauty, Yan Luo completed her washing and changing. At first, Yan Luo was indeed a little uncomfortable. But with Bai Mancheng and Lin Wanqing's gentle and meticulous care, Yan Luo quickly adapted. He even felt a subtle sense of enjoyment. In the restaurant, Jiang Qiyu sat alone across the table, her little hand supporting her chin as she looked at Yan Luo, who was being occupied by Bai Mancheng and Lin Wanqing on either side of her. Her little mouth unconsciously puffed out. Breakfast thus ended in a subtle and harmonious atmosphere. After finishing their meal, Yan Luo prepared to take Bai Mancheng and Lin Wanqing to the instance. Although Jiang Qiyue's eyes were filled with longing, she knew that her body had not yet been transformed, and going with them would only be a burden. She could only watch them leave with longing. When Yan Luo reappeared at Beihua High School with Bai Mancheng and Lin Wanqing, the sensation was even greater than the day before. They're here. Look. It's Senior Yan Luo, Senior Bai Mancheng, and Senior Lin Wanqing. But I heard that Lin Wanqing isn't from our school. Who cares? If we're farming dungeons on our school grounds, then it's our school's territory. The three were immediately recognized by sharp-eyed students as soon as they appeared. Instantly, like a celebrity making an appearance, a large number of students gathered around, their eyes filled with fervor, admiration, and curiosity. Senior Yan Luo. Can you teach me? Senior Mancheng, how did you become so amazing? Could you give me some pointers? Are you still recruiting? I want to join your team. Senior, look at me. I can do anything. A cacophony of voices surged forth as countless people tried to get closer, seeking favors, asking for guidance, or even applying to join. The scene became somewhat chaotic for a moment. Yan Luo frowned slightly, but had not yet spoken. Bai Mancheng and Lin Wanqing, who were standing beside him, had already moved. A glint of allure flashed in Bai Mancheng's purplish-red eyes, and an invisible spiritual fluctuation spread out like ripples. Enchanting eyes. The students at the very front suddenly became dazed and blank-eyed, their faces showing infatuated smiles. They froze in place, as if they had fallen into a beautiful illusion and forgotten their original purpose. At the same time, a shadow flickered in the depths of Lin Wanqing's dark eyes, and she took a step forward lightly. Night falls. Centered on her, a strange dark area suddenly expanded, enveloping the other half of the students who tried to approach. Within the domain, light was swallowed up, sound was blocked, their vision was instantly stripped away, and they were plunged into endless darkness in panic, spinning around in a panic, unable to move forward even an inch. Just one move. This instantly rendered dozens of overly enthusiastic students immobile, leaving them with no ability to move. An eerie silence instantly fell over the entrance to the entire dungeon lobby. The students who were not affected, as well as the onlookers in the distance, all stared in disbelief at the scene, their backs drenched in cold sweat. This is terrifying. Is this the strength of a 5,000-point player in the burial grounds? Ignoring the commotion behind him, Yan Luo walked straight toward the teleportation array. Bai Mancheng and Lin Wanqing withdrew their abilities, not even glancing at the students who had regained their senses and were filled with lingering fear, and followed closely behind. The tense atmosphere only eased when the three figures disappeared into the light of the teleportation array. A cacophony of exclamations and discussions erupted. What just happened? I feel like I had a wet dream. That was terrifying. Everything went black and I couldn't see anything anymore. Is this the difference? We don't even have the right to get close. Just then, upon learning of Yan Luo and the others' arrival, Principal Wang Lin immediately rushed over. After all, Yan Luo needed to be informed that the admissions directors of the 4 colleges would be coming today. All they found were a group of terrified students and an empty teleportation array. Yan Luo and the others, have they already gone in? Principal Wang Lin looked at the 3 names that lit up on the screen again and sighed helplessly. Sigh, we're late again. We'll just have to wait until they come out tonight. It should be fine, right? The burial ground, the inner zone. The sense of oppression here is far greater than in the outer zone. Any monster here is as strong as an elite monster in the outer zone. People without real strength wouldn't dare to come. However, precisely because the quality of the monsters has improved, their numbers are significantly fewer than in the outer regions. Bai Mancheng originally thought that their master would let them split up and level up on their own. But Yan Luo shook his head. This time we don't need to split up, we'll act as a team. He quickly devised a tactic. I will use Shadow Clone to lure the monsters together. Evening Star, your 1,000 Shadows burial, has a large range and deals enough damage. Be responsible for the first wave of clearing and reducing the number of monsters as much as possible. Manqing, your Hell Whip has strong single target in small to medium range attacks. Take care of any stragglers and low health monsters. I provide support from the sidelines and handle any emergencies. Yes, Master. The two responded in unison. With the tactics decided, Yen Luo sent out hundreds of shadow clones like ghosts, weaving through the thick fog and skeletons, constantly provoking and attracting the monsters' hatred. Soon, accompanied by the dense sound of bones grinding and heart-palpitating roars, a huge swarm of monsters, led by the clones, surged toward the designated location like a tide. Mixed in among them are skeleton warriors, shadow hunters, and howling banshees, numbering in the hundreds. Now! Evening Star! Lin Wanqing was already poised to strike. With a clear shout, the immense shadow power within her body erupted. Thousand Shadows Burial. In an instant, countless twisted and shark shadow tentacles burst forth from the ground like a forest of death, centered on itself, and frantically intertwined and pierced through the air. Hiss! 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 A series of teeth-grinding tearing sounds rang out. The monsters at the forefront fell like felled wheat, clearing out a large area in an instant. Limbs and broken bones flew everywhere. This attack eliminated at least 60% of the monsters. Chapter 32 instantly kills the boss. Bad luck. Manqing. Yen Luo spoke again. Bai Manqing made her move almost before Lin Wanqing's skill effect had completely dissipated. Her figure moved like lightning, and the hellfire whip in her hand was like a living venomous snake, lashing out with a sharp whistling sound as it precisely struck the vital points of the remaining monsters that had managed to survive. Smack! 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 Where the whip swept across, the remaining monsters, like burning straw, let out their final howls in the dark red hellfire before quickly turning to ashes. The entire clearing operation was carried out smoothly and efficiently, with excellent teamwork and astonishing efficiency. Occasionally, a few fish might slip through the net and try to launch a sneak attack, but they were instantly dealt with by Yen Luo with a single, condensed whip burning with hellfire. In less than 3 minutes, this wave of hundreds of monsters was completely wiped out. The light of experience flowed into the three of them like a stream. The efficiency is good. Yen Luo nodded in satisfaction. Let's continue. The three of them were like a sophisticated killing machine, repeating the process of luring monsters, clearing the area, and reaping the rewards. They advanced rapidly through the inner area, leaving no trace of life in their wake, as if the undead monsters had been swept away by a hurricane. The teamwork among them became increasingly seamless. Lin Wanqing and Bai Manqing were still competing, neither of them willing to lose to the other. However, they strictly followed Yen Luo's tactics in battle, and even occasionally helped the opponent eliminate threats they hadn't noticed. Before they knew it, their relationship had become much closer. After crushing through the enemy lines, the three of them finally arrived at the core area of the inner zone. Before a terrifying throne made up of countless enormous bones. Seated on the throne was a terrifying figure clad in heavy black armor and wielding a giant axe. It exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine, and its eye sockets contained 2 dark vortexes like abysses. This is the only boss in the inner zone, the Bone Tyrant, which reaches level 15. Bai Manqing and Lin Wanqing both looked a little more serious. Follow the tactics. But Yen Luo's tone remained calm. The battle erupted instantly. Lin Wanqing unleashed his domain, stripping the skeleton tyrant of its senses. Bai Manqing used hellfire to tightly bind the skeleton tyrant, while hellfire, like a leech, continued to burn its bones. Yen Luo then used Thousand Shadow Burial, and countless shadow blades, comparable to giant trees, instantly pierced through the skeleton tyrant from all directions. The battle was over in less than a minute. The skeleton tyrant let out a defiant roar, and its massive body collapsed with a crash, scattering into a pile of dull, lifeless bones. Defeat the skeleton tyrant inner zone boss, experience points plus 5,000. Shared family experience points plus 5,000. A burst of rich golden light flashed, and an item radiating a purple aura fell to the ground. It's the epic item, Undead Armor, obtained after the first defeat of the boss. The attributes are quite good. But Yen Luo didn't even look at it, and said directly to Lin Wanqing, "This piece of equipment is more suitable for you, so I'll take it. Bai Manqing has the teleportation scroll I gave her before, so there's no need to worry about her safety." Lin Wanqing was stunned for a moment, looking at the epic level item that Yen Luo handed over. A subtle fluctuation flashed in her cold eyes. She accepted it with both hands and whispered, "Thank you, Master." Bai Manqing pursed her lips, but didn't say anything. "Master, what do we do next?" Bai Manqing asked. Yan Luo glanced at the pile of bones that were slowly dissipating and said calmly, "Wait for it to revive, and then continue killing." Continue killing? Both women were somewhat puzzled. The first kill of a boss yields the best reward, while subsequent kills only grant experience. Why repeatedly farm the same boss? Seeing their puzzled expressions, Yan Luo explained, "Repeatedly killing the inner zone boss has a very low probability of dropping a hidden reward. That thing is of utmost importance to me, and I am determined to get it." I see. The two women suddenly realized what was happening and immediately stopped having any questions. If the master needs it, then we'll grind until the end of time to get it. Clear. Seeing the two of them looking determined to succeed, Yan Luo laughed and said, "There's no need to be so serious. I estimate that 4 or 5 tries should be enough. After all, in the previous life, the lucky person who obtained the hidden reward only did it 5 times. So, what followed was a tedious and frantic cycle of repeatedly grinding bosses. Yan Luo released hundreds more shadow clones, spreading them out like a net to every corner of the inner zone, searching for the newly resurrected skeleton tyrant. After finding their target, the three immediately used shadow travel to rush over and killed him with lightning speed. There was no hidden reward for the second kill. Yan Luo remained calm. In his previous life, the lucky one had to try 4 or 5 times before he got it. He was only on his second try, so there was no rush. The third time, after the boss revived and saw Yan Luo, it let out an angry roar and launched an attack. Then, it was once again swiftly and decisively sent back to the respawn point. The fourth time, the skeleton tyrant saw Yan Luo's figure in the distance, and the scarlet soulfire in his eyes pulsed violently as he let out a roar mixed with anger and a trace of fear. But after Yan Luo took the initiative to approach, he still gritted his teeth and rushed forward. The result was no surprise. The fifth time, when Yan Luo's figure appeared before it again, the skeletal tyrant's massive body visibly trembled. It let out a frustrated and terrified roar, and then turned and ran. Unfortunately, its escape was futile and laughable in the face of the 3 people who possessed the ability to move through shadows, and it was quickly caught up and killed. The 6th time, the 7th time, the 8th time. Every time after that, as soon as the skeleton tyrant sensed Yan Luo's aura or saw his shadow clone, he would turn and run without saying a word. His movements became more and more skillful each time, showing no dignity whatsoever as the overlord of the inner district. Its enormous skull face seemed to be filled with utter despair. In contrast, Yan Luo's expression gradually changed from calm to solemn, and then, to somewhat dark. 10th kill complete. No. The 15th time. No. The 20th time, still nothing. Depend on. This thing also has lucky and unlucky people. Yan Luo looked at the boss that had turned into white light again and couldn't help but curse under his breath, feeling a tightness in his chest. He clearly remembered that in his past life, that guy only had to try 4 or 5 times before he got it. Why is his face so dark when it's his turn? An unnamed anger surged within him. Yan Luo took a deep breath and made a decision. "I'm not going back tonight." His voice was deep and resolute, brooking no argument. "Keep refreshing here. Keep refreshing until it appears. I won't give up until I unlock the hidden reward." Chapter 33: The Alliance arrives. The Hall of the Azure Sky. The Bureau of Mystery Shield. Inside the director's office. Lin Qingtian watched as Han Feihu, travel-worn and with bloodshot eyes, pushed open the door and entered. He understood immediately and asked, "That young man is awake?" Han Feihu nodded wearily, his voice slightly hoarse. "Yeah, I just woke up not long ago." Since the surprise attack on the Changsheng Sect branch, which resulted in Qin Junyu being possessed by the blood demon and losing his professional foundation, this tough guy has taken all the responsibility upon himself. "I stayed at the hospital for 2 days without sleep, constantly blaming myself." "How are your injuries?" Lin Qingtian's tone softened somewhat. "The physical injuries have been treated by the clergy at the hospital and are no longer a big problem." Han Feihu answered, but his brows remained furrowed. Lin Qingtian felt slightly relieved upon hearing this and said, "That's good. Tell him that although he can no longer be a professional, our Shield Bureau will never abandon its heroes because of this. He can also be transferred to an administrative position, and he will be well treated in terms of benefits. Let him rest for a few more days until he is fully recovered, then he can come and be my assistant." This is an excellent arrangement, enough to guarantee Chen Junyu a worry-free future. However, Han Feihu's expression did not improve after hearing this. He took a crumpled document from his pocket and placed it heavily on his desk. "Director, this is Juinyo's resignation letter." Han Fei, whose voice was hoarse, he said, he was already a cripple, no longer worthy of wearing the Xian Shield Bureau uniform, no longer worthy of staying here. Nonsense. Lin Xingtian slammed his fist on the table and roared, what does he take our Xian Shield Bureau for? A mercenary group? Did you think we would do something like discarding someone after they've served their purpose? Tell him I disagree. Once you're fully recovered, you'd better come back to work. Han Fei shook his head, his eyes filled with helplessness. It's no use, Director. You didn't see the look in his eyes after he woke up. He's completely lost his fighting spirit. A hush fell over the office. Lin Xingtian sighed deeply and rubbed his temples. What a pity, that damned demon. A sense of powerlessness also lingered in his heart. His original profession had been completely ruined due to the modification of his body. For professionals who are determined to slay demons and monsters, this is probably more unacceptable than death. Unless he can get a new job, but how? Lin Xingtian's expression froze. It seems quite possible. He thought of someone. Shen Junyu can no longer use his original profession, but what if he could get a completely new profession? Thinking of this, hope rekindled in Lin Xingtian's eyes. This might actually be a viable solution. He immediately said to Han Fei, do you remember that mysterious young man who single-handedly took down the Blood Hand gang? Han Fei paused for a moment, then nodded, of course I remember. He's strong and decisive. If I hadn't been busy taking care of Junyu lately, I would have gone to him long ago and tried to recruit him into our hunting team. Then he asked in confusion, what, boss, you found someone? Lin Xingtian gave a meaningful smile, we found the person, but you should give up the idea of recruiting him into the team. Why? Han Fei asked, puzzled, is there something wrong with his identity? Can't pass the background check? Lin Xingtian waved his hand. What are you thinking? This has nothing to do with the political background check. Does he have connections and look down on our team? Han Fei asked again, with a hint of dissatisfaction. His hunting team was renowned throughout the entire Southeast City, and countless geniuses would do anything to join them. Lin Xingtian shook his head, no, he's an orphan. Any other questions? Han Fei was even more puzzled, does coming to me mean he'd be wronged? Even if he's a genius with an epic-level profession, joining my team would be a powerful combination, perfect for him to gain experience and grow. Lin Xingtian laughed and said, you're absolutely right. Your pool is indeed too small to contain his real dragon. Not only your team, but even our entire Shield Bureau probably can't tolerate him. Han Fei gasped in shock, his face filled with disbelief, is it really that exaggerated? He simply couldn't fathom what kind of genius could be so intolerant that even the Bureau of Shields couldn't tolerate him. Boss, just tell me. Just who is he? I don't believe it. Han Fei's stubbornness also kicked in. Lin Xingtian hesitated for a moment. Information about Yan Luo should be classified, and he was considering whether he should tell Han Fei now. Just then, a gentle, yet undeniably powerful voice came from outside the office door. Why did you stop talking? I'm also a little curious. What exactly is the background of the true dragon that even the Shield Bureau can't tolerate? Before the words were finished, the office door was pushed open, and a person walked in slowly. When Han Fei saw the person who had arrived, he immediately gasped and instinctively straightened up. Lin Xingtian was also taken aback. He quickly came out from behind his desk and stepped forward to greet him, his tone filled with disbelief and respect. Counselor Baize. I never expected the Alliance would send you here in person. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with neatly combed black hair, a gentle and refined face, and deep, unfathomable eyes that seemed to see through all the illusions of the world. Baize looked at Lin Xingtian and smiled slightly. Xingtian, you have no idea how excited those old guys were when headquarters received your report. They dragged me into a meeting overnight to discuss it, and as soon as the meeting ended, I immediately set off for here. His tone was calm, yet carried an inherent authority. Where is he now? Let's go and see that star of hope who might change the future of humanity. Han Fei, who was listening from the side, was dumbfounded and subconsciously muttered, you're talking about that young man who took down the Blood Hand gang? Who exactly is he? Baize turned his gaze to Lin Xingtian, his expression questioning. Lin Xingtian quickly explained, after all, this is a matter of great importance. I dare not disclose it without clear instructions from the Alliance. Baize waved his hand and laughed, it's alright, Fei is also a veteran of my Xian Shield Bureau, not an outsider. Moreover, the Alliance does not intend to deliberately conceal this matter, at least at a certain level. There is no need for excessive secrecy. No hiding it? Lin Qingtian was taken aback. Won't the demon race and the evil cult find out soon? They will definitely spare no effort to send people to assassinate him. Bai Zhe said calmly, it's just that we're not actively blocking the news, nor are we making a big fuss about it. It will take some time before the news reaches the ears of the demons. Moreover, the Alliance has already arranged a protector for him. He gave Lin Qingtian a meaningful look. They're from the Sky Palace. The Palace of the Azure Sky. Han Feihu gasped in shock, his face filled with astonishment. After his initial shock, Lin Qingtian suddenly relaxed, let out a long sigh, and exclaimed, if it's someone from there, then there shouldn't be any problem. Bai Zhe laughed heartily, right. Lin Qingtian then told Han Feihu about Yan Luo's abilities. After a long while, Han Feihu recovered from his shock and suddenly remembered Chen Juanyou's matter. He excitedly grabbed Lin Qingtian's arm and exclaimed, Boss! Since Yan Luo has the ability to grant others professions, is there any hope for Juanyu? Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe looked at Lin Qingtian with great interest. Lin Qingtian quickly explained Chen Juanyou's situation to Bai Zhe, and then said to Han Feihu, theoretically, there is indeed hope. But whether it will work out or not, and whether Yan Luo is willing to help, we need to ask him ourselves. Go! Let's go right now! Han Feihu couldn't wait any longer, his eyes burning with renewed fervor. As long as there's even the slightest hope of Juanyu recovering, I'd be willing to kneel down and beg him. Bai Zhe also became very interested at this moment and nodded, saying, perfect. The Alliance sent me here primarily to verify the authenticity of Yan Luo's abilities. If he can give Chen Juanyu, who lost his job, a new lease on life, that would undoubtedly be the most powerful and direct proof, and I could go back and shut up those old guys in the council who still had doubts. Seeing that Bai Zhe also agreed, Lin Qingtian no longer hesitated, okay, let's set off now. Yan Luo and the others should still be leveling up in the burial grounds instance. Let's go to his school and wait for them. Chapter 34 The Wandering Dragon Squad. The Mysterious Boss. Beihua High School, Instance Teleportation Hall. The admissions officers from the four prestigious universities Longyuan, Fengqi, Xuanwu, and Bailu were all gathered here, their faces showing a hint of helplessness. They had hoped to meet those geniuses who had broken the record for the burial ground today. Especially the key figure Yan Luo, who unexpectedly found nothing the other party had actually entered the instance again. The group was quite frustrated, but none of them dared to leave easily. They were afraid that as soon as they left, Yan Luo and his group would come out and give other schools the upper hand. The principal originally intended to accompany them personally, but due to his busy schedule, he had to excuse himself and leave after a short while, leaving several teachers to wait and see. In the slightly awkward atmosphere of waiting, Lin Qingtian, Bai Zhe, and Han Feihu walked into the hall. The teachers at the four universities might not know Han Feihu, but they were very familiar with Lin Qingtian, the director of the Southeast City Xian Shield Bureau, and Bai Zhe, a counselor of the Alliance. When they saw Bai Zhe appear, the group almost thought they were seeing things. How did this big shot from the Alliance suddenly appear in a high school dungeon lobby? Bai Zhe took the initiative to greet them with a smile. I didn't expect to see several teachers from the four major universities here. It seems they were also attracted by that little guy. Only then did the group confirm that Bai Zhe had indeed come in person, and they were surprised that Bai Zhe actually knew them. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he quickly stepped forward to greet them respectfully. Upon learning that Bai Zhe's purpose in coming here was also for Yan Luo, the group was filled with even greater shock. Their evaluation of Yan Luo and their desire to recruit him instantly rose to a whole new level. Even Counselor Bai Zhe has been alarmed. This child has the potential to become an emperor. We must take this place at all costs. The same thought flashed through the minds of the teachers, and their eyes burned even brighter. After a brief chat, they decided to wait together. However, they thought that Yan Luo's team would come out by evening at the latest, but no one expected that Yan Luo would plan to spend the night inside. On the other side, in the burial grounds, in the inner zone. Roar! A ferocious skeletal wolf was smashed to pieces under the barrage of attacks. The members of the Yulong squad were panting heavily, and all of them had some injuries. Damn, the monsters in this inner zone are too tough. A burly young man wielding a giant axe spat and rubbed his numb hand. Otherwise, why would it be called the inner region? Be careful, don't mess things up before you see the boss. Captain Yulong, a composed young man holding a long spear, gave a deep reminder. He is Yulong, a student at Gingyan High School, the top-ranked high school in Southeast City, and the captain of this team. The Awakened Rare class, Crimson Flame Spearman, consistently ranks first in martial arts classes at school. Its overall strength ranks among the top 10 in the entire Gingyan High School. As the team cautiously advanced, they couldn't help but chat about the hottest topic of the day. Captain, do you think that Yen Luo squad from Beihua High School is really that strange? Over 5,000 points in the burial grounds? How did you manage to get that many points? One of the team members asked curiously. Before Yulong could answer, a teammate with an arrogant expression sneered, "Humph, what's the use of getting a high score by killing those ordinary monsters? They've simply found some clever way to kill monsters." Exactly, anyone can kill mobs. Immediately, someone chimed in, a true strongman should be judged by his ability to defeat the strongest enemy. A team like ours, daring to directly challenge the inner zone boss, Bone Tyrant, that's real skill. That's right. Once we secure the first kill on the Skeleton Tyrant, we'll show those mindless fans of the Yen Luo squad who the real number 1 squad is. The team members chattered amongst themselves, their words filled with disdain for Yen Luo's team's score farming tactics and confidence in their own abilities. Even so, everyone present knew that getting 5,000 points in the burial grounds was by no means a fluke, no matter what method was used. The opponent's strength is definitely very strong, and may far exceed that of their team. But what young person doesn't have a bit of pride? It's impossible for them to be intimidated before the battle even begins and admit that they are inferior to others. So Yulong didn't say anything about the team members' casual remarks. Because he actually harbored a bit of resentment, he wanted to challenge the inner zone boss to prove himself. Just then, Yulong's eyes narrowed sharply, and he shouted in a low voice, "Quiet." All team members fell silent instantly, nervously following Yulong's gaze forward. In the center of a relatively open area of ruins ahead, they found their ultimate target, the Skeleton Tyrant. However, the scene before them left them stunned. Unlike the imposing and terrifying bosses one might imagine, radiating overwhelming power, the enormous skeletal tyrant was slumped among the rocks, its massive skull hanging limply at its sides. The fire of his soul in his eyes was so dim that it seemed about to be extinguished at any moment, and his entire skeleton exuded an overwhelming sense of decadence and grievance. He exuded an aura of utter despair and hopelessness. Even as the dragon squad cautiously approached, it didn't even raise its head. Instead, it slowly and somewhat numbly collapsed onto the ground with a thud. With limbs outstretched, it looked like it was giving up, as if to say, "I give up, do whatever you want." The entire dragon squad? This is really the final boss of the inner zone? Where is the promised ferocity and brutality? This dejected look makes him seem even worse than the skeletal behemoths of the outer zone. Where is there even a trace of powerful aura about him? Captain, is this boss bugged? One of the team members swallowed hard and asked incredulously. The overwhelming surprise overwhelmed most people. Who cares? It doesn't seem to be resisting. This is a golden opportunity. Ha ha ha. The first kill is ours. After securing the first kill, let's see who dares to say we're inferior to Yen Luo's team. They didn't care why the boss was acting so strangely as long as it didn't resist. Taking the first kill was a sure thing. Only Captain Yulong frowned, sensing something was wrong after all, the scene was too eerie. Something unusual must be going on. If it were the skeleton tyrant in its normal state, Yulong might just draw his gun and attack. But this strange appearance only made Yulong more wary. But the boss was right in front of them and seemed to have no will to fight, making the temptation to get the first kill too great. Great! The first kill is ours. One of the more impatient team members was overjoyed, drew his longsword, and charged forward, shouting, "Let me finish it off." Before Yulong could even speak to stop him, the team member had already rushed in front of the skeleton tyrant, raised his longsword high, and with a fierce battle aura, slashed hard at the skeleton tyrant's seemingly defenseless neckbone. Clang! With a crisp clang of metal striking metal, the longsword was forcefully deflected, leaving only a faint white mark on the pale neckbone. The attacking player's hands went numb, his face filled with horror. So hard. It was this weak and feeble attack that alerted the skeletal tyrant, who had been lying down awaiting death, to something amiss. This attack, why is it so weak? Like tickling? Those three perverts aren't this gentle. A wisp of soul fire quietly ignited in his originally dark eye sockets, shifted slightly, and glanced at it out of the corner of his eye. It wasn't them. They're a bunch of shrimps I've never seen before. In an instant, the grievances, anger, and despair in the skeleton tyrant's heart found an outlet like a volcano. The originally dim soul fire was as if it had been doused with hot oil, and suddenly burst out with a towering, dark blue light. It wasn't those three perverts. Great! That's wonderful! If it doesn't dare to bare its teeth at Yen Luo and the other two, wouldn't it dare to deal with you bunch of weaklings? Roar! A deafening roar, filled with boundless rage and resentment, suddenly exploded out. The terrifying pressure of death, like a tangible tsunami, erupted from its center and instantly enveloped everyone in the dragon squad. The skeletal tyrant slowly rose from the ground, its massive body casting a despairing shadow. It stared intently at the terrified members of the dragon squad, its chilling killing intent almost freezing the air. They're always the ones torturing me. Now, it's finally my turn to torment you. He. Let me unleash all my pent-up anger on you. Chapter 35. I wasn't talking about you. The next moment, the skeletal tyrant moved. With ghostly speed, the massive bone claws slammed down with a piercing shriek as they tore through the air, aiming for the nearest axe-wielding team member. Careful! Yolong's eyes were bloodshot, and he thrust his spear forward in an attempt to stop him. However, the skeleton tyrant was already powerful, and with the added rage buff and sudden attack, he was sent flying with his axe in an instant. The giant axe snapped, and the man, already coughing up blood and unconscious in mid-air, crashed heavily to the ground. Ah, yeah! Yolong's eyes were bloodshot with rage. His spear erupted with dazzling flames of battle aura, and like a dragon emerging from the sea, it pierced towards the tyrant's back. Beast! Your opponent is me. Clang! The gun tip hit its mark precisely, but only a string of sparks flew out, leaving a white dot. The skeleton tyrant didn't even turn around. He swung his claw out, and the violent airflow forced the dragon back several steps, splitting its tiger's mouth and causing blood to flow freely. Maintain battle formation. Yulong roared. The team members suppressed their fear and tried to organize an effective defense and counterattack. Sword light, arrows, and spells rained down on the tyrant, but they were like tickles, unable to even slow it down. Weak. Too weak. They can't even compare to those monsters. The skeleton tyrant's attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Bang! Another team member was struck by the tailbone, his sternum collapsed, and he fell to the ground, unable to get up. Snap! The staff was stomped on and shattered, and a mage screamed as he was sent flying. In just a minute or two, the once high-spirited Yulong squad, except for their leader Yulong, was now all seriously injured and lying on the ground, their fates unknown. Only Yulong, with his formidable strength and indomitable will, continues to struggle on. However, it was all in vain. The skeletal tyrant's enormous bone claws suddenly shot out, grabbing the dragon's body and holding him tightly in mid-air. The powerful grip nearly suffocated the dragon, its bones groaning under the strain. But it did not kill the dragon immediately. Those eyes, burning with the fury of a soul, were fixed on the tiny human in his hands, superimposing that blood-stained face on the demonic figure in his memory that had brought him endless humiliation. It intends to use this slightly stronger human as a replacement for Yen Luo. To play with him to my heart's content, to listen to his screams of agony, in order to mend my severely damaged soul and dignity. Snap! Yolong's arm bone was crushed. Yulong let out a painful groan, his consciousness beginning to blur due to the intense pain and blood loss. The skeleton tyrant extended its other claw with sharp finger bones, slowly piercing into the wound on the dragon's shoulder, and began to stir. Ah! The excruciating pain caused Yulong to let out a piercing scream. The screams gave the skeleton tyrant a long-lost, twisted pleasure. Yes. That's it. Revenge. Give back all the pain. He. The skeletal tyrant let out a gleeful and twisted laugh, reveling in this rare moment of revenge. Just as Yulong was about to completely lose consciousness, the skeleton tyrant raised his foot, preparing to slowly crush his other leg. In the distance, clear, unhurried footsteps could be heard. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps seemed to possess some kind of magic, instantly drawing Yolong's fading gaze. Are they, other students? No. Run. They could never be a match for the boss. This boss is too strong. With his last ounce of strength, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Run. You can't possibly be its match. Run. He shouted until he was hoarse, hoping to save these three ignorant and arrogant people who had barged in. However, the response he received was a whimper filled with extreme fear, as if someone were being choked. Ha! The skeletal tyrant froze abruptly, following the dragon's gaze. When it could see the three figures becoming clearer and clearer, especially the seemingly harmless black-haired boy in the middle, its massive skeleton began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. It's him! It's that demon! He's back! All the anger and tyranny just now were completely crushed by the most primal fear at this moment. Clang! As if it had been burned, it threw the dragon it was holding onto the ground without hesitation, like trash. Then, he turned around, got on all fours, and in a nearly tumbling and crawling manner, burst out at the fastest speed he had ever seen, and fled frantically. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the depths of the ruins, leaving behind only a trail of ashes and dust. The dragon, slammed to the ground? He was completely stunned. I wasn't talking to you. Why are you running? At this moment, Yan Luo and the other two had already approached. Bai Mancheng and Lin Wanqing looked at the groaning members of the Yulong squad without any change in their expressions. Yan Luo glanced indifferently at the disheveled Yulong on the ground and casually asked, "Can you still stand up?" Yulong struggled to sit up, enduring the excruciating pain, and hurriedly took out a healing potion from his storage space to give to himself and the nearest teammate, speaking rapidly, "It's nothing, just a minor fatal wound." Because of the existence of various support professions, this world has a wide variety of powerful healing methods. As long as the head is intact, even if the upper body is on the ground and the lower body is hanging from a tree, they can be saved if they receive timely treatment. Let's go. That boss. I don't know why it ran away, but it was too strong. You are no match for them. Seeing that Yan Luo seemed to want to walk further, he quickly called out to him, "Hey! You in black! You can't go. That's suicide." He was panting heavily, trying to persuade me, "Let me recover a bit, then we can team up, or I can go out and find a stronger team." Yan Luo seemed not to hear his nagging, and only instructed by Mancheng and Lin Wanqing behind her, "Mancheng, Wanqing, stay and help treat them." Although the two women still looked at each other with a hint of competition, they carried out Yan Luo's orders without hesitation, nodding in agreement at the same time. After saying that, Yan Luo stopped and continued walking steadily in the direction where the skeleton tyrant had fled. "Hey! You!" Yulong watched helplessly as Yan Luo faced death, feeling both anxious and angry. He then turned to look at the two stunningly beautiful women who remained behind. "You're his companions, aren't you? Are we just going to watch him go and die? Aren't you going to stop them?" Upon hearing this, Bai Manqing's red lips curled into a seductive and playful smile. "Going to your death? Little brother, you've got it backwards." Lin Wanqing didn't even look up, her cold voice completely calm. It would be best if it could run even faster. Looking at these two unmoved women who even had blind faith in Yan Luo, Yulong felt a chill in his heart. He could only close his eyes in pain and sigh inwardly, "These women are truly ruthless. That Yan Luo is doomed." However, this idea had only just begun to form in his mind. Tap, tap, tap. The familiar footsteps approached again from afar. Yulong opened his eyes in surprise and looked in the direction of the sound. The black-haired boy who had just chased the boss alone reappeared from the mist and was slowly walking towards them. He chickened out after all. The thought had just crossed Yulong's mind when, in the next instant, when the boy's figure became fully clear and he could see what the boy was carrying, Yulong's eyes widened instantly, and he froze on the spot. All that could be seen was Yan Luo casually holding an enormous skull in his left hand, the soul fire in its eye sockets completely extinguished. On his right shoulder, he carried a large, ancient-looking sword. Step by step, we emerged from the fog. When Yan Luo walked up to Bai Mancheng and Lin Wanqing, he casually tossed the head he was holding onto the ground, smiled slightly at the two women, and said with a hint of satisfied satisfaction, "It finally appeared." The team members who had just woken up beside Yulong looked at the boss's head lying on the ground with its eyes wide open, and then at the boy whose breathing was steady, as if he had just gone out for a walk. Their mouths were agape, and they were all petrified on the spot. Chapter 36. I have everything I need. The members of the Yulong squad were all frozen in place, staring blankly at Yan Luo and the hideous head of the bone tyrant that he had casually tossed on the ground. The terrifying boss that his entire team couldn't defeat despite their best efforts, and was even crushed and nearly wiped out, was just like that. He single-handedly picked up the head of a chicken in less than a minute? What kind of monster is this guy? Yulong stared intently at Yan Luo, the impactful scene from just moments ago replaying in his mind. The boy, carrying a giant sword on his shoulder and a skull in his hand, walked calmly out of the mist. He felt he would never forget that scene for the rest of his life. Yan Luo didn't pay attention to the shocked looks from the Yulong squad. His attention was completely focused on the great sword in his hand, which he had just obtained from the hidden reward of the bone tyrant. The sword has an ancient and dark color, and feels cold to the touch. A thought flashed through his mind, and a faint glint of light flickered in his eyes. The Demon King's Eye, activated. The Oath of the End. Quality, High Legendary. Ability, a high-level legendary weapon capable of absorbing, storing, and amplifying all energy. It can amplify absorbed energy tenfold before releasing it, or accumulate energy for a devastating strike. Absorb, store, amplify all energy, amplify tenfold. This is why Yen Luo has always wanted to have him. Currently, most of his abilities as a Demon King, such as Demon King's Eye, Demon King's Contract, and Tyrannical Domination, are functional and supportive skills. His direct attack methods heavily rely on the abilities of his shared followers. Despite its power, it ultimately lacks a signature attack method unique to the Demon King. Now, the appearance of Oath of the End perfectly makes up for this shortcoming. In its past life, this sword had stirred up a bloodbath. Its most terrifying aspect was that the higher the quality of the energy it absorbed, the more frightening the power it unleashed became. The previous owner, after exhausting his level 80 professional energy, ultimately chose to inject his own life as fuel into the sword, and the power of that strike even briefly touched the threshold of level 100 legendary. Yen Luo would never be so foolish as to sacrifice her own life. Instead, I thought of another kind of energy. A unique power that only he, the Demon King, possesses. Magic. If I were to infuse this sword with magic amplified tenfold, what kind of power would it unleash? Yen Luo's heart began to race involuntarily, and an intense, uncontrollable curiosity surged within her. Just then, Bai Mancheng and Lin Wanqing finished treating the injuries of the Yulong squad members and walked over gracefully. The two women's eyes were immediately drawn to the ancient and imposing greatsword in Yen Luo's hand. Is this the hidden reward? Bai Mancheng's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. Although Lin Wanqing did not speak, her cool eyes also fell on the sword, clearly showing that she was equally interested. Yen Luo nodded slightly. Upon seeing this, the two women also used their detection techniques. The next second. Legendary level? Bai Mancheng covered her red lips and gasped softly, her voice filled with disbelief. A look of surprise appeared on Lin Wanqing's usually cold and pretty face. Legendary weapon. This is a strategic treasure in the entire human alliance, usually held only by the top forces and strong individuals. Many top professionals at level 70, 80, or even 90 may not be able to own one. And now, a high-level legendary weapon has appeared in the hands of a high school graduate who has only been awakened for a few days. This is simply extravagant. After the initial shock, the two women's eyes were filled with genuine joy for their master. Bai Mancheng smiled sweetly. Congratulations, master, on obtaining the divine weapon. Lin Wanqing nodded slightly, her clear, cool voice carrying a firm tone. This sword is a perfect match for its master. The members of the Yulong squad had been keeping an eye on Yen Luo, and when Yen Luo examined the greatsword, it naturally attracted their attention. When someone subconsciously used a research book to check the weapon's level. A gasp rang out. Holy crap! A legendary weapon? Upon hearing this, the members of the Yulong squad instantly forgot their pain. Their eyes widened like saucers, and they all turned their heads, their gazes fixed on the Oath of the End in Yen Luo's hand, their breathing becoming heavy. They immediately thought of the rumors released by the Professionals Association about hidden rewards in the burial grounds. So the so-called hidden reward was actually a legendary weapon? For a moment, a mixture of envy, jealousy, and disbelief flickered in their eyes, almost impossible to conceal. No one can remain completely calm in the face of a legendary weapon. One team member muttered sourly, "What good is a newbie who's just awakened, even if he gets a legendary weapon? Does he even know how to use it properly?" Legendary weapons have extremely high requirements for the user. Without the corresponding strength and level, they cannot exert their power at all, and are just useless sticks. Someone nearby whispered in agreement, trying to balance the huge sense of disappointment in their heart. At that moment, Yen Luo made a move. Holding the Oath of the End, he slowly walked to a relatively empty ruin composed of countless huge, broken rocks. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, some puzzled, some curious, and some with a sense of anticipation, he slowly raised the greatsword in his hand. What is he going to do? Yulong was startled. They wouldn't be thinking of testing the weapon's power, would they? One of the members of the Dragon Squad exclaimed in disbelief. Idiot! The teammate who had previously made sarcastic remarks immediately found an outlet for his frustration. Legendary weapon, man. Is that energy consumption a joke? Only a high-level professional of at least level 30 can barely handle it. Forcing newbies like us to use this on them is a waste. They're lucky if they don't get drained of their strength. And they think they can unleash their full power? Dream on. But, he's really strong. He just killed the boss in one hit. A teammate countered. He is very strong, but there's a limit to how strong he can be. I refuse to believe that a novice professional like him can truly unleash the power of a legendary weapon. The team member retorted, if he can really unleash the power of this legendary weapon, I'll call him Daddy. Upon hearing this, the surrounding teammates gasped in shock. In a bet between boys, the title Dad is considered the highest honor. At this moment, everyone held their breath, their eyes focused on Yen Luo. Even the seriously injured team members struggled to lift their heads, wanting to see the outcome. Will we witness a miracle or a joke? Before the ruins, Yen Luo raised his greatsword high. Since it was the first time Yen Luo had infused magic with it, she didn't know how much of an effect the magic could have. Moreover, she didn't have much magic power, so to be on the safe side, Yen Luo poured 100 points of magic power into the Oath of the End. She didn't know how strong it would be after being magnified tenfold. At the very moment the magic surged in. Buzz! The originally simple and unadorned Oath of the End suddenly trembled. On the sword, countless intricate, mysterious, dark golden patterns that seemed to contain the ultimate truths of the universe suddenly lit up, like a sleeping dragon opening its eyes. A deep, dark light emanated from the sword, with specks of golden starlight interspersed along its edges. This made the greatsword look less like a weapon and more like a black sun that had been forcibly restrained and was undergoing an eclipse, exuding a chilling aura of majesty and destruction. Yen Luo, who was in the center of the spotlight, didn't feel anything, but just felt that it was more convenient to use. Then his gaze sharpened, and he swung his greatsword with all his might at the huge ruins in front of him. There was no earth-shattering roar, no thunderous burst of energy. A jet-black sword beam, condensed to its fullest extent, silently detached from the sword and flew forward. Wherever the sword's edge passed, the space resembled pencil marks erased by an eraser. Rocks, bone fragments, dust, light, even sound, everything that existed was silently erased. In the perception of the members of the Yulong squad, the world seemed to fall into absolute stillness and deathly silence for a moment, and their thoughts almost froze. Only Yen Luo could clearly see how the sword light, representing annihilation, ruthlessly reduced everything in its path to nothingness. When that eerie stillness disappeared, time began to flow again. Everyone instinctively looked in the direction where the sword light had passed. Then, they saw a sight they would never forget. There were no flying rocks or debris as expected, nor was there a mess left after the energy impact. Right in front of the ruins that were originally piled with huge stones, a huge, deep crack with smooth, mirror-like edges appeared out of nowhere. It stretches across the earth, seemingly leading straight to the abyss of hell. Holy crap! This is the power of a legendary weapon? That's terrifying. The members of the Dragon Squad completely lost their composure, letting out incoherent gasps, their hair standing on end. The team member who had previously confidently declared that Yen Luo couldn't unleash her full power and even swore an oath was now dumbfounded, his mouth agape, his mind blank, and he blurted out instinctively, "Dad." However, none of his teammates who heard this laughed at him. Instead, he thought to himself, if I could really get on the good side of this big shot, I'd call him Dad, or even Grandpa. At this moment, Yen Luo, who was holding the greatsword, was also stunned. The power of this sword strike far exceeded his expectations. With just 100 points of magic power, amplified tenfold by the Oath of the End, the destructive power was comparable to a full-force attack from a level 50 professional. After a brief moment of shock came an overwhelming ecstasy, like a volcanic eruption. 100 points of magic power, comparable to a level 50 attack. What about 500 points? 1,000 points? 10,000 points? Or even 100,000 points? The mere thought of that possibility caused Yen Luo's body to tremble slightly with extreme excitement and agitation. He suddenly tilted his head back and let out a hearty, unrestrained, and wild laugh. I have everything I need now. Chapter 37 S-Rank Talent. A new family member. Upon seeing that Yen Luo could unleash such terrifying power in a single strike, Bai Mancheng and Lin Wanqing, after a brief moment of surprise, immediately stepped forward, their beautiful eyes gleaming with admiration. Master is so amazing. Bai Manqing's voice was soft and alluring, and she looked at Yen Luo with adoration. This sword can only show its true value in the hands of its master. Lin Wanqing's cool voice also carried a hint of barely perceptible excitement. The two women's praise was sincere and natural, giving Yen Luo plenty of emotional value. But their voices, to the members of the Dragon Squad, were like a thunderclap from a clear sky, instantly waking them from their shock at the power of the legendary weapon. I didn't hear that right, did I? Those two beautiful women called him Master? The members of the Yulong Squad stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Bai Manqing's alluring charm, Lin Wanqing's aloof and ethereal beauty. With her exceptionally high looks and unique charisma, she was a top-tier talent even in Jing'an High School, a school known for its abundance of beautiful women, and virtually unmatched. The gentle and focused demeanor of the two women as they helped with the treatment had already captured the hearts of many of the younger team members. Some people were even secretly pleased, thinking that since she cared so much about me and treated me, maybe she had feelings for me? And now, the goddess in my heart is so naturally calling another man master? Holy crap! Even though I don't know them yet, why do I feel like I've been cheated on? That guy, he deserves to die. A group of people looked at Yan Luo with envy and jealousy. That complex look in his eyes suggested he wished he could take her place. Only Yulong remained calm. He took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and stepped forward to ask, "What is your name?" Yan Luo. Yan Luo said calmly. Yulong was not surprised, because he had already guessed this. After all, how could there be so many monsters? It's perfectly reasonable that someone who can rack up over 5,000 ratings in the outer area of the burial grounds can so easily defeat the boss in the inner area. The two stunning beauties beside him must be Bai Mancheng and Lin Wanqing, who are on his team. They were all monsters. The thought that these two girls, who could be described as the pride of heaven, would willingly call Yan Luo their master made Yulong's lips twitch involuntarily. Even though he wasn't usually very interested in women, he couldn't help but feel a bit of a man's instinctive jealousy at this moment. However, at the same time, he was completely convinced of Yan Luo's abilities. I am truly no match for such a monster. In every aspect. Yan Luo ignored Yulong's complicated emotions and instead thought about how to take Bai Mancheng and Lin Wanqing to complete the level 10 advancement mission. Advancement quests for combat professions are generally related to combat, while those for crafting professions are linked to one's own professional abilities. If Bai Mancheng had not been transformed into a dependent, then her original advancement task as the embroiderer would likely have been something like embroidering a piece of clothing. However, after transforming into the succubus queen, her advancement quest became, use Hell Lash to kill 30 monsters of level 5 or higher. Lin Wanqing's advanced quest for the Queen of the Night is to kill 10 enemies of level 8 or higher using any shadow skill while in stealth mode. Yan Luo had originally planned to help the two women complete their missions while searching for the resurrected boss, but both women insisted on prioritizing Yan Luo's goal. He indicated that his task wasn't urgent and could be done later, so it's been delayed until now. However, before that, Yan Luo's gaze fell on Yulong. A clear panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Yulong. Class, Flame Lancer. Quality, Rare. Family member conversion potential, S rank. Negative emotion score, 9100. Magic points required for conversion, 1000. We can't let this S-level talent slip through our fingers. With a firm resolve, Yan Luo spoke to Yulong, "You're actually quite unwilling, aren't you?" Yulong was taken aback upon hearing this, and looked up at Yan Luo. Yan Luo said calmly, "If I hadn't appeared in time, you and your teammates might be dead." Yulong fell silent, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. He knew that what Yan Luo said was true. He had previously wondered why the skeleton tyrant had suddenly fled. But when he saw Yan Luo defeat the boss as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, he understood. It's that boss who's intimidating Yan Luo. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that Yan Luo saved all of their lives. Yulong knew that Yan Luo wouldn't say these things to him for no reason. He suppressed the complicated emotions in his heart and asked in confusion, "What do you want to say? Do you want to become stronger?" Yan Luo looked directly into Yulong's eyes and asked. Yulong was stunned. Does he want to become stronger? Of course he wants to. He was constantly thinking about becoming stronger. Unfortunately, he only awakened one rare level, Flame Spearman. For ordinary people, rare professions are already out of reach, enough to get them into a good university. But when he saw the world of true geniuses, he realized how big the gap was between the rare and the epic and the legendary. Even though he put in far more effort than ordinary people and consistently held the top spot in martial arts class, professional awakening is just that unreasonable. Those who were once far inferior to him could easily erase all his previous efforts and advantages and leave him far behind simply by awakening a powerful profession. Today, he couldn't even protect his own teammates. Thinking of this, a strong sense of resentment and anger burned in Yulong's heart. I'm angry at my own incompetence, angry at my own weakness. Yulong initially thought Yanlu was teasing or pitying him, but when he met Yanlu's deep and serious eyes, he knew that the other party was serious. For some reason, despite being complete strangers, he opened his heart at that moment, his voice hoarse but firm as he said, I want to become stronger. Yan Luo's lips curled into a slight smile. I can give you power. However, you must know that in this world, no power can be easily obtained without paying a price. What price? Yulong asked impatiently. Offer your loyalty. Yan Luo's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable weight. From now on, your will be with me, and your power will be at my disposal. Without any hesitation, Yulong immediately replied, no problem. If you can truly help me become stronger, then my life, Yulong, is yours from this day forward. Yan Luo smiled slightly. In that case, come over here. He couldn't possibly convert the dragon into a familiar in front of everyone in the dragon squad. That would completely expose his Demon King abilities. Although he is not afraid of being exposed, it would be better to delay attracting unnecessary attention. Then, Yan Luo turned and walked towards a corner formed by a broken wall in the distance. Just as Yulong was about to follow, his teammates asked curiously, Captain, where are you going? At this moment, Yulong's mind was filled with what Yan Luo had said about becoming stronger and the price to pay, and he felt both doubt and anticipation. When asked by his teammates, he replied absent-mindedly, nothing, I'm just going to pee. Then he quickly followed Yan Luo, and the two soon disappeared from everyone's sight. A group of teammates watched the two figures gradually disappear and asked in confusion, do you have to walk that far to pee? Bai Mancheng and Lin Wanqing exchanged a glance and immediately understood Yan Luo's intention. This means we'll have a new companion. Although they were somewhat curious about their new companion, since their master had not given any instructions, they quietly remained where they were, while keeping an eye on the others to prevent them from approaching. Meanwhile, after arriving at a distant corner with Yan Luo, Yulong, unable to contain his eagerness, asked, can you tell me now? What exactly do you want to do? Yan Luo stopped keeping him in suspense and raised his hand, and the Demon King's contract slowly appeared. Sign it. Yan Luo said, from now on, you will become my subordinate and can only obey my orders. He paused for a moment, but in return, I will bestow upon you a legendary profession. It will completely transform you and give you a new lease on life. Yulong's pupils suddenly contracted, and he was completely stunned, his mind going blank for a moment. A legendary class? He murmured those words repeatedly, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Suddenly, he understood everything. Why do Bai Mancheng and Lin Wanqing both possess legendary professions? Why are they so respectful to Yan Luo, even calling him master? So, their power was bestowed upon them by this young man. They were all his relatives. The next moment, Yulong's body trembled slightly due to extreme excitement. Legendary class. That was the power he had always dreamed of obtaining. And now it's right in front of him, within reach. And the price is merely loyalty? In his view, this was not a price at all. Even if we don't sign this contract, when we enter universities or join various forces in the future, won't we still need to obey the orders of our superiors? Since I'm destined to obey someone, why can't it be Yan Luo, who can directly grant me legendary power? Without the slightest hesitation, Yulong extended his finger and solemnly imprinted his handprint on the Demon King contract. Chapter 38 Career Advancement. 9 levels gained in a row. The next moment, a vast and pure magical power surged from the contract, completely enveloping the dragon like a warm tide. He felt as if his soul had been thrown into a furnace, where the old professional imprints were easily erased and new, more powerful forces were being reshaped and infused into him. Transformation successful. Your companion, Yulong, has been promoted to the legendary class Ultimate Fist Master. Job change complete. Although his professional level instantly dropped to 0, Yulong felt a completely different new power surging within him. Feeling the immense power contained within, he felt an unprecedented excitement and exhilaration. This power is so pure, so powerful. Far surpassing his previous, Flaming Spear Master. Is this the foundation of a legendary class? He suddenly knelt on one knee, clenched his right fist over his heart, looked up at Yan Luo with burning and devout eyes, and spoke in a strong and resounding voice, Yulong, I swear on my soul that I will be loyal to you for the rest of my life. Your will is our direction, your enemy is our target for destruction. Yan Luo not only saved him from the tyranny of the skeleton tyrant, but now she has also bestowed upon him the legendary profession he had always dreamed of and a brand new future. This kindness can never be repaid. Just as Yulong swore his allegiance, the long-awaited notification sound finally rang in Yan Luo's mind. Ding! Advanced quest completed. Current number of dependents, 33. Task requirements met, proceeding to the next level. Advanced successfully. For successfully recruiting the following companions, by Manqing, Lin Wanqing, and Yulong, you have received attribute bonuses: Strength plus 50, Spirit plus 30, Agility plus 50, and Physique plus 40. You have unlocked a new Demon Lord exclusive ability. Abyss Resonance allows you to share the spirit of your followers, achieving synchronized thoughts and vision, and granting a 30% boost to all attributes. The passive skill Tyrannical Domination has been upgraded. Effect updated: your followers will have a daily chance to contribute equipment, items, materials, etc. The skill Demon King's Contract has been upgraded. Effect updated: from now on, familiars converted through the Demon King's Contract will have a fixed initial level of 10. If the target's original level is below 10, additional magic power can be consumed to directly raise it to level 10. You have shared all the attributes, skills, and experience of your companion dragon. Gained the talents Ultimate Flow, Limitless Martial Arts, Rising Dragon Strike, 8 Extremes Tremor, and Reverse Prison Dragon Roar. Your level has been increased to 19. A warm current, far stronger than ever before, swept through my body. Yan Luo was in a great mood. He originally thought he would have to wait until he converted July into a familiar before he could advance, but he didn't expect to encounter another talent worth converting so quickly. Once we complete the advancement tasks for Manqing and Wanqing, our goal for coming to the burial ground will be basically achieved. He looked at Yulong kneeling on the ground with satisfaction and raised his hand slightly. Get up. I appreciate your loyalty. Let's go back. With the transformed Yulong, Yan Luo returned to where Bai Manqing and Lin Wanqing were. Upon seeing the two return, the members of the Yulong squad immediately noticed their captain's unusual behavior. Previously, Yulong was depressed due to the team's crushing defeat and his own powerlessness, and his whole being was shrouded in gloom. His teammates knew his competitive and strong-willed personality and were well aware of how much this blow would affect him. They were secretly worried and thinking about how to comfort him. But how long has it been? After following Yan Luo to urinate, the captain's gloomy expression vanished, replaced by an indescribable ease and a subtle sense of comfort. His brows even carried a refreshed look, as if all the burdens in his heart had been lifted, leaving him feeling incredibly carefree. But, all you're doing is going to pee, right? Or did they do something else? The members of the Yulong squad looked at each other, their faces filled with surprise and disbelief. Holy crap! Captain, you guys, you really just went to pee? One of the team members couldn't help but blurt out, his eyes scanning back and forth between Yan Luo and Yulong, full of inquiry. Yulong was taken aback by the question. Seeing the strange looks from his teammates, he asked in confusion, "Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" The other team member didn't want to make wild guesses, lest he misunderstand and feel awkward, so he asked directly, "Captain, what were you guys doing just now? Did you really just pee?" Yulong was speechless for a moment and began to stammer, we. He mainly didn't know how to explain it. Moreover, Lord Yanlu deliberately avoided the crowd, clearly not wanting to reveal his abilities. How could he possibly tell his team members directly? However, his hesitant and evasive demeanor seemed like a blatant attempt to cover something up to his already imaginative teammates. The team members' hearts skipped a beat, and their gazes toward Yan Luo changed. Could it be that we were right? No wonder the captain usually ignores all those pretty girls at school, turns out, he's into this type? But, this is progressing way too fast. Right here in this corner of the ruins? The group was internally screaming with excitement, but it was best not to say such things out loud, as their captain also had his pride. They could only forcefully suppress their turbulent thoughts and look at Yulong with complicated expressions. Yulong felt uncomfortable under their gaze, chuckled awkwardly, and forcibly changed the subject. "Yeah, it's just peeing, what else can we do? Alright, your injuries have stabilized, you can go back now. I want to continue training here with Yan Luo and the others." "What? You want to come along too?" The members of the Yulong squad were now even more certain of their guess, and their eyes were filled with complex emotions as they looked at Yulong. It's over. The captain has probably been completely stolen, both his heart and his soul. With incredibly complex and mixed feelings, the group left the inner area of the burial ground, looking back every few steps, their figures appearing particularly desolate. Yulong scratched the back of his head, feeling puzzled by the strange looks his teammates were giving him. But he was now filled with anticipation for using the new power and loyalty to Yan Luo, and he couldn't be bothered to delve deeper. Then Yan Luo, along with Yulong, Bai Manqing, and Lin Wanqing, continued to sweep through the burial grounds. With 3 legendary level professionals and a level 19 demon king wielding the Oath of the End, the entire dungeon was practically a breeze for them, with no monster able to stop them. Bai Manqing's hellish whip and Lin Wanqing's shadow assassination quickly completed their respective advancement tasks. Next, we'll help Yulong level up. Although she could now use her magic to help Yulong level up due to the skill level increase, Yan Luo decided to let Yulong grind on its own, given her already limited magic. In the inner area of the burial grounds, leveling up is quite fast if you focus on farming bosses. Therefore, in order to level up Yulong as quickly as possible, Yan Luo used Shadow Clone again. Hundreds of clones spread out like locusts, efficiently searching for the boss's whereabouts. Once detected, the main body instantly teleports everyone there for a precise kill. At the beginning, Yulong's level was still low, and he needed Bai Manqing or Lin Wanqing to help him suppress the boss. However, once Yulong reached level 8, with the powerful single-target burst damage and combat skills of the Extreme Fist Master, he was able to solo bosses. After grinding until Yulong reached level 10, Yan Luo checked the time. They had been in the dungeon for over 30 hours, and it was time to leave. Yulong was still somewhat unsatisfied. The feeling of his strength skyrocketing was truly addictive. "Shall we stay a little longer?" he couldn't help but ask. Yan Luo shook her head. After reaching level 10, the monsters here don't provide much experience anymore. If there were no better options, that would be fine, but since Lin Xingtian has prepared a hidden instance for them, there's no need to stay here any longer. He looked at Yulong and said, "I have a spot in the hidden dungeon. Give me your address, and I'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow. We'll go to the hidden dungeon." Hidden dungeon. Upon hearing this, Yulong's eyes widened instantly, and his breathing became more rapid. Hidden dungeon. That's a treasure trove of resources far more valuable than any ordinary dungeon, with resources and opportunities that are incomparable to the burial ground. I see. Yulong acted decisively, without the slightest hesitation. If you can access the hidden dungeon, who would waste time here? So the four of them stopped and headed towards the dungeon exit. Chapter 39 Celestial Master by Zhe. The future leader of the Alliance. In front of the light curtain at the entrance to the burial grounds instance. The admissions officers from the four universities, the principal of Beihua High School, and Bai Zhe, Lin Xingtian, Han Feihu, and others all stared intently at the score that kept jumping on the screen and finally settled, their faces filled with disbelief and shock. Because Yan Luo's personal score has already broken through the 15,000 mark, reaching an astonishing height. Next to Yan Luo's name, a unique emblem gleamed brightly. This was the symbol of the first boss kill, which should have caused a huge sensation. However, compared to the terrifying 15,000 points, it seemed less impressive. Following closely behind were Bai Manqing and Lin Wanqing, whose scores also exceeded 8,000 points, far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Even more surprisingly, a completely unfamiliar name, Yulong, emerged like a dark horse, with a score exceeding 5,000 points. Where did this dragon monster come from? The teachers at Longyuan Academy couldn't help but gasp in surprise, while the other teachers exchanged bewildered glances, searching their memories but failing to find the corresponding person. Only Lin Xingtian, Bai Zhe, and the others, who knew Yan Luo's Demon King abilities, had a glint in their eyes and instantly understood. Another one. Lin Xingtian said to Bai Zhe in a low voice, his tone filled with barely concealed excitement. Bai Zhe nodded slightly, a meaningful smile appearing on his gentle and refined face. "It seems that our rising star is acting faster than we imagined." They immediately guessed that this suddenly emerging high-scoring dark horse was most likely the third member of Yan Luoxin's family. This means that Yan Luo's abilities are real and true, and for the human race, having another genius with a legendary profession is undoubtedly great news. Just then, the entrance to the dungeon flashed, and Yan Luo and his two companions slowly emerged. Yulong wasn't here. He had returned to the dungeon lobby of his high school. Upon seeing this, the teachers from the four universities, Principal Wang Lin, Director of the Xian Shield Bureau Lin Xingtian, Captain of the Hunting Squad Han Feihu, and even Counselor Bai Zhe, who had been waiting for who knows how long, all stepped forward to greet him. Those around who had already recognized the identities of these big shots couldn't help but gasp in shock. Are you kidding me? So many big shots were all there to welcome just one person? The admissions officers from the four universities who came to Yan Luo's side looked at him with intense fervor, almost unable to resist the urge to approach and recruit him. But seeing Bai Zhe standing in front of them with an extraordinary air, they managed to suppress their impulse. With this counselor present, no one dared to overstep his bounds before he made his statement. They could only suppress their impulses and look at Yan Luo with expectant eyes. Bai Zhe glanced at Yan Luo and the other two, and said gently, "This is not the place to talk. Let's go to the conference room." Wang Lin, the principal of Beihua High School, quickly stepped forward to lead the way. "Counselor Bai Zhe, everyone, please follow me." The group moved to the school's VIP conference room. After taking their seats, the 4 teachers looked at Baizé expectantly, hoping he would give them a chance to speak. But Baizé smiled slightly at them and said, "Teachers, please wait outside for a moment. My conversation with Yan Luo will not last long." The teachers felt helpless, but they understood that since Counselor Baizé had come in person, it must be for important matters. They dared not disobey and had no choice but to wait outside the meeting room as instructed. After everyone else had left, Baizé looked at Yan Luo and spoke first, his tone calm. "Let me formally introduce myself. I am Baizé, the current core counselor of the Human Alliance. I have come here on behalf of the Alliance's Supreme Council." Yan Luo nodded and gave a slight nod. "Counselor Baizé, I've heard so much about you." He recognized the famous human celestial master at first glance. In his previous life, he had only met this legendary figure a handful of times, whose reputation for being shrewd and accurate was renowned among both humans and demons. It is said that he has never made a mistake since he started his career as a conscious professional. The fact that the Alliance sent him shows how much they value Yan Luo. At the same time, he activated the Demon King's eye. Name, Baizé. Race, human. Occupation, fortune teller. Quality, legendary. Level, 152. Family transformation potential, SS rank. Negative emotion score, 8100. Magic points required for conversion, 5000. It's actually a legendary level professional. Moreover, it has SS level potential, but unfortunately, its level is too high. If it is converted by itself, it will need to be upgraded again. Given the current situation, the League can't do without him. So let's wait until my abilities improve before we talk about it. Seeing that Yan Luo remained calm and composed, a hint of admiration flashed in Baizé's eyes. He cut straight to the point. "The Alliance sent me here primarily to verify the authenticity of your Demon King class abilities. However, I'm already certain of that. The second thing is to determine the specific extent of your abilities and where your potential ceiling is. This will directly determine how much resources the Alliance will allocate to you in the future, and the path it will pave for you." Yan Luo met Baizé's gaze and asked in return, "What if my abilities have no upper limit?" Upon hearing this, the reception room instantly fell so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Lin Qingtian and Han Feihu silently swallowed, not daring to make a sound. I have a feeling that the two of them are about to witness an extraordinary historical moment. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Stars seemed to shimmer in Baizé's deep eyes. He stared at Yan Luo for a moment, then solemnly replied, "Word by word, if that is truly the case, the Alliance will spare no effort and devote all its resources to nurturing you. Until you become the future leader of the Alliance." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingtian and Han Feihu, who were standing nearby, were so shocked that they were speechless and their hearts were pounding. Yan Luo was also startled. He expected the League to value him, but he didn't expect such determination and courage. They directly promised him to be a future leader. But he wasn't overwhelmed by this huge windfall. Instead, he became even calmer. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp as a knife, and posed the most crucial and sensitive question. "Since you know my abilities and still go to great lengths to cultivate me, you should be well aware of the cost of doing so. In the future, a large number of top-notch geniuses with great potential, as well as existing strongmen, may become my followers. Their strength and loyalty will be tied to me alone. Can the Alliance really accept this?" He laid bare the most critical hidden dangers. This concerns the Alliance's most fundamental trust in and positioning of him and the Demon King class. A brief silence fell over the reception room. Lin Qingtian and Han Feihu both held their breath, nervously looking at Baizé, waiting for his decision. Baizé looked intently at Yan Luo, a faint smile suddenly appearing on his face. "I have some knowledge of divination." Baizé spoke slowly, his voice carrying a peculiar rhythm, "and just now, when you asked this question, I had a sudden urge to perform a divination for the human race. The answer is yes." He paused, then slowly uttered two words, "Great fortune." Yan Luo's eyes flickered slightly as he gave Baizé a deep look. He didn't press further, but simply said, "I hope you can always calculate without missing anything." Upon hearing this, Baizé couldn't help but laugh and said, "No matter how accurate the calculation is, the divination is ultimately illusory in the end, it is people who carry it out. It all depends on human effort. The reason I can calculate without omission is not because divination is omnipotent, but because I always believe that human determination can overcome fate." Chapter 40 The Mystic Shield Bureau takes charge. The Four Silent Teachers. After saying this, Bai Zai's expression turned serious, and he said, "Although I believe what you said in my heart, the process still needs to be followed. It would be best to have another clear proof so that I can go back and persuade those old guys in the council who still have doubts." He looked at Han Feihu, perfect timing. Feihu's team has a member named Chen Junyu. His professional foundation was destroyed in the last mission, and he can no longer become a professional. Now he is disheartened and has submitted his resignation. Do you think we could give him a new job? Han Feihu immediately stepped forward, bowed solemnly to Yan Luo, and said earnestly, "Brother, I haven't had a chance to formally thank you for taking down the Blood Hand Gang and eliminating internal threats for us. This time, as long as you can help Junyu regain his profession and get him back on his feet, I, Han Feihu, will do anything you ask. I will obey your orders without hesitation." Chen Junyu? Yan Luo felt the name sounded familiar. After a moment's thought, she remembered the somewhat simple-minded guy she had encountered when she went to wipe out the Blood Hand Gang. He nodded, "Okay." Han Feihu was overjoyed upon hearing this. "Great. I'll bring him over tomorrow." "No need to wait until tomorrow." Yan Luo said, "I'm going to the hidden dungeon tomorrow, so let's do it today." "Okay. Okay. I'll go bring him over right away." Han Feihu nodded excitedly, then immediately turned around and rushed out of the conference room. Afterwards, Bai Zai and Yan Luo exchanged a few more words before letting the teachers and principals from the 4 major universities outside in. Several teachers, who had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of Yan Luo and Bai Manqing, immediately surrounded them, vying to extend their sincerest invitations to enroll, offering increasingly generous terms and resources. However, to the surprise of all the teachers, "Sorry, I refuse. I refuse. Reject. Reject." Without exception, all of them decisively rejected the invitations from the 4 universities. The teachers were stunned and found it hard to believe. They had considered the possibility of being rejected by Yan Luo and the others. After all, geniuses are always proud. But they never expected that their entire army would be wiped out. They represent the 4 most prestigious universities in the Yanhuang safe zone. "Yan Luo, you're not planning to go to university?" The female teacher at Phoenix Nest Academy couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice. This was the only reason she could think of. Yan Luo calmly replied, "After the college entrance examination, I plan to join the Demon Hunter organization, not to go to university." Upon hearing this, the teachers immediately became anxious. "Yan Luo, even if you join the academy, you can still register as a demon hunter. The university will not only not stop them, but will encourage them to take on tasks during the holidays to improve themselves." The teachers at Xuanwu Academy hurriedly offered an explanation. "Yes, that's what many outstanding students do. Academic studies and practical experience don't conflict." Yan Luo shook his head, his tone still calm, yet carrying an unwavering determination. "I joined the demon hunters not for the experience or to earn resources. What I want to do is build my own demon hunter team. Establish a demon hunting group?" The teachers were shocked once again. "This kid has only been awakened for a few days? You want to start your own sect?" The teacher from White Deer Academy frowned, his tone admonishing, "Yan Luo, establishing a demon hunting team is not child's play. There are strict conditions. First of all, the guild leader's level cannot be lower than level 30. Secondly, the core team, including the guild leader, needs at least 5 full members with a level of 20 or higher. In addition, a huge registration fee and team guarantee fee are required, and a team base is also required, and many other conditions." He earnestly explained, "This is something a student simply cannot do. You should first enter the university and receive systematic training. The university will provide you with the best resources and support. After you graduate, whatever you want to do, the school will be your strong support." These words are reasonable and logical. If it were any other genius, they would probably have given it serious consideration and might even have been persuaded. However, Yan Luo's expression remained completely unmoved. What the teacher said is indeed true. Establishing a demon hunting group is fraught with difficulties. But these so-called difficulties were minor issues for him. "I've already partnered with the Alliance. If I can still be stumped by these problems, then my partnership has been in vain." This is one of the reasons why he chose to cooperate with the Alliance. These minor problems will naturally be solved for him by someone else. Therefore, Yan Luo did not directly refute, but instead turned her gaze to Lin Qingtian, who was standing to the side. Lin Qingtian understood, coughed lightly, and said, "The registration fee and security deposit you mentioned can be advanced by our Xian Shield Bureau, or resolved by a special fund from the Alliance." The teachers paused for a moment upon hearing this. The teachers at Xuanwu Academy pressed on, unwilling to give up. What about the team's base? That's a strict requirement. Lin Qingtian's expression remained unchanged. Our Xian Shield Bureau can also coordinate and resolve this, providing a temporary base. What about the players who are level 20 or above? We can't just hire anyone as a team member, they have to be trustworthy, otherwise something bad might happen. One teacher grasped one point. Lin Qingtian said calmly, that's easy to solve too. If they haven't gathered 5 members by then, our Xian Shield Bureau can temporarily send a qualified official member to join Yan Luo's Demon Hunter team to meet the registration requirements. The teachers from the 4 universities were speechless at this overbearing approach. A teacher at Bailu Academy couldn't help but complain, Director Lin, could he be your long-lost son? You're helping him so much? Why don't you just move up a spot and give him the director's position too? As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized he had spoken out of turn, but the frustration in his heart was hard to quell. He took a deep breath, looked at Yan Luo, and said with a final hint of persuasion and doubt, fine. Even if Director Lin helps you resolve all these external conditions. But what about strength? In the end, the Demon Hunter team depends on strength. It survives and gets promoted by completing missions. Without enough strength, even if you establish a Demon Hunter team, do you expect Director Lin to send someone to pull strings for you every time you go on a mission? Then what's the point of forming a Demon Hunter group? Faced with this pointed question, Yan Luo finally spoke again, her tone still calm, yet carrying an overwhelming confidence. I think it's not difficult to raise my level to 30 before the college entrance examination is officially over. Everyone present, including Bai Zhe and Lin Qingtian, was stunned speechless by his words. Level 30 isn't difficult? The teacher from Bailu Academy was so angry he laughed, as if he had heard a fairy tale. Yan Luo, do you know what you're saying? You know, even in our 4 major universities, those who can reach level 30 by graduation each year are already geniuses, 1 in 100. Tell me now, it's not difficult to reach level 30 in less than half a month? He subconsciously used the detection spell again to check Yan Luo's level. The next moment, his expression froze, his eyes widened, and a gasp escaped his lips. Level 10, 19? That's impossible. These words were like a bombshell dropped on a calm lake. Everyone in the conference room was startled, and almost simultaneously, they all used their detection skills on Yan Luo, as well as Bai Manqing and Lin Wanqing behind him. Yan Luo, level 19. Bai Manqing, level 12. Lin Wanqing, level 11. A series of numbers came into view, and the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone fell silent, with only heavy, incredulous breathing remaining. I knew you guys were monsters, geniuses, but I never imagined you could be monsters to this extent. It's only been a few days since I awakened my profession? Yan Luo has already soared to level 19. She's just 1 step away from level 20. And the people around him have all broken through the level 10 barrier. They'd never even heard of such a speed of upgrade, let alone seen it before. The professors from the 4 universities fell completely silent. Chapter 41 Senior Xian Shield Bureau, Advanced Sanatorium. With excitement in his heart, Han Feihu strode towards Chen Junyu's private sanatorium. He wanted to bring Chen Junyu to Yan Luo as soon as possible. However, just as he was about to push the door open, the conversation coming from inside made him stop in his tracks. Junyu, let's break up. A young woman's voice rang out, carrying a hint of barely perceptible aloofness and indifference. After a brief silence, Chen Junyu's hoarse and dry voice rang out, why? Xiaoying, is it because of how I look now? Not entirely. The woman called Xiaoying interrupted him, her tone becoming somewhat urgent, look at yourself now, you can no longer be a professional. Our future paths are different. And Jie and I are already together. Jie? Chen Junyu's voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief. Immediately afterward, a male voice rang out, feelings can't be forced. Xiaoying chose me, and I'll take good care of her. Junyu, take good care of yourself and recover. Han Feihu recognized the voice. It's Li Jie, Chen Junyu's good brother. You. Chen Junyu's voice was dry and hoarse, almost devoid of its original vigor, only numbness remained. Alright, Junyu, stop talking. You'd better watch yourself. The woman interrupted him, her tone icy. At this moment, the ward door opened. A man and a woman walked out hand in hand. The woman was slender and beautiful, she was Lu Ying, Chen Junyu's proud girlfriend. The man was dressed in a Shield Bureau uniform, with a smug look on his face, it was Li Jie. As soon as the two stepped outside, they bumped into Han Feihu, whose face was ashen and whose fists were clenched. They were immediately terrified and turned pale. Captain Han. Captain Han. Li Jie forced himself to say hello. Lu Ying lowered her head, not daring to look Han Feihu in the eye. Han Feihu's temples throbbed with veins, his clenched fists turned white at the knuckles, and he wished he could rush up and beat the two scoundrels into a pulp. But he ultimately forced himself to hold back. He wasn't Li Jie's direct team leader, so it would be unreasonable for him to act rashly, and besides, he had more important things to do right now. His icy gaze swept over the two of them, making Li Jie and Lu Ying feel uneasy. Feeling guilty, they didn't dare to stay any longer and quickened their pace, almost fleeing the corridor. Han Feihu took a deep breath, pushed open the ward door, and went inside. On his hospital bed, Shen Junyu stood with his back to the door, staring motionlessly out the window. He could see the couple downstairs get into a car and drive away. Hearing footsteps, Shen Junyu didn't turn around, but spoke in an even hoarser voice, filled with a deathly numbness. "Captain. You heard it all, didn't you? Am I ridiculous?" At this moment, Chen Junyu's appearance was completely different from before. During the last mission, he was possessed by the blood demon. Although he was eventually rescued, his professional foundation was completely eroded and destroyed, and his body was also irreversibly altered. His once sunny and handsome face was now withered and sunken, his skin pale with an unhealthy bluish-gray tinge, his eye sockets deep-set, and he looked like a skeleton draped in human skin, exuding an aura of death. Han Feihu's throat bobbed. He didn't offer any empty words of comfort like "take it easy" or "you'll get better," because he knew that to Chen Junyu at that moment, those were all useless platitudes. The only way is to take him to see that person, the one who can create miracles. Only by gaining new strength and being reborn can he be pulled out of this abyss of despair. "Come with me," Han Feihu said in a low voice. Chen Junyu struggled slightly, a look of confusion appearing on his withered face. "Captain, where are you taking me? I don't want to go anywhere." "Enough with the nonsense." Han Feihu spoke forcefully, lifting him up directly. "I'm taking you to see someone." Chen Junyu gave a bitter laugh, his voice filled with despair. "Captain, I'm begging you, please don't waste your energy on a useless person like me." "It's no use." Han Feihu said no more, but half forcefully helped him leave the sanatorium and drove silently to Beihua High School. "We didn't exchange a single word the whole way. Until we arrived at the school and entered that meeting room. When Chen Junyu saw Yan Luo sitting there calmly, his skeletal face showed a violent emotional fluctuation for the first time, and he exclaimed in shock, "Senior." "Senior?" Then, his gaze swept to the side, and he was even more shocked. "Director Lin Qingtian." There was also a middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor and meticulously styled black hair. Although I didn't recognize him, the fact that he could sit on equal footing with Director Lin meant that his status must be extremely distinguished. "What's Director Lin doing here? And there are seniors." Yan Luo's gaze fell on Chen Junyu, and she was slightly taken aback. The Chen Junyu before me was completely different from the young team member I remembered from outside the Blood Hand Gang, a somewhat simple-minded but energetic man. At the same time, he subconsciously activated the Demon King's Eye. Name, Chen Junyu. Status, career rendered useless. Family member conversion potential, S rank. Negative emotion score, 99-100. Magic points required for conversion, 1000. Yan Luo was slightly taken aback. He clearly remembered that when he last saw Chen Junyu outside the Blood Hand Gang, his potential was only sea level. Potential can actually be changed? Was it because the blood demon's corruption altered the essence of his body? Yan Luo suddenly became interested in the so-called blood demon. At this point, Han Feihu briefly explained the purpose of bringing Chen Junyu here. After hearing this, Chen Junyu gave a bitter smile, which looked particularly ferocious and terrifying on his skeletal face. He smirked, his voice laced with sarcasm. "Saved? How? Senior, I know you're strong, but you're not a support class. How can you save me? Reversing a ruined profession? That's utterly a pipe dream. I know, you're all just here to laugh at me, aren't you?" He became increasingly agitated as he spoke, and his long-suppressed grievances, anger, and resentment erupted at this moment, his voice becoming shrill. "I'm a useless person now. Everyone has abandoned me. What did I do wrong? Why should I have to suffer like this? Why did that damned demon choose me and not someone else? Why?" His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was contorted, like a wild beast trapped in a desperate situation. Han Feihu lowered his head in silence, and Lin Qingtian also sighed without saying a word. Yan Luo frowned as she looked at Chen Junyu, who was on the verge of collapse. He knew that Chen Junyu must have suffered a lot of stress during this period. But he had neither the interest nor the time to provide psychological counseling to the other party. Therefore, Yan Luo chose the simplest and most direct method. Bang! A merciless punch landed heavily on Chen Junyu's abdomen. Ugh! Caught off guard, Chen Junyu doubled over in pain, his eyes bulging out. All the hysteria vanished with that punch, and his mind instantly cleared. Yan Luo shook his hand and said indifferently, "Are you clear-headed? If not, I'll continue." As he spoke, a ghostly light flashed in his hand, and a long whip burning with hellfire appeared out of thin air, the flames at the tip of the whip leaping and emitting a scorching aura. Chen Junyu was startled when he saw the familiar whip. He instantly recalled how Yan Luo had used this very whip to burn more than a dozen professionals to ashes outside the Blood Hand Gang's stronghold. Fear instantly overwhelmed all negative emotions. Fearing that Yan Luo's whip would fall, he quickly spoke up. "Xing is awake. Senior. I'm awake." Yan Luo put away the whip with some regret. He really wanted to try it a few more times to see how this body, which had been modified by the blood demon, differed from that of an ordinary person. Seeing Yan Luo's clearly unsatisfied expression, Chen Junyu was terrified and became completely obedient. He dared not utter another word of nonsense, for fear that this killer star would really expose him. Yan Luo said no more, directly conjured the Demon King contract, and handed it to Chen Junyu. "Sign it." Chen Junyu was filled with fear of Yan Luo at this moment, and he didn't even dare to look at the contents of the contract. He subconsciously pressed his handprint on it. Only after he finished pressing the buttons did he belatedly ask, What is this?" Yan Luo glanced at him and said in a flat tone, "Contract of servitude." "Chen Junyu, huh? Can I object?" Before the word regret could even be uttered, the contract had already taken effect. A surge of powerful magic instantly enveloped him, and the transformation began. Chapter 42 Death Knight. Bai Zhe, Lin Xingtian, and Han Feihu, who were standing to the side, were all witnessing Yan Luo's transformation into a Qin for the first time. They all held their breath and watched intently. Bai Zhe took out a crystal from his pocket, activated it, and a barely perceptible halo enveloped the scene. This is a specially made video recording device by the Alliance, capable of transmitting everything that happens on site back to headquarters in real time as the most direct evidence. The conversion process was completed quickly. When the magical glow faded, Chen Junyu reappeared before everyone, completely transformed. His once withered, skeletal body has become fuller, and although he is still thin, he is full of strength. His skin regained its healthy color, his sunken eye sockets returned to normal, and a faint, eerie blue flame of his soul flickered deep within his pupils. A powerful, cold, and deathly aura emanated from him. Transformation successful. Your companion Chen Junyu has been appointed to the legendary class Death Knight. Legendary, it's actually legendary. Han Feihu's voice trembled with excitement. Lin Xingtian was also completely shocked. Although I was mentally prepared, witnessing a disabled person be reborn in just a few dozen seconds and become a legendary professional was an unparalleled visual and cognitive shock. Bai Zhe's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he tightened his grip on the image crystal, his heart filled with excitement. Seeing it with my own eyes was truly awe-inspiring. This child is truly the hope for the future of our human race. At this moment, he had no more doubts about Yan Luo's potential. The most excited person was none other than Chen Junyu himself. He felt the power surging within him, countless times stronger than before, and looked at his completely transformed body, hardly believing it was real. He had just wanted to back out, but now he only had one thought in his mind: it's so delicious. Having returned from hell to heaven, having experienced the most extreme despair and the coldness of human relationships, he cherishes everything he has regained more than anyone else, and is even more grateful to Yan Luo for giving him all of this. He knelt down with a thud, offering his loyalty to Yan Luo. The matter was resolved satisfactorily, and the group prepared to leave. Before leaving, Bai Zhe seemed to have thought of something and asked Yan Luo with a hint of curiosity, "Young friend Yan Luo, if I may ask, what is the potential of my familiar's transformation if I were the target?" A glint flashed in Yan Luo's eyes as she looked at Bai Zhe. "SS rank." Yan Luo truthfully replied, "It's a mythical level profession." Bai Zhe was visibly taken aback upon hearing this, then a playful smile appeared on his face. "Mythical level. Ha! If the Alliance weren't so busy with its affairs and couldn't do without me, I might actually be tempted." He suppressed his smile and said seriously to Yan Luo, "After I return this time, the Alliance will soon make a final decision based on the information I bring back." Once the alliance decides to invest heavily in nurturing you into a future leader, you'd better be prepared. The position of leader is a place of both glory and responsibility, and it is by no means an easy path. He patted Yen Luo on the shoulder, his tone encouraging and expectant. However, you don't need to think too much about it now. Your only goal is to become stronger, and keep becoming stronger. Get to level 100 as soon as possible. Only when you break through level 100 and truly step into the realm of legend can you truly see the truth and structure of this world. I look forward to our next meeting. Afterwards, Lin Qingtian arranged for a vehicle to take Yen Luo and the others back to the villa. Back at the luxurious villa, the group got out of the car and went inside. Lin Wanqing suddenly stopped in his tracks. When she saw Chen Junyu follow her in, looking at the luxurious decorations in the room with amazement, she glanced at him with her cool eyes and asked, "What are you doing in here?" Chen Junyu was stunned. Huh? He looked at Yen Luo, then at Bai Manqing and Lin Wanqing, and thought, aren't we all the master's family? The master has returned, so of course I should come back too, right? Shouldn't I have come? As soon as he entered, he even imagined himself living in this luxurious villa someday. Could it be that I'm just imagining things? Lin Wanqing crossed her arms, her cool eyes sweeping over him. Don't you have a place to live? Chen Junyu scratched his head awkwardly. Yes, there is. He had been living in the Shield Bureau dormitory, and has been in the hospital ever since the incident. Then why aren't you going back to your own place? What are you doing here with us? Lin Wanqing shut him down with a single sentence. Chen Junyu stood there, unsure whether to go forward or retreat, so embarrassed he could dig his toes out of a 3-bedroom apartment. Bai Manqing leaned against the door, watching the scene with great interest, showing no intention of helping to resolve the predicament, but instead finding it quite amusing. Just then, Yen Luo, who had already walked up the stairs, turned around and said, "Never mind, since we're here, let's stay. The villa has plenty of rooms, so one more won't make a difference." Seeing that Yen Luo had spoken, Lin Wanqing said no more, only glancing at Chen Junyu before turning and going upstairs. Chen Junyu felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and looked at Yen Luo with immense gratitude. "Boss. You're such a good person." Yen Luo waved his hand casually. "Get some rest." After saying that, he went straight back to his master bedroom. Chapter 43: Entering the Hidden Dungeon. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains. As soon as Yen Luo got up, Bai Manqing and Lin Wanqing came to serve him as usual, helping him wash up and change his clothes. When he walked into the living room, he saw an unexpected scene. Chen Junyu was diligently wiping the living room furniture and floor with a rag, his forehead beaded with sweat. Yen Luo was stunned for a moment. "This is..." Lin Wanqing's cold voice rang out from the side. "I made him do it. We can't let him stay here for nothing, we have to show him some value." Upon hearing the conversation, Chen Junyu showed no displeasure whatsoever. Instead, he turned around with a simple yet excited smile on his face. "Good morning, boss." "Good morning, big sister." "Good morning, Sister Manqing. I'm just idling around anyway, so it's good to find something to do." He was so excited about his new life that he didn't sleep a wink last night. He got up before dawn, feeling that he had to do something for Yen Luo, who had saved him, to feel at ease. So, instead of resisting the task assigned by Lin Wanqing, he worked with extra enthusiasm. During the meal, Chen Junyu consciously sat at the very end of the long table, Yen Luo sat at the head of the table, and Bai Manqing and Lin Wanqing sat on either side of him. Zhang Qiyue didn't have a fixed seat. Sometimes she would squeeze next to Bai Manqing, sometimes next to Lin Wanqing, and occasionally she would even sit directly opposite Yen Luo. No matter where she sat, even if she took the seats of Bai Manqing and Lin Wanqing, the two of them were always very tolerant of her. The seating arrangement at the dinner table subtly reveals the current status of Yen Luo's subordinates. After everyone finished breakfast, Lin Wanqing naturally pointed to the dining table. "Wash the dishes." Chen Junyu nodded immediately and quickly began clearing away the dishes, replying, "Okay, boss." Seeing Chen Junyo's almost obsequious behavior, Yen Luo's lips twitched almost imperceptibly, while Bai Manqing covered her mouth and chuckled, finding it quite amusing. Shortly after, Han Feihu arrived at the villa by car. When he saw Chen Junyu, whose complexion was rosy, who was full of energy, and even had a cheerful smile on his face, the tough captain couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart and patted Chen Junyo's shoulder hard. "Good lad. That's more like it." After exchanging greetings, the group got into Han Feihu's car and headed to the Xian Shield Bureau, while Zhang Qiyue stayed at the villa by herself. Yen Luo has already accumulated enough magic to convert Zhang Qiyue, but considering that some magic should be reserved for the Oath of the End, Yen Luo plans to convert Qiyue again when she returns from the dungeon. In the car, Han Feihu looked at Yan Luo in the rearview mirror, his expression somewhat hesitant. Speak your mind. Yan Luo closed his eyes to rest, then spoke softly. Han Feihu sighed and said, Yan Luo, recently the Xian Shield Bureau has been making some unpleasant comments about you. You might encounter some trouble when you enter the dungeon later. Yan Luo thought for a moment and instantly understood what he meant. Each hidden dungeon is an extremely valuable strategic resource and is never made public. Entry slots are allocated by the Alliance to various factions, such as the Xian Shield Bureau, major guilds, academies, and high schools. The number of slots is determined by the strength of the organization and the degree of contribution. There are far more applicants than available slots, making each slot extremely valuable. Yan Luo and his group used an internal quota from the Xian Shield Bureau to enter the Deep Cavern. This means that the slots that originally belonged to certain members or teams of the Shield Bureau were temporarily allocated to these outsiders. It's perfectly normal for dissatisfaction and hostility to arise when an opportunity that our own people have worked so hard to secure is taken by a few parachuted in young people whose backgrounds we don't know. New. Yan Luo nodded, his expression unchanged. Against? If I'm strong enough, then I'm targeting you. Upon arriving at the Xian Shield Bureau, Han Feihu led the group to the Bureau's private dungeon lobby. This place is more solemn and has more advanced facilities than the public instance lobby. Yu Long and Lin Qingtian were already waiting there. Upon seeing Yan Luo and the others, Yu Long immediately went to greet them. Boss, you're here. Yan Luo nodded, and then Lin Qingtian came over and introduced, the hidden dungeon you're going to enter this time is called the Deep Cavern. Even among all the hidden dungeons in our southeast city, its value is among the top. He paused, then continued, once you enter the instance, you can choose to act with the people from the Shield Bureau, or you can explore on your own. However, I personally recommend that you stay with the team. The situation inside the Deep Cavern is complex. In addition to our Xian Shield Bureau, there are also teams from various guilds, academies, and other official forces from other cities. Because the level cap for this instance is 30, it contains many powerful and experienced professionals. You're new here, and you're likely to get hurt if you act alone. Lin Qingtian emphasized one point: the biggest difference between hidden dungeons and normal dungeons is that you won't die here. After dying in the hidden dungeon, you will be resurrected at a fixed teleportation point. But even so, try to avoid death, because every death comes at an extremely high price. Not only will all your equipment drop, but your level will also drop randomly by 1-3 levels, and you will also lose some of your spirit attributes. If the mental attribute drops below 0 due to too many deaths, then the brain will truly die. After explaining the situation of the instance, he added, several teams from our Xian Shield Bureau will also be entering the instance this time. Once everyone arrives, you will all be teleported in together. Just then, a group of people walked over. They were some members of Han Feihu's hunting squad. When the team members saw Qin Junyu, who had undergone a complete transformation and exuded an icy aura, they were all stunned, their faces showing disbelief. Jun Yu? You're better? One of the team members blurted out instinctively, his tone filled with surprise and guilt. However, Qin Junyu merely glanced at them indifferently without any response, as if he were looking at a group of strangers. These team members also understood that when Qin Junyu was at his most desperate, they had distanced themselves from him to some extent out of fear or other thoughts. Now, facing this cold gaze, they could only lower their heads in shame and dare not meet his eyes. Before long, several more teams arrived. Suddenly, Chen Junyu's expression turned extremely gloomy, and his fists clenched involuntarily. Among the newcomers, he saw his ex-girlfriend Lu Ying and his former best friend Li Jie. Lu Ying and Li Jie were the first to see the transformed Qin Junyu. Their faces turned deathly pale, their pupils dilated, filled with shock and disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Qin Junyu sneered. This is getting interesting. You can't die in dungeons, right? I'd like to see if it's true. Once all the members of the Xian Shield Bureau who had secured a spot had arrived, Lin Qingtian stood in front of them and announced in a loud voice, everyone, these are high school seniors who are about to take the college entrance examination. They will be entering the Deep Cavern, together with you for training this time. I hope you can look after each other in the instance. Before he could finish speaking, the gazes of the Xian Shield Bureau members below towards Yan Luo and his group instantly changed. Surprise, doubt, scrutiny, but above all, an undisguised disgust and rejection. They got in through connections. So they're the ones who took our team's spot? They're all students? Ha, they've managed to pull the strings and get right onto our Shield Bureau. How did that kid Qin Junyu get in too? Wasn't he crippled? Who knows what methods they used? Looks like they've latched onto a powerful figure. Whispers spread through the crowd, and the gazes directed at Yen Luo and his companions grew increasingly hostile. Yen Luo remained expressionless, Bai Manqing continued to smile charmingly, Lin Wanqing's eyes were icy, while Chen Junyu and Yulong glared back with even fiercer eyes without fear. Subsequently, the staff responsible for operating the dungeon portal activated the equipment. A massive gate, inscribed with intricate runes, slowly lit up, emitting a deep, eerie glow. Everyone, enter in one order. The staff shouted. With mixed feelings, the members of the Shield Bureau stepped into the portal one after another. Yen Luo and the others followed at the back of the group, their figures disappearing into the light. Once everyone had entered the instance and the portal had stabilized, Han Feihu couldn't help but look at Lin Qingtian and ask in confusion, Director Lin, you clearly know that many people in the Bureau are resentful recently because of the reduction of quotas for Yen Luo and the others. Why reveal their identities in public? Isn't this deliberately trying to provoke them? Lin Qingtian gazed at the stable light gate, a meaningful smile curving his lips. I said that on purpose. He turned around and said calmly, our people in the Shield Bureau have had it easy these past few years, and they've all become arrogant and haughty. It's time someone came to teach them a lesson. Let them see with their own eyes what it means to be outmatched and have a world beyond our understanding. And do you really think I know nothing about what's inside the hidden dungeon? Do those guilds, big families, academy teams, and some people in our department really think of dungeons as their own backyard? They divide up territory, exclude newcomers, and even engage in internal monopolies. How can we cultivate real talent for the Alliance if things continue like this? The resources have all been monopolized by those old hands and those with connections. Perfect timing to let Yen Luo and the others go in and stir up this stagnant water. Lin Qingtian's tone carried a hint of ruthlessness. As for our own people in the Xian Shield Bureau, that's up to them to choose. Is it a choice to stand united against a common enemy, or to go with the flow, or even kick someone when they're down? He paused, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, and I also want to see with my own eyes how Yen Luo will deal with the difficulties from within and the threats from without. Whether it's a dragon or a worm, this deep cavern is the best touchstone. Chapter 44 The hunt begins. After the slight dizziness from the teleportation subsided, Yen Luo and the others found themselves in a huge underground space. Beneath your feet are hard, black rocks with a cold, eerie luster, while above your head is a towering dome covered with countless glowing moss, casting a deep blue hue over the area. The air was filled with the smell of damp earth, a faint sulfurous odor, and a barely perceptible stench of blood. This place appears to be a huge underground plaza, now bustling with people and extremely noisy. Beside them, the enormous portal rippled continuously, and groups of people dressed in different clothes and from different factions were teleported in one after another, then quickly dispersed and rushed toward their respective destinations. In front of the square, there are rows of reception areas that are clearly man-made, with flags or symbols representing different forces hanging on them. The more powerful a force is, the more conspicuous and luxurious its reception area becomes. Yen Luo immediately spotted the logo of the Xian Shield Bureau. Its reception area was grand in scale and imposing, ranking among the top of all forces. Just then, Bai Manqing suddenly let out a soft exclamation and pointed to a corner with her slender finger. Master, look there. Yen Luo looked in the direction she pointed, and her gaze sharpened slightly. In that inconspicuous corner, above a small, even somewhat shabby, reception area, hangs the sign for Beihua High School. Compared to the grand reception areas around it, it looks out of place, even somewhat ridiculous. Yulong quickly found the reception area of his alma mater, Jing'an High School. Although it was slightly larger than Beihua High School, it was still at the bottom of the list of forces. At this moment, the group of Xian Shield Bureau members who had been teleported in with them were already heading straight for the Xian Shield Bureau's reception area. Bai Manqing, Lin Wanqing, Yulong, and the others all turned their attention to Yen Luo, awaiting his instructions. Yen Luo remained calm and said indifferently, let's go and take a look. The group arrived at the impressive reception area of the Shield Bureau. As expected, when the capable woman at the reception desk, dressed in a Xian Shield uniform, verified the identities of Yen Luo and his companions and confirmed that they were not official Xian Shield personnel but had used a valuable Xian Shield quota, the smile on her face vanished instantly, and her expression turned cold. His eyes held undisguised rejection and contempt. She ignored Yen Luo and the others, and turned to the new members of the Xian Shield Bureau, beginning to introduce the basic situation of the deep cavern. Yen Luo and the others listened quietly from the side. The deep cave is roughly divided into 4 levels. The female receptionist pointed to a huge, rudimentary map behind her and said, starting from the newbie area first floor where we are now. The deeper we go, the more complex the environment becomes, the higher the level of the monsters, and the more precious and rare the resources produced. The second, third, and even the deepest fourth level are all true treasure troves. She abruptly changed the subject, her tone turning coldly realistic. However, these high resource areas are not places you can just go to whenever you want. From the second level onwards, almost all valuable areas have been divided up by major powers, who have defined their spheres of influence. If you want to get a piece of the pie, you'll have to choose to join a major power and work for them. However, you don't need to worry about that. The receptionist's tone carried a hint of pride befitting a member of a major power. Our shield bureau is one of the largest powers here. We will take you directly to the third level, the area controlled by our shield bureau, for training. Of course, as newcomers, you won't be allocated many resources, but even so, it's still 100 times better than staying in this crowded and resource-poor newcomer zone. After the introductions, her gaze fell on Yen Luo and the others again, and her tone instantly became impatient. As for you guys, you are not official members of our shield bureau and have no right to enjoy the allocation of our internal resources. You can only stay in this newbie area and wait until the dungeon opens for the rest of the time before returning on your own. After speaking, she seemed to remember something, and her gaze fell on Chen Junyu, with a hint of doubt and confirmation. You should be Chen Junyu from our Xin Shield Bureau's patrol team, right? Your injury is healed now, why don't you come back to the team? Upon hearing this, Lu Ying and Li Ming, who were standing in the Xian Shield Bureau team, immediately tensed up and stared intently at Chen Junyu. Chen Junyu remained expressionless, his voice cold and clear. I am no longer a member of the Shield Bureau. My boss is him. Chen Junyu looked at Yen Luo. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying was initially incredulous, but then a look of complete relaxation appeared on her face. She lowered her voice and sneered, Heh? I thought you'd latched onto some big shot, but it turns out you were kicked out of the Shield Bureau and are now working as a lackey for some students? Chen Junyu, you're really getting worse as you get older. Li Ming also revealed a mocking smile. Chen Junyu's expression suddenly turned cold, and a flash of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Seeing that Chen Junyu was ungrateful and hearing Lu Ying's mockery, the female receptionist snorted coldly and said nothing more. She just glanced at Yen Luo and the others with disdain before preparing to leave with the people from the Xian Shield Bureau. Stop! Chen Junyu's cold voice rang out. The receptionist paused, turning back impatiently. What else is there? Chen Junyu ignored her and walked straight up to Lu Ying. Under her astonished gaze, he calmly spoke, as if confirming a fact. You were just mocking me and my boss, weren't you? So what if it is? Lu Ying hadn't finished speaking. Chen Junyu made a move. Swift as a ghost. He didn't even use his Death Knight abilities, relying solely on his enhanced physical body and combat instincts after the transformation. He delivered an incredibly heavy punch, accompanied by a sharp gust of wind, which landed squarely on Lu Ying's abdomen. Puff! Lu Ying's eyes bulged out, and she was sent flying backward as if hit by a speeding truck. She crashed heavily onto the ground 7 or 8 meters away, curled up like a shrimp, and vomited in pain, instantly losing all fighting ability. Xiao Ying. Li Jie was both shocked and furious. Seeing that Chen Junyu had his back to him, he thought he had a chance to take advantage of the situation. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes, and he drew the short sword from his waist and stabbed it towards Chen Junyu's back. I've been waiting for you. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Chen Junyu snorted coldly, slightly turned his body to avoid the stabbing, and at the same time, delivered a fierce spinning kick, like a steel whip, which slammed into Li Ming's side of the face. Snap! A clear cracking sound rang out. Li Jie didn't even have time to scream before he was sent flying sideways, spun around, crashed into a makeshift stall, collapsed to the ground, half of his face caved in, and fell unconscious. In the blink of an eye, 2 high-ranking members of the Shield Bureau were instantly killed. The entire plaza entrance fell silent instantly, and everyone who witnessed this scene, whether from other factions or independent professionals, gasped in shock. They stared in shock at the menacing Chen Junyu and the several expressionless young men behind him. Who are these people? That was too ruthless. The female receptionist from the Shield Bureau was ashen-faced and trembling with rage. She pointed at Chen Junyu and shouted, You dare to commit violence in public? Chen Junyu shook his hand as if he had done something insignificant, and looked at her coldly. They have foul mouths and deserve to be beaten. If you're not satisfied, you can try. The receptionist swallowed back the harsh words she was about to utter after being swept over by his cold, deathly gaze. She wasn't afraid of him, she was just thinking of Han Feihu. She knew that Chen Junyu and that captain were very close, and besides, it was that woman who mocked them first. Even if they took it to their superiors, they wouldn't be in the right. In the end, she just gritted her teeth and said, "Fine. Very well. You just wait." Then, he ordered his men to lift up the unconscious Li Ming and the groaning Luing, and, covered in dust, led the large group away from this troublesome place. Once the people from the Shield Bureau had gone far away, Chen Junyu returned to Yan Luo and bowed slightly. "Sorry, boss, I acted without permission." Yan Luo glanced at him and said in a flat tone, "Remember, next time you encounter someone who can't control their mouth, just snap their neck. It'll save you a lot of trouble." Chen Junyu's pupils contracted slightly. "Yes, boss. I've got it." He thought to himself, "I thought I was reckless enough, but I didn't expect my boss to be even more aggressive than me. But the feeling of not having to hold back and being able to do whatever I want is really great." Yulong listened with great excitement, even feeling a little regretful that a fight hadn't broken out earlier. "That way I can also show off in front of the boss." Bai Manqing covered her mouth and chuckled softly, a hint of regret flashing in her eyes. Actually, she had wanted to make a move just now, because the woman's tone and expression reminded her of the woman from Lu Hao's team before. Equally repulsive. A hint of agreement flashed in Lin Wanqing's eyes. After the people from the Shield Bureau left, Bai Manqing and the others looked at Yan Luo. "Master, what do we do next?" Yan Luo glanced at the crowded and noisy newcomer area and said calmly, "Let's get a feel for the situation here first." However, their subsequent investigation revealed the cruel rules of this new B-zone. They tried to find monster spawn points or resource gathering points, but found that almost all decent places were occupied by various small groups and temporary branches of guilds. These territories are clearly defined, and anyone not belonging to the group is not allowed to approach, let alone hunt monsters or gather resources. Occasionally, a few groups that appear relatively friendly will offer extremely harsh conditions when asked. "Want to swipe here?" "Sure, join our Black Wolf Guild." A burly man with a face full of scars grinned, "But you're a newbie, don't you know the rules? Of all the spoils, 70% will be handed over to the authorities, and 30% will be kept for ourselves. Our Iron Fist Guild charges the same price. Come if you want, leave if you don't. A casual player wants to eat resources? Dream on." He doesn't understand any rules at all. The group explored almost the entire newbie area, encountering similar situations. With resources monopolized, independent individuals and newcomers either have to rely on others and be exploited at every level, or they can only go to those unwanted, dangerous, and low-profit marginal areas. Yulong's face turned ashen with rage, and the coldness in Chen Junyu's eyes grew ever stronger. Yan Luo stopped and looked around at the underground world, which was divided by various rules and forces. A cold smile slowly curved the corners of his lips. "Oh. You won't let me swipe?" He spoke softly to himself, his voice not loud, but it instantly invigorated the family members beside him. "Then none of you should swipe anymore." He raised his head, looked at his family members, and said, "From now on, anyone who dares to stand in our way will be punished. Whether human or monster. Clear them all out, leave none behind." "Yes, master." "Yes, boss." Almost instantly after the words were spoken, Bai Manqing, Lin Wanqing, Yulong, and Chen Junyu responded in unison. Bai Manqing licked her red lips, her eyes filled with a mixture of alluring charm and infernal fire, radiating excitement. It should have been done a long time ago. Yulong grinned maliciously. The encounters along the way had already made him very unhappy. "Perfect timing, I haven't punched anyone yet. This time, we're going to have a really good time." He clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking, and a burning intent began to rise within him. "I'm already incredibly thirsty." Chen Junyu slowly drew his knight's longsword from his waist, a chilling aura of death spreading out, the blade pointing directly at the nearest small group occupying a mining site. Lin Wanqing didn't speak, but her figure slowly blended into the shadows, like the most deadly venomous snake entering hunting mode. Chapter 45, Battle. Awesome. Upon receiving Yan Luo's order, Bai Manqing, Lin Wanqing, Yulong, and Chen Junyu all had a look of excitement in their eyes. Dealing with these weaklings in the newbie zone is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut if 4 people team up. So without exchanging a word, the 4 of them exchanged a tacit glance, and then transformed into 4 blurry afterimages, rushing off in 4 different directions. Chen Junyu's target was the Black Wolf Guild, which had previously been the most arrogant. Seeing him return, the burly man with a face full of scars grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and said smugly, "Kid, figured it out? But if you come now, the price won't be the same as before. We'll take 80% of the harvest, and you keep 20%. How about that? I'm generous enough, aren't I?" Chen Junyu sneered. 20% is not enough. How about I give you everything? I wonder if you can stomach it. Upon hearing this, the burly man thought he'd encountered a fool, someone who wanted to work for him for free. He was immediately overjoyed and said, "No problem. What's there to not be able to eat?" But the next moment, Chen Junyu walked up to him expressionlessly. Before the other man could react, his right hand shot out like lightning, his 5 fingers like iron hoops, accurately and ruthlessly grabbing the big man's entire face. "You actually dare to ask for it? Well." The smug look on the big man's face instantly turned into astonishment, and he subconsciously tried to use brute force to break free. His profession is brutal bear warrior, and his greatest asset is his ferocious strength. However, he was horrified to find that no matter how hard he tried, even with the veins bulging in his neck, the hand gripping his face remained as immovable as a mountain made of fine gold. The immense difference in strength instantly brought him to his senses. They've kicked a hornet's nest. At this moment, the other members of the Black Wolf Guild also noticed the change in the situation. They surrounded the group, cursing and swearing, drawing their swords and lighting up their staffs, ready to swarm forward. Chen Junyu coldly surveyed the gradually closing crowd until they were almost all present. He clenched his 5 fingers together abruptly. Put! Like crushing a ripe watermelon, the burly bear warrior's head instantly deformed in his hand, and he died on the spot without even uttering a sound. Chen Junyu tossed the man aside like trash, and looking at the Black Wolf Guild members around him, who were both shocked and furious and ready to swarm him, a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Want to compete with me in numbers?" He raised his hands, and dense death energy spread out from him like a tide. Skill: Undead Summoning. The next second, the ground around him churned up, and pale, rotting arms burst from the earth. Immediately afterwards, dozens of undead creatures exuding a chilling death aura were summoned, instantly surrounding the members of the Black Wolf Guild. A monster! Run! The members of the Black Wolf Guild had never seen such a sight before. They instantly lost all fighting spirit, were terrified, and turned to run away. Kill! Chen Junyu uttered a single word. The undead legion, like hounds on command, roared silently and swarmed forward. The sounds of bones colliding, blades piercing flesh, and screams of impending death filled the air. These rabble were utterly powerless against the undead summoned by Chen Junyu and were torn to shreds in an instant. Chen Junyu watched all of this with a blank expression. After the battle ended, he looted all the valuable assets in the Black Wolf Guild's stronghold, and then commanded the undead to thoroughly raid the resource point and monster spawn point they had occupied. Make sure no valuable resources or living monsters are left behind, truly leaving nothing but barren land. Meanwhile, Yolong's chosen target is the Iron Fist Guild. As one of only 2 male members of Yan Luo's household, he naturally began to compare himself to Chen Junyu. Especially since this is the first time we've carried out Yan Luo's orders with other family members, we can't possibly perform worse than that guy. As Yulong thought to himself, he increased his speed even further. Upon arriving at the Iron Fist Society's stronghold, he didn't bother with any pleasantries and barged in to start the fight. Who goes there? Dare to trespass on our Iron Fist Guild's territory? Court death. When the Iron Fist Guild members saw someone forcing their way in, they roared and charged forward. Yolong's eyes burned with fighting spirit. His awakened legendary class, Extreme Fist Master, has the core talent, Martial Arts Limitless, which allows him to fully master any skill that the system determines belongs to the martial arts category in a very short time, and increase its power by 50%. During the short time he spent waiting to enter the instance after returning to Jing'an High School, he used his good relationship with the martial arts teachers, which he had built by consistently ranking first in martial arts classes, to plead and obtain a large number of martial arts skill manuals. In order to become stronger as soon as possible, he barely slept all night, relying solely on his talent of martial arts without limits to master all those skills. At this moment, facing the siege, Yulong moved like a dragon. He did not use any weapons, but his whole body was a weapon. His fists, elbows, knees, legs, every part of his body has become the most deadly weapon. One touch and you die. Crushing Fist. With a single punch, the force penetrated the body, sending a shield-wielding warrior flying, shield and all. Iron Mountain Lean. With a powerful thrust from his shoulder and elbow, like a charging bull, he smashed the 3 men who were attacking from the side, breaking their bones and tendons. Bagwazang 8 trigrams palm. With swift and agile movements, he weaved through the crowd, each strike precisely hitting his opponent's vital points. His movements were fierce and domineering, yet carried the unique rhythm of martial arts. With every move, members of the Iron Fist Guild fell like wheat being harvested, none of them a match for him. Ahaha, battle. Awesome. The more Yulong fought, the more excited he became, feeling thoroughly exhilarated. At the same time, Yulong felt a little smug, thinking that he was definitely much faster than Chen Junyu. However, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Chen Junyu leading his conspicuous undead squad in a grand march toward another stronghold. What's even more infuriating is that Chen Junyu seemed to have noticed his gaze and actually shook his finger at him from afar with a mocking expression on his face. Damn it! Summoning the dead is so cheating. Yulong immediately turned red with anger. No, how can I lose to him? He held nothing back, his surging fist intent condensed to its limit, his right fist pulled back, and his aura suddenly soared, like a volcano about to erupt. 8 Extremes Tremor. A punch was thrown. It wasn't targeted at any specific person, but rather it bombarded the ground. Boom! A terrifying shockwave, visible to the naked eye, erupted violently forward in a fan shape centered on his fist. The ground cracked inch by inch, and the violent shockwave blew away and shattered all the Iron Fist members, tents, and debris within dozens of meters in front of them. The entire Iron Fist stronghold was razed to the ground by this attack. Snort! Yulong snorted coldly, not daring to delay. He quickly looted the spoils, then cleared out the resources and monster points occupied by the Iron Fist Society. Then he transformed into a streak of red light and rushed to the next location. Chapter 46: The Voidwalker. Compared to the rivalry between Yulong and Chen Junyu, the competition between Bai Mancheng and Lin Wanqing was no less intense, and perhaps even more so. Lin Wanqing knew that his domain skill, combined with the wide area damage skill, Thousand Shadows Burial, was unparalleled in its efficiency when clearing out mobs. Like a ghost, she silently infiltrated the center of a small group occupying a resource point. No one even noticed how she appeared. The next moment. Night falls. In an instant, the light within 100 meters radius of her was instantly stripped away, plunging everything into absolute darkness and silence. All enemies within range are severely deprived of their sight, hearing, and even perception, turning them into headless flies. Immediately afterwards, Thousand Shadows Burial in an instant. Countless condensed shadow blades materialized out of thin air in the night realm, indiscriminately killing every enemy within it. When the darkness dissipates, Lin Wanqing's figure had already disappeared from the spot, leaving behind only corpses scattered on the ground, and the frozen horror and bewilderment on their faces. The whole process took only a few seconds. On the other side, Bai Manqing did not choose to kill. She arrived at a team's base, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a captivating pink light that drew everyone's attention like a vortex. Bewitching eyes. A powerful mental wave swept over her, and those professionals who were lower in rank and less determined instantly became confused and submissive. From now on, you are mine. Bai Manqing lazily gave the order. The puppets, bewitched by her, obediently followed behind her. In this way, she took over one stronghold after another without bloodshed, and like a snowball rolling downhill, her puppet army grew larger and larger. Bai Manqing only stopped manipulating the system when she had reached the maximum number of people she had charmed. Then, with a wave of her hand, she smiled sweetly at the massive army of puppets behind her and said, "Go, my slaves, clear out those unruly fellows in front." The bewitched puppets surged like a tide toward other remaining strongholds, frantically attacking their former comrades. Bai Manqing followed behind leisurely, her efficiency no less than Lin Wanqing's. With the terrifying efficiency of the 4 evil gods under the Demon King's command, when Yen Luo walked leisurely to the entrance of the passage leading to the second level of the underground cave, there was no longer a single organized group to be seen in the entire first-level novice area. All the resource points and monster spawn points were empty, as if they had been swept away by a hurricane. Meanwhile, as the 4 companions frantically killed monsters, a massive amount of experience points were continuously fed back to Yen Luo. His experience bar, which was originally level 19, surged wildly at a visible speed, eventually breaking through the barrier and leveling up 2 levels to reach level 21. Bai Manqing, Lin Wanqing, Yulong, and Chen Junyu also improved, but because the monsters on the first floor were of relatively low level, their improvement was relatively limited. Soon after, Bai Manqing and Lin Wanqing were the first to arrive at Yen Luo's side. The two of them moved to Yen Luo's side in perfect unison, one on the left and one on the right, looking at each other with a hint of surprise in their eyes. They had clearly not expected that the other person's speed was no slower than their own. Immediately afterwards, Chen Junyu also arrived. Not long after, Yulong was the last to arrive. Seeing that he was at the bottom, Yulong looked very unhappy. Chen Junyu looked at Yulong with an undisguised smug expression on his face, as if to say, "Compare with me?" Yen Luo's gaze swept over the 4 familiars, whose auras had all grown stronger, and he said calmly, "The first level, is it all cleared out?" "Yes, Master Boss." The four responded in unison. Yen Luo nodded slightly, no longer glancing at the desolate newbie area behind her, and turned to face the path leading to the deeper underground cavern. Then let's go to the next floor. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the Mystic Shield Bureau instance. After spending some time in the dungeon lobby, Lin Qingtian and Han Feihu decided to return to their office to handle official business. Just then, a subordinate rushed in to report, "Chief, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened in the deep cavern dungeon." Lin Qingtian paused, exchanging a surprised glance with Han Feihu. "How long has it been since they went in that something happened?" Lin Qingtian frowned slightly. "What happened? Tell me slowly." The subordinate quickly reported, according to news from those who were killed in other faction dungeons and resurrected at the teleportation point, several lunatics have appeared on the first level of the deep caverns. They killed anyone they saw, regardless of their faction, slaughtering everyone. It seems like everyone on the first floor was wiped out by them. Not only that, all the resource points and monsters they occupied were also wiped out. Now, the first floor. I heard there's not a single hair left. Lin Qingtian and Han Feihu's pupils contracted sharply upon hearing this. He guessed that Yen Luo might cause some trouble in the instance, but he didn't expect the trouble to be so big, so violent. They wiped out everyone on the first floor? All resources were swept away? Han Feihu, regaining his composure, exclaimed, "Chief, we've let a shark in." Instead of being annoyed, Lin Qingtian couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh heartily. "Good. Good lad. To slaughter the entire first floor, even I wouldn't have dared to do that when I was young. You've got guts." But just then, a voice carrying a hint of laziness and curiosity rang out in Lin Qingtian's ear without warning. "What are you laughing at? Let me have some fun too?" Lin Qingtian's pupils contracted sharply again, and all the muscles in his body tensed up instantly. With his current strength, how could someone have infiltrated such close range of him without making a sound? He scanned his surroundings frantically, unleashing his full mental perception, but found nothing. The next moment, not far from Lin Qingtian and Han Feihu, the void rippled like water, and a silver vortex appeared out of thin air, slowly rotating. Immediately afterwards, a tall, slender figure stepped out of the vortex as if taking a leisurely stroll. He wore a blue robe embroidered with dark silver cloud patterns, had a handsome face, looked to be about 30 years old, and had a cynical smile on his lips. Most remarkably, he did not stand on the ground, but rather stepped into the air, walking down the stairs as if descending a staircase, leisurely descending several meters above the ground and landing in front of Lin Qingtian. He seemed to have just returned from shopping, casually handing a cup of milk tea to Lin Qingtian. "Here, I just bought it in Yulong City, a local specialty brand. It tastes pretty good. Want to try it?" Lin Qingtian felt a dryness in his throat and subconsciously took the milk tea. The warm touch emanating from the cup. Yulong City. Keep in mind that it's more than 800 kilometers away from Southeast City. And this milk tea was still hot. What terrifying speed of movement! However, despite his shock, Lin Qingtian immediately guessed the identity of the newcomer from the other party's signature abilities and style of doing things. He took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and respectfully bowed, saying, "But Senior Ji Linfeng, the Voidwalker of the Azure Sky Hall?" Ji Linfeng was pleased to see that Lin Qingtian had recognized him. He chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. "Not bad, not bad, you have a good eye. How was my entrance? Pretty impressive, right? Were you blown away?" Lin Qingtian nodded with a wry smile. "I had only heard of the name of the Voidwalker before, but he was like a dragon whose head is seen but whose tail is never seen. Only after meeting you today do I realize that your great reputation is well deserved. Such methods are truly astounding." He paused, his tone carrying a hint of disbelief as he confirmed, "I never imagined that the Alliance would entrust you with the role of Yenluo's protector." Upon hearing this, Ji Linfeng's smile vanished. As if recalling something unpleasant, she gritted her teeth and said, "Humph, those old guys from the Alliance. I was having a perfectly good time in the secret realm, living a carefree life, but they had to find something for me to do and send me here to be a babysitter. This is so annoying." He changed the subject and returned to the original question, curiously leaning closer to Lin Qingtian. "Speaking of which, what were you laughing at just now?" "I was in a bad mood anyway, so talking about it will cheer me up." Lin Qingtian's heart stirred, and he said, "This matter happens to be related to the one you are protecting." "Oh?" Ji Linfeng immediately became interested, his eyes lighting up. "Tell me quickly, what did that kid do? Did you get beaten up as soon as you went in, crying and begging for your mother?" A mischievous, expectant look appeared on his face. Lin Qingtian's lips twitched slightly as he briefly recounted the heroic deeds of Yan Luo and the others on the first level of the dungeon. After hearing this, Ji Linfeng was stunned for a moment, then burst into an even louder laugh. Ha ha ha. Good. Well done. They actually wiped out the newbie village? That's something. I like it. It's been so long since I've seen such a quirky little madman who's right up my alley. Lin Qingtian smiled wryly and said, yes, but based on my understanding of him, this is probably just the beginning. Upon hearing this, Ji Linfeng's interest grew even stronger. Oh? Is that so? We'll have to take a good look. He rubbed his hands together, looking like he was about to watch a good show. Lin Qingtian hesitated and said, Senior Ji, there are no monitoring arrays or anything like that inside the hidden dungeon. How are we supposed to see it? Isn't that simple? Ji Linfeng pursed his lips, giving off an expression that said, with me here, what are you worried about? The next moment, he casually reached into the void beside him, rummaged around as if taking something out of his own pocket, and then actually pulled out a mirror with an ancient design and void crystals inlaid on its edges. The mirror's surface rippled like water, and the scene inside rapidly changed, eventually revealing the scene inside the deep cave clearly. It was Yan Luo, along with his 4 subordinates, standing on the path leading to the second level. Done. Ji Linfeng snapped his fingers triumphantly, then suspended the mirror in mid-air, adjusted it to a comfortable viewing angle, and pulled out a chair and a bag of snacks from somewhere before settling down comfortably. Lin Qingtian and Han Feihu, who were standing next to him, stared in disbelief, their eyes turning strange. Isn't this senior's technique a bit too skillful? This mirror doesn't look like a magical artifact for any legitimate purpose at all. Ji Linfeng noticed the two men's gazes, his face flushed, and he coughed awkwardly, forcing an explanation. Ahem. This is a treasure I snatched from the demon race in a secret realm. I've just left it there and hardly ever used it. What kind of look is that? Do I look like the kind of person who would use something like this to do something bad? The more he explained, the more subtle the expressions on Lin Qingtian and Han Feihu's faces became. Ji Linfeng, embarrassed and angry, quickly changed the subject. All right, stop overthinking and come take a look. Ji Linfeng said irritably. Lin Qingtian and Han Feihu then suppressed their urge to complain and focused their attention on the image in the mirror. Chapter 47 How could you be so selfish? Meanwhile, just as Yan Luo's team finished cleaning the first floor and headed to the second, Lu Ying, Li Jie, and other members of the Xin Shield Bureau, following the female receptionist, successfully arrived at the third floor of the deep underground cave, the Crystal Vein Cave. Upon entering, everyone was awestruck by the sight before them. This is an underground world far more magnificent and splendid than the first and second levels, like a crystal kingdom buried underground. The enormous energy crystal clusters grew like a forest, emitting soft and beautiful light of various colors, illuminating the entire cave in a dreamlike way. The air was filled with pure and rich energy particles, making each breath refreshing and invigorating, and the experience bar seemed to be pulsating slightly. The receptionist introduced the place with a hint of arrogance. This is the third level, the Crystal Vein Cave. Nourished by the core ley lines underground, these energy crystals can be directly absorbed, providing a massive amount of experience points, making them treasures for rapid leveling up. If you're lucky, you might even find the core of a crystal vein, which is an extremely precious treasure, whether you absorb it directly to enhance your potential or use it as a core material for a legendary weapon. Thanks to the treatment provided by the accompanying support professionals, Lu Ying and Li Jie's injuries have recovered considerably. Hearing the receptionist's words, Lu Ying couldn't help but ask, her voice filled with longing, how much better are the resources here compared to the first floor? The receptionist glanced at her, and although she didn't have a good impression of these two troublemakers, she patiently explained, it's like comparing heaven and earth. You can easily grind here for a day, which is more efficient than grinding on the first floor for 5 or 6 days. Now you understand, this is the benefit of having a powerful backer. He paused, his tone carrying a warning, you should stay here and focus on leveling up and improving your strength. Don't cause any trouble. Remember, you are from the Shield Bureau, and you are destined to be on a different level from those struggling at the bottom. As long as we work hard to improve our abilities, our future is limitless. As for those few fools who didn't know their own mortality. The receptionist sneered, once you're settled, I'll naturally contact a few familiar forces on the first floor to keep an eye on them. Let them understand that those who steal our Shield Bureau's quota and dare to attack our people will pay the price. Enough to make them suffer greatly. Once we leave the instance, there will be plenty of ways to deal with them. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying and Li Jie felt relieved and quickly nodded in agreement, their faces showing ingratiating smiles. But Lu Ying still asked with some concern, then, what if they come down too? Get down? The receptionist scoffed as if he had heard a huge joke, his tone full of disdain. How could that be? I made it very clear before, the resources of the entire dark cavern have long been divided up by various forces, with checkpoints set up at every level. Those guys with no background who only got in thanks to our Shield Bureau's handouts, if they didn't rely on our Shield Bureau, they wouldn't even be able to get close to the second level, let alone the third. Dream on. Hearing this, Lu Ying and Li Jie were completely relieved. The thought that Chen Junyu might be besieged and humiliated by various forces on the first level, while they themselves were rapidly improving on the resource-rich third level with a promising future, filled the two with a twisted sense of pleasure and pride. Lu Ying could almost see herself leveling up and then going out to humiliate Chen Junyu, making him kneel down and beg for mercy. Li Jie clenched his fists and secretly vowed to work hard to become stronger here, so that he could trample Chen Junyu under his feet once he got out. Meanwhile, on the second level of the deep underground cave, lies the fungal forest. Yan Luo led the group into this area. Unlike the desolation of the first level, the second level is a warm and humid huge cave, forming a strange ecosystem. The ground was covered with all kinds of huge, colorful luminescent fungi, some like umbrellas and others like corals, emitting a mesmerizing glow, forming a vast and eerie forest. Colorful spores floated in the air, like tiny fireflies, filling the entire space with a mysterious and dangerous atmosphere. Based on the distribution of power, the forces that can establish themselves on this level are much stronger than those on the first level. However, there are also relatively ordinary forces, such as educational institutions like Beihua High School and Jing'an High School, which are able to establish a foothold in the second tier with relatively better resources thanks to policy support. Having learned from the experience of the first floor, Chen Junyu, Bai Manqing, Lin Wanqing, and Yulong worked together even better, still splitting up and each taking charge of a section of the cleanup work. The monsters here are much higher level than those on the first floor, generally around level 15, but they still don't pose a real threat to Yanluo's retinue, who have leveled up again and have legendary classes. However, a small accident occurred on Yulong's side. After he swiftly destroyed a faction's stronghold, he was preparing to move on to his next target when his gaze involuntarily fell upon a small but clearly marked camp right next to it. Looking at the familiar school emblem and flag, his fist, which was about to be thrown, paused slightly. This place is actually the stronghold of his alma mater, Jing'an High School. Inside the Jing'an High School campus, the students, who were initially frightened by the sudden commotion next door, recognized the newcomer's face after seeing it clearly through the dust. At first, they were incredulous, but then they all recognized him. It's a dragon. The dragon boat at our school. It really is him. Yulong, the one who gets first place in martial arts class at our school. What is he doing here? And he destroyed Fengyang University's base? How can he be so strong? Upon recognizing their own people, the geniuses who had awakened this year at Jing'an High School breathed a sigh of relief. No longer afraid, they all ran out of their stronghold and surrounded Yulong. In the past, Yulong might have felt awe towards these prominent figures in the school, but now he clearly sensed that these so-called geniuses were incredibly fragile in front of him. The people who had gathered around were shocked by the mess on the ground. After that, they surrounded Yulong and started talking all at once. Yulong, what are you doing here? Where did you get a spot to get in? Are you crazy? Do you know that you just destroyed Fengyang University's base? Their university has a cooperative project with our high school. The most crucial thing is, you destroyed their stronghold. What if they come back from the respawn point, find out you're from Jing'an High School, and retaliate against us? Exactly. How can you be so selfish? You only care about your own pleasure and don't consider the consequences at all. Why don't you wait until they get back, Yulong, go apologize to them and compensate them for the losses? Otherwise, how are we supposed to survive here? You've ruined us all. Yes. Go apologize quickly. Don't drag us into this. Listening to these once admired geniuses, who were only thinking about distancing themselves and making him bow his head and admit his mistakes, Yulong felt no anger at all, but rather an unusual calm. He looked at the boy who was jumping the loudest and accusing him of being the most selfish, and calmly said, "You said I'm selfish?" The boy felt a chill run down his spine under Yulong's indifferent gaze, and said, his voice trembling with fear, What are you going to do? Let me tell you, we are the school's top talents. If you dare to touch us, the school will definitely not let you off the hook. Genius? A cold smile curled at the corner of Yulong's lips. Before he finished speaking, his figure blurred, and everyone only saw a flash before their eyes. Yulong had already appeared in front of the boy, and one hand was gripping his throat like an iron clamp. Snap! A crisp cracking sound rang out, and the boy's struggles stopped instantly, his head drooping limply. Yulong tossed the man aside like trash, his gaze sweeping over the remaining alumni who were pale with fright, and said calmly, "That's it?" Chapter 48, Descending to the Third Floor. Silence. Deathly silence. The other students around were all stunned. They never dreamed that Yulong would actually dare to do it. And it was done so decisively and efficiently. "Yulong! How dare you harm your own classmate? You traitor! You madman!" After a brief silence, there came even more intense shouts and screams. Yulong remained silent, only throwing punches repeatedly. Classmate? Even classmates got hit. He was like a tiger among sheep. Every time he made a move, someone would fall. These so-called geniuses, faced with his absolute power, couldn't even muster an effective resistance. Gradually, cries of agony, pleas for mercy, and curses rose and fell, but soon fell silent again. In the blink of an eye, the entire stronghold of Ding'an High School, along with all the people and resources inside, was destroyed and looted by Yulong himself. Meanwhile, Bai Manqing also discovered the stronghold of her high school, Beihua High School. But she discovered it a little too late. At this moment, Beihua High School has already suffered a devastating blow. The entire stronghold was completely wiped out, as if a hurricane had swept through. And the one who caused all of this was Bai Manqing. But she didn't do it on purpose. Originally, having gained experience from the first floor, she immediately replicated her previous actions and charmed a group of subordinates to work for her. But unexpectedly, these workers were too eager. In order to please Bai Manqing and get her praise, they behaved with unusual enthusiasm and fervor. Even without Bai Manqing giving specific orders, they spontaneously leveled all the strongholds marked with signs of power along their path, just like locusts passing through. The inconspicuous little stronghold of Beihua High School was like a pebble on the roadside in the face of this raging torrent, and was submerged and destroyed in the blink of an eye. When Bai Manqing strolled past and saw the ruins of Beihua High School and the broken items scattered on the ground bearing the school's emblem, a barely perceptible look of astonishment appeared on her charming face. "Oh dear, it seems like we've destroyed our own nest?" She gently covered her lips, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "The only saving grace is that my sister's instance is moonlit forest, not here. Otherwise, she really would cry." When the second floor was completely cleared and everyone gathered again at the entrance to the third floor, Bai Manqing came to Yen Luo's side with a rare hint of embarrassment and reported to Yen Luo that the Beihua High School base had been unexpectedly destroyed. Upon hearing this, Yen Luo remained expressionless, simply waving her hand casually. "It's all right, if it's ruined, it's ruined." He paused for a moment, then said, "Perfect timing, our high school's outpost is a bit too small. Once we take over the entire instance, we'll rebuild a larger base for them on the third floor as compensation." Upon hearing this, Bai Manqing smiled sweetly and replied, "Yes, master." After sweeping through 2 dungeons in a row, both Yen Luo and Bai Manqing received a significant boost. With a massive amount of experience feedback, Yen Luo's level has soared from level 19 to level 28. Meanwhile, Bai Manqing, Lin Wanqing, Yulong, and Chen Junyu, the 4 family members, have all been upgraded to level 19, with Bai Manqing even reaching level 20. Feeling the surging power within their bodies, all the members of their kin burned with excitement in their eyes. This is far more efficient than grinding monsters in the outside world. It's like they're using cheat codes. Yen Luo turned his gaze to the entrance of the third floor, a slight smile playing on his lips. Let's go to the next floor." The third level of the deep underground cave is the Crystal Vein Cave. At this moment, Luing and Li Jia were following behind an elite squad from the Xian Shield Bureau, fiercely battling a massive crystal shell scorpion with a shell as bright and hard as a sapphire. Crystal scorpions are common elite monsters on the third level, around level 25. They not only have amazing defense, but their tail sting attacks also come with crystallized toxins, making them extremely difficult to deal with. This team from the Shield Bureau worked together seamlessly. The tanks held up their shields to draw aggro, the DPS classes attacked their weak points on the flanks, and the supports kept casting healing spells and buffs. After nearly 10 minutes of fierce fighting, the main attacker delivered a powerful blow to the head of the crystal scorpion, causing the massive monster to finally let out a mournful cry and collapse to the ground. Its carapace shattered, turning into pure experience points and several shimmering energy crystals. Phew, it's finally resolved. The shield warriors of the squad breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. The man who appeared to be the captain stepped forward and skillfully collected the spoils, mainly several fist-sized pure energy crystals, as well as the most precious stinger of the crystal shell scorpion. He weighed his spoils, glanced at Lu Ying and Li Jia who were panting and staring longingly at the crystals, and casually picked out 2 of the smallest energy crystal fragments, no bigger than a fingernail, and tossed them to them like beggars. Take this, it's for your help just now. Newcomers should observe and learn more, avoid holding others back, and work hard in the future to reap greater rewards. The captain's tone carried a hint of condescension. Lu Ying and Li Jia accepted the insignificant crystal, forcing grateful smiles on their faces, but their hearts were filled with humiliation and resentment. They were also highly regarded geniuses at school, and they had never received this kind of treatment before. But the thought of staying on the resource-rich 3rd floor made this slight grievance seem bearable. After all, they were on the resource-rich 3rd level, which was many times better than Chen Junyu and his group who were still trapped on the 1st level. They clutched the small crystal tightly, fantasizing about how they could quickly become stronger by relying on the resources here, how they could hold their heads high in the future, and how they could take revenge on Chen Junyu and that damned Yen Luo. After dealing with the monster, the Shield Bureau team packed up and prepared to return to their base to rest. Just then, boom! A deep, yet extremely penetrating, roar suddenly came from in front of them, towards the entrance to the 2nd level. The entire crystal vein cave seemed to tremble, and some dust fell from the crystal clusters overhead. What's going on? What was that sound? Which ignorant force is fighting at the entrance? The members of the Shield Bureau team instantly went on high alert. The captain frowned and stared sharply toward the source of the sound. Lu Ying and Li Jia were also startled by this sudden change and subconsciously looked toward the source of the tremor. Ahead, the air was thick with energy dust and shards of smoke from the explosion, blurring the view. Under the tense gazes of the crowd, several tall and cold figures slowly emerged from the billowing smoke. Chapter 49 Begging on Your Knees. As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, the full figures of those people were revealed. The young man at the head of the group had short, jet black hair. Although his face was extremely handsome, his dark pupils and indifferent gaze gave him a chilling air of authority, making people dare not underestimate him in the slightest because of his youth. Beside him, on either side, stood 2 stunningly beautiful young women with contrasting styles. The woman on the left, with her alluring figure and captivating eyes, seemed to steal souls with every smile and frown. This was Bai Manqing. The one on the right has a cool and aloof temperament like a lotus on a snowy mountain, and sharp eyes like a cold star in the dark night. She seems indifferent to everything around her, and only when her gaze sweeps over the young man in front of her does a barely perceptible fluctuation flash across her face. This is naturally Lin Wanqing. Then came the menacing Yu Long and Chen Junyu. Having just undergone the first 2 rounds of baptism, the 2 were brimming with a palpable aura of malevolence. Even from a distance, one could sense their dangerous presence, a sense that kept strangers at bay. When the members of the Xian Shield Bureau team saw Yen Luo and his group clearly, especially when Lu Ying and Li Jia saw Chen Junyu, whom they absolutely did not want to see here, his face was instantly filled with shock and disbelief. Why are they here? Lu Ying and Li Jia were even more terrified, as if they had seen a ghost. Hadn't the receptionist sworn that there was absolutely no way they could come down? Chen Junyu didn't expect to encounter the Xian Shield Bureau so soon after arriving at the 3rd floor. Recalling the rejection and disgust the Xian Shield Bureau had shown towards him and his group, Chen Junyu took a step forward and respectfully said to Yen Luo, "Boss, leave these small fry to me." Actually, his thoughts were very simple. Previously on the 2nd floor, Yulong and Bai Manqing even raised their own alma mater's stronghold without hesitation, which he saw as the ultimate way to show loyalty to Yen Luo. As someone who considers himself Yen Luo's most loyal subordinate, how could Chen Junyu lag behind others in showing his loyalty? Moreover, he still remembered how disrespectful these people had been to Yen Luo and how they had abandoned him on the 1st floor to fend for himself. Seeing that his ex-girlfriend and good brother were among these people, he decided to settle all his old and new scores at once. After undergoing the trials of the first 2 levels, Yen Luo's inner strength has greatly improved, and he no longer takes the people of the Xian Shield Bureau seriously. Hearing this, he simply nodded casually, "Then I'll leave it to you." After saying that, he was about to lead Bai Manqing, Lin Wanqing, and Yulong past the group of Xian Shield Bureau members who were standing there frozen. "Stop!" The squad leader suppressed his shock and shouted sternly. He couldn't let these people leave. They had entered using the Xian Shield Bureau's quota, and if they caused any major trouble on the 3rd floor, they would definitely be the ones to take the blame. According to the rules, you guys should be on the 1st floor. Tell me, how did you get here? And what was that explosion just now? He spoke very quickly, trying to intimidate people with his imposing manner. Yen Luo didn't stop walking, and didn't even glance at him out of the corner of her eye, completely ignoring him. When the captain saw that Yen Luo dared to ignore him, his face darkened and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He realized that Yan Luo was the core of this group, and the key was to capture the leader first. He moved suddenly, incredibly fast, and one hand reached out like an eagle's claw, grabbing Yan Luo's shoulder, trying to forcibly keep him there. However, before his hand was even in mid-air, it was firmly gripped by another, faster and colder hand. It's Chen Junyu. The captain's pupils contracted sharply, his heart filled with horror. So fast. He barely saw a blur before Chen Junyu appeared like a ghost between him and Yan Luo. Chen Junyu gripped his wrist with astonishing strength, and a chilling aura of death spread along his arm, making the captain feel a bone-chilling cold. He said coldly, "You are not qualified to speak to my boss." The captain's face turned ashen as he tried to break free, only to find that the other person's hand was as hard as iron and remained motionless. He hadn't expected these people to be so strong, and he forcibly suppressed his anger, trying to negotiate. "I don't want to have a conflict with you. I don't care how you got down here, but now you have to stay with us. However, as a condition, I can make an exception and allow you to join our team to hunt monsters and obtain resources together. The outcome, we can split it 50-50. In his view, this was already a huge concession, and for the few newcomers who had illegally crossed the border, it was practically a blessing. But Chen Junyu scoffed at this, his tone full of sarcasm. "Why didn't you invite us to join when we were on the first floor? Now that we've come down here on our own merits, we're shamelessly coming over here." The captain said in a deep voice, "The third level is not as simple as you think. It's dominated by powerful forces, and all the resource points have already been divided up. Without our shield bureau, you wouldn't be able to move an inch, you wouldn't even get a sip of soup." "Oh?" Chen Junyu raised an eyebrow, his tone calm yet chilling. "That's simple. Since they won't give it to us, we might as well just rob them. Anyway, that's how we've all gotten by." "What? You fought your way up all the way here?" The captain's pupils dilated violently, and he gasped. "These are a bunch of lunatics." He couldn't even imagine doing something that would incur public wrath, yet these people actually did it. Yan Luo, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke, her voice calm and even. "Joining you is not out of the question." The captain was taken aback, but secretly pleased, thinking that the other party had given in. But Yan Luo continued, "However, the resource allocation needs to be adjusted." The captain asked cautiously, "How many do you want?" Yan Luo uttered 3 words, 9 of us and 1 of you." "What? You take 90%, and we can only take 10%? You!" The captain was immediately enraged, feeling greatly insulted. 9 out of 10? Does that mean we're begging on our knees? He thinks he's already done a great service by agreeing to a 50-50 split, so how could he possibly agree to such an outrageous demand as a 90-10 split? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The captain refused decisively. Yan Luo shook his head. "This is the last chance. If you don't want it, then you can start over." His demands seem outrageous, but if Yan Luo and the others really join, given their efficiency, the total amount of resources they acquire will be several times or even 10 times that of this Xin Shield Bureau team. Even if they only give the other party 10%, the actual value may far exceed the 70% they previously risked their lives to obtain. But clearly, the other party did not understand, or was unwilling to believe. "Are you threatening me?" "I'm just telling the truth," Yan Luo said calmly. Just then, other support personnel from the Shield Bureau on the 3rd floor arrived, increasing the number of personnel several times over. Seeing this, the captain's confidence soared, and he shouted, "Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Take them all down. Chapter 50. My rules are the rules. Attack together." At the squad leader's command, the members of the Shield Bureau swarmed forward. Chen Junyu stood still, not moving an inch, and coldly uttered 4 words, "Compare numbers?" "Ha!" The next moment, death energy erupted from his body. Undead summoning. Dozens of undead creatures with ghostly blue soul flames burning in their eye sockets burst through the ground once more, roaring as they descended. They instantly surrounded the members of the Shield Bureau. The members of the Shield Bureau, who originally planned to launch a siege, were suddenly surrounded and thrown into chaos. Other forces that rushed to the scene upon hearing the news originally intended to lend a helping hand to the Xian Shield Bureau and do them a favor. But upon witnessing the terrifying sight of summoning the dead out of thin air, and the unfathomable aura emanating from Chen Junyu, their expressions changed drastically. They instinctively stopped in their tracks and chose to observe cautiously. This group is a bit strange. A chaotic battle erupted instantly. Chen Junyu took special care of his good brother Li Jia. The other members of the Shield Bureau were at least 1 against 2 or 3, but Li Jie was surrounded by more than a dozen undead, who punched, kicked, and tore at him with bone claws, specifically targeting his face. With old wounds not yet healed and new ones added, Li Jie was quickly beaten to the point of being powerless to fight back, and could only cover his head and howl in agony. Jun Yu. Spare me. For the sake of our past brotherhood. Li Jie began to weep and beg for mercy, trying to move Chen Junyu with his so-called brotherhood. He didn't want to die. Death meant losing all his equipment, the crystals he had just acquired and hadn't even had a chance to enjoy, and his level would drop. The price was too high. Chen Junyu remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, Li Jie completely broke down and his mentality collapsed. He started hysterically cursing, "Chen Junyu! I'll fuck your ancestors. Your precious girlfriend was already dumped by me. You're a living bastard." Chen Junyu's eyes suddenly turned cold, and his killing intent surged. The undead attacks surrounding Li Jie instantly became even more ferocious and intense. In just a moment, Li Jie's cursing stopped abruptly as he was brutally beaten to death, turning into white light and disappearing from the instance. Luing was the only person on the battlefield who was not attacked. Looking at Chen Junyu, who was displaying great power and ruthlessness, she felt both fear and a sliver of absurd hope. Does he still like me? That's why you don't want to hit me? She had already selectively forgotten the punch Chen Junyu had thrown at her earlier. Actually, she regrets it to the core now. She couldn't understand how Chen Junyu, who was clearly a cripple, could recover and become so powerful. If she had known this would happen, how could she have betrayed Chen Junyu and been with Li Jie? I'm not a prostitute. She mustered her courage and, with tears welling in her eyes, said to Chen Junyu, "Junyu, I was forced to be with Li Jie before. Actually, I've always loved you. Let's make up, okay?" Chen Junyu looked at her pretentious manner, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes, and said indifferently, "Do you know why you're still alright?" "Why?" An ominous premonition rose in Lu Ying's heart. "Because." Chen Junyu pointed to the undead army around him, which had just finished fighting and wiped out all the other Xian Shield Bureau members, and said, "I'm waiting for my skills to cool down." As soon as she finished speaking, the undead warriors who were now free to attack, like hyenas that had smelled blood, instantly surrounded Lu Ying. "Tear her apart." Chen Junyu coldly gave the order. "No. You can't do this to me. Chen Junyu." Lu Ying let out a desperate and shrill scream, but the next moment, her voice was drowned out by the terrifying sound of the undead tearing flesh and bones apart. Only a crystal the size of a fingernail fell from where she disappeared. Chen Junyu walked over, picked up the tiny crystal, glanced at it, and curled his lip in disdain. "What trash!" He then casually tossed it on the ground and stomped on it until it turned into crystal dust. The entire Shield Bureau team was wiped out. Members of various factions watching from the sidelines were all dumbfounded, their spines tingling with fear. Where did this evil star come from? One person, by summoning the undead, wiped out an entire squad of the Bureau of Shield? Although they were just a rookie squad from the Shield Bureau, they were still geniuses hand-picked by the Shield Bureau. Many forces have already decided to back down and avoid provoking these ruthless individuals. However, just as they were about to quietly disperse, Yan Luo, who had already taken a few steps, suddenly stopped. He slowly turned around, his dark gaze sweeping over the various groups gathered there. If their initial rebellion stemmed from dissatisfaction with the monopoly of resources, then after personally experiencing the thrill of monopolizing all the resources in the 2 underground levels and experiencing their levels skyrocketing, it became absolutely impossible for them to share resources with these people on the 3rd level. After all, who would want to go back to a life of hardship after having enjoyed a life of wealth and luxury? Once your appetite is stretched too far, you can never go back to it. Yan Luo spoke slowly, her voice not loud, yet it clearly resonated throughout the entire Crystal Vein Cave. "Perfect timing, you're all here." Yan Luo paused for a moment, then said, "I have something to inform you. From now until we leave the instance, these 3 days will pass. All the resources in this deep cave are now ours." "What? You want us to give you our resources? Arrogant. Who do you think you are?" After a brief silence, a tremendous uproar and outrage erupted. "They have always monopolized resources and oppressed others. When will it be their turn to take away their jobs?" The way these people looked at Yan Luo and his companions was as if they were looking at a group of insane idiots. A young man dressed in splendid attire, clearly from a prominent family, spoke with arrogance and anger. "Don't think you can act with impunity just because you were able to defeat a rookie squad from the Shield Bureau. With so many of us, Why would we be afraid of just a few of you? This is not negotiable. Yan Luo finally turned her gaze to the crowd. In her dark pupils, there was no room for negotiation, only a cold pronouncement. Talk? A faint, emotionless smile curved his lips. Are you sure you're not mistaken about something? His voice remained calm, yet carried a sharp edge. What makes you think you can stand here, comfortably dividing up resources and setting rules, suppressing those at the top and preventing them from coming down? Isn't it because you're stronger than them? Yan Luo slightly raised his chin, and an invisible, suffocating pressure spread out like a tide, causing many people of slightly lower rank present to feel their breath catch in their throats. Now! Yan Luo's voice was resolute, we are stronger than you. So, the rules here. He paused, then spoke each word with the force of a hammer blow to everyone's heart. It's up to us to decide. Chapter 51 is all iron plates. I can't even scratch it. Yan Luo's words instantly stirred up a huge wave of discussion. The elegantly dressed young man who was the first to step forward had a livid face. He pointed at Yan Luo and laughed angrily, fine. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you. Want to set the rules? Sure. Then let's see if your bones are as hard as your mouths. He turned to the people from other factions. Everyone heard it. This group not only wants to seize the resources of the Xian Shield Bureau, but also wants to wipe us all out. Are we just going to sit here and wait to die? I'm putting my words here today. Zhao Xing, the son of the richest man in Southeast City and the young master of Ruelong Group, patted his chest and declared firmly, anyone who takes action against these people, no matter the outcome, will be invited to a feast at my family's Longting Pavilion after we leave the dungeon. All expenses will be paid by me, young Master Zhao. Whoosh! These words immediately caused an uproar among those around them. Dragon Soaring Pavilion? That's the most exclusive place in Southeast City. It's said that the ingredients there are specially bred monster meat, which contains pure energy. Long-term consumption is extremely beneficial to the physique of professionals. Normally, they can't even get close to the entrance. Young Master Zhao's reputation and financial resources are beyond question. A generous reward will surely attract brave men. The crowd, which was initially hesitant and wary, was instantly ignited by greed and passion. Young Master Zhao is right. We can't let them be so arrogant. Attack together. Wipe them out. That's right. No matter how strong they are, there are only 5 of them. Under Zhao Xing's financial offensive and the atmosphere of shared hatred, the forces of the various factions temporarily put aside their usual quarrels. Swords clashed, staffs shone, and energy fluctuations of various attributes intertwined to form a dangerous force field, like a tightening encirclement, tightly surrounding Yan Luo and his group of 5. They then roared and launched an attack on Yan Luo and his companions. Having witnessed the terror of Chen Junyu summoning the undead, they subconsciously considered him the greatest threat, so they concentrated most of their forces on attacking Chen Junyu, trying to deal with this most troublesome point first. Humph, a rabble. Chen Junyu snorted coldly and was about to send his army of the undead to meet them. But Yulong, standing to the side, was not happy. Hey, hey, hey! You got all the limelight just now it's my turn. Without giving Chen Junyu a chance to make a move, Yulong roared and unleashed a burst of fiery fist intent from his body, actually charging towards the enemies who were attacking Chen Junyu. When the enemies saw that it was not the monstrous Chen Junyu who made the move, but an unknown, unarmed boy, they couldn't help but feel a little contempt. Even so, they showed no mercy in their attacks, but the result was a huge surprise to them. Crushing fist. Stand close to the mountain. 8 extremes tremor. Yolong's body is like a dragon, and his fists, palms, elbows, knees, and legs are all transformed into the most deadly weapons. He executed a series of exquisite and powerful martial arts skills with fluid grace, their power several times greater than that of ordinary professionals. Those who rushed forward were as if they had crashed into an invisible wall of copper and iron. Some were punched away, some were knocked down by an elbow, and some were thrown off their feet by the shockwave. There are more experts? You've kicked a hornet's nest? Another monster? The attackers were instantly stunned. Who would have thought that besides the one who summoned the undead, there was another martial arts master in the opposing team who was so fierce in close combat? Seeing that Yulong and Chen Junyu were both like iron plates, many people immediately changed their focus and turned their attention to the 2 stunningly beautiful girls in the group who looked the most delicate. Take down those 2 women first. She's so beautiful, she probably isn't very strong. Grab them first. Many people shouted and rushed towards Bai Mancheng and Lin Wanqing. Facing the surging enemy, Bai Manqing covered her lips and chuckled, her eyes gleaming with a captivating pink light. Bewitching eyes. The eyes of the men at the front instantly became glazed over, and then they brandished their weapons and slashed at their companions without hesitation. Lin Wanqing was even more direct, a cold glint flashing in her clear eyes. Thousand Shadow Burial. Countless condensed shadow blades silently bloomed in the crowd, moving at extreme speed. Often, before the enemy could even see where the attack came from, they would be clutching their throats or hearts and falling to the ground. Seeing this, Zhao Xing, who hadn't joined the attack but instead stood aside watching with his two underlings, couldn't help but complain, "Damn. How come there are two monsters again? Where on earth did these monsters come from?" The crowd surrounding the two women collapsed even faster. Those who were lucky enough to survive, or those who had been observing, finally turned their attention to Yan Luo, who had not made a move from beginning to end. That leader, he hasn't moved at all. Could he also be a monster hiding his true strength? Having witnessed the terror of the four people before them, these people froze in place when facing Yan Luo, unable to advance or retreat, and cold sweat poured down their faces. Seeing that these people hesitated, Yan Luo seemed to lose patience. A waste of time. He said it casually, then raised his hand. A rich and pure death energy instantly condensed in his palm, a death impact. A beam of gray-black energy, carrying a terrifying aura that could annihilate all life, instantly blasted into the hesitant crowd. Boom! There was no violent explosion, only silent erosion. Those who are hit head-on by the death impact don't even have time to scream before their bodies quickly wither, decay, and turn to ashes. Those nearby who were also affected were struck hard and collapsed to the ground. One-hit kill. Yan Luo's move instantly made these people realize the strength of Yan Luo and his companions. All iron plates. It's impossible to hit it. Run. Run. These guys are monsters. I can't stay on the third floor any longer. The remaining courage was completely crushed by this devastating blow. Someone shouted, and those who could still move scattered like birds and beasts, wishing they had two more legs and just wanted to get away from these monstrous men. In the blink of an eye, only Zhao Xing, pale-faced and dumbfounded, and his two henchmen remained in the arena. Yan Luo didn't even glance at them and walked past them with his entourage, only his indifferent voice carrying the message. "If you don't leave, are you waiting for me to kill you?" Zhao Xing jolted awake, and his two henchmen reacted instantly. They grabbed and dragged the distraught young master Zhao away from this nightmare. "Clear the third layer completely, leaving no one alive." Yan Luo spoke up. "Yes. Boss Master." The four family members, like tigers released from their cages, launched a thorough cleaning of the third floor. The entire third level of the Crystal Vein Cave had been completely turned into a hunting ground for Yan Luo and his companions. Chapter 52 Director, can you protect him? The lobby of the mysterious Shield Bureau instance. Lin Qingtian, Han Feihu, and Ji Linfeng watched everything that happened in the deep cavern live through the mirror. Lin Qingtian and Han Feihu were dumbfounded. They guessed that Yan Luo would cause trouble, but they didn't expect him to use such a simple, brutal, and ruthless method to overturn the entire table on the third floor. They even slaughtered the future elites carefully cultivated by various forces inside like pigs. Han Feihu swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. Director Lin. Yan Luo and his gang are too ruthless. Lin Qingtian also fell silent. He had only wanted Yan Luo to teach those kids from the Xian Shield Bureau a lesson and stop them from being so complacent, but now look what's happened. Chen Junyu wiped out the entire squad by himself. I guess he's no longer complacent, but he won't be completely withdrawn either, right? At this moment, Han Feihu glanced at Lin Qingtian and said cautiously. Director Lin, you're the one who let Yan Luo and the others in. Can you handle the situation now? Lin Qingtian shook his head with a wry smile and remained silent. I still cover the market. The Xian Shield Bureau is very powerful, but Yan Luo has offended almost all the major forces in the entire southeast city. If I could still handle this, why would I be a bureau chief? I would have been a congressman at the Alliance headquarters long ago. However, Lin Qingtian then turned to look at Ji Linfeng. I can't protect myself, but this one is no problem. Lin Qingtian suddenly felt incredibly fortunate. Thankfully, Senior Ji arrived at that moment, otherwise I would have really messed things up. Unlike Lin Qingtian and Han Feihu, who looked shocked. Ji Linfeng's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands and laughed. Ha ha ha. Good lad, that's impressive. That's domineering. This kid is to my liking. He has some of my youthful charm. Lin Qingtian twitched his lips speechlessly, thinking to himself, were you this lawless when you were young? Then Lin Qingtian deliberately feigned a worried expression and said, Senior Ji, what Yan Luo and the others have done has probably already aroused public anger. Those who died in this instance were all promising talents on whom major forces placed their hopes, but Yan Luo and his group slaughtered them like cutting melons and vegetables. How could the forces behind those people let it go? What are you afraid of? Ji Linfeng waved his hand dismissively, even looking expectant. After beating up the younger one, the older one comes. That's what makes it impressive. Otherwise, how can we demonstrate the value and methods of our protectors? He patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, with me here, how could I let that kid get into trouble? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingtian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Very good. If someone else is taking the blame, I won't have to take the fall. He suddenly realized that it was absolutely the right thing to report Yan Luo to the Alliance so early. Otherwise, given this kid's troublemaking nature, I really wouldn't be able to handle it. At this moment, Ji Linfeng curled his lips and said, but speaking of which, Lao Lin, the new recruits that your Xian Shield Bureau has been training over the years are a bit lacking in skill, aren't they? They're all so arrogant, if a real fight broke out, they'd be easily wiped out by one person? This is so undignified. Lin Qingtian blushed, too embarrassed to say anything. Faced with the facts, he also felt ashamed. Just then, a noisy commotion and cursing came from outside the dungeon lobby. It turned out to be several squad leaders from the Xian Shield Bureau. These people stormed in angrily, heading straight for Lin Qingtian. Director Lin. You brought those people into the instance, you have to give us an explanation. My team's best prospect, he was level 22 when he went in, and now he's dropped to level 19. All his equipment has been looted. My nephew has gone insane. He says he's being killed by a group of lunatics who were killing people indiscriminately. Just who are those guys? They must be severely punished today. These captains were all indignant. They had sent their subordinates into the hidden dungeon to train and improve them, but instead of developing any talent, they had all been crippled and returned with heavy losses. How could they not be angry? They surrounded Lin Qingtian, demanding that Yan Luo and his group be severely punished, and even threatened to teach them a lesson when they came out. Han Feihu covered his mouth, not daring to make a sound. Because I was afraid I wouldn't be able to stop myself from laughing. To say you're going to cause trouble for Yan Luo and his companions in front of Yan Luo's protectors is like lighting a lamp in a latrine. You're asking for trouble. Although Han Feihu and these people were colleagues, different teams were inherently in competition. Moreover, he had seen that Yan Luo and his group were being targeted in the dungeon, so naturally he wouldn't speak up for them. Just as expected. Before Lin Qingtian could speak, Ji Linfeng merely glanced indifferently at the noisy captains. The next moment, an invisible, terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Splash! 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 Including several squad leaders who were over level 40, everyone who rushed in was powerless to resist. As if pressed down by an invisible giant hand, they were all forced to the ground and couldn't even lift their heads. The captains were instantly overwhelmed by shock and fear. They didn't even see how the other party made their move. Just a glance. What terrifying power this is. And Director Lin was right there, yet he didn't say a word? Just who is this person? All the team captains instantly cowered and fell silent. Ji Linfeng spoke slowly, his voice tinged with languor yet containing an undeniable air of authority. Want to teach them a lesson? You're not qualified. But he quickly changed the subject, stroking his chin and revealing a playful smile. However, that kid and his few underlings are having a smooth ride in the dungeon, crushing everything in their path. It's too easy to challenge them. Young people always need to experience some setbacks to avoid becoming complacent. Lin Qingtian was immediately startled upon hearing this. Senior Ji, what are you going to do? Ji Linfeng smiled and reached into the air, pulling out a uniquely shaped necklace. Lin Qingtian looked at the prop and asked, what is this? Ji Linfeng chuckled. It's just a small gadget that can temporarily suppress the wearer's level to a specified level. He then pulled out another mask-like prop and explained, this can change a person's body shape and appearance, making them completely unrecognizable. Lin Qingtian was shocked. At this moment, he could easily guess what Ji Linfeng wanted, and asked, Senior, are you going to personally intervene? But this isn't quite right. Even if you suppress your level to 30, with your control over power and combat experience, they would never be a match for you. Relax, relax. Ji Linfeng waved his hand dismissively, I'm just going to test them, to give them a little trouble and setbacks, so they don't become arrogant and complacent. Don't worry, I'll suppress my strength to about the same level as them. I won't go all out, it's just for fun. After speaking, Ji Linfeng paused, realizing he might have let something slip. He quickly put the necklace on and set the level. Ji Linfeng's level immediately dropped rapidly and finally stabilized at level 30. He then pressed the mask onto his face, and a blurry light flashed by. His appearance and aura instantly became unremarkable, and he could not be found in a crowd. After tidying up his unremarkable face, Ji Linfeng nodded in satisfaction. All done. Watch me teach them a lesson. He. Seeing Ji Linfeng's incredibly skilled operation and eager expression, Lin Qingtian and Han Feihu's lips twitched. Senior Ji is far too skilled. It seems like you've done this kind of thing quite a few times. The next moment, Ji Linfeng's figure flickered, and as if merging into the surface of water, he silently disappeared into the dungeon portal of the deep cave. Lin Qingtian and Han Feihu were left staring at each other, along with a group of captains who had been pressed to the ground by the oppressive force and were just getting up, still shaken. Chapter 53, Epic Level for All. Ji Linfeng leisurely stepped into the first level of the deep cave, where he was met with a desolate and empty space. Recalling the scene he had witnessed in the Mirror of Void, where Yen Luo and his companions slaughtered the geniuses of various forces as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. What a bunch of little monsters! They were really ruthless. Then, a wicked, malicious grin appeared on his face. That's what makes it interesting. While they're still weak, let's bully them and have some fun. Once these little monsters really grow up, you won't have the chance to bully them anymore. As for whether they will come looking for me to settle scores when they become stronger in the future? Ji Linfeng didn't care at all. He may not be the strongest in terms of raw power, but when it comes to speed, there are only a handful of players in the entire league who can make him take things seriously. So he's not worried about being bothered in the future at all. Let's catch up with me first. He rubbed his hands together excitedly at the thought that several top powerhouses who might one day become famous throughout the alliance and even deter demons had been educated by him on their path to growth. Ji Linfeng originally planned to go directly down to the third level to find Yen Luo, but when he passed through the second level of the ghost fungus forest, he was attracted by a noisy argument. A large group of people had gathered in a relatively safe open space with luminescent bacteria. Some of these people had previously escaped from the third level in a sorry state, while others, unwilling to accept their fate after being killed, gritted their teeth and ran back after recovering at the respawn point, trying to find an opportunity for revenge. They were all dejected, their faces filled with frustration and resentment. Damn it! I can't swallow this. We have to fight our way back. A burly man waved his fist and roared, his face red and neck thick. Go back and fight? What will we use to kill? Are you blind? Didn't you see how strong those monsters were? Another person crouched on the ground, clutching their head, their voice filled with fear. The undead army that Chen Junyu summoned is impossible to kill. And that guy with his fists, one punch can send a whole bunch of people flying. And those two women, one can control people with a single glance, and the other kills so fast you can't even see a shadow. How are we supposed to fight them? Are we just going to let it go like this? Are we just going to hand over the third-tier resources and spots that we worked so hard to get? Some people angrily pounded the ground. Otherwise? Go and die again? Drop another level? If we stay on the second floor obediently, we might still be able to get some soup. But if we go and provoke them again, I'm afraid we won't even be able to stay on the second floor. The crowd argued endlessly, caught in a dilemma. Ji Linfeng's eyes lit up as he listened to the arguments. Their steps, which had been heading straight for the third floor, came to a halt. He stroked his chin, a wicked smile spreading across his face. How could such a wonderful sparring match between me and that kid Yen Luo be complete without an audience? It's better to share happiness than to enjoy it alone. The next moment, he swaggered over, his posture languid, his tone carrying undisguised sarcasm. Wow, it's quite lively here. Is it a memorial service? Who the hell are you? The group, already furious, immediately turned their anger on this arrogant and ignorant guy. Ji Linfeng pointed to himself and chuckled, just a concerned citizen passing by who couldn't stand how useless you guys are. His voice had an irritating tone. What, you got scared after being beaten by a few people? Huddled on the second floor crying? With that little bit of courage, you dare call yourself a genius? I think you're just an idiot. His sweeping generalization instantly ignited everyone's anger. You're so arrogant. Do you think you're one of those monsters on the third floor? Part.If. The crowd, already feeling sensitive and frustrated, was completely enraged by Ji Linfeng's taunts. Several hot-tempered individuals immediately charged at him without regard for the consequences, their swords gleaming with fighting spirit. Ji Linfeng smirked. These young people nowadays really can't keep their composure. Faced with the onslaught, his figure moved like a ghost through the gaps in the attacks, each seemingly dangerous dodge perfectly timed. He occasionally makes a move, but it's just a casual flick of his finger or a light tap. Anyone he touches is like being hit by a speeding train, screaming and flying backward, instantly losing their fighting ability. In just a dozen or so breaths, all those who had taken the initiative were lying on the ground groaning. Ji Linfeng, however, didn't even have the hem of his clothes disheveled. Quiet. A deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the unassuming young man who had suddenly appeared. How is this possible? Another monster? I always thought I was a genius, compared to these people, what am I? Some people, their hearts broken, muttered to themselves and began to doubt the meaning of life. Ji Linfeng was very satisfied with the effect. He clapped his hands and finally revealed his purpose. All right, stop howling. Do you want to fight your way back to the third floor and get your revenge? The group exchanged bewildered glances, and someone timidly asked, What do you mean? You're willing to help us? Help? Ji Linfeng chuckled, don't misunderstand, I just have an itchy hand and want to fight those guys. As for the resources on the third floor. He waved his hand dismissively, I have no interest in that junk. Whoever gets it can keep it. I only want to fight the strong. Upon hearing this, the way everyone looked at him immediately changed. What magnanimity! What a pursuit! Not for resources, but to clash with the strong. Compared to Yan Luo, who clears out the field and monopolizes all resources at the drop of a hat, this person is simply the embodiment of light and justice. Okay. We'll work with you. Boss, lead us back. That's right, defeat those demons on the third floor. Take back our resources. Inspired by Ji Linfeng, the remnants of the army instantly regained their fighting spirit and responded one after another, crowding behind Ji Linfeng as if they had found a savior. Ji Linfeng chuckled inwardly, this was exactly the effect he wanted. Now that the audience is in position, it's time for the show to begin. Let's go! Destination, the third level. With a triumphant wave of his hand, Ji Linfeng led this hastily assembled Avengers team in a grand and imposing charge towards the third level of the Crystal Vein Cave. Meanwhile, on the third level of the deep underground cave, Yan Luo and his group have completed the thorough clearing of this area. It must be said that, as a layer controlled by major forces, the resources of the third layer far exceed those of the two layers below. After defeating the last batch of monsters and looting all the energy clusters, mineral veins, and materials dropped by the monsters, the massive amount of experience allowed Yan Luo to level up to level 30 at breakneck speed. This means we've encountered another advanced stage. Otherwise, his level could have been even higher. Meanwhile, Bai Manqing, Lin Wanqing, Yulong, and Shen Junyu also used this massive amount of experience to raise their levels to around level 25, and their strength made another leap forward. Afterwards, the group began to take stock of the spoils they had obtained from eliminating countless strongholds from the first to the third floor. After a rough estimate of the value of all the equipment, materials, and crystals, even Yan Luo raised an eyebrow slightly. Total value, over billions of alliance coins. This is not an exaggeration. Those who can enter the deep cave are basically elites cultivated by various forces, and their equipment is at least refined, with rare equipment being commonplace. Furthermore, given that they have now taken all the abundant resources produced by the three-level underground cavern, it is only natural that they have accumulated such astonishing wealth. To their even greater surprise, among the mountain of loot, they found several pieces of epic-level equipment. After some selection, Yan Luo chose an epic-level heavy armor called the Dark Abyss Dragon Scale Armor, which has amazing defensive capabilities. Bai Manqing chose a necklace called Bewitching Enchantress Pendant, which significantly enhances her mental attributes and the effective range and strength of her charm skills. Lin Wanqing obtained a Nightshade Cloak, which not only greatly increased agility and stealth effects, but also provided a certain degree of defensive capabilities. Yulong put on a pair of heaven-shaking gauntlets, which not only increased his attack but also had a shockwave and armor-piercing effect. Like Yan Luo, Chen Junyu chose a set of gray-black armor called Wraith Barrier that perfectly complemented his Death Knight aura. In addition to their core epic equipment, they also completed their respective rare equipment sets for other slots. After everyone put on their new equipment, the entire team's demeanor instantly changed. Almost everyone was fully armed, their bodies gleaming with light. The lowest level of equipment was rare, and everyone had an epic level piece of equipment, which made them look incredibly cool. Their overall combat power was more than one level higher. Just standing there, he exuded a suffocatingly powerful aura. Just as the group was feeling the power of their new equipment and were eager to try it out on something, from the distant entrance of the passage came a dense and noisy sound of footsteps. Yen Luo and the others looked up and saw that the group of people they had previously slaughtered had returned, heading towards them menacingly. Instead of being nervous, Shinjunyu, Yulong, and the others showed excitement in their eyes. I just got my new gear and was worried about where to test its power and bless it, and these guys came to my door to be my punching bag. It's like I just fell asleep and found a pillow. However, when the group of Avengers rushed closer and saw the brand new, dazzlingly luxurious equipment worn by Yen Luo and his companions, a series of heartbroken and angry exclamations suddenly erupted from the crowd. Ah! My Dark Abyss Dragon Scale Armor! I begged my dad for a year to buy this for me. My Nightshade Cloak! I saved up my guild contribution points for half a year to exchange for it. Holy crap! That woman has my bewitching enchantress pendant. My barrier of the dead is actually on that guy. The cries of agony echoed throughout the crystal vein cave. Seeing their once treasured and painstakingly accumulated equipment now worn by their enemies, and seemingly even more fitting and dazzling, these people felt their hearts bleed, and an indescribable sense of resentment and anger surged into their hearts. That feeling was like the cabbage I painstakingly raised, the girlfriend I carefully dressed up, all went off with someone else in the blink of an eye, and they look even better and happier together. I've been blown away. Chapter 50 for the final blow. The group that had just been attacked by the Minotaurs were already terrified of the strength of Yen Luo's team. When they saw that each of the enemy had an epic level piece of equipment, their morale plummeted. The courage they had just mustered deflated like a punctured balloon, and many people began to look away and take a step back. Ji Linfeng looked at his teammates who had chickened out before the fight even started and sighed helplessly. I was hoping to get you guys involved a bit, to cheer and make you look good. It seems that in the end, I, the Great One, will have to carry this whole show all by myself. At this moment, someone spoke up in a trembling voice, "B-boss, they all have an epic level piece of equipment now. The boost is huge. How about we go back to the second floor? I think the second floor is pretty good too." Upon hearing this, Ji Linfeng curled his lip in disdain. Equipment? In the face of an absolute difference in strength, that's all irrelevant. He said confidently, "Humph. Don't even mention mere epic level equipment, so what if they have legendary weapons?" After saying that, Ji Linfeng stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Yen Luo, and said, "Kids, I won't bully you. All 5 of you, come at me together. If you can withstand 10 of my moves, you win." However, Yen Luo ignored his clamor. He knew that the other party must have some basis for their arrogance. Yen Luo silently activated the Demon King's Eye. The next moment, Yen Luo's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. Name, Ji Linfeng. Class, Voidwalker. Quality, Legendary. Level, 3258. Ji Linfeng. Upon seeing the name and profession, Yen Luo immediately perked up and recognized his identity. There's only one possibility that such a powerful person would appear here. So he was my protector. Interesting. A very faint smile appeared at the corner of Yen Luo's mouth. Although he didn't know how his protector had gotten into the dungeon, and it seemed like he was going to cause trouble for him. But that's perfect. After these days of rapid upgrades, his strength has improved faster than a rocket, to the point that even Yen Luo himself is unsure just how strong he is now. Where are my limits? Now, the best test subject has arrived. And so, under Ji Linfeng's expectant gaze, Yen Luo spoke. There's no need to go through all that trouble. Anyone who can withstand one of my moves wins. Ji Linfeng was stunned, blinked, and almost thought he had misheard. This kid, how come he's even more pretentious than me? And these are clearly my lines. He opened his mouth, wanting to say a few more polite words to salvage the situation and regain the initiative. But the next moment, Yen Luo moved. Yen Luo raised his hand, and the ancient-looking, dark and dull greatsword, Oath of the End, instantly appeared in his hand. The moment Ji Linfeng saw the sword, the expression on his face froze. His confident smile froze on his face, and his eyes widened suddenly, as if he had seen a ghost. Wait. This weapon? Holy crap, it's the Oath of the End. How did this kid get this weapon? His previous comment, even if there are legendary weapons, so what, was purely for showing off. Who would have thought that a level 30 newbie would actually be holding a legendary weapon? And it's actually a high-level legendary weapon, the Oath of the End. This is totally unpredictable. Suddenly, Ji Linfeng had a bad feeling. However, what came next was even more terrifying. Yen Luo gave him no time to react. With a thought, 1,000 points of magic power surged into the Oath of the End, like a flood. 100 points of magic power input is equivalent to a full force attack from a level 50 professional, but to be on the safe side, Yen Luo directly increased it tenfold to 1,000 points. On the sword, the mysterious dark gold patterns instantly erupted with a dark light that devoured everything. But that's not all. Yen Luo started frantically stacking buffs on herself. Hellish Lash, Eternal Night Descends, Realm of Death, Flow of Ultimate Intent. Almost all of the buff skills and talents of his followers were instantly combined by Yen Luo. His aura surged wildly like a rocket, surrounded by hellfire, shadows, death energy, battle flames, all sorts of violent energies intertwined, making him look like a world-destroying demon god. In just 1 second, Ji Linfeng's expression underwent a rapid transformation from confidence to shock, then to apprehension, and finally to terror. Wait a minute. Kid, wait a minute. But Yen Luo's preparations were complete. Cut. There was no fancy name, only a cold, stern pronouncement. Yen Luo gripped the Oath of the End tightly with both hands and slashed fiercely at Ji Linfeng and the group of people behind him. A terrifying torrent of energy, beyond description, combined with tenfold magical power, the scorching heat of hellfire, the deathly silence of eternal night, and the corrosive power of death, transforming into a destructive torrent that distorted light and swallowed sound. Like a spear of death piercing the heavens and the earth, it instantly engulfed Ji Linfeng and everyone behind him. A second before the attack arrived, Ji Linfeng only had time to let out a distorted scream. What the hell is this? He could no longer care about suppressing his strength or having a game mentality. His survival instinct made him unleash all the power he could muster under the suppression. Void energy frantically constructed a defense, instantly creating layers of spatial barriers. However, after the impact of the tenfold increase from the Oath of the End and the multiple powerful buffs, it didn't even last a second. Boom! The destructive light engulfed everything. Ji Linfeng, along with the Avengers behind him, didn't even have time to utter a scream before being instantly vaporized by this attack, like ice and snow under the sun, turning into white light flying everywhere. The third layer of the crystal vein cave fell into deathly silence once again. Only Yen Luo's figure remained, standing with his sword, and the 4 followers behind him with fervent worship in their eyes. Inside the lobby of the mysterious Shield Bureau instance, Lin Qingtian, who was drinking the Yulong City specialty milk tea brought by Ji Linfeng, saw this earth-shattering scene through the mirror and immediately spat out his mouthful of milk tea onto Han Feihu's face. But Han Feihu seemed oblivious to it. His eyes were wide open, and he stood frozen in place, motionless. The team leaders around them were frozen in place, as if they had been collectively frozen in place, their minds blank. It was done in seconds? That seemingly unfathomable senior, who could intimidate them all with a single glance. By Yen Luo. He was killed in one move? The entire dungeon lobby was completely silent. Chapter 55, The Young Fight the Young, the Old Fight the Old. Inside the dungeon lobby, the air seemed to freeze. Just as everyone was still immersed in the terrifying scene of Yen Luo's earth-shattering, one-hit kill, the light at the entrance of the deep underground dungeon flickered, and Ji Linfeng's figure appeared somewhat disheveled in the Xian Shield Bureau dungeon hall. His disguise had been removed, revealing his original appearance, though his handsome face was now alternating between pale and red. Finally, the image froze on a deep, almost liver-colored flush, clearly still reeling from the shock of being instantly defeated and the immense shame. Inside the hall, Lin Qingtian, Han Feihu, and the other captains all looked at him silently with complicated expressions. His eyes held shock and awe, but more than anything, a strange mix of wanting to laugh yet not daring to. The air was eerily quiet. Ji Linfeng felt extremely uncomfortable under that silent gaze. He stiffened his neck, trying to salvage the last shred of his dignity. What are you looking at? That didn't count. That kid, he has no sportsmanship. He launched a sneak attack. He attacked an old comrade like me who was over 100 years old. I hadn't even said start before he suddenly attacked. How can this count? He knew his words were untenable, so he dropped the pretense and gave the people in the hall a menacing look, his eyes filled with threat. No one is allowed to tell anyone what just happened. Anyone who dares to gossip outside and ruin my reputation. Humph. He didn't finish speaking, but a trace of that terrifying pressure belonging to a super strong person inadvertently leaked out, instantly causing all the captains to tremble and break out in a cold sweat. No, no. Don't worry, Senior, we didn't see anything. Yes, the signal was bad just now, and the mirror was blurry, so we couldn't see anything. I just went to the bathroom. The team leaders shook their heads vigorously, expressing their opinions one after another. Lin Qingtian suppressed the urge to twitch his lips and solemnly assured him, Senior, rest assured, everything that happened in the hall today is top secret of the Xian Shield Bureau and will never be leaked. Ji Linfeng seemed to have regained some face, and he snorted sullenly, plopped back into his chair, crossed his arms, and began to sulk. His mind kept replaying the image of Yan Luo's attack. The more he reflected on it, the stronger his shock became. The sullen feeling from losing face was gradually replaced by an indescribable horror. This kid, he's not even human. Ji Linfeng was internally ranting and raving. Level 30. Only level 30. The power of that attack was probably almost comparable to the full force attack of an ordinary level 90 legendary class. What the hell is this monster's growth curve? He now finally understood why the Alliance valued Yan Luo so much, even going so far as to send him as their protector. This is no longer just a matter of being a genius, this is a monster among monsters. Is this the terror of the Demon King class? Ji Linfeng muttered to himself, his eyes filled with complex emotions. However, while I understand, the frustration and resentment in my heart don't dissipate so easily. Ji Linfeng had dominated the human race for over 100 years, and he had never suffered such a humiliating disgrace, especially in front of a group of juniors. Just as he was feeling stifled and had nowhere to vent, a staff member strode in, looking troubled, and reported to Lin Qingtian, Director, a lot of people have come outside. People from all the major powers in Southeast City have arrived, Chairman Zhao of Ruelong Group, the Vice President of Fengyang University, the President of the Iron Wall Guild. They demand an explanation from us. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingtian immediately frowned. What was bound to happen has finally happened. Before Lin Qingtian could figure out how to respond, Ji Linfeng, who was sulking beside him, suddenly raised his head and his eyes lit up instantly. The punching bag has arrived. Ji Linfeng suddenly jumped up from his chair, his eyes flashing with an alarming light. Great! You've come at the perfect time. He rubbed his hands together, a friendly smile on his face, as he was just looking for a place to vent his anger. These guys are simply the best tools God has sent to vent his anger. If the younger one is beaten, will the older one step in to defend him? Very well. Then let the old folks experience what it's like to be beaten too. He waved his hand and said to the staff member who had reported, Go. Take them all to your training ground. I'll go and give them an explanation myself. Lin Qingtian opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing Ji Linfeng's glare that said, I'll beat anyone who dares to stop me, he wisely swallowed his words. All I could do was silently light a row of candles in my heart for those powerful figures from all sides who were making a fuss about the matter. The younger ones are being treated like monsters by the younger ones, and now the older ones are being used as punching bags. Hopefully, they won't have a mental breakdown. Ji Linfeng straightened his disheveled robes, his face regaining its nonchalant yet arrogant expression. With one step, his figure disappeared from the dungeon hall. Soon, inside the largest integrated training room of the Shield Bureau. A dozen prominent figures from Southeast City, led by Chairman Zhao of Ruelong Group and the Vice President of Fengyang University, were invited here. They all looked displeased as they talked to each other, their tone full of accusation. Where's Director Lin? Why isn't he here? What does it mean to bring us to the training room? You must give us a satisfactory explanation today. Otherwise. Just then, the door to the training room was pushed open, and Ji Linfeng strolled in slowly with a harmless smile on his face. The crowd looked at the handsome, unfamiliar young man with suspicion. One of the hot-tempered guild leaders frowned and said, Who are you? Where is Director Lin? We want to see Lin Qingtian. Ji Linfeng did not answer, but simply smiled slightly. The next moment, a terrifying pressure, as unfathomable as the vast starry sky and as suffocating as a bottomless abyss, descended upon the entire training room like a tangible mountain. Well. This is? All the bigwigs who were shouting suddenly fell silent, like ducks being choked. Their faces turned deathly pale, and they trembled all over. Under this pressure that far exceeded their strength, they could hardly even stand up, let alone speak. Their eyes were filled with terror as they looked at Ji Linfeng. What level of powerhouse is this? When did the Bureau of Shields start having something like this? Now, can you listen to me properly? Ji Linfeng withdrew his oppressive aura and remained smiling. The bigwigs were still in shock and dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction. They nodded hastily, their previous imposing manner completely gone. I heard you've come here to demand an explanation? Ji Linfeng asked with a forced smile. No. I wouldn't dare. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Everyone immediately chickened out and just wanted to get away from this troublesome place as soon as possible. Well, Senior, since Director Lin has other matters to attend to, then we won't disturb you any longer. We'll take our leave now. Chairman Zhao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and tried to slip away. Hey, don't rush off. Ji Linfeng blocked the entrance, saying, since you're all here, I can see that you are all pillars of Southeast City, and your abilities must be extraordinary. I'm itching to have a match with you all and exchange ideas. Seeing the instant collapse on everyone's faces, he smiled even more kindly. What's wrong? You are all prominent figures in Southeast City. Could it be that you look down on me and are unwilling to give me this face? I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. You flatter me, Senior. How dare we look down on you? Everyone was inwardly groaning, but could only manage a smile that looked worse than crying. Who would dare look down on you? We just want to go home. That's good. Ji Linfeng nodded in satisfaction and flexed his wrists. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle. It'll just be a simple practice. The next half hour was, for these important figures in Southeast City, the darkest and longest nightmare of their lives. The sounds of fists landing, dull thuds, and the suppressed cries of pain and pleas for mercy from the big shots echoed throughout the training ground. Half an hour later. Ji Linfeng clapped his hands, feeling refreshed. Looking at the high-ranking officials of various forces lying haphazardly on the training room floor, all with bruises, disheveled clothes, and dazed eyes, he felt all the frustration in his heart vanish and his whole being felt clear and refreshed. Well, let's call it a day for today's sparring. He said with a smile, regarding the matter in the dungeon, I believe everyone now has a deeper and more comprehensive understanding, and there shouldn't be any more misunderstandings, right? The bigwigs lying on the ground used their last bit of strength to nod their heads with difficulty and in perfect unison. Very good. Ji Linfeng nodded in satisfaction, turned around, hummed an off-key tune, and left the training room with light steps. When he returned to the dungeon lobby, his face had returned to its usual nonchalant expression, even carrying a hint of post-workout refreshment. He gestured to Lin Qingtian, the problem is solved. They expressed full understanding and deep awareness of their mistakes, and promised not to pursue any further responsibility for the contents of the copy. Lin Qingtian, Han Feihu, and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips again. Chapter 56 Earth Lord. Since the Avengers, who were tricked by Ji Linfeng, were wiped out by the aftermath of Yan Luo's attack, the entire deep cave has been completely quiet. No one dared to set foot on the third floor again, let alone cause trouble for Yan Luo's team. The third floor had become the private garden of the Demon King and his retinue. After squeezing all the remaining value from the third level, Yan Luo turned his attention to the entrance to the fourth level. He estimated that with the abundance of resources on the fourth level, once the cleanup was complete, Bai Manqing, Lin Wanqing, Yulong, and Shen Junyu should all be able to successfully level up to level 30. If you can complete their respective advancement tasks, you can advance to the next level. As for himself, the advanced task is to transform SS rank familiar. This will be completed naturally once she leaves the instance and transforms July into a familiar, so Yan Luo is not in a hurry. It is more important to consolidate our current strength. After a short rest, the group stepped into the passage leading to the fourth floor. After passing through the passage, the environment changes abruptly. Unlike the first three levels, this place doesn't have monsters everywhere and resource points scattered all over it. The entire fourth floor was exceptionally spacious, yet it felt extremely empty and desolate. The dome hung high, casting a faint light that illuminated the vast central area. In the center of that area lay a colossal creature, beyond description. It was a giant made entirely of dark brown rock, its body as majestic as a small mountain, lying there quietly, as if it were one with the entire earth. Its body is made of unknown dark rock, its surface covered with mysterious natural patterns, and faint yellowish-brown energy light shimmers between the crevices. It has no distinct facial features, only a rough rock outline, pulsating with a dark red light like lava, exuding an ancient and heavy aura, and causing the ground to tremble slightly with every faint breath. Demon King's Eye, activate. Name, Earth Lord. Race, Blue Star Demon Race Elemental Race. Level, 35. Status, merged with the Earth's ley lines. Characteristics: the body is permeated with stalactites from the Earth, possessing immense vitality and capable of continuously drawing energy from the Earth's veins to regenerate itself. The stalactites only possess activity and value while the target is alive. Upon the target's death, the stalactites will become contaminated and lose their effectiveness. Earth stalactites. A hint of understanding and interest flashed in Yen Luo's eyes. He had heard of this treasure of heaven and earth in his previous life. Legend has it that it comes from the core of the Earth's veins and contains the purest essence of the Earth. It can not only significantly and permanently enhance all the user's attributes, but also increase their affinity for the Earth element. When the affinity accumulates to a certain level, it can even automatically learn powerful Earth-related skills. In addition, it has extremely strong effects in treating injuries and strengthening the body's foundation. It is no exaggeration to call it a panacea. However, the conditions for obtaining it are extremely demanding. The stalactites circulating within the target's body must be obtained while the target is still alive. The level 35 Earth Lord before us is undoubtedly a huge, living stalactite producing machine. Killing it will only yield a pile of useless rocks and experience, and perhaps some materials. However, if the stalactites inside it can be obtained sustainably, its value will be immeasurable. A plan instantly took shape in Yen Luo's mind. Our goals have changed. Yen Luo calmly spoke, giving the order to his 4 subordinates: don't kill him, but bleed him. He quickly assigned tasks. Junyu, you and I will be responsible for direct containment, limiting its movement and recovery speed. Chen Juanyo's skill, Death Domain, has the effects of slowing down, dealing continuous damage, and weakening defense, making it perfect for restraining enemies. He can also use the Death Domain. Under the combined effect of the 2 domains, the Earth Lord's speed, attack, and defense will be reduced to the extreme. Yulong, Manqing, you 2 will lead the attack. Yulong, you're in charge of creating wounds by bombarding its body's surface. Manqing, you're in charge of burning the wounds with the hellfire that comes with the Hell Whip, slowing down its healing process. Wanqing, expand your domain and strip the Earth Lord of its senses. At the same time, use your shadow travel ability to find an opportunity to approach the wounds on its body that Yulong and Manqing opened, and collect the blood flowing out of it with a container. Do you all understand? Yen Luo's tactical division of labor was clear, making full use of each person's strengths. The 4 nodded in agreement, and then the operation began. Chen Junyu and Yen Luo attacked simultaneously, and the gray-white Death Domain expanded from the 2 of them, enveloping the massive Earth Lord within it. Within the domain, the aura of death permeated the air, causing the Earth Lord's movements to noticeably slow down, and the energy radiance on its body to dim somewhat. Immediately afterwards, Lin Wanqing made her move, unleashing Eternal Night Descends. The absolute darkness and silence deprived it of most of its visual and auditory perception, causing the Earth Lord to instantly lose its ability to sense things and only be able to judge the attack by vague energy sensing and earth tremors. Roar! The Earth Lord let out a deep, angry roar, its massive rock arms flailing wildly, smashing the ground with a deafening roar, yet it could not pinpoint the exact location of Yen Luo and the others. Just then, the dragon moved. Like a crimson lightning bolt, he charged to the Earth Lord's side, his fists, clad in the heaven-shaking gauntlets, brimming with unparalleled power. 8 Extremes Tremor. With a powerful blow, it slammed into a huge rock on its leg. Boom! Gravel flew everywhere. A crack was blasted open in the hard rock shell, and a golden liquid, like lava, could be vaguely seen flowing slowly within, exuding a rich life force and the vibrations of the earth. These are stalactites. Almost simultaneously, by Manqing's kiss of pain, whip lashed out like a venomous snake near the crack, the hellfire scorching the rocks in energy, causing the crack to widen further and hindering its healing. Just as the Earth Lord became even more frenzied due to the pain and attempted to unleash indiscriminate attacks with earth spikes, a slender figure, like a shadow, silently slipped to the side of the crack under the cover of darkness. Lin Wanqing held the prepared crystal bottle in her hand and, with precise and swift movements, collected the golden stalactite seeping from the crack into the bottle. The whole process was smooth and seamless, with excellent teamwork. Because the Earth Lord is integrated with the Earth's veins, its vitality and defense are ridiculously strong, and it can continuously draw energy from the earth beneath its feet to repair itself. Defeating it without killing it is indeed quite difficult for Yen Luo's team at their current level. But their goal wasn't to defeat it, they just needed to suppress it and collect enough blood. Even Yen Luo didn't intend to collect them all at once. Anyway, there's plenty of time, we can come a few more times. All we need to do is thoroughly drain this big guy before we leave. So, over the next few hours, a peculiar battle of attack and defense unfolded on the 4th level of the deep cavern. Yen Luo and Shin Junyu maintained control, while Yulong and Bai Manching took turns opening holes in different parts of the Earth Lord's body. Lin Wanqing, on the other hand, danced on the edge of a knife, successfully stealing the precious golden liquid time and time again. The Earth Lord possessed immense power and boundless life force, yet he was completely controlled. Not only were his attack, defense, and speed reduced, but his senses were also stripped away, leaving him only able to rage helplessly and passively endure this bloodletting torture. Once the collected stalactites had filled more than a dozen crystal bottles, and seeing that it was about time, Yan Luo decisively gave the order. Withdraw. The effect of the eternal night dissipates, and the death domain retracts. Yan Luo and his 4 companions did not linger in battle. With lightning speed, they quickly retreated back to the 3rd floor along the passage they had come from. It wasn't until the group had been gone for quite some time that the Earth Lord, whose senses had returned, realized that the disgusting insects were gone. It let out a deafening roar, full of frustration and anger, and its huge fists pounded the ground wildly, causing the entire 4th floor to shake violently, but it was just impotent rage. Back at the temporary base on the 3rd floor, looking at the dozen or so bottles of golden stalactites that emanated a rich life force and rippled with earth-shaking energy, the group's faces lit up with excitement. Each person should take 1 bottle first, and not waste a single drop. The rest are for emergencies. Yan Luo spoke up. In the following days, Yan Luo's team lived a regular and fulfilling life. In the morning, clear out the monsters and resources that respawn on the 3rd floor according to the timer to steadily gain experience. In the afternoon, I went to the 4th floor on time, found the Earth Lord, bled it, and collected the stalactites. This level 35 Lord Boss, which was incredibly powerful in the eyes of others, was directly regarded by Yan Luo and his group as a cash cow that could regularly produce top-level resources. Chapter 57 Supreme Decision, The Demon King Squad. Weike Safe Zone. Human Alliance Headquarters. This is less a building and more a miraculous city of steel and crystals suspended above a sea of clouds. The streamlined, silver-white alloy structure is perfectly integrated with the deep blue crystal clusters that emit a constant energy glow, forming the main body of the headquarters building. Countless small aircraft, like busy worker bees, shuttle tirelessly along the pre-designed light trails. At the top of the building, a huge holographic projection emblem crossed swords and olive branches symbolizes humanity's will to fight and survive under the threat of demons, overlooking the entire safe zone. This is the central nervous system of humanity's fight against the abyss and demons. Every command issued from here can affect the fate of billions of people. Bai Zai's figure appeared directly on the exclusive platform on the top floor of the headquarters building via a teleportation array with the highest authority. He had just returned from the southeastern city of the Yanhuang safe zone, and before he could even wash off the dust of the journey, he received a notice to convene a supreme meeting immediately. A moment later, in the Decision Ring conference room located at the very core of the building and with the highest level of protection. The oval conference table is carved from a single piece of rare tranquil wood, radiating a calming glow. 10 people were seated around the table, with the one at the head being Xian Yuanzhang, the current chairman of the Human Alliance. His face was simple and unadorned, his eyes were gentle yet seemed to see through the world. Although his temples were slightly gray, his aura was like a vast starry sea, unfathomable. He is the highest-ranking leader of the human race in public, and also the pillar of the Alliance. Surrounding him were the other 9 core members of the Alliance's 10-person council. They represent different factions, regional interests, and top combat forces within the Alliance. Each of them is a powerful figure whose mere presence can shake the entire human territory. Among them are military leaders, scientific research leaders, and powerful figures in charge of logistics and resources. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Bai Zai, who had just taken his seat. Congressman Bai Zai, thank you for your hard work. Xian Yuan spoke, his voice calm yet authoritative. We have all seen the news you brought back from Southeast City, as well as the real-time images transmitted back. Lin Qingtian's report seems to be true. An elderly man in military uniform, his epaulets adorned with stars, said in a deep voice, the images are conclusive, and his abilities are beyond comprehension. But this is a very important matter, and we still need to hear your judgment, as the Celestial Master. Bai Zai, in your opinion, what is the upper limit of Yan Luo's, Demon King, profession? Facing everyone's gaze, Bai Zai remained calm and solemn, slowly uttering 4 words. No upper limit seen. A brief silence fell over the meeting room. Immediately, a suppressed excitement and agitation flowed through the eyes of the bigwigs. Even though they were mentally prepared, hearing Bai Zai, a wise man known for his infallible calculations, make such a confident judgment still stirred their hearts. Great. Okay. A portly counselor in charge of resource allocation couldn't help but clap his hands. May God bless the human race. Another sharp-looking female counselor's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Xian Yuan nodded slightly and continued to ask, so, based on your observation, what is Yan Luo's character like? Bai Zhe pondered for a moment, then truthfully replied, decisive in killing and resolute in will, but unwilling to be bound by worldly rules. He had a clear goal and an extreme thirst for power. It is usable, but difficult to control. It should be treated with sincerity and guided with benefits, rather than controlled by power. However, it's clear that he's loyal to the human race. His words highlighted both Yan Luo's immense value and the potential risks. It's normal for capable people to have a temper. One of the counselors laughed. As long as one's heart is with humanity, it's a good thing. Another person chimed in. Shen Yuanzhang glanced at everyone and said, in that case, the alliance should devote all its efforts to nurturing them. What are your thoughts on the training program? At this moment, Bai Zhe added a crucial piece of information. Speaker, gentlemen, before leaving Southeast City, I had a conversation with Yan Luo. He made it clear that he had no intention of joining the 4 major universities or entering the Xian Shield Bureau system. His wish was to join the Demon Hunter organization and establish his own Demon Hunter team. Upon hearing this, the brows of several counselors present immediately furrowed, not because they were dissatisfied with Yan Luo, but because of his choice. Nonsense. The elderly man in military uniform spoke in a loud voice, with the alliance providing dedicated training, why would you need to hang out with a Witcher organization? That's a place for deserters and vagrants. Is it a place he should be going? Yes, with the alliance as a backing, the best resources, the strongest mentors, and the most systematic training system are all available. Why would you join the Witcher organization? Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Xian Yuanzhang raised his hand and pressed down, stopping the crowd's discussion. He looked at Bai Zhe and said, the thoughts of young people are understandable. I yearn for freedom and do not want to be bound by the system too early. But this matter concerns the future of humanity, so we can't let him have his way. However, special methods are needed to deal with special talents. Since he doesn't want to be restricted by rules and regulations, why don't we create a special platform for him, let him lead it himself, and give him the freedom to express himself? This satisfies his requirements while also bringing him into the alliance's system. Shen Yuanzhang looked around and said in a more serious tone, after all, Yan Luo is a potential leader we need to cultivate in the future. If we can't even keep such an important talent, wouldn't we become a laughingstock in the world? Upon hearing this, all the counselors were awestruck and nodded in agreement. Bai Zhe chimed in at the opportune moment, adding, establishing a completely new department for Yan Luo directly would be too conspicuous and could easily attract excessive attention from hostile forces prematurely. I suggest we first acknowledge and support them as a special team. Once Yan Luo has grown up and accumulated enough merit, it will be natural to upgrade his team into an independent department, under his full leadership. In this way, he is given freedom, it is in accordance with procedures, and it is more conducive to protecting his growth. I second that. This method is quite appropriate. Congressman Bai Zhe is absolutely right. Taking things step by step is the best approach. Everyone nodded in agreement. So, what's the name of this squad? A member of parliament asked. Shen Yuanzhang pondered for a moment and said, how about naming it after his profession? Other members of parliament responded upon hearing this. The Demon King Squad, huh? They certainly have an imposing presence. Shen Yuanzhang made the final decision, in that case, let's call it the Demon King Squad. With the name decided, Shen Yuan looked at the counselor in charge of the alliance's resources and solemnly said, since we have decided to devote all our efforts to cultivating them, we should not be stingy in the slightest. Unlock the alliance's highest level resource library. All resources, skill books, equipment, items, and secret techniques within are now open to all members of the Demon King's team. We'll use a contribution points system for redemption. As long as they have enough contribution points, they can exchange whatever they want. I second that. Agree. At this moment, the sharp-looking female counselor spoke up, Speaker, should we consider including Yan Luo in the upcoming Spark program? The Spark project was a key project that the Alliance had been planning for many years before Yan Luo's emergence. It aimed to concentrate resources and quickly cultivate a group of top young geniuses to serve as the backbone of the human race's future. Yan Luo's appearance was a completely unexpected surprise. Upon hearing this, everyone pondered for a moment. A knowing glint flashed in Xian Yuanzhang's eyes. That's a good idea. Letting Yan Luo join the Spark project and mingle among the many geniuses can effectively divert outside attention and prevent him from becoming a target of public criticism too early. On the surface, he's just one of many geniuses, but in reality. He paused, not saying it explicitly, but the members of parliament present understood. In fact, the Alliance's resource allocation and attention to Yen Luo will far exceed that of any other person in the Prodigy Project, and may even be the sum of all the prodigies. Agree. Let's do it this way. The supreme resolution has been reached. After the meeting, the relevant resolutions were encrypted and transmitted to Ji Linfeng, who was still in Southeast City, so that he could find a suitable time to inform the Yen Luo Alliance of its intentions and support policies. Considering that the college entrance examination is currently a crucial period, and in order not to affect Yen Luo's assessment, the formal appointment and detailed resource coordination were scheduled after the college entrance examination. Chapter 58. You've been hit by me. Transformation of Jiang Qiyue. Time flies like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, tomorrow will be the day of the highly anticipated college entrance examination, and Yen Luo and his friend's journey through the deep underground dungeon will soon come to an end. Their gains during this period were nothing short of terrifying. With a near monopoly on the high-end resources of the entire instance, plus daily visits to the 4th-level Earth Lord, by Manqing, Lin Wanqing, Yulong, and Shen Junyu almost all broke through the level 30 threshold and steadily entered level 31. Only Yen Luo, whose level remained at the peak of level 30 because he had not yet completed the advancement mission, possessed a vast foundation and a feeling that he could break through the bottleneck at any time, all of which indicated that once he completed the advancement mission, his improvement would be even more astonishing. Standing in front of the teleportation array leading to the dungeon exit, Yulong looked at the cave behind him that they had cultivated for so long, and clicked his tongue. I'm really a little reluctant to leave. These past few days have been amazing. I've been raking in resources like crazy, and my level is skyrocketing. If I get itchy, I can even go to the 4th floor to practice against that big guy. It's been incredibly awesome. Although the others did not speak, the lingering expressions on their faces clearly conveyed the same sentiment. This feeling of rapidly increasing strength and having resources at your fingertips is enough to make any professional addicted. In stark contrast to the relaxed and reluctant atmosphere of Yen Luo's team, the survivors from various factions, led by members of the Xian Shield Bureau, were hiding in a corner in the distance. As they watched Yen Luo and the others walk away, they were all so moved that they almost burst into tears. They're leaving. They're finally leaving. That's wonderful. Heaven has eyes. We've finally made it through. During this period, they were so terrified that they dared not step into the 3rd level and could only eke out a living in the resource-poor 1st and 2nd levels. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Once you get used to the abundant resources of the 3rd level, returning to this newbie village feels like an eternity. How could one not be overjoyed to see the source of the nightmare about to leave? However, someone in the crowd suddenly froze, as if realizing something, and said in a trembling voice, Wait. Tomorrow is the college entrance exam. If they go out now, does that mean they're going to take the exam too? Upon hearing this, many people in the crowd felt as if they had been doused with a bucket of ice water. The joy on his face froze instantly, turning into a deathly pale expression. Yes. The college entrance exam is tomorrow. I'm taking it too. This means that they are very likely to face these monsters again in the college entrance examination hall. The sense of relief that had just begun was instantly overshadowed by an even greater shadow. A flash of light, and Yen Luo and his 4 companions appeared in the Xian Shield Bureau's dungeon lobby. Lin Qingtian and Han Feihu were already waiting there. Besides them, there was another person Yen Luo had never formally met, yet was extremely familiar with, Ji Linfeng. At this moment, Ji Linfeng had changed into a flowing green robe. His face was handsome, and his temperament was just right, carrying a hint of the indifference of a hermit master. If Yen Luo hadn't clearly seen the 3 bright characters Ji Linfeng above his head and the dazzling level of 258 through his Demon King's eye, he probably would have been fooled by his sanctimonious appearance. Upon seeing Yen Luo and the others emerge, Lin Qingtian greeted them with a smile. Congratulations on your triumphant return. We witnessed your amazing feats inside through special means. Truly, breathtaking. Sweeping through the entire dungeon, overwhelming all rivals, I admire you, I truly admire you. His words were filled with genuine amazement. This style of doing things is truly unprecedented. Then, Lin Qingtian turned to the side and solemnly introduced Yen Luo, saying, Yen Luo, let me introduce you. This is your protector, specially sent by the Alliance headquarters. He's a Voidwalker from the Sky Palace, Ji Linfeng, Senior Ji. Upon hearing this, Ji Linfeng suddenly raised his chin, preparing to receive the surprised or awe-inspiring gazes of Yen Luo and the others. He had even prepared a few encouraging words to maintain his superior demeanor. However, Yan Luo merely glanced at him indifferently, nodded, and spoke without any emotion. No. I hit him before. The air froze instantly. Ji Linfeng's calm expression froze instantly, his eyes widened suddenly, and he almost jumped up on the spot like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. How did he know? His first reaction was to abruptly turn his head to look at Lin Qingtian, his eyes filled with accusation. Did you snitch on me? Lin Qingtian felt a chill run down his spine from that look and frantically tried to signal with his eyes, his expression full of innocence. It wasn't me. I didn't say anything. I swear to God. Ji Linfeng's eyes were even more puzzled. How did he know that person was me? Is it because my temperament is too outstanding, and even changing my appearance can't hide it? Despite the turmoil in my heart and the countless questions churning within, I cannot lose face as a protector of the path. Ji Linfeng forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart, straightened his expression, and coughed lightly, saying, Ahem, that was just a small test I was giving you. It's meant to temper your will and test your limits. At that time, I suppressed my level, and didn't even use 1%, no, 1,000th of my strength, otherwise. I've hit you before. Yan Luo spoke calmly again, interrupting his spellcasting animation. Ji Linfeng's forehead vein throbbed, feeling his blood pressure rise slightly. Oomph. That was me deliberately creating an opening to test your adaptability. If I had gone all out on defense. I've hit you before. Yan Luo's tone remained completely flat. Ji Linfeng completely lost his composure, his face flushed red, and he pointed at Yan Luo. You brat, don't go too far. I was just letting you win. I've hit you before. I at #%. Ji Linfeng felt like he was about to explode with anger, his chest heaving violently. He even started to consider whether he should teach this arrogant brat a lesson and show him what it means to respect one's elders. Just as his gaze began to turn dangerous, his personal communicator suddenly vibrated, and a message from the Alliance headquarters with the highest level of authority was transmitted. It was about the decision to establish the Demon King Squad, the all-out training plan for Yan Luo, and the death order that Ji Linfeng repeatedly emphasized to him, to ensure Yan Luo's safety, meet his reasonable needs, and not allow any mistakes. After reading the message, Ji Linfeng deflated instantly, like a punctured balloon. He reluctantly withdrew his gaze, flicked his sleeve, and sullenly sat back down in the chair next to him, beginning to sulk. Fine, I'll just have to put up with it. This kid is the League's darling now, don't mess with him. If I really mess with him, and those guys in the Alliance find out, they'll make my life miserable. Seeing this, Lin Qingtian couldn't help but laugh and whispered to Yan Luo, why are you teasing him like this? After all, he is your protector, he is here to protect you. It's not good to make the relationship too strained. Yan Luo, however, didn't take it to heart and said calmly, who told him to have ill intentions first, trying to play dumb and give me a hard time? If I weren't strong enough, I would have really suffered a great loss. We're only provoking him a few times with words now, which is already being kind enough out of consideration for the Alliance and the Hall of the Azure Sky. As for whether Ji Linfeng would hold a grudge or even become passive in protecting her, Yan Luo was not worried at all. Those who can enter the Hall of the Azure Sky are of the highest caliber in terms of both strength and character, and the ability to distinguish between public and private matters is their most basic quality. If one doesn't even have this much magnanimity, one is not worthy of being one of humanity's last shields. Afterwards, Yan Luo briefly greeted Han Feihu and then asked Lin Qingtian to arrange a vehicle to take them back to the villa. Lin Qingtian said, tomorrow is the college entrance examination. I will send someone to pick you up on time and take you to the examination venue. Yan Luo nodded in agreement, and then left the Xian Shield Bureau with his family. Back in the familiar villa, Zhang Qiuyue was sitting quietly on the sofa watching TV in the living room. The news is reporting that a team from the Shield Bureau successfully wiped out a small cult stronghold and rescued several victims. The pitiful appearance of the victims in the picture made Zhang Qiuyue's face tense and expressionless, but Yan Luo could sense that she must have been reminded of her own past experiences. Yan Luo silently walked up behind her and whispered, "Are you ready to become my kin?" Zhang Qiuyue, who had been frozen like a delicate doll, suddenly trembled and turned her head away. His gaze was fixed intently on Yan Luo. Those big eyes instantly filled with tears, which slid down like pearls from a broken string. Yan Luo reached out and gently wiped away the tears on her face. I thought, you didn't want me anymore. Zhang Qiuyue's voice was choked with sobs and filled with immense grievance as she suddenly threw herself into Yan Luo's arms and hugged him tightly. Yan Luo gently rubbed her head, his voice firm yet gentle. I said I would never abandon you. Beside them, Bai Manqing, Lin Wanqing, Yulong, and Shen Junyu watched this scene with faint smiles on their faces. Once Jiang Qiyue's emotions had calmed down a bit, Yan Luo no longer hesitated. In his palm, the dark and profound, Demon King's contract, slowly condensed and emerged. Without any hesitation, Jiang Qiyue extended her slightly trembling but unusually resolute finger and pressed her handprint heavily onto the contract. In an instant, a vast and pure abyssal magical power surged out from the contract, enveloping Jiang Qiyue completely like a warm cocoon. Yan Luo's first SS rank familiar is about to arrive. Chapter 59 Myth descends. Continuous breakthroughs. The vast cocoon of magical light flickered like breathing, eventually slowly receding and disappearing entirely into the petite figure at its center. When the last glimmer of light faded, Jiang Qiyue reappeared before everyone, having undergone a complete transformation. Her originally shoulder-length black hair, now dyed by the night, reached her waist, with the ends seemingly adorned with tiny, scattered lights, like stars fading away. Her originally slightly thin face was now as white as jade, and her features were even more delicate and exquisite, as if they were carved from the finest jade. His once clear eyes had now turned into a deeper, purer azure silver. Deep within the pupils, it seemed as if stars were slowly rising and falling, and gazing upon them evoked a sense of unease, a feeling that all things would eventually return to nothingness. Her original ordinary clothes were replaced by a set of dark Gothic-style armor that automatically materialized, with dark gold patterns flowing along the hem like end runes. She stood there quietly, naturally exuding an indescribable aura of danger. Transformation successful. Jiang Qiyue, a member of the family, has awakened her mythical level class, the Witch of Annihilation. A glint flashed in Yan Luo's eyes as he activated the Demon King's Eye and looked at Jiang Qiyue's class panel. He was immediately shocked after just a glance at her basic attributes. Class, Witch of Annihilation. Quality, Myth. Level, 10. Strength, 200. Spirit, 400. Agility, 300. Physical strength, 200. Level 10 attributes are comparable to many level 20 or even 30 professionals, truly worthy of being a mythical profession, Yan Luo murmured in amazement. This growth in basic attributes has completely shattered conventional understanding. However, as he continued reading, even with his reborn nature, he couldn't help but have his pupils suddenly contract. The first thing that catches the eye is the talent bar, which has 3 talents. There's one more than a legendary class. Moreover, each one, including the skills, is simply incredible. Professional Talent 1, Vision of the End of All Things. Effect, Insight into All Things, Deathline, attacks on the deathline ignore 80% of defense and resistance, and have a 10% base instant kill probability. Once activated, units with traits such as Undying or Resurrection can be conceptually erased, unable to revive or regenerate in any form. Profession Talent 2, The Final Sequence. Effect, all damage inflicts the Mark of the End. All healing received by the target carrying the mark will be converted into 100% damage, and all subsequent damage taken from Jiang Qiyue will be increased by 50%. The target carrying the mark cannot be resurrected in any way upon death. Profession Talent 3, End of Blessing. Effect, takes effect when health is below 30%. The lower the health, the greater the increase in all attributes and skill power. When health is 30%, all attributes and the power of all skills are increased by 200%. When health is 20%, all attributes and the power of all skills are increased by 500%. When health is 10%, all attributes and the power of all skills are increased by 1000%. If health is 1%, all attributes and the power of all skills are increased by 10,000%. In this state, one is immune to all instant death effects, and immune to all negative statuses and law-based corruption such as death, aging, decay, and curses. Skill 1, The Finger of Despair. Effect, fires a ray that automatically tracks the deathline. Targets of level no higher than the caster will instantly die upon hit. Targets of higher level will suffer damage equal to 200% of the caster's spirit attribute and inflict the Mark of the End. If the deathline hits a non-living entity, it will instantly disable or disintegrate. If it misses the deathline, it will deal annihilation damage equal to 200% of the caster's spirit attribute and inflict 1 stack of Mark of the End. Skill 2, Annihilation Nova. Effect, unleashes a supernova-like power of destruction from the palm, dealing massive true damage to all enemies within range, applying the Mark of Destruction, and removing all enemy buffs and summon units. Skill 3, The Land of the End. Effect, expands a domain, forcibly materializing the death lines of all enemies within the domain. Enemies within the domain automatically gain 1 layer of End Mark, causing continuous decay of all attributes and a 50% reduction in energy recovery speed. Jiang Qiyue's own skill cooldown time is reduced by 50%. This isn't over yet. At the very end of the career panel, there's another section. Companion Artifact, Obsidian Star Umbrella. Ability 1, can transform into any weapon form. Ability 2, the void gem embedded in the umbrella handle can contain all non-living objects. Ability 3, when wielding an umbrella, using perspective of the end of all things, increases the chance of instant death by 10%. Ability 4, killing enemies with the obsidian umbrella will inherit the effects of the talents, end sequence, and perspective of the end of all things. Ability 5, unfolds the umbrella, allowing for active or passive blocking, deflection, and absorption of incoming attacks. After a successful defense, some of the absorbed energy can be stored in a void gem within the umbrella, which can then be used to create a powerful energy shock or enhance protection, or converted into the user's life force for continuous recovery. In addition, the obsidian umbrella has far superior attributes compared to ordinary legendary weapons. At this moment, an incomparably magnificent black umbrella, with ribs like black jade, a canopy like a starry night, and a handle inlaid with deep, ethereal gems, was quietly floating beside Jiang Qiyu, perfectly blending with her aura. That's insane. Yan Luo couldn't help but sigh softly. Are all mythical level professions this overpowered, or is July the only exception? But then, an uncontrollable smile appeared on his lips. However, these are all mine now. The moment Jiang Qiyu completed his transformation, his Demon King panel began to refresh rapidly. Ding! Advancement quest completed. Level increased to 31. All attributes, skills, and talents of the companion Jiang Qiyu have been shared. Level increased to 32. Level increased to 33. Level increased to 40. The massive amount of experience points he had accumulated in the hidden dungeon surged through his body like a torrent, allowing him to break through levels in an instant, directly leveling up from level 30 to level 40. He also gained a new skill, Demon King's Aura. It unleashes absolute pressure originating from the Demon King's life level, delivering a dual impact on the mind and soul. Its wide-range release can cause enemies with weak wills and far inferior strength to collapse mentally, falling into trembling, dizziness, or even falling into a coma. The new skill didn't bring any substantial improvement to Yan Luo at most, it made it easier to clear out the smaller enemies. In addition, Yan Luo's attribute panel has also undergone earth-shattering changes. Class, Demon King. Level, 40. Attributes, Strength 999, Spirit 2300, Agility 1010, Constitution 980. Looking at these exaggerated attributes, Yan Luo herself was somewhat stunned. That's only level 40. His attributes have already surpassed those of his previous self when he was a level 99, Holy Dragon Knight. 7 days. He muttered to himself, recalling how, 7 days ago, when he had just awakened, he was still wondering how long it would take to catch up with his past self. I originally thought it would take at least 1 to 2 years. But now, the answer is clear. 7 days. It only took 7 days. That's fucking outrageous. Even with his strong will, he couldn't help but swear. Although it's only the attributes that exceed, the level is still far from reaching the peak of the previous life. But even that is terrifying. He could hardly imagine what kind of world-destroying power he would possess when he truly returned to level 99, or even broke through the level 100 mark. By then, Yan Luo probably could crush his past self with a single finger. As for the skill bar, it was now overflowing with a dazzling array of talents and skills shared by the 5 familiars, making it a veritable mobile skill library. The only thing that made him feel a little regretful was that he looked at the black umbrella in Jiang Qiyu's hand, which had an ornate design, with ribs that seemed to be made of void crystal and an umbrella surface with patterns of the end. It was called the Obsidian Star Umbrella. Unfortunately, it seems that divine artifacts cannot be shared. He was slightly disappointed. Although he already had the legendary weapon, Oath of the End, who would complain about having too many treasures? Chapter 60, the max-level boss is about to slaughter the newbie village. While Yan Luo gradually calmed down, Jiang Qiyu was far from at peace. To suddenly gain such a mind-blowing, unimaginably powerful force. A profound sense of happiness, security, and a touch of unreality, as if from another world, filled her heart, and tears flowed uncontrollably like a burst dam. In order not to lose her composure in front of everyone, she had no choice but to throw herself into Yan Luo's arms again, burying her burning cheeks deep in his chest and holding his waist tightly with both hands, as if only in this way could she find a sense of reality. But she was overthinking it. At this moment, Bai Manqing, Lin Wanqing, Yulong, and Shen Junyu had no time to pay attention to her little emotions. They were all immersed in unparalleled shock and could not come back to their senses for a long time. Just now, while Yan Luo was checking Jiang Qiyu's panel, The others also checked Jiang Qiyue's panel. Thus, the godlike class panel, which could be described as defying the heavens, was displayed in everyone's minds without reservation. Yulong opened his mouth, and after a long while, he managed to utter a few words with difficulty. Is this a mythical level profession? That's terrifying. Chen Junyu, unusually, did not refute, but nodded solemnly. He originally thought that among the relatives, the strongest one should be Bai Manqing or Lin Wanqing, the two big sisters. But now it seems that the position of the number one combat force under the boss will undoubtedly belong to Jiang Qiyue, who has just been transformed. Although she is currently at the lowest rank, no one dares to underestimate her. The dazzling potential and future were so overwhelming that they almost blinded the group. Bai Manqing smiled sweetly, her eyes filled with no trace of jealousy, only genuine satisfaction and joy. She always treated Jiang Qiyue as a younger sister who needed to be protected, and she was only happy when her sister became strong. Lin Wanqing, while also happy for Jiang Qiyue, felt a strong sense of urgency burning deep within her cool eyes. She wasn't trying to compete with Jiang Qiyue, she also regarded Qiyue as her younger sister. However, her pursuit of her own strength was more persistent and radical than Bai Manqing's. Having witnessed firsthand the terror of a mythical profession, she clearly realized that her future master's subordinates would inevitably include many more exceptionally talented members. She absolutely refused to fall behind. From the moment Yan Luo rescued her from despair, she vowed to follow him forever and become the sharpest blade in his hand. If she couldn't stand by his side because of her lack of strength, it would be worse than killing her. We must work even harder. Lin Wanqing clenched her fists secretly, her eyes becoming incredibly determined. Afterwards, Yan Luo calmed Jiang Qiyue down and the group enjoyed a sumptuous dinner together to celebrate the official addition of the new member and the huge leap in strength. After the meal, Yan Luo looked at Yulong and casually asked, "Do you want to stay here? There are still rooms available." Yulong quickly waved his hand and refused. No, boss, I'll just go home. See you at the exam hall tomorrow." Before leaving, he saw Chen Junyu still standing there deep in thought, so he went up to him, grabbed him by the neck, and pulled him out. "Hey! What are you doing?" After leaving the villa, Chen Junyu glared at Yulong with dissatisfaction, as if he was about to take action if Yulong didn't explain yourself clearly. Yulong sighed helplessly and lowered his voice. "Are you stupid? With the boss, the two older sisters, and July staying here, is it appropriate for the two of us men to stay here?" Chen Junyu was taken aback for a moment, then said bluntly, "But I stayed here last time, didn't I?" Neither the eldest brother nor the two older sisters said anything. Yulong was speechless at his low emotional intelligence and wondered why he had a girlfriend before. He couldn't help but explain, the eldest sister might not really care, but can you guess what the two older sisters are thinking? Even if they really don't mind, we still need to be sensible and not stay here as third wheels and ruin the atmosphere. Chen Junyu seemed to realize something. Then, where do I stay? We can't exactly go back to the Shield Bureau dorms, can we? We just wiped out their people, how can we possibly get a good night's sleep? Why are you still sleeping? Yulong looked at him with exasperation. How could you sleep after seeing July's terrifying stats? Chen Junyu remained silent. He was indeed quite provoked. A fighting spirit ignited in Yulong's eyes, and he said, "Let's go find a place and have a spar." Chen Junyu raised his head, his eyes sharpening. "Just the two of us?" Yulong grinned, clenched his fist, and his knuckles cracked. "What, you don't dare?" Chen Junyu sneered, "I'm afraid you'll beat the shit out of me." "Then let's give it a try." The dragon was filled with fighting spirit. "I've been wanting to test your mettle as a death knight for a long time. Let's give it a try." Chen Junyu showed no weakness. The two tacitly avoided mentioning tomorrow's college entrance examination. Chen Junyu was not required to participate. As for Yulong, with his current strength of over level 30 and a set of top-quality equipment, participating in the college entrance examination for new professional players whose average level is only 4 or 5 is like a max-level boss slaughtering a newbie village. There was absolutely no pressure, so naturally I didn't take it to heart. So the two of them left the villa arm in arm and headed straight for the Shield Bureau's training room. Inside the villa, Yan Luo lay on the soft, large bed. At this moment, he was surrounded by people on his left, right, and even in the middle. At first, Jiang Qiyue was just muttering that she had been separated for several days and wanted to sleep with Yan Luo. But when Lin Wanqing and Bai Manqing saw this, they also silently came over. Ultimately, it turned into 4 people squeezing onto the same spacious bed. Bai Manqing and Lin Wanqing seemed to have fallen asleep, their breathing steady, while only Jiang Qiyue was still restlessly shifting slightly beside him. Yan Luo overheard the conversation between Yu Long and Chen Junyu outside through the whispers of the abyss, but he didn't care. The reason is the same as what Yu Long thought. With his current level 40, his attributes are even more exaggerated than those of an average level 90 professional. If he were to take the college entrance examination and compete with those new professional players whose average level is only 4 or 5, he simply couldn't imagine how he could lose. The only thing I should consider is whether or not to hold back during the college entrance examination, otherwise I might really traumatize those students. Now, I'm really going to become the ultimate boss in the eyes of those college entrance exam takers. Yan Luo's lips curled up slightly. Soon after, the clock struck midnight in my mind. Tyrannical rule takes effect. Daily settlement begins. Bai Manqing, a member of the family, contributed 100 points of magic power. Family member Lin Wanqing contributed 100 magic points. The Dragon Companion contributes 100 magic points. Family member Chen Junyu contributed 100 magic points. Zhang Qiyue, a member of the family, contributed 500 magic points. Detected that you previously slaughtered a large number of monsters and created fear in the Deep Caverns dungeon. You have been awarded an additional 2,000 mana points. Current magic points, 10500. Obtained random equipment, excellent grade tough leather boots. Settlement complete. Yan Luo was fairly satisfied with the magic power he gained. Although converting Zhang Qiyue consumed more than 5,000 magic power, it was replenished quickly as his number of followers increased and his strength grew. As for the randomly dropped high-quality equipment, Yan Luo didn't even glance at it and simply tossed it into the corner of his storage ring. He is now very wealthy, and unless it is an epic level or higher equipment, it doesn't even qualify him to give it a second glance. Feeling the warmth and tranquility around her, Yan Luo slowly closed her eyes. Tomorrow's college entrance examination will be the stage for the Devil King. Chapter 61 College Entrance Examination Rules, Search, Crackdown, and Withdrawal? The next morning, as soon as the sun shone on the lake, Lin Qingtian's car was already parked in front of the villa on time. Opening the car door, I saw Yu Long and Chen Junyu already sitting in the back seat. The two had fought all night in the Xian Shield Bureau training room last night, with wins and losses, and neither of them gained an advantage. Before they knew it, they had been fighting until dawn, and then they came over in Lin Qingtian's car. At this time, Yan Luo, Bai Manqing, Lin Wanqing, Zhang Qiyue and the others had finished breakfast and got into the car one after another when they saw it arrive. Zhang Qiyue sat down close to Yan Luo, stroking a seemingly ordinary black parasol in her hand. Soon, the vehicle started and drove towards Beihua High School. In the car, Lin Qingtian took out a freshly printed document that still smelled of ink and handed it to Yan Luo. The college entrance examination rules have changed this year. Lin Qingtian said with a hint of emotion, "Look at this, it's completely different from previous years." Yan Luo took the document and quickly glanced through it. Bai Manqing and the others also came over to look. The college entrance examination is still divided into written and martial arts exams. The written exam is for professionals who have awakened their life skills and do not need to fight monsters. The martial arts exam, on the other hand, provides a stage for combat professionals. Yan Luo and the others naturally participated in the martial arts examination. In previous years, the martial arts exams were held in a dedicated college entrance exam instance space. All high schools in the Yenawang safe zone are accessed through their own school's instance teleportation hall, and this year is no exception. However, the assessment content has undergone a complete transformation. In previous years, the college entrance examination content was simply based on a point system. Players earn points by defeating monsters within a fixed time frame in the instance, and are ranked according to their final scores. It can be described as simple and direct. This year's model is even more complicated. Firstly, the ways to earn points have become more diverse. Points can be earned by defeating monsters, rescuing survivors, discovering and acquiring treasures and items, and successfully evacuating from the extraction point. Secondly, an evacuation mechanism has been added. 16 hours after the instance opens, a total of 108 evacuation points will be available. Candidates who successfully evacuate will receive an additional 1,000 points. If you take a survivor with you to evacuate, you will receive an additional 500 points for each survivor you bring out. Conversely, if the candidate fails to evacuate successfully by the end of the 24-hour exam period, only the score already earned will be counted. Defeating other candidates will not directly earn you points, but you can plunder the resources they have acquired. If the opposing side has already found survivors, after defeating them, ownership of those survivors will transfer to the victor. Survivors are played by official personnel. When a survivor is found, the survivor may also provide intelligence or issue a mission. Completing the mission will reward you with supplies, access cards to high-level resource areas, and more. In addition, monsters are divided into 6 levels, from E to S, based on their threat level. Defeating an S-rank monster earns 1000 points, an A rank 500 points, a B rank 300 points, a C rank 100 points, a D rank 50 points, and an E rank 10 points. If it's a team kill, the damage is distributed according to the proportion of damage dealt. The acquired resources can be transformed into cards, and the quality of the resources is determined by their color. Red is the highest color, and the score is equivalent to defeating an S-rank monster, which is 1000 points. Gold is equivalent to an A-level monster, worth 500 points. Purple is equivalent to a B-grade monster, worth 300 points. Blue is equivalent to a C-level monster, 100 points. Green is equivalent to a D-level monster, 50 points. White is equivalent to an E-rank monster, 10 points. Additionally, if you are killed by monsters or other examinees in the instance, you will respawn at a random location. The points you gained by killing monsters will not be cleared, but 10 points will be deducted, and all the resources you have collected will be cleared. Finally, the exam duration is 24 hours. In the 16th hour, 108 evacuation points scattered throughout the instance city will be gradually opened. This is, the search and arrest operation has been suspended? That's interesting. After reading the document, Yen Luo paused for a moment, then put it down, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. This model no longer simply tests combat effectiveness, but also survival ability, intelligence analysis, resource management, strategic decision-making, and even teamwork, greatly increasing its complexity. Yulong grinned, that sounds much more interesting than just grinding monsters. Bai Manqing smiled charmingly, it seems this year's college entrance exam won't be boring. Although Jiang Qiyue didn't speak, her silvery blue eyes gleamed with curiosity. Lin Qingtian smiled as he looked at the eager expressions on their faces. He then turned to Jiang Qiyue, who was standing next to Yen Luo, and asked, Qiyue, what about you? Do you want to take the college entrance exam this year too? Given your circumstances, I can grant you special permission to be added to the list of candidates right now. Chen Junyu was somewhat surprised, you can participate in July too? Lin Xingtian waved his hand, it's a small matter, just go through a special procedure. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyue nodded almost without hesitation. Whether or not she takes the college entrance exam is not important to her. What is important is that she doesn't want to be separated from Yen Luo again, even if it's just for the duration of an exam. Okay, it's settled then. Lin Xingtian noted this down, and then revealed another piece of information. I also inquired a bit, and it turns out that the Yenhuang Safe Zone has indeed produced a lot of geniuses this year. There are 9 officially registered legendary level professions alone. Of course, they can't compare to you little monsters, but in previous years, any one of them would have been enough to cause a sensation. You might encounter this once you go inside. Upon hearing this, Yen Luo remained non-committal. Legendary? He already has 4 under his command, one of whom is a legendary figure. The so-called top geniuses are merely the threshold to meeting him. Meanwhile, in front of the gate of Beihua High School, Principal Wang Lin, along with a group of school executives, were eagerly awaiting the arrival of the new president. A vice principal flattered with a smile, Principal, with the abilities of Yen Luo and Bai Manqing, it's practically a sure thing that they'll become the top students in Southeast City this year, right? They might even break into the top 100 in the Yenhuang Safe Zone. Principal Wang Lin laughed heartily and waved his hand triumphantly, Oldly, you're such a coward. Top 100? I think they might even become the top scorers in the college entrance exam, or even sweep the top 3 spots for our school. Vice Principal Li was taken aback upon hearing this, and said with a wry smile, Principal, you. Yen Luo and Bai Manqing are indeed from our school, but Lin Wanqing is not. Principal Wang Lin then realized what had happened and gave an embarrassed smile, oh right, look at my memory, I was just too happy. But to sweep the top 2 spots is still an unprecedented achievement. Ha ha. The vice principal shook his head helplessly. In his opinion, securing the top score in Southeast City was already the greatest honor for Beihua High School since its founding. The principal's ideas are really a bit too ambitious. It wasn't that he underestimated Yen Luo and his group, but rather that it was extremely difficult to become the top scorer in the entire Yenhuang Safe Zone's college entrance examination. After all, heroes were as numerous as fish crossing a river, and every year a few monsters who didn't resemble humans would emerge. So it's really hard to say until the very end. Just as the two were talking, a medium-sized bus drove up and stopped not far away. Sitting in the car were Bai Shuang, Lu Jun, and 3 others who had previously entered another hidden dungeon, Moonlight Forest, for training. Chapter 62 The Chosen One. Sisters reunited. They gained a lot from this dungeon run. The level has generally reached level 6, while Bai Manqing's younger sister, Bai Shuang, has even reached level 7. This achievement is enough to secure their place in the top 4 universities. However, the one who improved the most was Lu Jun, the tall and upright boy at the very front of the group, whose face was filled with barely suppressed excitement. His level had reached level 9. Lu Jun's face was filled with barely suppressed excitement, but this excitement did not entirely stem from the increase in his level. At this moment, an aged voice, audible only to him, echoed in his mind. "Young man, how is it? How effective is the soul-devouring secret technique that I taught you? In just a few days, you broke through 2 levels from level 7 to level 9. Now, do you believe it?" Lu Jun casually stroked the seemingly ordinary black ring on his index finger, silently thinking, "Senior's skills are extraordinary, I admire you." He acquired the ring by chance and initially thought it was just an ordinary storage ring, but unexpectedly, it contained a remnant soul that claimed to be from ancient times. The old man claimed he could grant him unparalleled opportunities and help him reach the pinnacle, the only price being that his physical body would be reshaped once he became powerful in the future. Lu Jun, naturally, did not believe it easily, but cunningly suggested that the goods be inspected first. Unexpectedly, this old fellow seemed eager to find a host and actually gave out a part of a method called soul-devouring secret technique, which could accelerate the absorption of energy to increase level. It was through this method that he was able to rapidly advance in the moonlit forest, even leaving Bai Shuang behind. "I, Lu Jun, am indeed the chosen one." He laughed inwardly, as if he could already see his bright future, becoming the top scholar in Southeast City, becoming famous throughout Yanhuan, leading the Lu family to rise to prominence, and having countless beauties throw themselves into his arms. He has even started planning what he should say in an interview after winning the top score in Southeast City. However, when his gaze fell upon Bai Shuang, whose expression remained aloof and indifferent, the burning pride in his heart was as if doused with a bucket of cold water. During this time, he tried his best to be nice to her, but she remained indifferent. "What an ungrateful woman! Once I become the top scholar, let's see if you regret it," he thought viciously to himself. As soon as the car came to a stop, Lu Jun and his group got out and immediately spotted the school leaders, headed by Principal Wang Lin, at the school gate. Lu Jun was overjoyed, thinking that the principal had come in person to welcome their elite team, which had returned with honors. The other 3 students in the car immediately began to flatter Lu Jun. "Jun Ge, your level 9 is amazing. The principal must be stunned." Yes, Jun Ge is undoubtedly the top scholar in Southeast City. "You'll have to take good care of me in the future." Enjoying the praise from everyone, Lu Jun's smugness grew even stronger. He straightened his collar, preparing to greet the principal with humility. However, his smile had barely begun when Bai Shuang got out of the car, and Principal Wang Lin completely ignored him, walking quickly toward Bai Shuang with a warm smile on his face. She said affectionately, "Shuang, you've worked hard. You must have gained a lot from this dungeon run, right? You have a great older sister." Bai Shuang was a little stunned by the principal's sudden enthusiasm and nodded subconsciously. Lu Jun's smile froze instantly, and his outstretched hand, ready to shake hands, hung awkwardly in mid-air. Why? Why did the principal ignore me, a level 9 genius, and instead talk to Bai Shuang, who was only level 7? Just as his face darkened and he was filled with resentment and confusion, a black sedan with a special license plate drove up smoothly and stopped at the school gate. Upon seeing this, Principal Wang Lin immediately abandoned the others, jogged forward, and personally opened the back door for the newcomer. Lu Jun, Bai Shuang, and the others looked over curiously, wondering which important person had arrived. Then, they saw Yan Luo, Bai Manqing, Lin Wanqing, Yulong, Chen Junyu, and an unfamiliar but exceptionally beautiful silver-eyed girl, all getting out of the car one after another. The last person to get off the bus was Lin Qingtian, the director of the Xin Shield Bureau, who was the real power figure in Southeast City. Yan Luo? Bai Manqing? How could they be? Lu Jun's pupils shrank sharply, his face filled with disbelief. How did these 2 people, who were once considered useless and just pretty faces in school, end up getting out of Director Lin's car? Moreover, judging from the respectful attitude of the principal and other leaders, it was as if they were welcoming some important figure rather than students. On what grounds? Why are these 2 good-for-nothing so highly regarded by the leaders, while ignoring me, the genius who only took 7 days to reach level 9? On what basis? I do not understand. Intense jealousy and resentment gnawed at his heart like venomous snakes. Not only him, but the three students beside him who had just been praising him also stared wide-eyed at Yan Luo and his group, then at Lu Jun, whose face was ashen, feeling a bit overwhelmed. At this moment, Bai Manqing also saw her younger sister Bai Shuang in the crowd, and her beautiful eyes lit up instantly, flashing with surprise. The next moment, her figure blurred like a ghost, instantly covering a distance of more than 10 meters, appearing in front of Bai Shuang, opening her arms and tightly embracing her. Xiaoying. Bai Shuang was taken aback when her sister suddenly hugged her, because she really didn't expect her sister to be so fast. It was so fast that she didn't even have time to react. But the joy of the long-awaited reunion quickly overwhelmed her doubts. She hugged her sister tightly back, burying her face in the familiar, warm embrace, greedily inhaling the reassuring scent emanating from her sister. Finally, I can smell my sister's scent again. But then, Bai Shuang's delicate body stiffened slightly. Wrong. Why does my sister smell like someone else? And that's not all. She subconsciously rubbed her cheek against her sister's chest. The feel of this isn't quite right either. It seems to be more plump and full of amazing elasticity and fleshiness, and its size is clearly beyond memory. Even through the clothes, you could feel the astonishing curves that seemed ready to burst forth. And my sister's waist seems even thinner now. I moved my hand down a bit, and it felt even bigger and more delicate here. I even pinched it because it felt so good. Bai Shuang suddenly raised her head and carefully examined her sister's face up close. Her features seemed to have been meticulously sculpted, making her even more exquisite. Her skin was radiant and translucent, and the charm and allure that flowed naturally from her eyes were unlike anything she had ever seen before. How could my sister have changed so much after only 7 days apart? It's like he's a completely different person. Just then, Yan Luo walked over slowly, his gaze falling on Bai Shuang, a faint smile playing on his lips, and said, Bai Shuang, you asked me to take good care of your sister back then. Are you satisfied now? Bai Shuang suddenly turned her head to look at Yan Luo, her clear eyes filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of speculation. She stared intently at Yan Luo, her voice trembling slightly. You did this? Chapter 63, just after leaving the dungeon, my house is gone? Bai Shuang's clear eyes widened in disbelief. She did want Yan Luo to take good care of her sister, but she didn't expect you to take care of her like this. Her breasts have gotten a whole size bigger. I hope I don't end up with a brother-in-law. Bai Manqing, who knew her sister best, immediately saw what she was thinking. 2 blushes rose on her beautiful face. She glared at her sister reproachfully, but did not explain immediately. This change was indeed caused by Yan Luo, but the reasons behind it are complex and cannot be explained in a few words, nor is it appropriate to discuss it in public at this moment. Yan Luo paused for a moment, sensing that the girl's thoughts seemed to have strayed in a strange direction. Just then, a slightly abrupt voice broke the delicate atmosphere. Yan Luo, it's been a long time. Lu Jun had already adjusted his expression and stopped a few steps away from Yan Luo. He deliberately kept his voice calm, but his eyes held an undisguised air of superiority. What a coincidence to see you here. He said as if he knew you very well. I hope you can get good results in the college entrance examination and get into a good university. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the school's senior officials and Lin Qingtian, who were in the know, instantly became extremely strange. It was as if they had heard an extremely absurd joke, but they were forcing themselves not to laugh out loud. Lu Jun was still immersed in the persona he had created of a school genius caring for ordinary students, completely unaware of the strange atmosphere around him. He continued in a tone that seemed to be giving advice to a younger person. However, as an alumnus, I still have to remind you of something. The college entrance exam, especially the martial arts exam, is no child's play. It's fraught with danger. If you're lucky, you might manage to pick up some scraps. If you're unlucky, it might be incredibly difficult to get even a single point. He paused, deliberately straightened his back, and said as if bestowing a favor, but we are classmates after all. If you encounter any difficulties in the dungeon, you can come to me, and I will do my best to help you. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 students who had also come out of the hidden instance and had been following him immediately chimed in as if they had received a signal. Yeah, Yan Luo, you're so lucky to have met someone like Brother Jun who cherishes old friendships. You know, Brother Jun has reached level 9. You probably can't find another one like him in the entire Southeast City. Jun is a really nice guy, he's even willing to help you. Lu Jun felt quite pleased with himself as he listened to the 3 men's flattery, and he looked forward to seeing surprise, awe, and even gratitude on Yan Luo's face. However, the expected exclamations and compliments did not come from more people. On the contrary, the whispers of the other students around him pierced his eardrums like cold needles. TSK, the Lu family is gone, and those three sycophants are still sucking up to them? And Lu Jun, judging from his smug look, he probably doesn't know yet, right? Ha ha ha, look at his clueless expression, it's hilarious. Exactly, just like the Joker. The Lu family is gone? The surrounding chatter was barely concealed, so all 5 people, including Bai Shuang, who had just come out of the instance, heard it. He stood there, stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun's heart skipped a beat, the smile on his face froze instantly, and the color drained from his face at a visible speed. He could no longer care about maintaining a gentlemanly image. He rushed to the student who had just spoken, grabbed the student by the collar, and demanded sharply, "What did you just say? What do you mean by the Lu family being gone? Explain yourself." The student was initially startled, but seeing the principal and the director of the Xian Shield Bureau nearby, he suddenly became bolder and forcefully broke free from Lu Jun's hand. He shouted, "It means exactly what it says. Your Lu family colluded with a cult, the evidence is irrefutable, and the whole family has been arrested by the Xian Shield Bureau. Your younger brother, Lu Hao, was also killed in the burial grounds instance. It's all in the news, can't you read it yourself?" Boom! It was like being struck by lightning. Lu Jun stood there, stunned, his mind blank, as if the whole world was collapsing and spinning before his eyes. He was still thinking about bringing glory to the family and leading the Lu family to prosperity, but as soon as he came out of the dungeon, you told him that his family was gone? My brother died too? The Everbright family. Famous throughout Yanhuang. Surrounded by beautiful women. These beautiful dreams that were just swirling in my mind shattered instantly, like bubbles. No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lu Jun's voice was hoarse, and he appeared to be insane. He frantically pulled out his phone and, with trembling hands, dialed his father, mother, clan elders, and even his younger brother Lu Hao. No one answered. No one answered at all. With trembling fingers, he opened the news app and entered the keyword Lu family. The next moment, a striking headline popped up on the screen: "The Lu family of Southeast City is suspected of colluding with the Changqing cult. All key members have been apprehended." Ah! Lu Jun let out a beast-like roar, his eyes instantly becoming bloodshot, and he completely broke down. He abruptly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the student from before, his voice booming as if from hell. Who killed my brother?" The student shuddered at his ferocious appearance and instinctively glanced in the direction of Yan Luo and Bai Mancheng. Lu Jun immediately followed the gaze and, upon confirming that it was Yan Luo and Bai Mancheng, both old and new grudges surged into his heart, and a violent killing intent rushed straight to his head. "You killed my brother. I'm going to kill you all." He was overwhelmed by extreme anger and despair, and the energy within him surged uncontrollably, making him want to rush forward and fight to the death without regard for anything else. "Kid. Calm down." At this critical moment, the aged voice from the ring exploded in his mind like thunder. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, a moment of patience brings calm, a step back opens up a vast sky. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Your entire family has been wiped out, but as long as you live, with my abilities, you might be able to grow stronger in the future and avenge your family. But definitely not now. If you make a move now, you'll only be the one who dies. The old man's words were like ice water, extinguishing some of Lu Jun's frenzied rage and restoring a sliver of his reason. Yes, if we act now, we'll definitely be the ones who die. What should I do then? With the Lu family gone, the Shield Bureau will definitely not let me off the hook. Lu Jun roared in despair in his heart. Don't worry, I'm here. The old man's voice carried a hint of urgency. I can take you away. However, the enemy is too powerful, and ordinary methods are simply not enough to escape. You need to temporarily relinquish complete control of your body to me, and let me control your body, in order to have a chance of survival. Otherwise, even if I were incredibly capable, I wouldn't be able to save you. Relinquishing control of one's body? Lu Jun hesitated for a moment. This was a huge risk. But looking at Lin Qingtian, who was glaring at him menacingly, and at the indifferent school leaders, and then thinking of the blood feud that led to the destruction of his family and the tragic death of his younger brother. The will to survive and the thirst for power ultimately overwhelmed everything. As long as I can survive, as long as I can get revenge. Okay. I promise you. Lu Jun roared inwardly, completely giving up resistance and relinquishing control of his body. The next moment, a wisp of black smoke, barely perceptible to the naked eye, quietly drifted out from the ring on his finger and quickly entered his body. Chapter 64 Sudden Change, Eerie Black Mist. Ugh. When the black mist entered Lu Jun's body, he trembled violently and let out a whimper that was difficult to understand. Immediately, his previously devastated and frantic expression turned blank, and then, with an extremely unnatural speed, transformed into a sinister, weathered, and slightly wicked grin. He first chuckled softly, his shoulders shaking, the laughter growing louder and louder until it finally turned into unrestrained, maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, he. That kid finally fell for it. This young and vibrant body has finally come to belong to this old man. At this moment, Lin Xingtian and the surrounding school leaders keenly sensed the drastic change in Lu Jun's aura. That was no longer the impetuous and arrogant student from before, but a deep, sinister, and eerie aura filled with the weight of time. In particular, the ominous black mist that began to spread uncontrollably around them caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Oh no! He's possessed by something. Lin Xingtian shouted sharply, Principal Wang. Evacuate all students immediately. Quickly! Principal Wang Lin and the other senior officials dared not delay and immediately directed the teachers to forcibly disperse the growing number of students who were still watching the commotion and clear the area. Lin Xingtian stepped forward and stood with Yen Luo, Bai Mancheng and others, looking sullenly at Lu Jun, who had already been possessed. At this moment, Lu Jun's eyes were completely filled with blood red, and his body was surrounded by black mist, making him look like a demon from the abyss. He cracked his neck, making a snapping sound, and his scarlet eyes swept over Yen Luo and the others, his voice hoarse and strange. Speaking of which, I should thank you. If you hadn't wiped out his entire family, causing this brat to lose his composure, I truly wouldn't have found such a perfect opportunity to take advantage of his weakness and completely control this body. TSK, how come people are so hard to fool these days? Human nature has really changed. He sighed for a moment, then looked at Lin Xingtian, Yen Luo, and the others, spreading out his hands, which were shrouded in black mist. I can sense that you guys are not simple, but I am not some evil person who indiscriminately kills innocent people. What happened today was purely accidental. How about this, you do me a favor and let me leave, and I promise I won't harm anyone here, how about it? Lin Xingtian snorted coldly, pointing at the black mist that was spreading and even beginning to erode the surrounding flowers and plants. Before you utter these high-sounding words, could you please put away this disgusting black smoke on your body? Lu Jun chuckled, his tone tinged with a roguish charm. That would be too difficult for this old man. This black mist is like the breath you exhale, it is a part of my existence. Can you stop breathing? So, what have you thought about my proposal? After all. His bloodshot eyes swept over the evacuated students in the distance, his tone carrying a clear threat. You don't want these delicate flowers in this school to get hurt, do you? Humph. How arrogant. Lin Xingtian was furious. Want to leave? Ask my fists if they'll allow it. Before he finished speaking, Lin Xingtian burst out with dazzling light, and his figure disappeared from the spot as if he had teleported. The next moment, he appeared next to Lu Jun. With a single punch, the airflow exploded, carrying the terrifying power to shatter mountains and split rocks, heading straight for his chest. However, Lu Jun, who was possessed, remained calm and did not even move his feet. He simply watched Lin Xingtian's fist come hurtling towards him with amusement. Puff! With a muffled thud, Lin Xingtian's fist pierced through Lu Jun's chest without any resistance. However, there was no bloodshed or bones shattering. Lin Xingtian's fist seemed to have struck a thick, cold mist, tightly enveloped by dense black fog. Lu Jun looked down at the fist that had pierced his chest, tilted his head, and let out a hoarse laugh. TSK, that's quite a blinding light. However, your little bit of light cannot penetrate my darkness. Lin Xingtian remained expressionless. With his rich combat experience, he instantly changed his move. He withdrew his right fist and unleashed his left fist with even greater speed and force, like a cannonball, towards Lu Jun's head. Bang! Lu Jun's head exploded like a watermelon. However, a bizarre scene unfolded once again. At the severed neck, there was still no blood or brain matter, only a thicker, churning black mist. Almost the instant his head was smashed, the billowing black mist rapidly condensed and, in the blink of an eye, reshaped a perfectly intact head with a sinister grin. He withstood 2 heavy blows from Lin Xingtian in succession, yet remained completely unharmed. Lin Xingtian's expression turned completely serious. Physical attacks are completely ineffective. This guy can completely elementalize his body, turning it into this strange black mist. Lu Jun proudly shook his newly grown head, letting out a sickening laugh. How about that? Now you know how powerful I am, right? So, it's better for everyone if you obediently make way and let me leave. Otherwise. He paused, and the black mist around him suddenly surged, like a monstrous monster bearing its fangs and claws. A sinister and terrifying aura enveloped the entire area, and his tone became chilling. All the students in this school will die today. Yeah? A clear, bright voice, tinged with a hint of laziness and disdain, suddenly rang out from nowhere. Then why don't you try moving? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Qingtian, who had been looking solemn, instantly breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense body relaxed. Lu Jun, who was possessed, was suddenly startled. His scarlet pupils contracted sharply, and he frantically looked around, trying to find the source of the sound. To his horror, he discovered that he was completely unable to pinpoint the other party's location using his senses. Who's there? Hiding like a coward, get out here now! He shouted sharply, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. The next moment, a slender hand with distinct knuckles reached out from the void without warning, piercing through the barrier of space, and with unparalleled precision, like an iron clamp, grabbed Lu Jun's throat. Well. Lu Jun struggled fiercely, even attempting to transform his body into black mist and escape once more. But to his surprise, he found that no matter how he atomized or deformed, he could not break free from that giant hand even a little bit. He could feel that it wasn't his own body that was being suppressed, but rather that the entire space around him was trapping him in place. It's as if you've been put into an invisible container that perfectly fits your body shape. This is the power of space. Lu Jun had a guess in his mind. The next moment, in Lu Jun's sight, a figure dressed in simple casual clothes, with a handsome face and a playful smile on his lips, stepped out of the void with elegance and composure, as if emerging from the water. It was none other than Yan Luo's protector, the Voidwalker, Ji Linfeng. In his other hand, he leisurely held a cup of what appeared to be freshly brewed hot tea. He glanced at Lu Jun, whom he was holding in his hand, slowly blew on the steam rising from the tea, and spoke in a calm tone. Does he really intend to drag the entire school down with him at every turn? You old codger, you have no dignity, but you talk big. Chapter 65 The Undying Monster. When Lu Jun saw Ji Linfeng appear out of thin air and completely imprison him, the smug smile on his face instantly froze. A transcendent realm expert? And one who has mastered the power of space? He was terrified and couldn't help but curse himself for being incredibly unlucky. Are you kidding me? Why would I encounter someone of this caliber at the gate of a run-down high school? Does this mean that in this day and age, experts at the transcendent realm are commonplace? You can run into them at the gate of any school? At this moment, Ji Linfeng had already walked up to Lu Jun, who was trapped in the space and unable to move. He looked him up and down with curiosity, as if he were examining some new and exotic species. Tisk, I've traveled through various secret realms for so many years, and I've killed at least 8 or 10,000 demons and monsters, but this is the first time I've seen someone like you. Ji Linfeng stroked his chin and asked with great interest, tell me, what are you? The possessed Lu Jun rolled his eyes, trying to bargain, if you just let me go, I'll tell you. Oh? You're trying to negotiate with me? Ji Linfeng raised an eyebrow, a disdainful sneer appearing on his face. Then you can die with your secret. Before he could finish speaking, he casually waved his hand. The next moment, the space that imprisoned Lu Jun seemed to be kneaded and compressed by an invisible hand. Accompanied by a subtle but tooth-grinding sound of spatial distortion, that area, along with Lu Jun, was completely annihilated in the blink of an eye, disappearing without a trace, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Ji Linfeng clapped his hands casually, as if he were just brushing dust off his sleeves. Done. Bai Shuaiying and the other 3 who came out of the instant stood there stunned. Lu Jun is gone just like that? The 3 of them exchanged glances subconsciously. What about all the flattery we've been doing behind his back these past few days, constantly providing him with emotional value and trying to make him happy? For a moment, they all vaguely saw the clown's shadow on each other's faces. Having spent time together before, Lin Qingtian knew that this senior Ji from the Hall of the Azure Sky was incredibly powerful, but at the same time, extremely concerned about saving face. Upon seeing this, he quickly stepped forward, a smile plastered on his face, ready to offer some words of flattery and thank his senior for his help. However, before he could finish speaking, Ji Linfeng flashed and appeared in front of Yan Luo and the others. He slightly raised his chin, a hint of smugness in his eyes, and said to Yan Luo, "How about it, kid? Now you've seen how powerful I am, haven't you? That day in the dungeon, if I hadn't deliberately suppressed my level and held back, you wouldn't have been able to even touch the hem of my clothes, let alone defeat me." Yan Luo looked at his expression, which seemed to be praising her, and the corners of her mouth curved upwards almost imperceptibly. She nodded and said in a flat tone, "Yes, you do have a skill. That's right. I'm telling you. Ji Linfeng was even more pleased to receive a positive reply. But before he could finish speaking, Yan Luo added casually, "But he's only got a skill." "What? What did you say, brat?" Ji Linfeng's eyes widened instantly, feeling that he had been underestimated. Yan Luo ignored his reaction, activated the Demon King's eye, and turned his gaze to the place where the space had just been annihilated. An information panel appeared in front of him. Among these, one piece of information particularly caught Yan Luo's attention. An ancient remnant soul burdened with an immortal curse. Since it's a curse of immortality, how could one possibly die so easily? Yan Luo said calmly, "Didn't you notice? He's not dead at all." "That's impossible." Ji Linfeng categorically denied it. "Under my move, not even a particle will remain." But before he could finish speaking, something unexpected happened. Not far in front of them, on an open space, the space rippled like water, and a thick black mist appeared out of thin air, quickly condensing into shape. It was none other than Lu Jun, who had just been completely annihilated. He stood there unharmed, his face filled with undisguised mockery as he looked at Ji Linfeng. TSK, you don't even have the eye of a little kid. I really don't know what you're trying to prove. Is that all you've got?" Despite saying that, Lu Jun's eyes flashed with surprise and apprehension as he looked at Yan Luo. That brat! How did he discover he wasn't dead? He originally wanted to fake his death and then take the opportunity to run away, but this brat saw through his plan. Damn it! Why are all the people here so abnormal? You! Ji Linfeng was humiliated in front of Yan Luo and Lin Qingtian, and his blood pressure soared. He almost blushed on the spot. He laughed in fury, and said coldly, "Fine. I don't know how you survived the spatial annihilation, but this time, I'll banish you and the space you're in to the endless void. Let's see how you survive then." After saying that, he formed a hand seal, and the spatial power around him fluctuated violently. A larger and deeper spatial vortex formed under Lu Jun's feet, and the terrifying suction force seemed to drag him into an eternal place of exile. With a flash of light, Lu Jun's figure disappeared into the vortex once again, and the spatial vortex closed as well. Ji Linfeng stared intently at that area, his senses fully activated. 1 second, 2 seconds. At the third second, the black mist swirled and condensed again behind and to the side of the group, and Lu Jun's annoying figure and mocking laughter rang out once more. "Ha ha! Still haven't noticed? It's useless. It's useless. Ha 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 ha." Ji Linfeng's expression turned serious, his brows furrowed, and a hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes. He stared intently at the resurrected Lu Jun and slowly asked, "You can be resurrected? You just realized? You idiot! I am immortal. You cannot kill me." Lu Jun spread his arms wide, his posture arrogant. "Well, since you can't do anything to me, why don't you let me leave? That way, we can all save our energy." "Undying? Humph." Ji Linfeng snorted coldly, clearly not believing in such a thing. "I'd like to see how many times you can resurrect before he believes the opponent's resurrection count is infinite." The next moment, he flashed away, using spatial power to its fullest extent. Annihilation. Exile. Tear. Compression. Within a minute, Ji Linfeng used various spatial techniques to kill Lu Jun dozens of times. Each time, make sure to completely destroy it, leaving not even a trace. However, no matter how thoroughly he was destroyed, after a few seconds he would always reappear intact from another direction, with the mocking smile on his face never changing, as if he were watching a farce that had nothing to do with him. The 48th time. Beside Yan Luo, Jiang Qiyu silently counted in her cool voice. After Ji Linfeng crushed Lu Jun, who was halfway through rebuilding, he stopped, his brows furrowed, and his expression became extremely solemn. The continuous high-intensity spatial operations were a considerable burden for him, but more importantly, he had not been able to find the limit of the opponent's resurrection. Lu Jun reassembled himself and laughed triumphantly. "Ah! How about that? Giving up now? I told you long ago, I am immortal. You've just been wasting your energy." He looked at Ji Linfeng, his tone mocking. "Give up, you can't do anything to me." Ji Linfeng's chest heaved slightly as he stared at Lu Jun, then suddenly sneered, "Is that so? I can't kill you? What if I trap you here forever?" His gaze swept across the school gate, as if he were genuinely considering a solution. "I think we should embed you into a cement pillar, then carve you into the shape of a pile of poop, and place it right here at the school gate, so that everyone coming and going can come and see this immortal old monster. What do you think of this idea?" Just then, Principal Wang Lin, who had just finished evacuating the students and was running back breathlessly, heard these words and stumbled, almost falling over. With a pained expression, he quickly stepped forward and pleaded, Senior. You mustn't. Putting a lump of that stuff at the school gate is really bad. Our school is still recruiting students. Chapter 66 The Power of the End. Insulted by Ji Linfeng, Lu Jun's mocking expression finally vanished, replaced by a cold sneer. Since that's the case, then let me show you what true power is. He didn't want to use this power. After all, he had only been awake for a short time, and this little bit of power was accumulated bit by Lu Jun, that silly boy, who had been grinding monsters day and night in the moonlit forest. It can be said that for every monster Lu Jun kills, he secretly extracts 80% of its energy, leaving only 20% for Lu Jun. Otherwise, Lu Jun's level wouldn't be only 2 levels higher than Bai Shuang, who is also an epic level class. However, because Lu Jun's level was too low, even if he extracted power continuously for 7 days, the power he accumulated could only be condensed into a mere drop, which would be gone after one use. That's why he kept trying to extricate himself through negotiation. But now it seems that without using this trump card, there's no way to leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jun no longer hesitated and activated the precious, only remaining drop of primordial power within his body. In an instant, boundless black mist, 10 or even 100 times denser than before, surged out from his body. Unlike the pure black mist before, this time the black mist was entwined and leaping with fine and strange blood-red lightning bolts. The crimson lightning exuded a chilling aura of destruction. When the black mist containing crimson lightning touched the spatial confinement set up by Ji Linfeng, the incomparably sturdy spatial barrier shattered like fragile glass the moment it came into contact with the crimson lightning, without even making a sound, and vanished into nothingness. What? Ji Linfeng looked surprised. He hadn't expected his opponent to have such a method. He refused to believe in evil, and waved his hands repeatedly, instantly forming even stronger spatial barriers and spatial cages, which pressed down on the black mist layer by layer. He even attempted to cut off the entire space filled with black mist and banish it directly into the endless void turbulence. However, it was useless. All useless. His prized spatial power was completely eroded and dissolved without a sound when it came into contact with the black mist containing blood-red lightning, just like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, and it was utterly useless. Ji Linfeng was utterly horrified. What the hell is this? Seeing this, Lu Jun burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha. Power also has different levels. Your level is too low, you're not worthy of being compared to my power at all. Fart. Ji Linfeng angrily retorted, the power of space is one of the most powerful forces in the world, how could it lose to a monster like you? Lu Jun glanced at him with disdain, as if looking at a frog in a well. The power of space is indeed strong, but unfortunately, your application of spatial power is not even at the beginner level. It is crude and full of loopholes. How can you compare with my power? Seeing this from afar, Yulong nodded in realization. Oh, I see. It's because the person is incompetent, not because of the power itself. Principal Wang Lin, who was standing next to him, looked at Yulong in shock. This child, is he really that brave? How dare you make sarcastic remarks at a time like this? Upon hearing this, Ji Linfeng's forehead creased with a few black lines, but unusually, he did not immediately refute it. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you can see. He was well aware that his use of spatial power was only superficial. Even so, it is still the power of space. Not just any random, chaotic force can easily break through it. What exactly is this black mist with its crimson lightning? And what is the origin of this possessed creature? How do you know these secrets? It seems I have yet another reason to arrest you and take you back for questioning. After Ji Linfeng finished speaking, his expression became completely serious. He was no longer as leisurely as before. He casually tossed the teacup in his hand, and the teacup flew precisely towards the head of Yulong, who had just spoken ill of him. Yulong reacted extremely quickly, easily dodging by tilting his head, but still shouted in dissatisfaction, "Hey! You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Ji Linfeng did not respond, because he was already engaged in another fierce battle with Lu Jun. This time, the battle was far more intense than before. Ji Linfeng employed even more ingenious spatial techniques, folding, twisting, cutting, banishing. His offensive was like a raging storm. Lu Jun, on the other hand, relied on the black mist containing crimson lightning and his almost shameless ability to constantly resurrect himself to contend with them. However, after a brief exchange, Ji Linfeng was frustrated to discover that his opponent's actual strength was not that great. If it were just a matter of strength, I could kill him with one finger. But that blood-red black mist that could shatter his spatial power, combined with his indestructible resurrection ability, was like an annoying mosquito buzzing in your ear and constantly biting you, and no matter what you did, you couldn't kill it. This feeling of having no way to use one's strength and being utterly disgusted left Ji Linfeng feeling utterly frustrated. The last time I felt this frustrated was in the deep cavern dungeon, when I was suppressed to level 30 and then instantly killed by Yan Luo. Why am I encountering this weird thing again? Looking at Ji Linfeng's constipated expression, Lu Jun laughed loudly. Kid, you're still a long shot compared to me. Since you won't let me leave, then nobody will have an easy time. We'll all die here. The next moment, Lu Jun roared and unleashed the remaining power within his body without reservation. An even more turbulent black mist surged out like a burst dam, its range expanding rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was about to cover half of the school gate. Its terrifying, world-destroying aura made Principal Wang Lin, Bai Shuang, and others who were watching from afar turn pale. With school buildings and students who had not yet been completely evacuated to a safe distance right behind him, Ji Linfeng's eyes narrowed. He couldn't hide. He pushed his hands forward with all his might, and the immense power of space transformed into a huge, invisible barrier, forcefully resisting the surging tide of black mist. However, just as Ji Linfeng was doing his best to resist the black mist that seemed to be the final blow, Lu Jun, who had been so aggressive and seemed ready to die with his enemies, suddenly withdrew all his aura and disappeared from the spot. At this moment, Lu Jun's figure had already transformed into a wisp of black mist and was drifting in the opposite direction from Ji Linfeng and the others. Let's go. If we don't run now, we really won't be able to escape. Lu Jun thought to himself, and then pushed his speed to the limit. However, just before fleeing, he turned his gaze to Yan Luo, who remained standing still. This kid was able to see through my resurrection ability at a glance. He's definitely suspicious. It's a pity I didn't have the chance, otherwise I really wanted to capture him and study him properly. Just as Lu Jun was still feeling a little regretful. Why is this kid looking over here? Lu Jun was taken aback. Suddenly, Yan Luo, standing in the distance, turned his deep eyes toward him. It was as if they had already known his location. Did he spot me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Jun preferred to believe it was a coincidence rather than believe that he had been seen through by this kid once again. He defiantly changed direction in mid-air. The next moment, Yan Luo's gaze followed his movement and moved over. Lu Jun fell silent. Is it a coincidence once, or twice? Just then, he saw Yan Luo shake his head slightly, seemingly sigh softly, and then slowly raise a finger in the direction he had fled. What's this kid up to? For some reason, Lu Jun felt a sudden tightness in his chest. There were no earth-shattering energy fluctuations, nor any complex and mysterious incantations. A tiny, highly refined black-red ray, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, silently shot out from Yan Luo's fingertip. The ray wasn't fast. In fact, it could be described as slow. But it seemed to ignore the distance and space, and as soon as it appeared, it locked onto the black mist that Lu Jun had transformed into. And at the very moment those black and red rays appeared, a primal, deepest fear, originating from the very core of his soul, washed over Lu Jun like ice water. He sensed the aura of that power. That is the end of all things, a sign of the end of everything. Lu Jun immediately felt a chill run down his spine, and his soul seemed to tremble. He whirled around, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, his face filled with horror and disbelief, and screamed. The power of the end? Chapter 67: The Soul-Devouring Shadow Clan. Watching the black mist flee for its life, Yan Luo sighed. He originally thought that this protector from the Sky Palace could easily solve all the troubles, but in the end, he still had to take action himself. This protector seems a bit incompetent. Or should I apply for a return from the Alliance later? However, this is a good opportunity to test out the newly acquired power. An immortality curse? Deep within Yan Luo's eyes, the perspective of the end of all things quietly activated. In his vision, the world lost its color, with countless gray lines crisscrossing, signifying the end. Then, he instantly locked onto the black mist that was frantically fleeing. I just don't know if you're really immortal? Yan Luo calmly raised her hand and extended one finger. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only a black-red ray, condensed to the extreme and seemingly capable of devouring all light and hope, silently shot out from the fingertip. The ray, though seemingly slow, appeared to transcend the constraints of time and space. As soon as it appeared, it began to meander along that invisible deadline toward Lu Jun. When Lu Jun realized that this power was actually the power of the end, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. How is that possible? How could anyone in this era possibly be able to wield the power of the end? Not good. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. He tried to change direction, but to his despair he found that the black and red rays seemed to be locked onto him by causality. No matter how he moved and dodged, the trajectory of death followed him like a shadow and was getting closer and closer. As the ray of death was about to strike, the ancient remnant soul finally broke down completely and could no longer hold on. He manipulated Lu Jun's body to suddenly turn back, instantly appearing on an open space not far from Yan Luo. Lin Xingtian, who was standing to the side, thought that he was going to take desperate measures and attack Yan Luo and the others. His energy surged instantly, and he was about to intercept him. However, what happened next left everyone speechless. Lu Jun manipulated his body, and with a thud, he knelt down on the ground, his hands raised high, his voice shrill and distorted with fear. I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me. I surrender. Please take that thing back. I beg you. Lu Jun's series of shameless and smooth surrender actions stunned Lin Xingtian and Ji Linfeng, who had just arrived. The two had tried every means to deal with their troublesome enemy, but Yan Luo only raised a finger and the enemy was so frightened that he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Ji Linfeng even subconsciously had a thought, could this be a trap set up by Yan Luo just to show off in front of me? This is just too outrageous. Beside Bai Manqing, Bai Shuang, who witnessed the whole process, was so shocked that her mouth was slightly open, and her clear eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. Am I really not dreaming? Yan Luo, who awakened a low-level profession. How did he do it? Why did the enemy, whom even the powerful space-type senior and the director of the Xian Shield Bureau couldn't defeat, collapse and surrender before even touching him with a single finger? Looking at Yan Luo's profile, which remained calm and composed throughout, Bai Shuang felt a moment of disorientation. Even though they've only been apart for 7 days, why do both my sister and Yan Luo seem so unfamiliar and powerful? Yan Luo looked at Lu Jun, who was kneeling and begging for mercy, and asked in a calm tone, aren't you immortal? If that's the case, what are you afraid of? Lu Jun raised his head, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, immortality? In the face of the end, what true immortality is there? That is a power that can bring about the end of all things and reduce all concepts to nothingness. If that thing touches me, I'm absolutely dead. Not even a trace will be left. Listening to their conversation, Ji Linfeng looked at Yan Luo with a questioning gaze and muttered under his breath, the power of the end? Where did this kid get this incredible ability? I've never seen him use it before. Could it be that he's gotten stronger in just a few days? Although Lin Xingtian was equally shocked, as the director of the Xian Shield Bureau, he was even more vigilant. He strode to Yan Luo's side and whispered, Yan Luo, we can't accept him so easily. You can't trust these guys with their dubious origins and billowing black smoke. Who knows if his surrender is feigned and he harbors malicious intentions? Upon hearing this, Lu Jun retorted with dissatisfaction, hey! That's racism. My race is born looking like this, so what if it's billowing black smoke? Ji Linfeng seized the opportunity and immediately pressed, race? What race are you? Lu Jun shook his head, I don't know. He genuinely didn't know. As an ancient remnant soul with severely missing memories, he couldn't even remember his specific name, let alone his exact race. Ji Linfeng, however, thought he was pretending to be stupid and was immediately furious, you've already surrendered, what are you pretending for? Lu Jun immediately retorted, that's none of your business. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? If this young man hadn't been here, I would have run away long ago. You, a mere transcendent realm cultivator, are truly the worst I've seen since I awakened. You're not even as good as a junior. You're asking for it. Ji Linfeng's forehead veins throbbed, and he almost made another move. At the critical juncture of the argument, Yan Luo, who had been observing silently, spoke up again. The soul-devouring shadow clan. The simple 5 words stunned both Ji Linfeng, who was initially angry, and Lu Jun, who was mocking him. Ji Linfeng's anger was instantly replaced by astonishment. He looked at Yan Luo uncertainly and asked, What did you say? Yan Luo's gaze calmly fell on Lu Jun, and he repeated, you are a member of the soul-devouring shadow clan. The soul-devouring shadow clan? Ji Linfeng frowned, frantically searching his mind for the unfamiliar name. As a powerful figure in the Sky Palace, he possessed extensive knowledge and was familiar with the lineages of humans, demons, and even some rare alien races. However, the name Soul-Devouring Shadow Clan was completely unfamiliar to him, and he had no recollection of it whatsoever. Does this race exist among the demon race? At this moment, Lu Jun, who was kneeling on the ground, also looked completely bewildered. He genuinely meant when he said he didn't know his fragmented memories contained no clear information about his own race. But the moment he heard the name of the soul-devouring Shadow Clan, a faint and elusive sense of familiarity inexplicably arose from the depths of his soul, as if a long-sealed mark had been gently touched. This feeling, could it be? He had a vague feeling that what Yen Luo said might be true. But the next second, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide, staring intently at Yen Luo, his face filled with incomprehension and disbelief. Etc. Something I didn't even know myself. How did you know? Chapter 68 The Curse of Immortality. Ji Linfeng's Envy. Lu Jun looked at Yen Luo in disbelief, feeling that all of this was simply too outrageous. First, he was able to see through his own secret of immortality, then he unleashed the legendary power of the End, and now he has directly revealed the origins of his race that he himself had forgotten. Such extraordinary performance is something that an ordinary earthling boy could never possess. For a moment, Lu Jun's gaze towards Yen Luo became extremely strange, and a bold idea uncontrollably popped into his head. Could he also be some ancient monster from a bygone era, possessed and reborn? It definitely is. Otherwise, there's simply no way to explain it. How could a mere kid from Earth possibly know the secrets of the soul-devouring Shadow Clan, and even be able to wield the forbidden power of the End? Thinking about it this way, Lu Jun suddenly felt enlightened, and all the frustration and disbelief he had felt before found a reasonable explanation. It's not shameful to lose to a big shot of the same level, or even someone older. He secretly comforted himself, and his mood inexplicably relaxed a lot. He even had a subtle sense of relief, as if he realized that it wasn't that he was too bad at the game, but that the other party had also opened a shop. Seeing the relaxed expression that suddenly appeared on Lu Jun's face, as if he had figured something out, Lin Qingtian, Ji Linfeng and the others were a little puzzled, but they obviously had more important questions at the moment. Unable to contain his curiosity, Ji Linfeng asked again, "Hey, is your ability to constantly resurrect also a talent of your soul-devouring Shadow Clan?" The thought of the other party's shameless ability to be killed no matter what made him envious and jealous couldn't help but reveal a glint of envy and hatred in his eyes. Infinite resurrection. If you combine that with your unparalleled speed, wouldn't you be able to leap freely in the sea and fly freely in the sky? Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun shook his head, his tone tinged with complexity. No. He paused, as if recalling that long and painful experience, and slowly said, "The reason I can keep resurrecting and remain immortal is because I have been cursed with immortality." Yen Luo had already glimpsed the truth through the Demon King's eye, so he was not surprised. But Lin Qingtian, Ji Linfeng, Yen Luo's relatives, Bai Shuang, and others all showed expressions of shock. An immortality curse? Ji Linfeng repeated in surprise, "There's such a thing?" But then his eyes lit up. But then again, this doesn't seem like such a bad thing, does it? We can't kill them even if we try. Thinking back to how he had tried everything but his opponent kept coming back to life, he couldn't help but feel even more jealous. If this thing is really a curse, where did you get it? Give me one too. He shouted, half jokingly and half seriously. However, he quickly realized a problem. What kind of terrifying being could grant others the ability to be immortal? He couldn't imagine, at least not in his knowledge, that any powerful person could do that. Looking at the expressions on their faces, a mixture of surprise, envy, and even a hint of longing, Lu Jun couldn't help but sneer, his laughter filled with bitterness and mockery. "You really think this is a good thing? Otherwise what?" Ji Linfeng countered with a question. Lu Jun raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through time and space, returning to that endless river of painful years, his voice carrying a deep-seated weariness and desolation. "When your soul is torn into a million pieces, you will forever remain in a state of confusion and incompleteness. When you are in endless time, you can only watch helplessly as your strength slowly slips away, and your memories become chaotic and forgotten. When you're like a pathetic, lost soul forever lingering on the edge of a grave, unable to find peace or truly exist, wanting to die but unable to, with no way to survive. You will then realize that this kind of immortality is never a blessing, but the cruelest punishment." As they listened to his description and briefly imagined the scene, a chill ran down their spines. That is indeed more terrifying than direct death. So, who placed this curse of immortality on you? Ji Linfeng couldn't help but ask, what did you do to be cursed with such a vicious curse? How much hatred must there be? Lu Jun shook his head blankly, a bitter look on his face. "My soul is already shattered, I've even forgotten my own name and race, how could I remember such a thing?" Perhaps, if I can find the other lost fragments of my soul in the future, I might be able to regain my past memories. Having learned the whole story, Ji Linfeng looked at Yen Luo. So, what should we do with this guy? Since the person was under Yen Luo's control, he could decide what to do with him. After a moment's thought, Yen Luo made a decision. I can accept you. Yen Luo. Lin Qingtian spoke up, his face still showing worry, wanting to dissuade him again. Yen Luo raised her hand to signal them to calm down, and looked calmly at Lu Jun. However, you have to sign this. As he spoke, a thought flashed through his mind, and the dark golden, Demon King contract, exuding a profound, majestic, and ominous aura, reappeared in his hand. Upon seeing this contract, everyone except Bai Shuaying's expression changed slightly. Lin Qingtian hurriedly asked, Yen Luo, your contract ability, isn't it only effective on humans, but also on other races? Yen Luo shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of inquiry. I don't know. So, I was just thinking of giving it a try. His gaze fell on Lu Jun again. Sign it, and I'll let you go and allow you to follow me. Looking at the contract, Lu Jun felt extremely unwilling. He could sense that this thing was definitely not simple, and if he signed it, he would probably lose all his freedom. But, if we don't sign, we'll face the terrifying power of the end, and be annihilated, body and soul. Faced with an absolute threat to his life, he had no choice. I'll sign. He gritted his teeth, controlling Lu Jun's body, and with great difficulty stretched out his fingers to touch the Demon King's contract. But when I signed it, I was still a little relieved. I was signing it using Lu Jun's body, so maybe the contract would only affect him and not me. The instant fingertips touched the contract. Buzz! A vast magical power surged from the contract. Lu Jun trembled violently, his pupils suddenly contracting to their maximum size. This power. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before? A long time ago. He tried hard to recall, but his memory was too fragmented, and he couldn't remember exactly what it was or where he had seen it before. However, the Demon King's contract gave him no time to reflect or struggle. The immense and pure magic power, like a burst dam, completely enveloped him, forming a dark cocoon of light from which came a sickening energy hiss and violent fluctuations at the soul level. The transformation has begun. Chapter 69 Black Duke. Reborn. When that vast and pure magic completely enveloped Lu Jun, he felt this familiar power transforming his soul and body. The first thing to change was his soul. As an ancient, fragmented soul, he lacked memories, his power was almost gone, and his soul essence was like a candle in the wind, on the verge of being completely extinguished. However, at this moment, the magic power summoned by the Demon King's contract flowed into his broken soul like a life-giving spring. Like a gentle rain after a long drought, it nourished his parched soul with remarkable efficiency, repairing the cracks and gaps caused by time and trauma, and even beginning to fill in the completely missing parts. Although returning to his prime is still a long way off, the sense of incompleteness that lingers deep in his soul and keeps him in a daze is being rapidly healed. A long-lost feeling of wholeness and fulfillment welled up in his heart, almost making him cry tears of joy. Next comes the complete reconstruction of the body. Although Lu Jun's original physical body possessed the potential of an epic-level profession, its compatibility with his remnant soul from the ancient soul-devouring Shadow Clan was extremely low. It was like a child being forcibly put on a heavy and ill-fitting suit of armor, which not only made his movements sluggish but also made it difficult for him to unleash even 1/10,000th of his true power. At this moment, under the miraculous power of magic, this physical body began to undergo a tremendous transformation. The skeleton was meticulously and precisely adjusted to its optimal structure, and the meridians were forcibly widened and reshaped to accommodate more energy flow. The entire body was being forcibly transformed into the perfect form most suitable for the survival and combat of the soul-devouring Shadow Clan at a speed visible to the naked eye. This newborn body was no longer just a temporary vessel, but truly became an extension of his soul, connected by blood and as easy to use as his own arm, as if this was his original form. However, just when he thought the transformation should be complete, under the continuous cleansing of that magic, the immortal curse attached to the soul's origin melted and disintegrated as quickly as ice and snow under the sun. Finally, it was even forcibly reversed and assimilated, turning into the purest primordial nourishment, which in turn further nourished his newborn soul and body. No, the curse of immortality has disappeared? It's really gone. When he clearly felt the invisible yet heavy shackles deep within his soul, which had made him unable to live or die, completely shatter, he let out an incredulous, ecstatic shout from his heart. He originally thought he was just jumping from one cage into another where he might lose his freedom, but he never expected that what awaited him would be a miraculous turn of events, a true rebirth. As the magic that enveloped him slowly dissipated, the person who reappeared before everyone was no longer the same Lu Jun. Instead, there was an elderly man with a dignified face and sharp, hawk-like eyes. His hairstyle was impeccable, combed back, with not a single strand of silver-gray hair out of place. He was tall and strong, exuding a steadfast and unyielding spirit that had endured many hardships. He was dressed in a simple black robe with dark gold embroidered patterns along the edges. There was an undercurrent of energy emanating from him, giving people a feeling of unfathomable depth, yet also a strange sense of reliability. If one hadn't witnessed the entire transformation process firsthand, no one would have been able to connect the imposing old man before them with the previously possessed and seemingly insane Lu Jun. Bai Shuaing stood there in shock, her red lips slightly parted, almost unable to speak. From the moment the group started talking about the soul-devouring shadow clan, the undying curse, and the power of the end, she felt like she was listening to gibberish. Now, witnessing Yen Luo transform a living person into a completely different being as if she were a creator, makes her feel that her worldview has been completely overturned, crushed, and then forcibly reassembled in a completely unfamiliar way. Is this still the world she knows? Who exactly is Yen Luo? At this moment, Lu Jun slowly raised his hands, feeling his soul as complete and fulfilled as never before, feeling this newborn body that perfectly matched him and was full of surging power, feeling the ease and freedom after the curse that had plagued him for eternity had completely dissipated. He suddenly looked up, his gaze burning as he looked at Yen Luo, who had given him all of this. That look in his eyes was like a lost ship that had been adrift in endless darkness and cold for thousands of years finally seeing a lighthouse to guide its way, filled with indescribable gratitude, awe, and fervor. If I had known earlier that joining forces with a powerful figure, no, joining forces with a lord would bring such enormous benefits, why would I have bothered with all this trouble just now? Why are you still running? A strange sense of relief welled up inside him. The reason he lingered on his deathbed and went to great lengths was to find his remaining soul, break free of the curse, and rebuild his body in order to truly be resurrected. And all of this, Yen Luo bestowed upon him with every gesture. He took a deep breath, suppressing his turbulent emotions, and strode forward. Without hesitation, he knelt on one knee before Yen Luo, his head bowed deeply. His voice trembled slightly with excitement, yet it was firm and powerful, echoing in the silent schoolgate. I have spent half my life wandering aimlessly, only regretting that I have never met a wise ruler. Today, having met my lord, I realize how vast the world is. I am deeply grateful for your kindness in not abandoning me, granting me new life, lifting my curse, mending my broken soul, and forging my body. This grace is like being reborn. If you do not abandon me, I am willing to serve you as my lord, and from this day forward I will be loyal to you forever. This sudden change in style and the declaration of loyalty left Lin Qingtian and Ji Linfeng looking at each other in bewilderment, both momentarily speechless. The ancient ghost who was fighting to the death and was full of cunning just a moment ago has suddenly transformed into a loyal old minister. This change happened way too fast. Bai Shuaing was stunned, feeling that her understanding had been repeatedly crushed today. Faced with this sudden show of loyalty, Yen Luo simply nodded calmly and said indifferently, "Get up." The old man rose as instructed, stood respectfully with his hands at his sides, and adopted a humble posture. Yen Luo looked at him, as if remembering something, and said, "Now that you have become my kin, you should have your own name." The name Lu Jun has faded into the past. The old man immediately bowed, "Please bestow a name upon me, master." After a moment's thought, Yen Luo said, "Your origin is darkness, and your soul has become stronger through trials and tribulations, so let's call you Black Duke." Black Knight. The old man repeated it softly, a hint of satisfaction and agreement flashing in his eyes, and bowed again, "Thank you for bestowing this name upon me, master. Black Duke will certainly live up to this name." Then, Yen Luo seemed to remember something and asked, "What about the original Lu Jun?" Black Duke respectfully replied, "Reporting to master, during the transformation just now, while that power was reshaping my soul and body, it also refined and fused with my feigned consciousness. Now, this body and soul have completely belonged to me. Lu Jun has completely disappeared from this world." Upon hearing this, Yen Luo stopped asking questions and activated the Demon King's Eye to examine Black Duke's new class panel. Chapter 70 The Grand Duke of Soul Prison. Real name, Black Duke. Race, Soul-Devouring Shadow Clan. Class, Grand Duke of Soul Prison. Quality, Legendary. Level, 10. Professional talent, Soul-Devouring Shadow Body. Effect, can transform the body into a soul-devouring black mist containing crimson lightning. In this form, it is immune to the vast majority of physical attacks. Black mist and blood lightning have extremely strong resistance to energy and have corrosive and ablative effects. Professional talent, Infernal Prison. Within the body lies a self-contained infernal soul prison, which can be used to imprison and confine the souls of the defeated. The imprisoned souls will be continuously burned and tortured by the soul prison fire, and their memories, knowledge, and even the source of their power will be slowly absorbed and analyzed by Black Duke. The quantity and quality of souls in the soul prison will directly amplify Black Duke's soul power and some of his basic attributes. The imprisoned souls will continuously generate soul power and resentment, which will restore Black Duke's energy, nourish his soul, and enhance the power of his soul-type skills. Professional skill, return of 10,000 souls to prison. Effect, instantly absorbs all the soul power currently imprisoned in the boundless soul prison, and transfers it to oneself. This allows Black Duke to temporarily transform into a colossal demon god for a period of time. In the demon god phantom state, all attributes are greatly enhanced based on the quantity and quality of the souls absorbed, and all attacks are imbued with soul attack effects. Once the duration ends or the effect is actively cancelled, the absorbed soul power will instantly detonate, causing massive soul explosion damage over a very large surrounding area based on the total strength of the absorbed souls. Class skill, Soul Prison Chains. Effect, summons several jet black soul chains imbued with crimson lightning, which shoot towards the enemy. The chains have a dual binding effect on both the physical body and the soul. Once entangled, they will greatly restrict the enemy's movement. Enemies hit by the shackles will not only have their movements restricted, but their souls will also be connected to the infernal soul prison, suffering the torment of soul burning continuously, and having their soul power and life force continuously drained to nourish Black Duke. If the enemy's life force or mental will is reduced to a certain level, their soul can be directly dragged out of their body and imprisoned in the soul prison. Class skill, Shadow Soul Guard. Temporarily release powerful souls imprisoned in the boundless soul prison, to create up to 2 Shadow Soul Guards with some of their original combat instincts and skills. Shadow Guardians are immune to physical attacks and have high resistance to energy attacks. Its strength and duration of existence depend on the quality of the core soul that constitutes it, and it inherits some of the special abilities it possessed in its previous life. When the Shadow Guardian is destroyed, it will return to the soul prison, bringing back fragments of memories of the injuries it sustained. It can actively detonate the Shadow Soul Guard, causing a shadow explosion damage based on its core soul strength in a small surrounding area, and leaving behind a brief area of slowing and soul interference. Very capable. This wasn't Yan Luo's assessment, but rather the exclamation of Lin Qingtian and Ji Linfeng, who couldn't help but peek over the shoulder. They almost simultaneously exclaimed in amazement. Lin Qingtian said with a solemn expression, immune to most physical attacks and able to erode energy attacks, this soul-devouring shadow body is simply a nightmare for most combat professions. Not to mention the growth potential of the boundless soul prison, and the explosive power of the 10,000 souls returned to prison. Legendary level, truly deserving of the title. Ji Linfeng stroked his chin, looking at He Ju with a complicated expression, then glanced at Yan Luo, to be able to transform a remnant soul into this level of combat power. Yan Luo, you're a real monster. Meanwhile, Principal Wang Lin gradually recovered from his shock. He now finally understood why the Alliance had sent Counselor Bai Zhe to specifically meet with Yan Luo. The smile on his face never disappeared, his mouth was practically stretched to his ears. If his previous belief that Yan Luo could become the top scorer in the college entrance examination was somewhat exaggerated and based on expectation, now he truly and without a doubt believes that Yan Luo is the top scorer in the Yanhuang safe zone this year. This year is a year of great progress for our Beihua High School. Principal Wang Lin felt an overwhelming surge of excitement and pride when he thought of this. Seeing that the group was still marveling at Black Duke's interface, immersed in shock and amazement, Principal Wang Lin had to check the time, step forward, and cautiously remind them, everyone, the college entrance examination is approaching, shouldn't we go to school? His reminder brought everyone back to their senses. Lin Qingtian slapped his forehead. I was so focused on dealing with this unexpected situation that I almost forgot about the important matter. Ji Linfeng looked at the group of people in front of him. A demon king named Yan Luo who is unfathomable and can transform legendary level familiars at will. For legendary level companions, all exceeding level 30. A newly promoted, mysteriously powerful, legendary Grand Duke of Soul Prison, Black Duke. There was also a quiet girl with silver eyes, Zhang Qiwei, who held a strange black umbrella and made him feel uneasy. He was speechless for a moment, his lips twitched, and he muttered to himself, with your lineup, what's the point of taking the college entrance exam? You'd probably be qualified to go to a secret realm. Isn't this bullying a child? It's truly enviable, no, it's utterly shameful. Thinking of Yan Luo and the others' behavior in the deep cave dungeon, Ji Linfeng seemed to have already foreseen the tragic fate of other candidates in this year's college entrance examination dungeon, and couldn't help but mourn for them for 0.1 seconds. Those students taking the college entrance exam this year are probably going to suffer a lot. Lin Qingtian nodded in agreement, his tone tinged with sympathy, but more so with anticipation for a good show. Let's go. Yan Luo spoke calmly and took the lead in walking into the campus. Black Duke immediately followed silently, like the most loyal old butler, falling half a step behind Yan Luo. Bai Manqing, Lin Wanqing, and others followed closely behind. The group passed through the school gate and, guided by Principal Wang Lin, arrived at the bustling, tense, and expectant dungeon teleportation hall. Inside the hall, countless students waiting to enter the college entrance examination instance curiously observed the team accompanied by the director of the Xian Shield Bureau and a powerful figure with unfathomable aura. Their gazes lingered especially on Bai Manqing, Lin Wanqing, and Zhang Qiyue, who possessed outstanding temperament and stunning beauty. Ignoring the various gazes around him, Yan Luo walked straight to the designated teleportation array. A light shone, and the portal to this year's martial arts exam instance slowly opened. Let's go inside. Yan Luo said calmly and stepped into the portal first. He Ju, Bai Manqing, Lin Wanqing, Yulong, Chen Junyu, and Zhang Qiyue followed without hesitation, their figures disappearing into the teleportation portal one by one. Chapter 71. Entering the college entrance examination dungeon. You're very brave. After entering the teleportation portal of the college entrance examination instance, the brief feeling of weightlessness disappeared, and Yan Luo and his group appeared on an enormous city-edge square. The square is paved with thick, bluish-gray stone slabs, and a towering skyscraper stands at its edge, high enough to overlook the entire vast and silent examination city. This is one of the martial arts exam preparation sites. There are 10 similar preparation sites in different locations throughout the city. The martial arts exam will officially begin shortly, and all candidates will enter the city from their assigned preparation points. Non-examinees, such as teachers or staff, can enter the adjacent building and watch the exam process through the city-wide surveillance system. A huge screen will also display the scores and rankings of all examinees in real time. The Beihua High School team was assigned to a specific area of the square. The surrounding area was bustling with noise. Some of the students, who were participating in such a grand event for the first time, were excited and overjoyed, while others were nervous and uneasy. Class teachers are making the most of the last moments to give their students detailed instructions and reminders. As for Yan Luo and the others, Principal Wang Lin was personally in charge. Principal Wang Lin took out a bound notebook, opened it, and found detailed information on the epic and legendary geniuses who had awakened throughout the Yanhuang safe zone this year. These materials are not classified. They are compiled by an organization every year and are basically open and transparent. I reckon your information has been reviewed by top students from other schools as well. Principal Wang Lin smiled and handed the notes to Yan Luo, saying, "Take a look, just keep it in mind. Of course, I don't think these people pose a threat to you." Yan Luo took the notebook, skipped over the pages that recorded the epic-level geniuses, and glanced at the introductions of the 9 legendary-level geniuses. But he only glanced at it casually before handing the notebook back to the principal. Compared to these obvious rivals, he was more concerned about whether there were any good seedlings in this test center, which gathered a large number of young elites from the Yanhuang safe zone, who were qualified enough to become new dependents. The more followers you have, the more abyss magic you can gain daily through tyrannical rule. Accumulating magic power is meaningless only by continuously using it to transform familiars. Can one maximize their strength and value like a snowball rolling downhill? With a thought, the Demon King's eye quietly activated, and Yan Luo's vision began to flow through the information panels of countless examinees around him, filtering potential targets as if scanning them. However, during the scan, Yan Luo's gaze paused slightly, then a faint smile appeared on his lips as he spoke with a hint of mockery. Our college entrance exams are really well organized now. Even the demon race has been invited to participate? Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Lin Qingtian thought Yan Luo was remarking on the scale of the examination hall and was about to agree. However, upon hearing the second half of the sentence, the smile on his face instantly froze, turning into extreme solemnity and shock and anger. Not only him, but also Ji Linfeng, Principal Wang Lin, and Bai Manqing and other relatives beside him all changed their expressions and tensed up instantly. No one doubted Yan Luo's judgment. The moment he said, "There are demons," everyone immediately went into a state of high alert. You saw a demon? Where? Lin Qingtian lowered his voice, his sharp gaze sweeping over the surging crowd like that of a hawk. Just as Yan Luo was about to point out the location, a deeper smile appeared on her lips, and she said with a hint of mockery, "No need to look anymore, he came on his own." What? Lin Qingtian and the others looked surprised. Logically speaking, if demons sneak in, they should at least try to keep a low profile and reduce their presence, let alone dare to come to our doorstep. This demon, is it out of its mind? Upon hearing this, the group subtly adjusted their positions, their eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Soon, they noticed a commotion coming from the crowd not far away. The crowd automatically parted to make way for them. A young man with short, sharp hair and dressed in simple combat gear strode out from the crowd. His eyes were sharp as knives, completely ignoring the curious and surprised glances from those around him. He fixed his gaze on Yen Luo with an aggressive and fierce fighting spirit, as if he were looking at a prey that he was determined to get. "You are Yen Luo?" He spoke, his voice loud and clear, carrying an undeniable domineering air. "My name is Chu Xiao." Chu Xiao? That name sounds familiar. Idiot. Do you have the memory of a fish? Wasn't his information in the file that was just sent in the class group? He's one of the 9 people in our Yanhuang safe zone who awakened a legendary profession this year. Ah. It's him. That's the legendary Chu Xiao? What an imposing aura. I never expected him to go directly to Yen Luo. Yen Luo? Is that the big shot who first opened up the burial ground? Hiss. It's only just begun, and the tension is already so high? Who is stronger between these two? I don't know, but it feels like this is going to be interesting. What's the show? This is only happening outside the exam hall. If you run into these two inside, you should just run. Otherwise, they might just wipe you out in a second from the aftershock of their fight. Amidst the murmurs, Chu Xiao completely ignored the stares around him. He grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth, and continued, "I heard you're quite strong, and you even opened up the burial grounds first. But I'm telling you, the reason you were able to get the first clear wasn't because you're better than me, but because I went to the hidden dungeon. Otherwise, I would definitely have gotten the first clear." He leaned forward slightly, pressing close to Yen Luo, and said, word by word. "Listen, Yen Luo. I will find you after we enter the instance. You are my prey. No one can take you away from me. I will let everyone know that you only deserve to be trampled under my feet." After uttering those harsh words, Chu Xiao gave Yen Luo a cold, mocking smile, then turned to leave, his posture extremely arrogant. However, just as he took a step, Yen Luo's calm yet undeniably powerful voice rang out behind him. "You think you can just show off and leave, huh? I have to say, you're very bold. Are you trying to play the blind spot trick, or are you just too engrossed in your persona? You think that by provoking me so openly, no one will suspect your true identity, is that it?" Chu Xiao abruptly stopped, turned around abruptly, his pupils contracted slightly, almost imperceptibly, and shouted sharply, "I don't know what nonsense you're spouting." "Have no idea?" Yen Luo sneered, his eyes suddenly becoming incredibly deep and majestic. The next moment, a vast and terrifying aura, as boundless as an abyss and as terrifying as a prison, erupted from Yen Luo's center. The Demon King's domineering aura. This wasn't a targeted attack aimed at the entire arena, rather, it was precisely and without reservation directed entirely at Chu Xiao alone. Thump! Under the horrified gazes of hundreds of people around him, Chu Xiao, the legendary genius who had just been so arrogant and domineering, had no chance to resist. His knees buckled, and he collapsed heavily onto the hard bluestone floor as if crushed by Mount Tai. The dull thud of the knee hitting the ground was clearly heard by everyone who was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The entire edge of the square fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Everyone who witnessed this scene, whether students or teachers, gaped, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, their minds completely blank. Legendary genius Chu Xiao. Yen Luo, in a single glance. He was forced to kneel? Chapter 72 The Heart-Eating Demon Returns. The sudden scene before their eyes plunged the entire exam preparation center square into an eerie silence, followed by an uncontrollable uproar. What happened? Chu Xiao, why did he kneel down? The weaker students had no idea what was going on. They looked at each other blankly. How did this legendary genius, who was so aggressive just a moment ago, claiming he would trample Yen Luo under his feet, suddenly kneel down before Yen Luo? The scene changed so quickly that it caught everyone off guard. Meanwhile, the perceptive teachers and some of the stronger students all looked at Yen Luo with solemn expressions, their hearts churning with turmoil. They could vaguely sense that fleeting yet terrifying pressure, as chilling as a prehistoric beast. With just his aura, he forced a legendary professional to his knees. What a monster! Many teachers secretly resolved that they must immediately instruct their students to avoid Yen Luo and his team once they enter the instance. This is not something an ordinary student can handle. If you are not careful and get involved, you may not even know how you died. At this moment, Chu Xiu, who was being pressed to his knees by the Demon King's overbearing aura, had a face as red as a pig's liver, and his pupils trembled violently with extreme horror. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? How can this guy be so strong? He was screaming wildly in his heart. This power was completely beyond his comprehension. Yan Luo walked calmly to him, step by step, looking down at him with a calm yet piercingly cold gaze. Your idea is good, playing the blind spot trick. But unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong person. Xu Xiu gritted his teeth, forced himself to lift his head, and growled in a low voice, his voice trembling with fear, I don't know what nonsense you're spouting. Let me tell you, this is a college entrance exam preparation site. The exam hasn't even started yet, and you're attacking me here. Aren't you afraid of being held accountable by the league? Accountability? Yan Luo's lips curled into a cold smile. The rules of the alliance are made for humans, not for demons. His gaze was sharp as a knife, fixed on Xu Xiu's face, and he asked, word by word. Am I right? Xu Xiu's body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning, and his inner panic instantly reached its peak. How could he possibly have figured it out? That's impossible. My disguise was flawless. Seeing that he didn't speak, Yan Luo was too lazy to waste any more words and turned to Lin Xingtian and the others, saying, find a room and interrogate him. Lin Xingtian nodded immediately, his expression serious, understood, leave this to me. Several people immediately stepped forward, intending to lift Xu Xiu, who was slumped on the ground like a lump of mud, and take him away. Just then, teachers from Xu Xiu's school and leaders from the college entrance examination pilot program arrived after hearing the news. Upon seeing the scene, they sternly questioned, what's going on? The exam is about to begin. What are you doing? A glimmer of hope immediately rose in Xu Xiu's eyes, thinking he was saved. However, Lin Xingtian directly revealed his identity, saying in a deep voice, I am Lin Xingtian, the director of the Southeast City Xian Shield Bureau. This person is suspected of being connected to demons. I need to interrogate him immediately. It's related to demons? Upon hearing this, the leaders' and teachers' expressions changed drastically. Have demons infiltrated the college entrance examination sites? This is absolutely a momentous event that could shake the heavens. Keep in mind that there are millions of college entrance exam takers here. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, no one dared to obstruct it any further. On the contrary, the leaders in charge of the college entrance examination were very cooperative and took the initiative to arrange a quiet and soundproof room for Lin Xingtian and others, specifically for interrogation. The glimmer of hope that had just ignited in Xu Xiu's eyes was instantly extinguished, replaced by utter despair. Damn it! Why is the director of the Shield Bureau here? Under the watchful eyes of countless people, some surprised, some fearful, and some curious, Xu Xiu was dragged away by Lin Xingtian and Ji Linfeng like a dead dog. Most of the students on the periphery didn't hear the specific conversation clearly. They only saw Xu Xiu provoke Yan Luo, then be frightened to kneel by a single look from Yan Luo, and finally be dragged away by the officials. Instantly, everyone looked at Yan Luo with awe and fear, as if they were looking at a demon. They instinctively moved away from his area, and no one dared to look him in the eye. Yan Luo found it somewhat amusing, but did not offer any explanation. Not long after, Lin Xingtian, who had entered the interrogation room, sent someone to invite Yan Luo over. After Yan Luo led by Mancheng and the others into the room, Lin Xingtian frowned and said helplessly, this guy has been placed under an extremely powerful restriction in his brain. He can't answer any questions involving the core secrets of demons, and it might even trigger the restriction and cause mental confusion. Furthermore, we've used several detection methods, but we haven't found any demonic aura or residual energy on him. Yan Luo, are you sure he really is a demon? Yan Luo did not answer directly, but calmly said, since you can't get the answer from me, then I'll try my method. He walked up to Xu Xiu, who was restrained in a chair by special means, and with a thought, the Demon King contract reappeared. At the same time, the enchanting eyes skill is activated. Under the influence of the dual forces, Xu Xiu's eyes instantly became dull and submissive. Yan Luo handed the contract to him, her voice carrying an irresistible magic, sign it. Xu Xiu's eyes were empty. Like a puppet on strings, he mechanically reached out and pressed his handprint on the dark golden contract scroll. The light of the contract being established flashed and disappeared in an instant, and the surge of magic instantly transformed Xu into its familiar. This action shocked everyone, but Bai Manqing remained calm, as this was not the first time she had seen such an action. Seeing the surprised expressions of the people around her, especially Lin Wanqing, Bai Manqing's lips curled up slightly, and a hint of smugness appeared on her face. Ultimately, you are all too inexperienced. The next moment, Yan Luo began to ask directly. What is your true identity? Xu Xiu. What was your purpose in infiltrating the college entrance examination? Taking the college entrance examination. What are the plans of the demonic forces behind you? I am human, and I have no demonic forces. Xu Xiu remained stubborn, but he didn't care. Through whispers of the abyss, Yan Luo has pieced together the truth of the matter from the other party's instinctive thoughts when hearing the question. Keywords about demonic conspiracies began to assemble and emerge in Yan Luo's perception, like fragments. A moment later, Yan Luo slowly opened his eyes, his expression turning somewhat gloomy, even carrying a hint of cold killing intent. Seeing this, Lin Qingtian's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, Yan Luo, what do you know? Yan Luo raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Lin Qingtian, Ji Linfeng, He Ju, and his several relatives in the room, finally settling on Lin Wanqing, and slowly said, Do you still remember the Heart Eater? The heart-eating demon? Upon hearing those three words, Lin Qingtian and Lin Wanqing's expressions changed drastically. Lin Qingtian was shocked and horrified, while Lin Wanqing's beautiful and aloof face was instantly covered with frost, her eyes so cold that they seemed to freeze the air. Standing next to her, Chen Junyu had never seen this boss lady with such a terrifying expression before. As a death knight, he was actually afraid at this moment. Lin Wanqing's icy voice, as if from the deepest abyss, asked, word by word, Master, has the heart-eating demon reappeared? Yan Luo nodded and relayed the information he had gleaned from Xu Xiu's thoughts. The demons, using some unknown method, have prematurely sent more than one mature heart-eating demon into this college entrance examination preparation point. As all the candidates entered the instance and gathered at various preparation points, the heart-eating demon lurking here split into countless seeds, silently parasitizing the shadows of each candidate. Their plan is that once the college entrance exam is over, these parasitized students will leave the instance and return to their respective cities, spreading out to various corners of the Yanhuang safe zone. Once the heart-eating demon seeds in their shadows mature, these people will be controlled by the demons, and then... Yan Luo did not continue speaking. But at that moment, everyone present looked extremely grim. Everyone knows that if the demon's plan succeeds, it will be a devastating disaster that sweeps across the entire Yanhuang safe zone. But what really bothered Yan Luo was that this didn't happen in her previous life. After all, such a major event would shake the entire human alliance, and it's impossible for him not to know about it if it happened. So what exactly caused this world's fate to take a turn for the worse? Was it caused by my own rebirth? Or is there another reason? Chapter 73 The Great Cleanup. The Prodigy's Proposal. Upon learning of the demon's plan, which was enough to overturn the entire Yanhuang safe zone, Lin Qingtian dared not delay and immediately summoned Han Ming, the highest-ranking official in charge of this year's college entrance examination. When Han Ming learned from Lin Qingtian that demons had entered the dungeon and even parasitized the students, his face turned deathly pale, and cold sweat almost soaked his back. Such a major demon invasion incident occurred during the college entrance examination he was in charge of. There is absolutely no escaping punishment for dereliction of duty. Now that things have come to this, his only thought is to do everything he can to make amends. He must wipe out all the infiltrating mind devourers and completely eliminate all the parasitic threats. Only by making amends and redeeming himself can he hope to receive leniency from the League. Otherwise, even if only one parasitized examinee brings the Heart Eater out of the instance and spreads it, Han Ming's remaining life would probably be spent in a solitary cell in the Alliance prison. Thinking of the terrible consequences, Han Ming grabbed Lin Qingtian's arm, his voice filled with unprecedented urgency and pleading, Director Lin. Since you discovered this conspiracy, I wonder if you have any countermeasures in mind? Whatever cooperation you need, I'll provide full support. Faced with Han Ming's plea for help, Lin Qingtian's gaze invariably turned to Yan Luo, who remained calm throughout. Han Ming was puzzled by this. Why would Director Lin attach so much importance to a student's opinion? Lin Qingtian noticed his confusion and explained in a deep voice, it was Yan Luo who discovered the demon's plan. Han Ming's face immediately showed surprise, and his gaze towards Yan Luo changed instantly, filled with gratitude and a hint of disbelief. So that's how it is. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. I admire you. I admire you. He immediately turned to Yan Luo and asked sincerely, So, Yan Luo, do you have any suggestions for the current situation? All eyes were on Yan Luo. Facing the expectant gazes of the crowd, Yan Luo calmly began to speak. Currently, a considerable number of the millions of examinees here have already been parasitized by the heart-eating demon seed, and as time goes on, the number of parasitized people will only continue to increase. It's simply unrealistic to try to find the parasites one by one in the vast sea of people. It's too inefficient. By the time we finish searching, the college entrance exam will probably be over. So, instead of searching for them one by one, it's better to. Yen Luo paused, his tone completely flat, clean up all the examinees here. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Han Ming was dumbfounded, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He even wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. Clean everything up? Is this even human language? Are young people these days also radical? Wrong. This goes beyond radicalism, it's even more insane than those cult lunatics. Even members of a cult wouldn't dare say something like purging millions of test takers at once. He couldn't help but look at Lin Qingtian with an extremely suspicious gaze, his eyes clearly asking, "Director Lin, are you sure this kid is really a student?" He wasn't an undercover agent sent by any cult. Not only him, but also Chen Junyu, Yulong, Bai Mancheng and the others around Yen Luo were all stunned and their mouths were agape. Yulong muttered, "Holy crap. He's going to wipe out 1,000,000 test takers right off the bat? That's way too exciting." Chen Junyu swallowed hard, unconsciously clenching his fist. He felt both absurd and strangely excited, as expected of the boss, if this succeeds. I reckon the boss's name will resound throughout the entire alliance. After a brief moment of surprise, Bai Mancheng and Lin Wanqing quickly regained their composure. They will carry out their master's decisions unconditionally, even if it means going against the whole world. Zhang Qiyu simply blinked her pale silver eyes and silently gripped the black obsidian star umbrella in her hand. For her, Yen Luo's will was the only principle guiding her actions. Black Duke stroked his chin, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes, as expected of our lord. Decisive and unconventional in action. Quite the style of an ancient demon lord. Even Bai Shuang, who had been quietly listening, was completely petrified at this moment, her mind blank. Killing millions of people in one go? Is this something a normal person would say? My sister has been spending these days with such a dangerous person? My sister won't be led astray, will she? She looked at Bai Manqing with concern, but saw that her sister's face showed no fear, but rather a sense of entitlement and even a hint of pride. Bai Shuang felt like she was about to faint. Lin Qingtian and Ji Linfeng's lips twitched simultaneously. Ji Linfeng sighed, "This kid, he really does kill wherever he goes. So this is what the deep cavern is like? Do you want to go through the college entrance exam dungeon again?" Lin Qingtian also sighed helplessly, but looking at Ji Linfeng beside him, he suddenly felt reassured. Anyway, if the sky falls, Senior Ji will hold it up. Let him do whatever he wants. As long as the crisis of the heart-eating demon can be resolved, even drastic measures are acceptable. I guess so. Lin Qingtian silently comforted himself. Ignoring the varied expressions on everyone's faces, Yen Luo continued to explain his reasons. The mind-devouring demons currently parasitizing the shadows of the examinees are still in their weakest seed stage. Once the host dies, these fragile seeds will lose their support and perish as well. When all candidates enter the instance through the portal, their life information is recorded by a special formation. If they die in the instance, they will be resurrected, but their points will be deducted and their resources will be cleared. But Yen Luo's tone became more serious. Those heart-eating demon seeds did not enter through the regular teleportation channel, they were not recorded in the instance. Therefore, as long as all the examinees die once in the dungeon, the seeds of the heart-eating demon that parasitize their shadows will naturally be completely eliminated. After listening to Yen Luo's complete explanation, Han Ming understood the logic behind it, but the shock he felt remained undiminished. That makes sense, but those are millions of real test takers. Sending millions of people back to the respawn point. The scene was so beautiful, he couldn't even imagine it. This is absolutely an unprecedented feat in the history of the Yanhuang Safe Zone's college entrance examination, and even in the history of the entire human race. Once implemented, the resulting shock and subsequent impact will be immeasurable. Looking at the calm-faced young man before him, he realized for the first time what a prodigy truly was. Chapter 74 6th Grade Legends, Divine Might Like a Prison. Han Ming slowly recovered from his initial extreme shock. At first, he thought Yen Luo's suggestion was simply a fantasy, utterly insane. However, upon calming down and thinking it over carefully, it was discovered that this might be the only way to completely eliminate the hidden dangers under the current circumstances, and it was also the most efficient way. Millions of test takers sounds like an astronomical number, but if the Alliance were willing to intervene and send a top-tier professional level 90 or higher to take action, with their terrifying strength and area of effect damage, they could wipe out all the test takers in the entire instance area in less than a day. Thinking of this, Han Ming felt as if he had grasped a lifeline and no longer hesitated. Good. This is indeed a solution. Then I will immediately report to the Alliance and request that they send high-level professionals to provide support. Etc. Yan Luo's calm voice rang out again, interrupting him. If the Alliance intervenes directly and sends a few high-level professionals, they can indeed easily complete the cleanup. But then what? Yan Luo's gaze sharpened as he stared directly at Han Ming. Under what pretext did you enter the instance? Han Ming was taken aback, then subconsciously replied, of course, it's to exterminate the demons and save the students. Should we just tell that directly to hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of test takers? Yan Luo's tone was tinged with sarcasm. Tell them, we're sorry to inform you, but you've all been parasitized by demons. We're coming in to kill you all. Please cooperate. He paused, looking at Han Ming's face, which instantly stiffened and turned pale, and continued to calmly analyze. Do you know how much panic and chaos this will cause? Once the news leaks, it will be impossible to control. At that point, forget about executing the plan. The entire instance will fall into complete chaos. Han Ming opened his mouth, cold sweat sliding down his forehead. He realized that his earlier thoughts were indeed too naive and idealistic. Then we'll operate secretly? Without publicly explaining the reasons, let's cut to the chase. He tried to look for other possibilities. The reason for not disclosing it? Yan Luo retorted again. Without any official announcement or reasonable explanation, Alliance officials broke into the college entrance examination instance, which concerns the future of countless students, and carried out a large-scale massacre of examinees. Can you, or any of the people who carried out this responsibility, bear it? Upon hearing this, Han Ming broke out in a cold sweat, his clothes instantly soaked through. How could he possibly afford it? Those are millions of test takers, and behind them are millions of families. He could be drowned by just a few spittles. He could easily imagine that once things were exposed in this way, no matter how right the initial intention was, the person in charge would be torn to pieces by the overwhelming public opinion and enormous political pressure. No high-ranking member of the Alliance would want to be tainted by such a stain. Lin Qingtian then spoke in a deep voice. Yan Luo is right. The power of the Alliance can serve as a last resort and a trump card, but if there are other options, the Alliance should never be allowed to intervene directly in an official capacity. Upon hearing this, Han Ming's face was filled with bitterness and anxiety. Then who should we ask to do this? Should we hire an outside demon hunter organization? Ji Linfeng scoffed, bluntly interrupting his fantasy. Demon hunters may be a bunch of guys who do things for money, but they're not stupid. If you dare to come in and attack the millions of students taking the college entrance exam, even if the student could be resurrected, I guarantee he wouldn't survive past the next day. Do you believe me? Upon hearing this, Han Ming could only offer a helpless, bitter smile. He had a seemingly feasible plan, but couldn't find anyone to execute it. This sense of powerlessness nearly drove him to despair. Then, what should I do? Lin Qingtian's eyes flashed, and he slowly said, no external force is suitable to carry out the cleanup. Once implemented, it will inevitably lead to fierce retaliation and endless trouble. Only by selecting candidates from within can we minimize conflicts and antagonism. Internal? Han Ming was taken aback. You mean, let the teachers from each school? Tisk. Ji Linfeng couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted him, looking at him like he was an idiot. How did someone as stupid as you become a leader? Isn't the most suitable candidate right in front of you? After saying that, he glanced meaningfully at Yan Luo, who stood calmly beside him. Yan Luo? Han Ming stared wide-eyed in disbelief, then shook his head repeatedly, hesitatingly saying, but he's still a student. Lin Qingtian chimed in at this moment. Being a student is the most appropriate identity. As a test taker, attacking another test taker, no matter how big the commotion, can ultimately be reduced to normal competition within the college entrance examination process, at most just a little intense. Afterwards, the Alliance and the Education Department have ample room for explanation, mediation and investigation, and can certainly characterize it as an accidental, out-of-control student conflict. The Alliance itself can remain in a relatively detached position, rather than being directly pushed to the forefront of public opinion and bearing the blame for the massacre of students. Han Ming listened to Lin Qingtian's analysis and felt that it made sense, so he nodded subconsciously. But reason still compelled him to say, Director Lin makes sense, but sending Yan Luo to deal with millions of test takers? Isn't that a bit too far-fetched? Actually, he had already put it very tactfully. If someone else had proposed this plan to him, he would have already cursed them as a madman. Is it fair to send one student to take on 1 million test takers? Unless he is the legendary chosen one who can summon meteors from the sky at will. But is that even possible? Seeing the undisguised suspicion and distrust on Han Ming's face, Ji Linfeng snorted coldly and said, "Don't underestimate him just because he only recently awakened his class. Let me tell you, this kid is already level 40. He's absolutely a prodigy." Level 40. Han Ming was stunned after hearing this, and blurted out instinctively, "This is impossible. Level 40. What does this mean?" Even in the Xian Shield Bureau, where experts abound, a level 40 professional is enough to become an elite member, independently leading a small team to carry out important missions, and is the backbone of the entire organization. You tell him that a student who has just awakened 7 days ago and is still taking the college entrance exam is already at level 40? Are you kidding me? Do you think he's an idiot? If you don't believe me, you can use a detection spell to take a look. Lin Xingtian spoke up from the side to remind him. In this world, although the skill of detection exists, unless in specific situations, randomly checking someone's level and profession is a very impolite act that can easily cause conflict. Therefore, Han Ming had not investigated Yan Luo before. Upon hearing Lin Xingtian's words, he could no longer suppress his curiosity and shock, and cautiously used his probing technique on Yan Luo. Class, Demon King. Level, 40. Han Ming was speechless on the spot, his eyes filled with utter amazement as he looked at Yan Luo, as if he were looking at a living legend. 7 days. From awakening to level 40. This is absolutely an unprecedented record. As for whether anyone else will follow, he felt the probability was extremely low. At this moment, he no longer dared to regard Yan Luo as an ordinary student. Such a prodigy is destined to become a top powerhouse at the pinnacle of the alliance. Someone a mere college entrance examination supervisor like him can neither provoke nor question. However, the last trace of worry deep in Han Ming's heart had not yet dissipated. Yan Luo's strength is indeed beyond imagination. But he's only one person. Is it a bit too much to deal with so many candidates scattered all over the place? 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Just then, Yan Luo spoke calmly. "Who told you I was alone?" Before he finished speaking, Han Ming suddenly felt a suffocating sense of oppression coming from all directions. He suddenly looked around and saw that Chen Junyu, Bai Manqing, Zhang Qiyue, Yu Long, Lin Wanqing, and his new subordinate He Ju had somehow formed an invisible encirclement, subtly surrounding him in the center. All 6 of them simultaneously began to exude a terrifying aura that sent chills down their spines. The auras emanating from the 6 individuals were all different. Some were alluring and eerie, some were dark and sinister, some were deathly silent and icy, some were filled with soaring battle intent, some were capable of ending all things, and some were like a deep and dark prison of souls. But it also carries a terrifying aura as deep as an abyss. In a daze, Han Ming seemed to see a phantom like a demon god slowly condensing behind each person, staring at him with cold and ruthless eyes. The 6 legendary auras intertwined, forming an invisible domain that made Han Ming feel as if he had instantly fallen into an infernal hell, making it difficult to breathe and causing his soul to tremble. Yan Luo strode up to Han Ming, calmly looking at Han Ming, whose face was deathly pale and who was drenched in cold sweat. "Now, do you still think we don't have enough manpower?" Chapter 75, asking for a little bit of resources isn't unreasonable. Under the terrifying pressure of Yan Luo and his 6 retinues, who were like 6 demon gods descending, Han Ming felt like a small boat in a raging storm. His face was as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and he nodded repeatedly, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Enough. That's enough. Absolutely enough." Only now did he truly and profoundly understand a principle. The only ones who can stay with monsters are monsters. These guys in front of you are a walking monster team. Han Ming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the pounding in his heart, and his tone became more respectful than ever before. "I was blind to your greatness just now and acted impulsively. Yan Luo, I wonder what your specific plan is." Ji Linfeng, who was standing to the side, also crossed his arms. Although he still thought Yan Luo's plan was outrageous, he could only follow suit since things had come to this point. "Kid, just say what you're planning." Yan Luo's expression remained calm, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. "A plan? It doesn't need to be that complicated. Just push straight through." Flat push? Han Ming's lips twitched. He imagined the scene and felt his heart couldn't take it, but he still forced a smile and said, "No. No problem. I will mobilize all the resources within my authority to fully cooperate with you." He looked up at Yan Luo with a complicated expression. "But, Yan Luo, you need to understand that once you really do this, there will be no turning back. You may be misunderstood, feared, or even hated by countless test takers. It doesn't matter. Yan Luo calmly interrupted him. As long as we can achieve our goal and eliminate the hidden dangers, what does it matter if we suffer a little infamy? Han Ming's gaze toward Yan Luo was immediately filled with respect. It's truly remarkable that someone so young can have such awareness. But Yan Luo then changed the subject. I need the Alliance's full support. Having said all that, Han Ming completely accepted reality and quickly assumed the role of a collaborator, asking, no problem. Just let me know if there's anything we can help with. Yan Luo didn't stand on ceremony and said directly, apply for a batch of resources for me first. After all, this is working for the Alliance. As a high-ranking member of the Alliance in his previous life, Yan Luo knows all too well what good things the Alliance has. This is a good opportunity to make a quick buck. Besides, it shouldn't be too much to ask for some resources to help the Alliance resolve such a major crisis. Han Ming nodded, of course. After all, it involves dealing with millions of test takers, and it would be impossible to complete without sufficient resources. After a moment's thought, Yan Luo spoke. As for supplies, give me 1,000 portions of Tianshan Snow Lotus, 1,000-year-old blood tree dragon root, immortal grass, 9-turn rejuvenation dew, void whale saliva, dragon blood treasure pill, star essence extract, blessing holy water, and various top-tier elemental resistance potions, just in case. Also, give each of us one of the highest-grade spatial storage rings. As Yan Luo calmly rattled off the names of top-tier rare and precious herbs that would make even high-level professionals fight tooth and nail for them, Han Ming's face grew increasingly dark, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Holy crap! Are you here to solve the problem, or to take advantage of the chaos? If these items were released as quest rewards, even top-tier level 90 professionals would probably be willing to risk everything to snatch them up. You just casually ask for 1,000 portions? Yan Luo pondered for a moment, making sure she hadn't forgotten anything, before saying with some lingering enthusiasm, alright, that's all for now. Temporarily? Han Ming's eyes widened in surprise. Just based on what you just mentioned, I might not even be able to get 1/10 of it approved from above. You want more? Is this guy really just a high school student? How come he seems to have an even thicker skin and a bigger appetite than those seasoned veterans who have been in officialdom and business for decades? However, having already agreed to cooperate, Han Ming gritted his teeth and decided to submit Yan Luo's resource list verbatim. Anyway, I'm just a messenger. Whether it's approved or not is the business of the big shots above. It's not my problem. He comforted himself inwardly. However, he was certain that the league's top brass would never agree to such an outrageous request. Is there anything else you require? Han Ming continued to ask. Yan Luo continued speaking. Change the rule that candidates would randomly revive after dying in the dungeon to a fixed revival point in their respective starting preparation area. Otherwise, if they randomly respawn in other parts of the city, they will likely be wiped out by us again. I don't care, but if it happens too often, I'm worried that their psychological resilience will suffer. After all, these people are the future of the Alliance, and I am not some great demon king, so of course I would not kill these people repeatedly. Yan Luo said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Han Ming paused for a moment, then gave Yan Luo a strange look. You actually consider their psychological resilience? You're going to slaughter them all, huh? However, this request was reasonable and technically easy to implement, so he immediately nodded, okay. I'll have someone modify the dungeon rules right away. Yan Luo continued, approximately how many survivors are there in the instance, played by Alliance members? Han Ming is well aware of this, there are probably less than 10,000 people. Yan Luo nodded, give each of us a way to contact all these survivors in real time. Once we enter the instance, we'll need their cooperation. No problem. Han Ming immediately had several special encrypted communicators delivered and handed them to Yan Luo and the others. These are specially made communicators that connect to the communication channels of all the survivors. In addition, I have already notified all the actors in advance that once they enter the instance, they will completely follow your commands. Yan Luo took the communicator and distributed it, finally asking, how many areas is this simulated city divided into? Han Ming, as the person in charge, was very familiar with this. A total of 24 main areas have been divided. On average, each area will have about 50,000 candidates. Yan Luo nodded, his gaze sweeping over his 6 subordinates, and began assigning tasks. In that case, the 6 of you will each be responsible for 3 areas. Leave the remaining 6 areas to me. Is there a problem? Chen Junyu, Lin Wanqing, He Ju, and the others had been listening quietly, but when the tasks were assigned, their eyes instantly lit up with fighting spirit. No problem. The family members responded in unison, their voices firm. Bai Shuaying stood in the middle of the group. She was clearly one of the few geniuses among the human race. Not only had she awakened an epic level class, but she had also leveled up to level 7 in just 7 days in the dungeon. But at this moment, Bai Shuaying felt like a husky standing among wolves, her heart filled with helplessness. As a test taker myself, knowing I'd be eliminated, should I go in or not? If I go in, won't these people kill me too? Seemingly noticing her younger sister's anxiety, Bai Manqing squeezed her hand and said softly, "Don't be nervous. Just stay with me after we enter the examination room. I'll protect you." Bai Shuaying opened her mouth. What she actually wanted to say was what she had said to Bai Manqing when she came out of the hidden dungeon, Moonflower Forest. Unexpectedly, things have turned out the other way around. However, looking at her confident sister, Bai Shuaying felt that this was a good thing. A smile returned to his face, and he nodded to Bai Manqing. "Yes. I believe in my sister. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, boss, leave it to me." Upon hearing this, Yulong also began to rub his hands together, his face full of excitement and eagerness. Chen Junyu seemed to have thought of something, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Boss, are we, strictly speaking, not considered examinees, but directly participating in the college entrance examination really okay?" Yen Luo glanced at him. From the moment the demons appeared here, this place ceased to be a college entrance examination venue. It's war. Chapter 76: The Thousand-Faced Nightmare. Yen Luo's words suddenly made the atmosphere in the room heavy, and everyone fell silent. They clearly realized that what they were about to face was not an ordinary exam, but a war that would determine the fate of countless people. Han Ming took a deep breath and raised another crucial question. "Yen Luo, what about those mature heart-eating demons that have already infiltrated?" After all, a mature mind-eater can already exist independently of its host. Simply clearing out the test takers won't kill them. Leave it to us. Yen Luo's tone remained calm. "It's just a heart-eating demon, it's not like I haven't killed them before." A glint flashed in Ji Linfeng's eyes. "Are you going to use the power of the end?" He recalled the terrifying black-red ray that Yen Luo had used before. If it's that kind of power, it can indeed easily wipe out the heart-eating demon. Before Yen Luo could answer, the newly joined Black Duke sneered, "Humph. You're obviously ignorant. They're just a few small demons hiding in hiding. Do we really need to use the power of the end to deal with them? That's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, a huge waste of its potential." He stepped forward, bowed slightly to Yen Luo, and said confidently, "You don't need to take action, my lord. I have plenty of ways to annihilate them completely." Ji Linfeng's eyes widened at his words, but He Ju glared back without fear, as if invisible sparks were crackling between them. Yen Luo's gaze swept over his retinue, and he spoke at the opportune moment. "Except for Yulong, you all possess the ability to kill the heart-eating demons. I'm not worried. The only thing you lack is the ability to identify them." He continued, "Once we enter the instance, I will share my senses with you and keep a close eye on what's happening in each of your field of vision. I will immediately alert you once I discover any trace of a mature mind-eater. Remember, once you find them, eliminate them completely." "Yes, Master Boss." Several people responded in unison. Yulong, who was listening from the side, was dumbfounded. He pointed to himself and said, "Wait. Boss. What about me? Why am I excluded?" Yen Luo looked at him and explained, "Your ability is more inclined towards extreme physical destruction, but against a demon like the Heart-Eater that has no fixed form and is good at hiding, the damage effect is relatively limited. Your main task is to clean up the 3 areas you are responsible for efficiently. If a mature mind-eater is discovered in your area of responsibility, I will immediately notify the person closest to you to come and provide support in resolving the situation." Upon hearing this, Yulong was a little annoyed, but he knew that Yen Luo's arrangement was the most reasonable, so he could only scratch his head and say, "All right, I'll listen to the boss." After roughly perfecting the plan against the heart-eating demon, Han Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that some of the burden on his shoulders had been lifted. But then, he suddenly slapped his forehead and remembered an important thing that he had overlooked. Right. Then, what exactly is this demon impersonating Chu Xiu? All eyes turned to Yen Luo once again. Yen Luo calmly said, "It is a demon called the Thousand-Faced Nightmare Demon." The Thousand-Faced Nightmare? Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Han Ming, Ji Linfeng, and Lin Qingtian all showed thoughtful expressions, but clearly, their knowledge base contained no record of this kind of demon. Lin Qingtian frowned. As the director of the Xian Shield Bureau, he had dealt with countless demon incidents and had extensive experience, but he was completely unfamiliar with this name. Ji Linfeng was also very surprised. He really didn't expect that in just one day of following Yan Luo, they would encounter two unheard of alien species. Yan Luo's luck is really something else. Yan Luo noticed their confusion and explained in detail. This demon is not an ordinary demon, but an extremely rare variant of the heart-eating demon. It is said that among hundreds of thousands of mind-eaters, perhaps only one will be born. Its core capability lies in perfect simulation. It can simulate the target's appearance, soul fluctuations, job level, attribute panel, and even job type, and can even read and imitate most of their memories and behavioral habits. Among demons, it is also the most elite infiltrator and imposter, extremely difficult to detect. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. What a terrifying ability! Qin Junyu exclaimed in amazement, they can even simulate attributes and soul fluctuations? This is simply impossible to defend against. Yulong was also astonished. If this thing were to infiltrate the upper echelons, what would become of it? Yan Luo nodded, then glanced at his Demon King panel, where the thousand-faced nightmare demon's talents and abilities were clearly displayed. A barely perceptible smile curved his lips. He said softly, yes, it's truly a terrifying ability. Ji Linfeng suddenly realized, no wonder. Even the Xian Shield Bureau's routine detection methods couldn't detect anything unusual. Lin Qingtian's face grew even uglier, and he couldn't help but glance at Ji Linfeng, thinking, didn't you notice either? Why single out my Shield Bureau? However, considering Ji Linfeng's strength, he silently swallowed his words and instead sighed, they've even mobilized such rare demons, it seems they really value this infiltration plan. Yan Luo then changed the subject, but it also has its limitations. It can only simulate appearances and cannot truly use the abilities and skills of the simulated object. Therefore, it only has the attributes and appearance of Chu Xiu's legendary class, but it cannot use any of Chu Xiu's skills. Upon hearing this, Han Ming couldn't help but ask, then, what about the real Chu Xiu? Could it be that? No. Yan Luo shook his head. Chu Xiu is a legendary level professional, so the Alliance will definitely pay attention to him. Although the thousand-faced nightmare demon can simulate memories, if it directly kills Chu Xiu, it will definitely alert the Alliance and alert the enemy. Therefore, at this moment, Chu Xiu is merely imprisoned by them. Do you know where you're being held? Lin Qingtian immediately pressed for more information. Yan Luo nodded, in the western part of this city, in an abandoned basement that has been temporarily occupied by demons. He turned his gaze to Ji Linfeng, who seemed indifferent to the matter, and said directly, Senior Ji, could you please go and bring Chu Xiu back? Upon hearing this, Ji Linfeng instinctively wanted to put on airs, muttering, why should I go? I'm your protector, not your errand boy. But Yan Luo didn't speak, she just stared at him calmly. Ji Linfeng inexplicably lost his composure and could only awkwardly rub his nose, saying, all right, I'll go save them. Really? He reluctantly turned and walked out, shaking his head and muttering to himself, sigh, why did I listen to him? Never mind, he's a top prospect in the league after all. It's reasonable for an expert like me to personally go and rescue him. Chapter 77 Alliance Airdrop, Martial Arts Exam begins. While searching for a plausible excuse in his mind, Ji Linfeng had already torn through space and arrived at the place of imprisonment that Yan Luo had told him about. The place was dark and damp, filled with the smell of decay. Several twisted demonic figures were guarding a young man bound by shadow chains, who was none other than the real Chu Xiu. He looked somewhat disheveled and weak, but his eyes still burned with an indomitable flame. Chu Xiu did not recognize Ji Linfeng, but when he saw this strange man appear out of thin air and then casually wave his hand, turning the few guarding demons that had been troublesome to him into ashes as if they had been crushed by an invisible force, his eyes flashed with intense shock and hope. Senior! Chu Xiu shouted excitedly, his tone filled with gratitude for surviving such a disaster. However, Ji Linfeng merely glanced at him lazily, his eyes, which seemed to pierce through the void, sweeping over him and subconsciously comparing him to that little monster Yan Luo, or even to the few familiars beside him. Ji Linfeng instantly made a judgment in his mind, he was far inferior to that kid Yan Luo. They can't even compare to the legendary young girls and boys under his command. TSK, what a piece of trash. So, he casually waved his hand, and a spatial blade flashed, severing the restraints on Chu Xiu's body. Well, I'm here to save you. Let's go. Once Chu Xiu regained his freedom, he quickly followed, trying to strike up a conversation with this unfathomable senior to express his gratitude, and even subtly hoping to establish a connection. But Ji Linfeng completely ignored his enthusiasm, occasionally uttering a few hurrah, but most of the time seemed to be lost in thought. But Chu Xiu was not discouraged. Instead, he respected Ji Linfeng even more. Especially when he discovered that this senior had led him. In just a few breaths and the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery blurred and changed, and the next moment they were back in front of the building where the college entrance examination preparation site was located. The shock and respect in his heart were like a surging river, endless. What terrifying speed! However, as soon as he returned to the crowd, Ji Linfeng's expression made a complete 180-degree turn. The lazy and inscrutable look on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a hint of smugness. He slightly puffed out his chest, as if to claim credit, and said, "Look at me. I got him back so quickly. How about that, aren't I amazing?" His tone and expression were just like a large dog that had completed a difficult command and was waiting for its owner's praise. Chu Xiu, who was standing behind him, froze instantly when he saw this scene. His mouth was slightly open and his eyes were wide open. He could hardly believe his eyes. This is really the same peerless powerhouse who just vanquished demons with a wave of his hand, whose speed was off the charts, and who seemed to ignore me completely. This change in art style is too fast. Yan Luo's expression remained calm. He simply nodded slightly and said, "Well done." These 4 simple words made Ji Linfeng feel as sweet as if he had drunk honey, and the corners of his mouth could hardly be stopped from turning up. He suddenly realized that his reaction was a bit off, so he quickly cleared his throat and tried to maintain his composure. Something's not right, something's definitely not right. Ji Linfeng felt a sudden alarm bell ringing in his mind. I wasn't like this before. How come he got so carried away after just one compliment from this kid? Could it be that I've really been manipulated by this guy without even realizing it? Seeing that Chu Xiu had been successfully rescued, Han Ming finally felt relieved. This is a legendary professional genius. If he were to perish here, not only would his own guilt be aggravated, but it would also be a huge loss for the League. He immediately greeted Chu Xiu with a beaming smile, showing him great concern and care. However, Chu Xiu was still immersed in the huge shock of Ji Linfeng's character collapsing in his heart. He was in a daze and only subconsciously hummed twice in response to Han Ming's concern, without any real response. Seeing this, Han Ming smiled awkwardly, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. After all, it's normal for a legendary genius to have a temper as long as they come back safe and sound. That's all that matters. Just then, Han Ming's encrypted communicator rang. He perked up, knowing that this was most likely a reply from the Alliance's higher-ups regarding Yan Luo's resource request list. In his mind, the League would never agree to such a plundering request and would definitely cut back significantly. He took a deep breath and opened the message. However, when he saw the brief reply on the screen, his eyes widened instantly. The message clearly stated, "Application approved. The listed resources will be delivered to the instant city via a special airdrop. The airdrop coordinates will be sent to the communicators of the execution team members in real time. Please go and obtain it yourself. Order from the Supreme Council of the Alliance." It's approved? The League actually agreed? That terrifying list of resources, enough to make any top power envious, was approved by the Alliance without even a discount? Han Ming suddenly raised his head and looked at Yan Luo with an expression as if he were looking at a deity. "Yan Luo, classmate. The League has agreed. All the resources you requested will be airdropped into the instance. Your location will be sent to your communicator." He was utterly shocked. The fact that the Alliance was so generous meant that Yan Luo's value and his standing in the eyes of the Alliance's top brass were probably far beyond his imagination. From the discovery of the demon invasion to the formulation of a radical plan, and then to the rescue of Chu Xiu, time quietly passed. When the hands of the clock finally pointed precisely to 7 a.m. Buzz! A deep and long chime resounded throughout the entire exam preparation square and spread to every corner of the dungeon city through the amplification array. In the sky, a huge light screen suddenly lit up, indicating that the countdown had reached 0. A grand electronic voice rang in the ears of all the candidates. The annual martial arts examination in the Yanhuang safe zone has officially begun. All candidates can enter the examination city through the portal of their respective preparation point. In an instant, the entire square erupted in cheers. Countless eager test takers, like a floodgate opened, rushed excitedly toward the portals that shimmered with spatial light. Yan Luo calmly swept his gaze across the surging crowd before him, and nodded slightly to the 6 family members behind him. Let's go. Chapter 78 8 Legendary Prodigies. The 7 o'clock bell in the morning was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of all the candidates gathered at various test preparation centers. The martial arts exam has begun. Charge! Brothers, for the big 4 accounting firms. For the future, let's give it our all. Hopefully, I'll encounter some easy monsters to deal with and accumulate more points. Stop dreaming. Focusing on rescuing survivors is the priority, and we can also gather intelligence that way. Countless young faces beamed with excitement, nervousness, and anticipation for the future. They shouted as they rushed into the teleportation portals, instantly being transported to various parts of the city. Everyone is eager to show their skills in this life-changing exam and achieve their ideal score and ranking. Among all the candidates, the most dazzling are the other 8 legendary geniuses who awakened this year. They are Star Wars sorcerer Zhou Mingxian, Sun Jian, the Dragon Blood Gunner, Zhou Ren, the Double-Edged Azura, Mo Chen, the Night Walker, Extreme Ice King Yin Bingxian, Child of Nature Mu Lingyao, Holy Light Priest Lilith, Phantom Sound Celestial Maiden Yun Chanxian. They were surrounded by teachers and students from their respective schools, like stars around the moon, enjoying the envious and awe-inspiring gazes. These 8 people, 4 men and 4 women, each with a different temperament, all carried an almost undisguised pride between their brows. In their eyes, only those who are both legendary are worthy of serious consideration. As for the other candidates, they were merely a backdrop and points used to highlight their glory in this grand performance. After entering the instance, the 8 people briefly gathered on a high ground, looking down at the crowd swarming into the city like ants. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination will definitely be one of us. Zhou Mingxian, surrounded by starlight, spoke first, his tone gentle. With a dragon-patterned spear on his back and his blood surging like a furnace, Sun Jian grinned, full of fighting spirit. Humph. Of course, the top scholar title belongs to me. Holding twin swords and exuding an aura as fierce as a demon, Zhou Ren coldly said, I can't pretend I didn't hear what you said. Let's see who's the real deal. Sun Jian grinned, humph. Just what I wanted. I've been wanting to have a real fight with you guys for a long time. Mo Chen, whose figure almost blended into the surrounding light and shadow, simply nodded silently. At this moment, Yin Bingxian, dressed in an ice blue robe and possessing a cool and aloof demeanor, frowned slightly and looked around. Where is Chu Xiu? Why don't I see him? Wearing a long emerald green dress, Mu Lingyao said softly, I heard that he went to find Yan Luo, the one who cleared the burial ground dungeon first, ahead of time. Yan Luo? Lilith, radiating a soft holy light, blinked. Is that the person who supposedly only awakened a low-level class but cleared a hell difficulty dungeon for the first time? Low-level profession? Yun Chanxian covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her voice ethereal and melodious, yet tinged with disbelief. How could that be? I reckon it's most likely a hidden profession. This isn't the first or second time that level detection methods have failed to detect this type of profession. Otherwise, how could the burial ground have been the first to be discovered? The others nodded in agreement with this guess. Hidden professions come in all shapes and sizes, and it's quite normal that some of them cannot be detected by conventional means. A hint of interest flashed in Sun Jian's eyes as he rubbed his chin. Interesting. I really want to meet this Yan Luo. I hope he can bring me some fun, or at least keep me from getting too bored. Zhou Ren chuckled, a hint of mockery in his voice. Sun Jian, don't speak too confidently. If you get caught off guard and get beaten up, you can come to my area for help. If I'm in a good mood, I might lend you a hand. Sun Jian smiled confidently, his powerful dragon blood aura surging slightly. There is no one of the same level who can defeat me. Yin Bingxian spoke up at this moment, reminding, don't be careless. Our strength is indeed far beyond that of ordinary people, and we are not afraid of any of our peers in a head-on battle. But don't forget, this involves millions of people taking the college entrance exam. There will inevitably be some cunning, sneaky, or malicious individuals among them. If they seize the opportunity, even someone as strong as us could be caught off guard and fail. Her words caused the relaxed expressions on the faces of the geniuses to fade somewhat. Indeed, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. All right. Zhou Mingxian spoke again, ending the conversation. Let's stick to our previous agreement. Each of us will choose an area as our base. Before the 16-hour evacuation point opens, we'll try to avoid direct conflict among ourselves, lest we fight like the snipe and the clam, and a third party benefits. Agree. No problem. The group nodded in agreement. This was a tacit understanding they had reached long ago. In the early stages, each of them would develop and accumulate points, and there was no need for internal conflict to allow others to gain an advantage. As for what happens after the evacuation point is opened, a fighting spirit ignited in Sun Jian's eyes. Then let's see who has the last laugh. They all knew that once they had collected enough resources in their assigned areas, they would inevitably move on to other areas to hunt for points, at which point clashes with other legendary geniuses would be unavoidable. But what is there to fear? Soon, the group began to choose their respective areas. Mo Chen chose District 7. Lilith chooses District 12. Mu Lingyao chose District 13. Yin Bingxian chose District 14. Zhou Mingxian chose District 18. Zhou Ren set his sights on District 20. Yun Qianqian chose District 24. Finally, Sun Jian waved his hand and declared with great pride, "I choose District 6. 6 is auspicious, just for good luck." "Well then, everyone, see you in the examination hall." Zhou Mingxian smiled slightly, then transformed into a streak of starlight and headed towards his own area. The other 7 nodded in acknowledgement and moved off to their respective areas. On the other side, with a flash of light, the figures of Yan Luo, Bai Manqing, Lin Wanqing, Jiang Qiyuan, Chen Junyu, Yulong, and He Zhu appeared on the city streets, surrounded by towering buildings. According to the city map on the communicator, they are currently located in the city's first district. Yan Luo's gaze swept over the 24 clearly marked areas on the map, and he began to issue instructions. "Leave zones 1 to 6 to me." He directly assigned 6 regions, including the 6 districts selected by Sun Jian, to his own name. No one else disagreed. Lin Wanqing said in a cool tone, "Then I will be in charge of districts 7 to 9. Seeing that Lin Wanqing had beaten her to it, Bai Manqing pouted in displeasure and immediately said, "I'll be in charge of districts 10 to 12. Holding a black parasol, Jiang Qiyua's pale silver eyes swept across the map as she said softly, "Districts 13 to 15 are mine." Chen Junyu said in a deep voice, "I will be in charge of districts 16 to 18. Yulong grinned and twisted his neck, "Then I'll be in charge of districts 19 to 21. Finally, Black Duke chuckled, a dark glint in his eyes, and said hoarsely, "In that case, the remaining districts 22 to 24 will be left to me." Yan Luo nodded, seeing that the area allocation was complete, without any further words. Only 3 words. "Let's take action." Swish. 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 The next second, the 6 figures vanished from their original positions like ghosts, each rushing towards their respective areas at an astonishing speed. Chapter 79: The Rampaging Lolita. On the city streets, in the most expansive District 1, a figure stood silently atop a skyscraper. The wind whipped at his clothes, yet it did not shake him in the slightest. It was Yan Luo. He looked down at the city below, which resembled a miniature model, his eyes calm and undisturbed. "Let's warm up first," he muttered to himself, and then the legendary weapon, Oath of the End, appeared in his hand. He didn't even make any aiming gesture, he simply pointed the tip of his sword casually at the vast urban area below. With a slight thought, a pure and powerful magical force, like a flood bursting its banks, surged into the sword. The Oath of the End was like a primordial beast awakened, emitting a deep and joyful hum. Dark red patterns lit up one after another on the sword, and destructive energy was frantically compressed and condensed within it. 500 points of abyss magic. This is a terrifying energy level comparable to a full force attack from an ordinary level 90 professional. Yan Luo's voice was soft, yet carried an indifferent calm. "I wonder if you can stop them?" On the other side, inside an office building in Zone 1. Lan Mengyan, a petite girl with a disproportionately large bust, was carefully searching for resources in what appeared to be an office room. As she carefully opened a safe hidden under the desk. "We must find something good," she muttered to herself, her big, round eyes full of anticipation. Click. The box door popped open, and a dazzling light instantly illuminated her cheeks, which were slightly flushed with nervousness. On the velvet cushion of the safe lay a deep red, sparkling diamond, about the size of a pigeon's egg, with an inner color that seemed to contain flowing magma. "This is..." Lan Mengyan's eyes widened instantly, and her heart pounded. Although she didn't know what level of supplies these were, her intuition told her that they were definitely good stuff. With trembling hands, she picked it up, and the next moment, the diamond transformed in her hand into a card that shimmered with a fiery red light. The crimson diamond instantly transformed into a stream of light, merging into the badge. At the same time, a resource card, shimmering with a dazzling red light, appeared in her hand. A red card? Lan Mengyan's eyes widened instantly, her pretty face filled with unbelievable joy. Overwhelmed with excitement, her proud chest heaved violently, tracing a breathtaking arc. "I'm so lucky. I'm so incredibly lucky." She couldn't help but gasp excitedly, feeling as if her heart was about to leap out of her throat. Red supplies. That's equivalent to a perfect score reward for killing an S-rank monster. With it, your starting point will far surpass that of the vast majority of people. She couldn't wait to share her joy, so she immediately called her teammates through the squad channel. Not long after, 3 young people, 2 men and 1 woman, arrived at the location. They were Lan Mengyan's classmates and members of her temporary exam team. "Mengyan, what good thing did you find that you called us over in such a hurry?" One of the girls, tall and pretty, asked with a smile. She was Lin Wei, Lan Mengyan's best friend. Lan Mengyan excitedly showed them the red card in her hand, her voice trembling. "Look. The red card. I found the red supplies." "What? A red card?" The smiles on the 3 faces froze instantly, replaced by extreme shock and a rapidly growing, undisguised greed and jealousy. Red supplies. The highest level of reward in the entire college entrance examination instance. Its value is immeasurable. The 3 of them subconsciously exchanged glances, and in that exchange of glances, a certain tacit understanding had already been reached. They moved their feet subtly, gradually surrounding Lan Mengyan, who was still immersed in ecstasy. Lan Mengyan was still excitedly chatting away, completely unaware of the change in her teammates' eyes. "Great. With this, our team's score will definitely be able to break into the top." She was halfway through her sentence when she finally realized the strange atmosphere. She looked up and saw the unfriendly, scrutinizing, and oppressive gazes of her 3 companions. The smile on her face gradually froze. What happened to you guys?" Lan Mengyan subconsciously took a half step back and clutched the red card tightly to her chest. However, what she received in response was Lin Wei's insincere smile. "Mengyan, how should we divide this diamond?" Lan Mengyan was taken aback, looked up, and said somewhat blankly, "Divide? Lin Wei, have you forgotten what we agreed on? Whoever finds the supplies keeps them, right? These are the supplies I found." Lin Wei's smile faded, and her eyes sharpened. "But I like this diamond very much too. Mengyan, aren't we best friends? How about, you give me this diamond? From now on, you'll get priority in choosing all the supplies I find, okay?" At this moment, Zhang Hao, the boy who had always had a crush on Lan Mengyan and was even pursuing her, also spoke up. "Mengyan, Lin Wei is right, we're all friends, so why don't you give this to her? After all, she's your best friend. The college entrance exam has just begun, let's not let a single resource ruin our harmony." Lan Mengyan was so angry she almost laughed, her chest heaved with rage. "Zhang Hao. Do you know what you're saying? You. This is red supplies. Let alone her best friend, she wouldn't give in even if she were her own sister." Before she could finish speaking, she was impatiently interrupted by another burly boy. "Wang Meng, enough. Lan Mengyan, don't push your luck. Hurry up and hand over these red supplies. We'll compensate you when we find something good later. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being ruthless and turning against you." Only now did Lan Mengyan finally see the ugliness hidden beneath the 3 familiar faces in front of her. Anger, resentment, and a sense of betrayal gnawed at her heart like venomous snakes. She looked at the 3 people surrounding her, especially Zhang Hao, who kept saying he liked her, but now only had greed in his eyes. She felt a chilling despair. It's over. How could I possibly escape from being surrounded by the 3 of them all by myself? She lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, as if resigned to her fate, and whispered, "All right. I'll give it to you." As she spoke, she made a gesture as if to hand the red supply card to the group. The 3 of them immediately showed joy, and Wang Meng couldn't wait to step forward and reach out to take it. However, just as Wang Meng's hand was about to touch the card, a fierce glint flashed in Lan Mengyan's eyes as she lowered her head. She suddenly raised her head and let out a fierce roar that was completely out of character for her petite appearance. "You dare to steal my supplies? Go eat shit." Before she finished speaking, her right leg, like a venomous snake that had been poised for a long time, kicked upwards with lightning speed. The target was aimed directly at Wang Meng's unsuspecting crotch. Ugh! The joy on Wang Meng's face froze instantly, turning into extreme pain and contortion. He seemed to hear a sound like an egg breaking. Then, his eyes bulged out, and his whole body seemed to have been ripped out of its bones. He clutched his groin and collapsed like a boiled shrimp, letting out a disjointed, hoarse scream. Chapter 80: A Miracle from the Sky. What's going on? Wang Meng was in so much pain that he almost fainted. He frantically pulled out a vial of precious healing medicine from his storage space, trembling as he injected it into his leg. The excruciating pain was only slightly relieved, but his face remained as pale as paper. At the same moment that Lan Mengyan kicked Wang Meng, crippling him, Lin Wei and Zhang Hao also snapped out of their shock. A fierce look flashed across their faces, and they launched an attack on Lan Mengyan almost simultaneously. Lan Mengyan's profession is Spirit Speaker, which is an intermediate profession that leans towards support and crowd control. Lin Wei is a Wind Blade Master, and Zhang Hao is a Rock Armor Guardian. Both are intermediate level professions. Although it was a 2-on-1 fight, Lan Mengyan, with her fierce determination and skillful use of the terrain, managed to hold her own against the two opponents for a time and did not immediately fall into a disadvantageous position. Lin Wei. Zhang Hao. Are you really going to throw away all your dignity for this card? While dodging the wind blades, Lan Mengyan used her spiritual language to create soundwave interference, angrily rebuking them. Stop talking nonsense. Hand over the stuff. Lin Wei's face was contorted with rage, and the wind blades grew even sharper. Zhang Hao's eyes flickered, seemingly hesitant, but his hands didn't stop moving, condensing rock armor in an attempt to restrict Lan Mengyan's movement. However, when Wang Mang, barely catching his breath and with bloodshot eyes and resentment, struggled to his feet and joined the battle, the situation instantly reversed. Wang Mang's profession is Flaming Blade Master, a genuine high-level profession, and his level is one level higher than Lan Mengyan's. His arrival was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The blazing blade light swept in, instantly shattering the balance that Lan Mengyan was struggling to maintain. Within 3 or 5 moves, Lan Mengyan's spiritual shield was shattered by the blazing blade energy, and her body was knocked off balance by Zhang Hao's rock armor impact. Then, her hands and feet were bound by Lin Wei's wind rope, and she completely lost the ability to resist, and was heavily pressed to the ground. Humph. You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. Lin Wei stepped forward, looking down at the subdued Lan Mengyan with a mocking sneer. We gave you a choice. You could have suffered less by obediently handing over the items, but you insisted on making things difficult for yourself. Don't blame us for that. Hearing these utterly hypocritical words and seeing the ugly face of her former friend, Lan Mengyan trembled with anger, her face turning bright red. But she was firmly suppressed and couldn't move a single finger. She could only glare at the 3 men with eyes that seemed to want to devour them. Bastard! Scumbag! I really hope a meteorite falls from the sky and crushes these 3 bastards to death. Lan Mengyan cursed wildly in her heart. Wang Mang, clutching his still throbbing lower body, walked towards Lan Mengyan with a vengeful look on his face, reaching out to touch her body. Lan Mengyan was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Wait! The diamond isn't on me. It's in my storage ring." Wang Mang's hand froze in midair, and he sneered, "Of course I know it's in your ring. But that kick you just gave me. I'm not going to let it go so easily. Let me have some fun first, then I'll collect some interest." Upon hearing this, Lan Mengyan felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She subconsciously turned her pleading gaze to Zhang Hao, the boy who had always claimed to like her and pursue her. However, when Zhang Hao met her gaze, a look of struggle and shame flashed across his face, and he abruptly turned his head to the side, unable to meet her eyes. She was now completely desperate. Lan Mengyan's heart sank to the bottom, and then a surge of anger welled up in her heart. Zhang Hao! You piece of trash! Coward! You don't deserve to be a man at all! She cursed loudly with all her might. Zhang Hao froze, opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent, simply burying his head even lower. Seeing this, Wang Mang grinned smugly, and his large hand reached out towards Lan Mengyan's body again. Lan Mengyan struggled desperately, but the ropes binding her were incredibly strong, and she couldn't even bite her tongue to commit suicide. Endless despair overwhelmed her, and she finally closed her eyes in resignation, 2 lines of humiliating tears sliding down her cheeks. However, just as Wang Meng's fingers were about to touch the hem of her clothes. Laugh! A faint yet extremely sharp sound of air being torn apart, as if tearing cloth or slicing through space, rang out without warning. Immediately following was a blazing, condensed red sword beam radiating an aura of destruction, like the scythe of death, which easily sliced through the thick load-bearing wall and swept across the entire room like a hot knife through butter. Lan Mengyan subconsciously opened her eyes. Then, she witnessed a scene she would never forget. The expressions on the faces of Wang Mang, Lin Wei, and Zhang Hao, who were standing in front of her and had their backs to her, froze instantly. From a smug grin to utter terror and disbelief. Their bodies were silently swept past by the red sword light. There was no blood splattering, no screams. Like paper figures thrown into a raging fire, the 3 people's bodies instantly disintegrated and vaporized the moment they came into contact with the sword's edge, leaving not a trace of ash behind, and dissipated into the air. Lan Mengyan was stunned, her mind went blank. He stared blankly at the spot where the 3 had disappeared, and at the huge, smooth cut on the wall. its edges radiating heat and red light. After a moment of deathly silence. Serves you right. Karma. Ha 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 ha. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. However, she didn't have much time to be thankful. Rumble. The entire building emitted a sickening, groaning sound as it struggled under the strain, and cracked with every snap. That sword beam not only killed 3 people, but also severed the key structural support. The ceiling began to crack, and huge chunks of cement and steel bars rained down. Not good. Lan Mengyan's expression changed drastically. Because of the deaths of the 3 people, the ropes binding her had disappeared. She immediately rolled over and tried to rush towards the exit. But it was too late. The building collapsed much faster than she had imagined. The exit was instantly blocked by the falling rubble. Just as a huge precast concrete slab was about to crash down on her head, Lan Mengyan quickly scanned the area and suddenly spotted the safe that had fallen to the side and was still relatively intact. That was the safe where she found the Heart of Flame. This is it. In a life or death moment, she burst forth with astonishing speed, rushing forward in a single stride. With her petite and agile figure, she narrowly escaped the falling precast concrete slab and squeezed into the safe, forcefully slamming the door shut from the inside. Bang! Boom! Just as the box door was about to close, a deafening collapse completely engulfed her. The entire office building was completely reduced to ruins. After an unknown amount of time, the roar and tremors from the outside world finally subsided. The safe was pitch black, and the air was stuffy. Lan Mengyan carefully used all her strength to push open the box door, which was slightly deformed from being squeezed from the inside. She struggled to squeeze through the narrow gap, then pushed aside the heavy stone slabs pressing down on the safe, and returned to the ground. However, when she regained her footing and saw the scene before her, she froze. Looking around, there's no longer any urban landscape of towering buildings. Everywhere you look, there are only broken walls and ruins, a scene of utter devastation. It was as if an invisible, giant hand of the gods was brutally flattening and crushing all the buildings within a radius of several kilometers, with the building where she was located as the center. Only scattered, twisted steel bars and burning remains remain, proving that everything once existed here. What's going on? Lan Mengyan stood on the ruins, her petite body trembling slightly in the wind, her face filled with disbelief and horror. Chapter 81: A Ruthless Man, a Frenzied Slaughter. Just as Lan Mengyan was stunned speechless by the apocalyptic scene before her, sounds began to come from the surrounding ruins. Cough, cough, cough. Is anyone there? Help me out. What on earth is going on? One after another, figures covered in dust and bearing a few scratches struggled to emerge from under various bunkers and wreckage. Like Lan Mengyan, they were candidates who survived the devastating attack by finding solid cover or being on the edge of the area. At this moment, they looked at the street that had been completely razed to the ground, their faces filled with bewilderment and disbelief. And the architecture? So many buildings, how come they're all gone? Is it an S-class monster siege? The candidates discussed the matter in a panic, like a flock of frightened lambs gathered on the ruins, completely bewildered by what had happened. Just then, Lan Mengyan, along with many other sharp-eyed survivors, spotted a figure slowly walking towards them on the relatively intact main road in the center of the ruins. He wore a suit of jet-black dragon scale armor, his black, tousled hair fluttering slightly in the hot, ashen wind, and he held a large, ancient-looking sword in his hand. It was Yen Luo. His gaze swept calmly over the dozens of survivors emerging from the ruins, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. So many people actually survived. It seems that the attack just now was too conservative. Just then, a burly, muscular boy stepped forward and blocked Yen Luo's path. His tone was firm, with a questioning quality. Hey! Kid! You came from over there? What exactly happened here just now? Do you know? Yen Luo stopped and looked up at him, replying calmly, I know. The burly man's eyes lit up, and he immediately pressed, tell me quickly. Was that commotion caused by an S-rank monster? Where did it go? He thought to himself that if it really was an S-class monster, his strength was definitely not enough, and he had to find the right direction to escape and save his life. However, Yen Luo's next words stunned him and the survivors around him who were listening intently. I did it. Yen Luo said calmly. Ah? The burly man was taken aback at first, then seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He threw his head back and burst into laughter, his laughter filled with disdain. You? Ha 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 ha. You brag without even thinking. Do you think I'm easily intimidated? As he spoke, the burly man's large, fan-like hand, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, reached directly for Yen Luo's head. However, his hand had only reached halfway. Whoosh! A thin red line flashed across the sky. Quick! Extremely fast. No one could even see what that red line was. The burly man felt a chill on his arm, followed by a sharp pain. He looked down in astonishment and saw that his right forearm was severed at the elbow, the cut as smooth as a mirror, and blood was now gushing out like a fountain. Ah, my hand. The burly man's ferocious grin instantly turned into extreme terror and pain. He opened his mouth, about to let out a scream. Whoosh! Another red line flashed by, gliding precisely across his body from top to bottom. The burly man's voice caught in his throat, his expression froze completely, and his pupils dilated. The next moment, his body split cleanly from the central axis, falling to both sides and dying instantly. Quiet. A deathly silence. The survivors standing on the ruins watching the spectacle couldn't help but gasp in shock. Just like that, it was over in seconds? You'd resort to deadly violence at the slightest disagreement? Who is this person? He's incredibly ruthless. Just then, two companions of the burly man who had just died rushed out from the crowd. One of them, witnessing his companion's gruesome death, was both shocked and enraged. Pointing at Yen Luo, he shouted, You're too domineering. My brother was just asking you a question, was it really necessary to kill him like this? His companion, pale-faced, quickly pulled him back, whispering, Stop talking. Shut up. We can't afford to mess with this guy. He's not like he can't be brought back to life, don't provoke him. However, his advice came too late. Or rather, in front of Yen Luo, such meaningless accusations were tantamount to courting death. The next second, the boy who had spoken out in accusation suddenly went blank, his pupils dilated, and then, without warning, his head slid off his neck and rolled to the ground. The headless corpse swayed and fell to the ground. The remaining companion was terrified, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to his knees, frantically begging Yen Luo for mercy. Big brother. Boss. It's not my fault. I didn't say anything bad about you. Killing those two was enough, right? Please, spare me. I promise, I will never seek revenge on you again. I swear. His tone was extremely sincere, attempting to gain a glimmer of hope through this humble posture. However, Yen Luo merely glanced at him indifferently and casually waved the oath of the end in his hand. Whoosh! A flash of red light, and a head filled with terror and disbelief flew into the air. Yen Luo sheathed his sword, his calm voice echoing across the desolate ruins, clearly reaching the ears of every survivor. Excuse me. Kill me even if I beg for mercy. Hiss. At that moment, all the candidates around felt a chill run from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads. Killing someone is usually just a matter of beheading them, but this person didn't even give him a chance to beg for mercy? This is too domineering and unreasonable. After a brief moment of deathly silence, the crowd erupted in chaos. You've gone too far. Exactly. They were begging for mercy, why did you still hit them? Everyone, charge. Let's fight him. No matter how strong he is, he's only one person. But some people are clear-headed, like Lan Mengyan. She sensed something was wrong when Yen Luo killed the second person, and cold sweat soaked her back. When she saw that even those who begged for mercy were being slaughtered without exception, she had no more hope left in her heart. Without leaving a trace, he retreated step by step until he was behind the crowd. Then, without hesitation, she turned and ran. I used the fastest speed I've ever used. He ran for his life while cursing those who were still shouting in the same spot as idiots. Didn't you see how easily they killed high-level players? Are you going to attack together? It's more like delivering vegetables to people. Saving my life is the most important thing. She subconsciously touched the burning red card in her arms, the heart of flames. Feeling its presence, Lan Mengyan couldn't help but let her lips curl into a wild smile. As long as I have it, even if I completely give up later, my score will still be enough for me to get into a good university. Speaking of which, she has to thank that handsome black-haired guy. Although she didn't see it with her own eyes, she felt that the blow that cleaved the building was delivered by him. If he hadn't killed those three bastards, this card probably wouldn't have survived. It's a pity he's so ruthless, he kills without blinking an eye. Otherwise, with his good looks and ridiculously strong abilities, he might be worth considering developing a relationship with. Her mind was racing with chaotic thoughts, but she dared not stop for a moment. But just then, from a distance behind her came a continuous, extremely shrill scream. Lan Mengyan was startled and instinctively glanced back. That one glance almost froze the blood in her body. The black-haired youth continued his leisurely stroll along the main road. But with each seemingly casual swing of his sword, a deadly red line was drawn. Wherever he went, whether they tried to resist, escaped, or were survivors kneeling and begging for mercy, they were all instantly killed. Oh my God! Lan Mengyan was so frightened that her face turned as white as paper. She instantly increased her speed, wishing her parents had 2 more legs. She used every ounce of strength she had. Run! 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 She screamed in her heart, please don't let them catch up. They absolutely cannot die. Once you die, the heart of flame is gone. She deliberately chose routes through complex ruins and with many obstacles to flee for her life, trying to use the terrain to escape the killer. However, just when she thought she had created some distance and could finally catch her breath. Call out. A chilling beam of energy, a mixture of pitch black and dark red, streaked across the top of her head. Chapter 82 Boss, don't kill me. The deadly black and red sword light almost grazed Lan Mengyan's hair, instantly vaporizing a few strands of her hair that had been lifted up. Because of her short stature, she narrowly escaped this fatal blow. However, the other candidates who were trying to escape were not so lucky. The sword's edge, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, drew a graceful arc in the air, precisely slicing across the necks of each fleeing individual. Swish, swish, swish. Heads, filled with terror and bewilderment, shot into the sky. The headless bodies, propelled by inertia, took a few more steps forward before staggering and collapsing to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the bodies of these deceased examinees turned into specks of shimmering starlight and dissipated into the air. Lan Mengyan stood frozen in place, staring dumbfounded at the scene that was like mowing grass. She subconsciously touched her unharmed neck and head, and a strong sense of relief at surviving the ordeal instantly swept over her. For the first time, she felt so sincerely grateful to her parents for giving her such a short stature. But this relief lasted for less than 2 seconds. A calm voice, seemingly emanating from the deepest hell, rang out not far behind her. Oh! There were still some who slipped through the net. It's that black-haired killer. Lan Mengyan's body stiffened instantly, as if her blood had frozen at that moment. She turned her head slowly and laboriously, and met Yen Luo's deep and indifferent eyes. When she saw Yen Luo raise his hand again, and the chilling black-red light at his fingertips began to recondense, boundless fear was poured over her head like ice water, instantly snapping Lan Mengyan out of her daze. No! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Please! She unleashed the strongest will to survive she had ever had. I'll do anything you ask. Please don't kill me. Please. She tilted her head back, displaying her most pitiful side, and even subconsciously shook her full breasts, which were completely disproportionate to her petite figure and could be described as weapons, trying to use this primal asset to evoke a trace of pity from the other party. However, Yen Luo's eyes remained calm and still, the light from her fingertips grew brighter and brighter, and the aura of death was overwhelming. Lan Mengyan was utterly desperate, cursing in her heart, damn blockhead. Heart of stone. How could you lay a hand on such a cute and sexy girl like me? Are you even a man? Don't let me see you again, otherwise. She closed her eyes in despair, awaiting death, her long eyelashes trembling violently with fear. 1 second, 2 seconds. The expected pain did not come. She cautiously opened her eyes a crack. Yen Luo was still standing there watching her, but the red light on his hand had already dissipated. His gaze was calm, as if he were scrutinizing something. Yen Luo was certainly not swayed by her meager assets. Just as he was about to deliver the fatal blow, a thought struck him, and he activated the Demon King's Eye, only to discover that the person before him possessed S-rank potential. That's why Yen Luo stopped. Lan Mengyan naturally had no idea of the reason behind this. Seeing that Yen Luo hadn't made a move yet, she recalled her earlier desperate words, "I'll do anything." Then look at the way the other person is scrutinizing me. A thought flashed through my mind like lightning. Could it be that he really is lusting after me? The thought made her heart skip a beat. But then I thought, the other party is abnormally strong and so handsome, so it seems not so unacceptable. She was even mentally prepared to give herself to him, her face as red as a ripe apple. However, Yen Luo did not do anything out of line to her. He simply asked, "What's your name?" My name is Lan Mengyan." She answered instinctively, her mind a little slow to process what she was seeing. This opening, it's not quite what I expected. Yan Luo nodded, seemingly having memorized the name. Then, he reached out, but not toward Lan Mengyan's body, but directly toward the shadow at her feet that appeared somewhat distorted due to the obstruction of the building. Ha! Lan Mengyan looked completely bewildered. The next moment, something strange happened. Yan Luo's hand seemed to plunge into the water, disappearing directly into that shadow. Immediately afterwards, he grabbed and lifted it up. Squeak! A sharp, piercing scream, completely unlike a human voice, burst forth from the shadows. To Lan Mengyan's utter horror, Yan Luo actually pulled a struggling, twisting monster, like a black seed, out of her shadow. The monster's surface was covered with vein-like patterns, and it was emitting a terrifying scream. What is this thing? How could it be in my shadow? Lan Mengyan was so frightened that she backed away repeatedly, her face turning pale. But then, an even more startling thought struck her like lightning. Etc. Could it be that he didn't kill those people indiscriminately? It was because this kind of evil thing was also lurking in the shadows of these people. He was actually saving people? Thinking of this, Yan Luo's image in her mind underwent a complete transformation. From a cold-blooded killer to a taciturn hero burdened with misunderstandings, yet secretly saving everyone. Fear was instantly replaced by immense guilt and gratitude. When she looked at Yan Luo again, all that remained in her eyes was admiration and a hint of curiosity. Just then, her mind started working. If we could get on his good side, wouldn't we be able to enjoy life to the fullest? The more Lan Mengyan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Mustering her courage, she put on what she considered her sweetest and most adorable smile and was about to invite others to join her team. But Yan Luo casually crushed the still chirping seed, turning it into a wisp of black smoke and disappearing. Without even glancing at her, he turned and left. Hey! Boss! Wait a minute! Lan Mengyan panicked immediately. How could a cooked duck fly away? She quickly jogged up to Yan Luo, opened her arms to block him, and said in a tone that was both coquettish and pleading, "Handsome guy. Boss! You must be exhausted from cleaning so many areas all by yourself. How about I come along? I promise I won't hold you back." Yan Luo paused, and her gaze toward her became somewhat strange. He originally planned to wait until after the college entrance examination to find this S-level potential talent and transform her, but he didn't expect her to come to him on her own initiative. However, Yan Luo is still considering whether or not to bring her alone. Seeing that Yan Luo didn't immediately refuse, Lan Mengyan was overjoyed and quickly pressed her advantage, patting her chest and assuring him, "Don't worry, boss. I'm very useful. I can help you scout. Help you shout 666. And I don't want any resources. I just want to follow behind you, boss, and pick up the trash you don't want. Really? I swear." She blinked her big eyes, trying to appear both sincere and harmless. Yan Luo looked at her yearning eyes and remained silent for a moment. Finally, Yan Luo said calmly, "Come on, let's go." "Yay! That's great. Thank you so much, boss." Lan Mengyan was so excited she almost jumped for joy, nodding frantically like a chick pecking at rice. "Don't worry, boss. I'll be absolutely obedient. You tell me to go east, and I'll never go west." Chapter 83 instantly kills an S-class monster. The rest of the trip was like a bizarre and terrifying dream for Lan Mengyan. She followed closely behind Yan Luo, watching him stroll leisurely through the dilapidated streets. And all the examinees who came into his field of vision, whether they were hiding behind ruins, trying to form a battle formation to resist, or fleeing for their lives, all met the same fate. Yan Luo didn't even need to use the terrifying red longsword. Often, with just a casual flick of his finger, a condensed red light or an invisible mental shock would shoot out, and the examinees would fall down like harvested wheat, their bodies quickly turning into starlight and dissipating. The entire process was efficient, ruthless, and without any unnecessary delays. Lan Mengyan followed behind, secretly clicking her tongue in amazement, internally ranting. "This guy, his strength is insane. Even murder has become an art form." To prove that she wasn't just a burden and to demonstrate some value, Lan Mengyan would eagerly run over to Yan Luo every time he finished cleaning an area. They quickly collected the resource cards dropped by the candidates after their deaths, white, green, blue, and even occasionally golden ones, and presented them to Yan Luo, looking at him expectantly and letting him choose first. Yan Luo seemed unconcerned, casually glancing at the cards. Occasionally, he would pick out a few that emitted strong energy fluctuations, such as a notebook, gold that recorded an unknown skill, and a bullhorn, gold that contained violent power, before looking at them again. The rest is yours," he said calmly. "Really? Thank you so much." Lan Mengyan immediately beamed with joy, as if she had won the lottery, and carefully stored the remaining resource cards into her storage ring. Although most of them are low-level supplies, the sheer quantity makes up for it. The rewards of following the big shot around and picking up trash were many times greater than the hard work she had put into searching for half a day. This feeling is just so amazing. The two continued on their way, and Lan Mengyan discovered that Yen Luo's route was not aimless. He seemed to have a precise map in his hand, guiding her through the candidates in the first area with an efficient path, and moving in a clear direction. As the number of examinees in sight dwindled until they were almost invisible, Yen Luo stopped at the edge of a relatively open area that once resembled a city square. Seeing this, Lan Mengyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, patted her rather large chest, and thought, "Is the big boss finally tired and going to rest? Should I take this opportunity to show off? Should I massage his legs? Give him a shoulder massage?" However, just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard Yen Luo calmly speak. "Warm-up is over. Next, let's speed things up." "Ha!" Lan Mengyan froze on the spot, her eyes wide open, her pretty face filled with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me? Warm up? You're telling me that what happened just now, clearing out countless test takers like chopping vegetables and destroying large areas of the city, was just a warm-up?" She gave an incredulous, awkward laugh, her voice trembling slightly. Big boss, you must be joking. That wasn't your true strength just now, was it?" Just then, a whoa! A deafening roar, filled with violence and destruction, came from the center of the square like a thunderclap. With a roar, a terrifying, suffocating pressure, like a tangible tsunami, suddenly spread out. The ground in the center of the square suddenly cracked open, and a huge creature burst out of the ground. It was over 10 meters tall and looked like a lizard magnified dozens of times, but its body was covered with dark, metallic scales, and its back was covered with ferocious bone spurs. A thick tail lashed out like a steel whip, easily sweeping the surrounding debris into dust. Its scarlet eyes, like two lanterns from hell, were fixed on Yen Luo and Lan Mengyan, who had intruded into its territory. S-class monster. Earthshaker lizard. The mere aura it emitted made Lan Mengyan's legs go weak, her face turn pale, and her soul tremble. She had no doubt that this monster could kill her 10 times over with a single blow. S-rank boss. Her voice trembled, and she almost collapsed to the ground. However, facing this terrifying behemoth, Yen Luo didn't even flinch. Instead, a faint smile curved his lips as he turned to look at Lan Mengyan, who was frozen in fear, his tone tinged with amusement. "Want to see my true strength?" Lan Mengyan's mind went blank, and she could only nod subconsciously. "Okay, I'll grant your request." Before she could finish speaking, Yen Luo did something that Lan Mengyan didn't expect. He actually put away the weapon that had been emitting an ominous red glow that he had been using. It's important to understand that for professionals, the difference between having weapons and the skill level behind them is significant. "What's going on, boss? That's incredibly arrogant. They didn't even use weapons." Just as Lan Mengyan thought he was going to fight this terrifying beast with his bare hands, the deep light in Yen Luo's eyes once again flowed, the vision of the end of all things. In his vision, the arrogant S-class monster before him was covered with crisscrossing gray death lines. He instantly identified one of them. The next moment, Yen Luo moved. He didn't use any weapons, he simply clenched his right fist, pulled his arm back, and instantly compressed and condensed the vast, ocean-like power around him onto his fist. That power wasn't released outwards, but rather extremely contained within, causing the air around his fist to distort. Rising Dragon Break. This is one of the basic skills originating from Yulong, which concentrates destructive power into a single point and explodes in the form of a fist, possessing extremely strong single-target penetrating power. Buzz. Yen Luo's figure vanished from the spot like a ghost, and in the next instant, he appeared in front of the massive body of the earth-splitting demon lizard. His fist, carrying an overbearing intent that seemed capable of piercing through the stars and shattering all laws, struck the deadly line he had previously locked onto with unparalleled precision, like a dragon emerging from the abyss. Put. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a slight but teeth-grinding sound, like leather being forcibly torn apart. Yen Luo's fist, like a red-hot iron cutting into butter, pierced through the earth-splitting demon lizard's hard scales and thick muscles, which were strong enough to withstand heavy artillery fire, without any resistance, and went straight into its body. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The earth-splittering demon lizard's ferocious crimson pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints, its massive body trembled violently, and it let out a short, desperate whimper. Its terrifying life force, like a punctured balloon, was rapidly dissipating. Yan Luo withdrew his fist expressionlessly, without a trace of blood on his arm. Immediately afterward, under Lan Mingyan's stunned gaze, the powerful S-class monster, the earth-splitting demon lizard, swayed its massive body a few times before crashing to the ground like a collapsing mountain, kicking up clouds of dust. Its heart, along with its core essence, was completely shattered and annihilated by Yan Luo's punch imbued with the true essence of martial arts. Sold out instantly. A true one-hit kill. Lan Mengyan opened her mouth wide enough to fit an egg, and froze on the spot as if she had been frozen in place, her brain completely shut down. Warm up, just to warm up. So what he said was all true. Looking at Yan Luo's still calm profile, as if he had merely swatted a fly, only one thought echoed wildly in Lan Mengyan's mind. What is it that What a powerful and terrifying golden thigh they've latched onto. Chapter 84 Demon King's Familiar vs. Legendary Prodigy. Just as Yan Luo was sweeping through the first district with overwhelming force. Inside the monitoring halls of various test preparation centers, an eerie atmosphere of unprecedented uproar and deathly silence had descended. Through monitoring arrays spread throughout the dungeon city in drone aerial photography, Yan Luona's catastrophic cleanup was projected in real time onto a giant light screen. It was clearly presented to all the invigilators, school leaders, and parents who came to watch the exam. Everyone was stunned, their jaws dropping as they watched the black-haired youth casually slaughter all the examinees in his path, causing buildings to collapse and even an S-class boss to be instantly killed with a single punch. What school produced this monster? This is terrifying. Is this really a student? Are you sure it's not some old monster disguised as someone who's smuggling fish in here? It's over, District 1 is completely ruined. Someone patted their chest, relieved with lingering fear. Thank goodness, my son isn't in Zone 1, he's in Zone 2. Wait a minute. He pointed sharply to another split screen, his voice suddenly rising. That scoundrel. He's gone to the second district. What? Hiss. The candidates in Zone 2 are finished too. Another person nearby grinned with relief. Hee, luckily, my daughter is in District 7, far away from this bad boy, she should be safe. Before he could finish speaking, someone pointed at the surveillance footage in Zone 7 and exclaimed, Hey! Oldly, look! People in your daughter's 7th district are also being massacred in large numbers? My God! It's a girl. Wow, so ruthless. This girl is terrifying. Could she be one of those girls who awaken legendary-level professions this year? Someone immediately retorted, That's not right. I've seen the files of those people, and I remember their videos, she's not one of them. Where did this monster come from? Just as everyone was buzzing with discussion, dizzy from the series of unexpectedly powerful figures, an even more explosive piece of news spread like a bomb through the crowd. Look at District 7. It's Mo Chen. The one who awakened the legendary class, the Night Stalker, Mo Chen. It looks like he's going to clash with that girl who's cleaning up Sector 7. My God. A legendary genius versus a mysterious prodigy. We're about to meet. We're really about to meet. These words were like pouring cold water into boiling oil, instantly causing the entire preparation area to boil over. Almost everyone, regardless of which area they were looking at before, focused their attention on the huge main screen displaying Zone 7. Meanwhile, in the special viewing room, Han Ming watched Yan Luo's unstoppable and efficient cleanup operation. His previously anxious heart was greatly relieved, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. He kept saying to Lin Qingtian beside him, Director Lin, did you see that? It went so smoothly. Yan Luo and the others did a fantastic job. They are truly the hope for the future of our human race, the pillars of strength. With them here, the heart-eating demon's conspiracy will definitely fail. Lin Qingtian smiled slightly, but there was not much excitement in his expression, as if everything was within his expectations. Yes, it's really good. He spoke calmly. He was already used to the grand spectacle Yan Luo had created. After all, the kid had already demonstrated this kind of clearing out style in the deep cave. His confidence in Yan Luo sometimes even exceeded his confidence in himself. But suddenly, when he heard the commotion from the crowd outside and the urgent report from the monitoring personnel that Lin Wanqing and the Dark Knight Walker Missouri Chen were about to encounter each other, Han Ming paused slightly, his brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. He knew, of course, that Lin Wanqing was strong, given the terrifying aura she had exuded before. But Mo Chen was a renowned legendary genius, far superior to the ordinary candidates he had encountered before. Han Ming's smile faded, and he looked at Lin Qingtian with a hint of nervousness. Director Lin, what do you think? Between Lin Wanqing and Mo Chen, who will win? Lin Qingtian barely hesitated before calmly uttering two words, Evening Star. Han Ming was taken aback, surprised that Lin Qingtian was so decisive and unwavering, and couldn't help but ask, You think so highly of her? You know, Mo Chen is a genuine legendary level class, the Night Walker. His potential and strength are among the very best. Lin Qingtian glanced at him, his tone remaining calm. Evening Star is also a legendary profession. He paused, then added, not just her, but the 5 people who went in with Yan Luo by Manqing, Yulong, Chen Junyu, Zhang Qiyue, and He Zhu are all of legendary quality. He didn't mention that Zhang Qiyue was an even more outrageous mythical figure, because there was no need. But even this was enough to strike Han Ming like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned on the spot, his mouth agape, unable to utter a sound for a long time. All legendary classes? No wonder when those people just released their aura in that room, it felt like I had fallen into an infernal hell. After the initial shock, Han Ming rationally analyzed, but even so, both of them are legendary level professionals, and the outcome is still uncertain. Director Lin, why are you so sure Lin Wanqing will win? Lin Qingtian put down his teacup and said calmly, even among legendary professions, the gap between them can sometimes be greater than the gap between low-level and legendary professions. Han Ming was stunned and somewhat unable to understand. He knew there were definitely differences between legendary classes, but to say that the difference was greater than the difference between low-level and legendary classes would be an exaggeration. Lin Qingtian didn't offer any further explanation, but instead asked, what level is this Mo Chen at now? As the person in charge, Han Ming was very familiar with the information of these top geniuses and immediately replied, level 8. Lin Qingtian nodded, to be able to reach level 8 within 7 days of awakening is already quite amazing. No wonder you are a legendary professional. Han Ming laughed and said, it is indeed very good. Of course, compared with monsters like Yan Luo who reach level 40 in 7 days, it is 100 million points worse. But how many monsters like Yan Luo are there? Therefore, Mo Chen is already extremely strong, and will definitely be a pillar of the human race in the future. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Qingtian calmly interrupted him. But Lin Wanqing is currently at level 31. Chapter 85 Training or Torture. Who harvested my leeks? Han Ming's smile froze instantly, his pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints, and he stared wide-eyed in disbelief, as if he had heard the most absurd thing in the world. 31? He gasped in shock, his voice trembling, how is this possible? The fact that someone like Yan Luo could reach level 40 in just 7 days is terrifying enough, and it defies all expectations. What's up with this Lin Wanqing? Doesn't she need to sleep or rest too? Etc. Suddenly, Han Ming realized something that chilled him to the bone. His voice trembled as he asked with a last glimmer of hope, could it be that the people who went in with Yan Luo were all of such high level? Lin Qingtian shook his head, no. Han Ming breathed a sigh of relief, patted his chest, and chuckled dryly, you scared me. I really thought they were all monsters like that. However, before he could fully relax, he heard Lin Qingtian continue in his still calm and indifferent tone. Of those 6 people, only 5 were at level 30 or above. As for the newly joined elder, Black Duke, he's only level 10. Han Ming. He felt his heart couldn't take it. But Lin Qingtian's next words completely petrified him. However, although Black Duke is only level 10, his strength is unfathomable. If we really fight, even you can't take him down. Han Ming was completely stunned, his mind went blank. Everyone is level 30 or higher? There's also an old man who's level 10 and even I can't beat him? I knew they were monsters, but I never imagined they were this monstrous. He remained silent for a long time, his expression shifting from shock to confusion, then to a hint of worry. Finally, he took a deep breath and spoke in an extremely complex tone. Director Lin, they wouldn't have broke those legendary promising talents, would they? He could easily imagine the psychological impact and blow of a proud, arrogant, and invincible legendary genius being crushed like a child by someone of the same quality but more than 20 levels higher. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingtian smiled faintly, his gaze returning to the 2 figures about to collide on the light screen, his tone carrying a profound meaning. Perfect timing. These people have just awakened their legendary professions, and they're all arrogant and haughty. Let Yan Luo and the others give these kids some real setbacks, toughen them up, and temper their arrogance. That wouldn't be bad. Jade that is not carved cannot become a useful object. Han Ming looked at Lin Qingtian's expression, which seemed to be enjoying the show, and his lips twitched. In the end, he could only let out a helpless bitter smile and stop talking. A certain level of difficulty is good for honing skills, but this is like a level 30 versus a level 8. This is hardly a test. This is pure one-sided masochism. What can you hone by honing your skills? To hone your resilience under pressure? But he knew that things had come to this point and could not be changed, so he could only cast his complicated gaze, along with Lin Qingtian's, toward the huge screen that had attracted everyone's attention. Under the watchful eyes of countless tense, expectant, and curious gazes in the preparation area, Lin Wanqing and Mo Chen, located in the 7th district of the city, finally met. After arriving at his chosen Zone 7, Mo Chen did not rush around searching for resources like the other candidates. He casually found a relatively intact rooftop of a tall building, lay down lazily, put his hands behind his head, and looked down at the candidates below who were busily moving around like ants. He didn't really want to lie down, he was just too lazy to do the garbage collecting work. In his mind, once those small fry had worked hard to gather enough resources, he could then take action and wipe them all out, and then all the spoils would be his. It saves time and effort and is extremely efficient. That's what smart people do. However, his dream of catching the predator was cut short by a chaotic cacophony of fleeing sounds and terrified screams that grew louder as they approached. Mo Chen's first reaction was to raise an eyebrow. Oh? Someone else thought the same thing as me? You're quick on the uptake. But he soon realized something was wrong. How long has the exam been going on? Even if you're going to rob someone, shouldn't you wait until the leeks have grown fat before you harvest them? How many resources can we acquire if we act now? Immediately afterwards, a surge of anger and resentment welled up inside me. How dare you cut my profits on my turf before I do? I want to see which blind fool has the right to be arrogant in front of me. He snorted coldly, his figure disappearing silently into the shadows beneath his feet, like an ink droplet merging into water. As the Night Walker, the shadows are his domain, his kingdom. He wanted to teach that unruly invader a lesson in his own kingdom. With his talent for moving through shadows, Mo Chen was incredibly fast and quickly found the source of the commotion, the figure frantically mowing the grass. A woman with a graceful figure and a cool, beautiful face was Lin Wanqing. However, Lin Wanqing's cleaning efficiency clearly exceeded Mo Chen's expectations. When he arrived at the scene, the last few candidates who were desperately fleeing were also killed by Lin Wanqing, their screams turning into starlight and dissipating. Apart from the two of them, there was no other living creature in the entire area. Mo Chen slowly emerged from the shadows in a corner of the wall, and looking at the empty surroundings, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. The chives I had my eye on, the ones I was planning to fatten up before harvesting, were completely uprooted and cut clean by someone? A sense of irritation at having his own granary emptied instantly ignited his anger. He stared coldly at the aloof woman standing before him, her whip sheath, his voice like ice. Dare to kill my prey? Woman, you have successfully angered me. He raised his head, with the pride and sense of superiority unique to a legendary genius. I'll show you what happens to those who anger me, Mo Chen. State your name. I, Mo Chen, do not kill nameless nobodies. In his view, although the other party had shown remarkable ability, he was ultimately just an unknown candidate. How could he be compared to him, a legendary genius who was already famous throughout Yanhuang? The previous killings were nothing more than bullying ordinary weaklings by relying on strength. If I wanted to, I could easily do it myself. However, faced with his oppressive questioning, Lin Wanqing didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. She merely glanced at him with her cold, star-like eyes, then parted her lips and uttered 5 words. You are not worthy to know. Arrogant. Mo Chen was completely enraged. He felt his pride had been trampled underfoot. Since that's the case, then you may die. I'll take all the supplies you have. Chapter 86 There is only one king. Before he finished speaking, Mo Chen's figure vanished into the shadows beneath his feet like a ghost, disappearing without a trace. Shadows flitting about. This is one of his most confident abilities. In the realm of shadows, he is a king who comes and goes without a trace, easily toying with and slaughtering any opponent. Inside the monitoring hall of the preparation area, those watching the battle from a high-altitude perspective and through a special energy detection array couldn't help but hold their breath. Disappeared. I can't sense any energy fluctuations or location at all. What superb stealth technique. As expected of the legendary class, Night Stalker. This stealth ability is terrifying. That girl is in danger. She can't detect Mo Chen at all. Almost everyone believed that the duel would end quickly with Mo Chen's bizarre assassination. Mo Chen himself thought so too. He moved swiftly through the crisscrossing shadows of the square like a slippery, dark fish, sometimes appearing briefly behind the ruins to Lin Wanqing's left, and sometimes revealing half of his mocking face in the shadow of a car to her right. He didn't attack immediately, but instead, like a cat toying with its prey, he wanted to let this arrogant woman slowly experience the approach of death in extreme fear and despair. Can you feel it? Imo-chen's voice came from all directions, filled with smug pride. In this shadow, I am the only king. Your senses, your gaze, mean nothing to me. Fear it, struggle it. This is the price you pay for offending me. He thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being in control of other people's lives and deaths, and being high above them. However, faced with his psychologically oppressive tactics, Lin Wanqing's expression showed no fear, but instead became even colder, and a hint of disdain even flashed in her beautiful eyes. King? She repeated the word softly, her voice as cold as ice striking stone. In my eyes, only one person deserves this title. You are not worthy. Her voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable authority. Besides, even if there truly is a king in this dark night. Lin Wanqing's gaze suddenly fixed on the southeast corner of the square on a seemingly empty but completely shadowed area of ground. That person can only be me. Imo-chen, who was hiding in the shadows, suddenly stiffened. The smugness on his face instantly turned into shock and disbelief. How could she have found my location? I didn't give away any information. A strong sense of unease instantly gripped him. Without further hesitation, he was about to launch a thunderous attack. But, just as his thought arose, a sudden change has occurred. The shadow that had once been a warm, compliant, and freely controllable place for him now seemed to have been instantly drained of all its vitality, becoming incredibly heavy, stagnant, and even filled with a sense of rejection. If the shadows were once a vast ocean where he could swim freely, then at this moment, that ocean has instantly solidified into incredibly hard cement. He felt as if he had been cast into the hard earth, his body completely imprisoned, unable to move even a finger. What terrified him even more was that he discovered his connection to all the shadows around him had been forcibly severed. He could no longer sense them, nor could he mobilize even a trace of shadow energy. It was as if his core, Night Walker, skill had been forcibly ripped away by someone's bare hands. No. This is impossible. Imo-chen let out a desperate roar in his heart. The feeling of being stripped of everything in his most proficient field in the most absolute and domineering way was 1,000 times more painful than being killed. He abruptly raised his head, peering through the solidified shadow at Lin Wanqing, who was slowly approaching, his voice distorted with extreme horror. You did this? How is this possible? How could you possibly control my shadow? Lin Wanqing did not answer his question. She walked with composure, like a queen surveying her territory. As she approached, she began to exude an indescribable, supreme majesty. Dark energy swirled and coalesced around her like a living thing, transforming into a magnificent long dress that seemed to be woven from the deepest night sky. Her long hair moved without wind, and the ends were tinged with starlight. A phantom crown made of shadows and stars appeared and disappeared above her head. Dark Night Queen form, manifest. At this moment, she was no longer that aloof girl, but a supreme being who held the power of the night. She walked up to Imo-chen, who was trapped in the shadows and could only reveal a terrified head. She lowered her head slightly and looked down at him with her eyes, which seemed to contain the endless night sky and the chill of winter, like a god looking down at an ant. Do you know why you can no longer use your abilities? Her voice was ethereal yet majestic, carrying a kind of primal suppression. Imo-chen stared blankly at Lin Wanqing, who was like the embodiment of darkness, radiating an aura that made his soul groan and compelled him to kneel in worship. He subconsciously murmured, Why? Lin Wanqing looked down at him, her red lips slightly parted. Because I am the queen of the night. The moment she finished speaking, she raised her right hand, which was covered by a black silk glove, and casually snapped her fingers. Snap. It was as if a switch had been flipped, or as if a final judgment had been issued to the people. The next moment, centered on Lin Wanqing, all the shadows on the entire square, the projections on the walls, the dark sides of the vehicles, the corners of the ruins, and even the dark energy permeating the air all seemed to come alive, boiling and surging violently. They quickly broke free of their original forms, twisting and reshaping, transforming into countless dark weapons exuding a chilling aura. Black daggers, menacing spears, massive battle axes, sharp arrows, densely packed, blotting out the sky, hovering in midair, every single blade, without exception, was precisely aimed at Imo-chen, who was imprisoned in place. A vast army arrayed, the shadows yielded. Imo-chen looked up at the scene that was both miraculous and apocalyptic, his pupils dilated, his face drained of all color, leaving only utter bewilderment and despair. His lips trembled as he unconsciously repeated the name that had shattered his Tao heart. The Queen of the Night. Lin Wanqing's eyes were indifferent, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, and she simply uttered a single word. Kill. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, 10,000 soldiers charged out. Like a surging black torrent, or a gun barrage carrying out executions, it shrieked with a tearing sound, instantly engulfing Emochen's tiny figure. There were no screams, no resistance. Only the faint hissing sounds of countless shadowy weapons piercing flesh and tearing souls, and the bursting forth of dense, impenetrable dark energy light. When everything calmed down, the shadow weapons dissipated and peace returned. The spot where Emochen had been standing was now empty. Only the faint, lingering starlight testifies that a legendary genius has just perished here. Lin Wanqing slowly retracted her Dark Knight Queen form, returning to her aloof appearance, as if the queen who had just wielded darkness and held the power of life and death was merely an illusion. Without even glancing at the spot where Emochen had disappeared, she turned around and calmly walked toward the next area that needed cleaning. The preparation zone was deathly silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the overwhelming, even dimensional, outcome of the battle on the screen, unable to recover for a long time. Lin Wanqing versus Emochen? No, this is not a duel at all. It was a crushing defeat. Chapter 87 Jiang Qiyue's debut. Child of Nature. This equally astonishing scene didn't only happen in District 7. District 13. As this was the first important mission Jiang Qiyue officially carried out after being transformed by Yen Luo, she attached great importance to it. She longs to perfectly fulfill the mission entrusted to her by her master and prove her worth. Therefore, the moment she stepped into District 13 through the portal, she did not hesitate at all and immediately chose to unleash her ultimate move. This was also the first time she publicly displayed the terrifying power of the Witch of Annihilation in front of everyone. She raised her slender, fair hand, palm facing upward, and a deep, dark energy that seemed capable of swallowing all light began to rapidly gather and compress. That was no ordinary shadow, but a destructive power containing the concept of the end of all things. Inside the energy sphere, it seemed as if countless tiny stars were being born and dying, emanating an aura that could freeze one's soul. The Extinction Nova. Skill effect, releases the power of the Yin from the palm like a supernova explosion, dealing massive true damage to all enemies within range, applying the End mark, and removing all enemy buffs and summons. However, just before the energy ball was released, Jiang Qiyue suddenly withdrew the effect of the End mark attached to it. She was well aware of the limitations of her power. If she allowed the mark of the End to remain, the affected examinees would likely face more than just dying and being resurrected in the instance. Their existence will be utterly destroyed. A true annihilation that even the dungeon resurrection mechanism cannot reverse. She knew that her master's reason for doing this was only to cleanse the demons that were parasitizing the examinees' bodies, not to actually kill them. Therefore, Jiang Qiyue would naturally not actually kill the examinees either. She didn't care about the consequences of killing the examinees, she just didn't want to mess up the first task her master had assigned her. That would make me seem useless. The next moment, the black energy ball, which contained destructive power, rose slowly from Jiang Qiyue's palm like a shooting star flying in reverse. It is neither dazzling nor fiery, instead, it exudes a cold, almost suffocating silence. The sudden appearance of this black star immediately attracted the attention of countless examinees in District 13 who were either searching for supplies or fighting amongst themselves. What is that? New supplies? Or some special event? That light is so peculiar, it feels a little uncomfortable. Many people stopped what they were doing, looked up curiously to examine it, and some even tried to get closer to observe. However, their curiosity quickly turned into extreme terror. When that black star climbed to a sufficient height, it suddenly burst into bloom. There was no deafening roar, only a low hum that seemed to tear space itself apart and force matter into nothingness. Centered on the explosion point, an ever-expanding dark sphere instantly spread out, obliterating everything in its path, from reinforced concrete buildings and abandoned vehicles to bewildered test-takers looking up. Everything vanished silently the moment it touched the dark sphere, like a pencil drawing erased by an eraser. Leaving only absolute emptiness. Run. Run fast. It's an attack. It's a massive area of effect attack. Monster. There's a monster. The survivors finally came to their senses, letting out heart-wrenching screams and scattering in all directions like headless flies. But it was no use. Because in their despairing gazes, one after another, more than a dozen new black stars, exuding the same deathly aura, rose into the sky. Jiang Qiyue stood calmly in the middle of the messy street, her hands constantly gathering and releasing annihilation energy balls as if they were adorned with stars. The next moment, these dozen or so black novae, like dice thrown by the Grim Reaper, fell indiscriminately towards every corner of District 13 with irresistible trajectories. Boom! 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 In an instant, the entire 13th district seemed to be facing an apocalyptic catastrophe. Black meteorites fell one after another, and each impact with the ground unleashed a dark domain that devoured everything, completely obliterating large areas and all life within them. The intense energy fluctuations even caused noticeable tremors in the neighboring zones 12 and 14. Inside the preparedness zone, those who witnessed the scene in District 13 that resembled a natural disaster through surveillance cameras were not just shocked, but completely dumbfounded. Oh my god. That guy in District 7 who instantly killed Imochen was already outrageous enough. How come there's this little girl in District 13 who can casually launch nuclear bombs? Where on earth did these people come from? Didn't we say before that the 9 geniuses who awaken legendary professions this year were the main focus of our attention? What is this now? A legendary genius wholesale market? And it comes with super double discounts? Everyone felt that their understanding was being repeatedly rubbed into the ground. The legendary geniuses, who were originally regarded as top-tier combatants, seemed to have become a joke in front of these monsters who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. At this time, Mu Lingyao, another legendary genius in District 13, also felt the earth-shattering commotion. Her delicate face was filled with surprise and confusion. What happened? Such a commotion. Could it be that someone is engaged in a fierce battle with an S-class monster? She couldn't think of anything else that could cause such massive destruction besides this reason. However, despite being a legendary class, Mu Lingyao has a very clear understanding of her own position. Her strengths lie in healing, support, crowd control, and survival. Direct confrontation is not her forte. She knew she was not up to the task of fighting an S-class monster alone, and she would need at least a legendary teammate like Yin Bingxian, who was skilled in direct combat, to cooperate with her. Moreover, she dislikes fighting by nature and prefers to use her abilities to explore and collect resources. Her talent allows her to easily detect high-value resources hidden in corners, and in a short period of time, she has already made a considerable fortune, putting her in a very good mood. Forget it, never mind. Mu Lingyao shook her head, deciding not to join in the fun. Once we've plundered most of the resources in this area, we'll go to District 14 to meet up with Bingxian. Thinking of her aloof and strong best friend, she felt much more at ease. Extreme Ice Emperor Yin Bingxuan's combat power ranks among the top 3 even among the 9. With her by my side, and combined with my own support abilities, I'll be able to dominate the exam hall. Thinking of this, Mu Lingyao hummed an unknown tune and sped up her search. But at that moment, a familiar, unsettling black star slowly condensed and rose again in the sky above her head. Mu Lingyao's hair stood on end instantly. The instant I saw that black star, a tremendous sense of fear, stemming from my very life instinct and as if I had encountered a natural enemy, washed over me like ice water. What is that? She murmured, her voice trembling. Chapter 88. The monster you mentioned, am I me? The instant Mu Lingyao looked up and saw the black Death Star floating above her head. The deep celestial body suddenly lit up. It was not an ordinary light, but a strange, eerie glow that seemed to devour all colors and blur existence itself. Not good. Mu Lingyao's expression changed drastically. The intense sense of crisis left her with almost no time to think, and she unleashed her full power. As a legendary profession named after nature, the Child of Nature possesses comprehensive and powerful abilities. She can cultivate and manipulate various plants at will, using them to alter terrain, bind enemies, and build defenses. It also possesses outstanding healing abilities, enabling it to quickly recover from injuries to itself and its teammates. She can also grant powerful buffs to allies, and inflict negative statuses such as paralysis and poison on enemies. More importantly, she is connected to the source of life in nature, and her vitality and recovery ability are extremely amazing, making her an unkillable cockroach. Faced with this attack that fell from the sky and exuded an aura of absolute death, Mu Lingyao did not hesitate to choose the most powerful defensive stance. All things under heaven, guardian tree. She slammed her hands down on the ground, and a powerful, vibrant green life force surged into the earth like a tide. Rumble! The ground cracked open, and countless thick vines and towering trees burst forth from the soil, growing wildly as if they were alive, instantly weaving together to form layer upon layer of thick wooden domes above her head. The wood of these giant trees, aided by the power of nature, has become even tougher than steel. Immediately afterwards, several massive, heavy trees, each requiring several people to encircle, rose from the ground. These enormous, ancient trees, like living creatures, coiled around Mu Lingyao like giant pythons, tightly wrapping her petite body layer upon layer, forming an incredibly thick wooden cocoon. Finally, under her control, the giant cocoon quickly sank into the depths of the newly churned earth, attempting to use the power of the earth to counteract the terrifying impact. Almost instantly, she built herself a theoretically near-perfect multi-layered defensive fortress. However, when the power of the annihilation nova in the outside world fully erupted, the energy containing the power of the end swept down like a tide of death. But snap! There were no loud collisions, only a strange, teeth-grinding sound, as if everything was being forcibly decomposed and annihilated. The layers of wooden domes on the ground, strong enough to withstand heavy artillery bombardment, rapidly disintegrated and vanished under the wash of black light, like ice and snow under the sun. Immediately afterwards, the heavy wooden cocoon that was protecting her and had sunk into the ground also let out a mournful cry of being unable to bear the burden, and its surface quickly turned gray and cracked. The terrifying energy penetrated through layers of barriers and acted directly on her body. Ugh! She suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as if her internal organs had shifted. The aftershock of just one blow was enough to severely injure this legendary child of nature. After an unknown amount of time, the destructive fluctuations in the outside world finally subsided. The ground began to churn slightly, and the remaining, charred, and broken giant trees struggled to emerge from the soil. Mu Lingyao crawled out of there in a disheveled state, her face as pale as paper, blood still hanging from the corner of her mouth, and her magnificent natural robes were now tattered. Cough, cough. She coughed up a little more blood and foam, and without delay, she immediately mobilized the vast life energy within her body. A shimmering emerald green light emanated from her body, flowing through her limbs and bones like warm spring water. Her terrible injuries began to heal at a visible speed, and her pale face regained a rosy hue. About 10 seconds later, apart from mental exhaustion and shock, most of the injuries had improved. That was a terrifying blow. Mu Lingyao looked back in the direction of the explosion with lingering fear, her beautiful eyes filled with lingering terror. What kind of monster created this? She couldn't imagine what would happen if she were hit directly. No, I absolutely cannot deal with an enemy like this. I must go to District 14 and find Bing Xian as soon as possible. Only by joining forces with her can we have a glimmer of hope. Just as she was about to leave the area that had been reduced to scorched earth, she caught a glimpse of a figure slowly walking towards her from the corner of her eye. She was a girl wearing an elegant dress and holding a black parasol. She had features that seemed to have been meticulously sculpted by a god, so exquisite that they seemed otherworldly. Her pale silver eyes were calm and serene, and her whole being exuded an ethereal and tranquil aura. Mu Lingyao's eyes lit up instantly. As a seasoned beauty enthusiast, upon seeing such a stunning girl, she immediately forgot her previous fear and felt a strong urge to protect and be close to her. It's worth noting that the reason she and Yin Bingxian became such good friends was largely because Yin Bingxian is beautiful. There are still such dangerous monsters around here, we can't let such a beautiful girl act alone. That's too dangerous. The thought of being a hero and saving a damsel in distress instantly rose in Mu Lingyao's mind. Let me save her. Thinking of this, she immediately straightened her slightly disheveled clothes, put on what she thought was her most gentle and friendly smile, and walked quickly toward the girl with the umbrella. Zhang Qiyu looked at the girl who, instead of running away like the others, took the initiative to walk towards her, and a barely perceptible hint of doubt flashed in her pale silver eyes. Why didn't this person run away? Instead, they moved closer to me? However, this doubt quickly dissipated. Never mind, the reason isn't important. The master's order is to clear out all the examinees in this area, so whether you come over or run away, the final result will be the same. Just kill him. She made a decision in her heart. Seeing Zhang Qiyue's questioning gaze, Mu Lingyao immediately misunderstood it as fear and helplessness, and her protective instincts intensified. As she approached, she spoke in a gentle, soothing tone. Don't be afraid, little sister. I'm here to protect you. Would you like to come with me? There are terrifying monsters lurking here, it's too dangerous. Let's go to District 14 together. My friend lives there, she's amazing. When the time comes, the three of us sisters will join forces and definitely be able to defeat this despicable monster. What do you say? Zhang Qiyue listened quietly to her words, a trace of confusion flashing across her silver eyes once again. She blinked, a monster? How come I didn't see it? But she quickly realized what was happening, a look of understanding flashing in her silvery white eyes. Oh, the monster she was talking about, was she referring to me? Being called a monster to her face for the first time, Zhang Qiyue was not angry at all. For some reason, she felt a sense of novelty and inexplicable pleasure. Is it because this title confirms that the power bestowed upon me by my master is very strong? An innocent yet alluring smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. That stunning smile left Mu Lingyao speechless as she approached, her heart pounding uncontrollably. My goodness, this girl is so cute, so perfect. I must become good friends with her. When Mu Lingyao finally stood before Jiang Qiyu and looked closely at her flawless face, she exclaimed in amazement, "This is simply God's most perfect masterpiece." Jiang Qiyu gently corrected, "No. It's not God." She raised her finger and gently tapped her chest, her tone carrying an undeniable reverence and sense of belonging. "Yes, it's the master." "Owner?" Mu Lingyao was taken aback when she heard this, not quite understanding the meaning of the word in this context. But she quickly put it out of her mind. Now the most important thing was to get this little angel who had fallen to earth out of danger. All right, whoever it is, safety comes first. By the way, what's your name?" Mu Lingyao tried her best to make her smile even brighter. "Jiang Qiyu." The girl answered quietly, her voice not loud, but clear enough to reach my ears. "Jiang Qiyu, what a beautiful name." Mu Lingyao's eyes lit up, and she enthusiastically introduced herself. "Sister, my name is Mu Lingyao. Isn't that a nice name?" After saying that, Mu Lingyao reached out and grabbed Jiang Qiyu's hand, her tone urgent, "But now is not the time to talk about this, let's go quickly. Otherwise, if that monster catches up, I can't hold it off by myself." However, when she grasped Jiang Qiyu's slightly cool hand and tried to pull her away, she was shocked to find that she couldn't move her. The other person's seemingly slender and delicate body seemed to be rooted to the ground, completely still. Well. Mu Lingyao turned around in surprise. But he met Jiang Qiyu's cold, pale silver eyes, which looked as if she were looking at a dead person. Jiang Qiyu calmly and deliberately declared, word by word, "Sister Lingyao. The monster you mentioned. It's me." The moment the words left her lips, the smile on Mu Lingyao's face froze completely. The color drained from her face instantly, and an overwhelming chill shot from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. Chapter 89, The Destruction of District 13. At this moment, Mu Lingyao's mind went completely blank. She said, "That monster, it's her. How is that possible?" Mu Lingyao's lips twitched. She wanted to laugh, but couldn't. She simply couldn't believe that the monster that had just unleashed a world-destroying attack was the same girl in front of her, so delicate she looked like a doll and had such an innocent and pure smile. But as she looked at the newly formed Nirvana Nova in Jiang Qiyu's palm and felt the deathly fluctuations that made her soul tremble, Mu Lingyao's pupils trembled violently, and she staggered backward uncontrollably, her face drained of all color. It really is her. A beautiful yet chilling smile curved Jiang Qiyu's lips. Her silver eyes reflected Mu Lingyao's terrified face as she spoke in her ethereal and melodious voice, as if bidding farewell to a close friend. "Goodbye, Sister Lingyao." The next moment, that deep darkness suddenly erupted. The invisible ripples of annihilation bloomed like flowers of death, instantly engulfing the entire space between the two. At this critical moment, a strong survival instinct surged through Mu Lingyao's body like an electric current. Almost the instant before Jiang Qiyu launched her attack, she bit her tongue hard, the sharp pain forcibly pulling her out of her shock. The spirit of nature, fusion. She let out a short chant, and her entire body instantly became ethereal, transforming into a pure, emerald green stream of natural energy. Like water seeping into a sponge, it merged into the earth beneath her feet at an incredible speed and disappeared. Boom! Almost at the same moment she merged into the earth, the ripples of the extinct nova suddenly erupted, turning the place where she had just stood and the surrounding area of dozens of meters into absolute nothingness once again. As the ripples of destruction subsided, Jiang Qiyu looked at the empty ground, blinked her silver eyes, and revealed a hint of surprise. Did they run away? She murmured to herself, then a breathtakingly beautiful smile returned to her lips. Interesting. What a pity, Sister Lingyao, you can't escape my grasp. She seemed to sense the direction Mu Lingyao had fled in, and tilted her head to think for a moment. According to what she just said, she should have run to District 14, right? Perfect. She held up a black parasol and turned it slightly. That's also the area I'm responsible for cleaning. We will see each other again soon. After speaking, Jiang Qiyu stopped and, holding her black umbrella, walked lightly and gracefully, as if strolling in her own garden, towards the direction of District 14. Only after Jiang Qiyu's figure disappeared around the corner of the ruins did the few surviving examinees who had managed to escape the earlier cleanup and were hiding deep within the broken walls dare to cautiously peek out. Everyone was pale-faced and drenched in cold sweat. Is that monster leaving? A boy asked in a trembling voice. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Do you want to die? Don't let that monster hear you. His companion, pale with fright, quickly covered his mouth. It's terrifying. She alone almost destroyed the entire 13th district. I've carefully reviewed the data of all the geniuses with epic level or higher professions among the candidates, but how come there's no record of her at all? Yeah, from which crack in the rock did this monster just spring out? It's terrifying. I recognize the girl in the green dress who just escaped from her clutches. She's one of the 9 legendary professional geniuses who awaken in our safe zone this year, the child of nature, Mu Lingyao. Even Mu Lingyao isn't a match for that monster? Mu Lingyao's profession leans towards support and healing, so it's normal that she's no match for that monster. Sigh, whatever, at least that jinx is gone. After what she did, who knows how many people died here? A sharp-eyed examinee suddenly lowered his voice and said with a hint of excitement, and did you guys notice? She didn't even pick up the supplies those people dropped. So, those supplies are all unclaimed now? They're all ours? These words were like a boulder thrown into stagnant water, instantly igniting the survivors' greed after surviving the catastrophe. Great! Quick! Get out of here! Don't let the others who are hiding get there first. We've struck it rich. So many high-grade supplies. The group of people immediately forgot their fear and excitedly emerged from their hiding place, their eyes burning with anticipation as they looked at the supply cards scattered on the ground in the distance, shimmering with various colors, as if they had seen tickets to prestigious universities. However, just as they took a few steps, preparing to rush towards the treasure, the sky darkened again without warning. It wasn't just dark clouds obscuring the sun, but a deeper, more despairing, gloom. It was as if the light itself had been swallowed up by some force. The excitement on the faces of all the survivors froze instantly, replaced by stiff, puppet-like movements as they slowly raised their heads. Then, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. A dozen familiar black novae had silently appeared above District 13, like the cold eyes of death, looking down on this land that was about to be completely annihilated. It's over. That monster never intended to let us go. She wants to completely cleanse. The whispers of despair had not yet faded. Boom, 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 boom. More than a dozen dormant novae exploded simultaneously. The power of the end, more magnificent and more thorough than ever before, was like a black tsunami, instantly engulfing every inch of land and every corner of the remaining land in District 13. There were no screams, no wails. Only when all things returned to nothingness, absolute stillness. When the all-consuming dark ripples finally subsided. The 13th district, once filled with high-rise buildings and test takers, has been completely erased from the map. All that remained was a completely flat, empty wasteland. District 14. As soon as Mu Lingyao stepped into the 14th district, she clearly felt the terrifying vibrations and energy aftershocks behind her, which seemed to make even the spatial structure groan. She turned back with lingering fear, looking in the direction she had just desperately escaped from, her face still pale. Just now, at the moment when the nova in Jiang Qiyue's hand exploded, she really smelled the scent of death and thought that she would inevitably be completely destroyed like those buildings. At the critical moment, she almost exhausted all her strength and activated the life-saving talent of Child of Nature. The embodiment of the spirit of nature. Just before the attack was about to strike, he forcibly transformed his life form into a pure spirit of nature, merging with the earth beneath his feet and the life force of the surrounding plants, thus narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. The thought that such a terrifying blow, enough to destroy an entire region, was casually unleashed by that seemingly harmless, delicate, and adorable little girl filled Mu Lingyao with a sense of absurdity and disbelief, and her worldview was subjected to an unprecedented shock. Being obsessed with looks is a killer. She couldn't help but pat her cheeks and sigh in frustration. If I hadn't been so easily distracted by pretty girls and insisted on protecting them, I wouldn't have almost lost my life. But it's all right. She forced herself to cheer up, took a deep breath, and said, as long as I can find Bing Xian, the two of us legendary professionals can join forces. She will be the main attacker, and I will provide support and healing. Together, our strength will be multiplied. I'm definitely going to defeat that monster. However, as she finished speaking, her tone involuntarily weakened, and even she herself seemed somewhat lacking in confidence. I guess so. For some reason, whenever she recalled the last look Jiang Qiyue gave her, she felt a chilling fear and helplessness deep in her soul. That gap doesn't seem to be something that can be bridged simply by adding more quantities. She shook her head violently, trying to dispel the depressing hallucination. I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's find Bing Xian first. Mu Lingyao quickened her pace, using her ability to communicate with plants to quickly search for the area in District 14 where Yin Bingxian was most likely to appear. Chapter 90 found Yin Bingxian. I refuse. Yin Bingxuan's whereabouts were not difficult to find. Unlike Mu Lingyao, who was gentle and dislikes fighting, Yin Bingxian was the school's recognized leader before she awakened her profession. She had never lost a fight and had a strong and combative personality. After awakening the legendary class, Extreme Ice Mage, her already formidable combat power underwent a qualitative leap, making her even more powerful. Her fierce attacks and exquisite control over the laws of ice meant that even among the 9 legendary geniuses, few dared to claim they could easily defeat her. Given her warlike nature, she would never leisurely search for supplies like Mu Lingyao. The most likely scenario is that they will be engaged in a fierce battle with a powerful monster somewhere. Therefore, Mu Lingyao didn't need to search inside the complex building. She only needed to listen carefully on the empty streets to find where the most intense battle sounds were coming from, and she would most likely find her there. Sure enough, when Mu Lingyao arrived at the scene following the booming sound that could be clearly heard even from several streets away, a sound mixed with monster roars and ice crystal explosions, she immediately saw that familiar figure. She was a woman dressed in a gorgeous ice blue robe, with a tall and slender figure and a cold and aloof temperament like a lotus in a snow-capped mountain. Holding a staff made of solidified ice, she looked dashing and heroic. She was none other than Yin Bingxian. At this moment, she is engaged in a fierce battle with a terrifying giant bear that is at least 2 stories tall. The giant bear's claws were like door panels, gleaming with a cold, metallic light. Each swing produced a shrill, tearing sound, easily ripping apart reinforced concrete walls. A rank monster, the Devil Claw Giant Bear. Monsters of this level usually require a well-equipped and well-coordinated team of professionals to handle reliably. However, at this moment, Yin Bingxian, with only herself and a staff, was fighting the ferocious beast to a standstill. She moved with the agility of a swallow, weaving and dodging through the gaps in the giant bear's ferocious attacks. With each swing of her ice staff, countless sharp ice spikes would appear, or a frozen field of ice would instantly freeze the ground, or frost chains would bind and entwine like living creatures. Her attacks were like a whirlwind, calm and efficient, constantly adding new wounds to the terror claw bear's body, and the icy power greatly slowed down the bear's movements. As time went on, the balance of power began to shift, with Yin Bingxian gaining a firm upper hand. Mu Lingyao believed that if Yin Bingxian were given more time, it would not be difficult for her to kill this A-level monster on her own. But the problem is that time waits for no one. Mu Lingyao had no idea when the terrifying Jiang Qiyue would suddenly appear in District 14. We can't wait any longer. Mu Lingyao acted decisively, striking at the crucial moment when Yin Bingxian was locked in fierce combat with the terror claw bear. She quickly formed hand seals, and a vibrant green natural energy burst forth. First, a vibrant, emerald green light instantly enveloped Yin Bingxian, a blessing from nature. It can quickly restore stamina and slightly increase attack speed and energy recovery. Immediately afterwards, she pressed her hands to the ground and uttered a low shout, forest binding. Rumble. The asphalt road around the Deinonychus suddenly cracked open, and more than a dozen thick ancient trees, each requiring 2 people to encircle, burst out of the ground like giant pythons. Their tough branches, as if alive, instantly wrapped around the Deinonychus's limbs, torso, and even neck, firmly fixing its massive body in place. No matter how much it roared and struggled, it couldn't break free for a while. Bingxian, now. Mu Lingyao loudly reminded him. Yin Bingxian noticed Mu Lingyao's move the moment she made it. Seeing the giant bear with dinosaur claws temporarily restrained, she frowned almost imperceptibly, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes as if her interest had been interrupted. She enjoys the process of defeating powerful enemies head-on in exhilarating battles by relying on her own strength. But the opportunity was fleeting, and she did not hesitate. Extreme Ice-Piercing Spear. With a sharp shout, she unleashed a torrent of icy energy that instantly condensed the water molecules in the air, transforming a massive, 3-meter-long, crystal-clear ice spear radiating extreme cold into form before her. The tip of the spear gleamed with a sharp, chilling light capable of freezing the soul. The next moment, Yin Bingxian suddenly swung her hand forward. Call out. The giant ice spear, like a blue lightning bolt, tore through the air with unparalleled penetrating power, piercing the gaping maw of the devil clawbear with perfect accuracy, and then exiting from the back of its head. Put. Boom. The giant bear's struggle came to an abrupt halt. Its massive body stiffened for a moment before crashing heavily to the ground like a collapsing mountain. Blood mixed with ice shards gushed from its wounds, and it quickly lost its life, its body turning into specks of light and beginning to dissipate. She successfully killed the A-level monster and gained a considerable number of points, but Yin Bingxian did not show much joy on her face. What she wanted was never just points, but the exhilarating feeling of being in control and constantly pushing her own limits when fighting against strong opponents. The interruption to the battle made her feel like someone was forcibly stuffing a mouthful of rice into her mouth while she was enjoying a delicious meal, greatly diminishing the flavor. However, since it was her best friend Mu Lingyao who made the move, she couldn't blame her too much. She turned around and looked at Mu Lingyao, who was walking quickly towards her, her tone carrying a hint of doubt and a reminder. "Lingyao, what are you doing here? According to the rules we agreed on before, shouldn't we each stay in our own areas and not interfere with each other before the 16-hour evacuation point opens?" Seeing the obvious displeasure on Yin Bingshuan's face, Mu Lingyao naturally knew why. She immediately put on a pitiful, terrified look. "Bingxian. Something terrible has happened. District 13 is gone." "That's it?" Yin Bingxian was slightly taken aback, not understanding the meaning of the words for a moment. "What do you mean District 13 is gone?" "It means exactly what it says." Mu Lingyao explained urgently, "District 13 has now been completely destroyed." "Completely destroyed?" Yin Bingxian stood frozen in place, her icy blue eyes filled with disbelief. She knew that although Mu Lingyao could be a little eccentric at times, she would never lie about something like this. But this reason is far too absurd and shocking. Who could destroy an entire area of a city? Could it be an S-class monster? Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Yin Bingxian no longer cared about Mu Lingyao's intervention in the battle. Her expression turned solemn as she pressed for details, asking, "What exactly happened? Tell me in detail why District 13 was destroyed?" Seeing that Yin Bingxian was finally taking it seriously, Mu Lingyao quickly recounted her experiences in District 13 in detail. Yin Bingxian listened quietly, her expression gradually changing from serious to surprised, and then to a hint of barely concealed excitement. "There's actually someone like this among this year's candidates?" she murmured softly, her icy blue eyes seeming to burn with the flames of war. "I must fight this guy. Experience her power for yourself." After recounting her experience, Mu Lingyao, still shaken, immediately grabbed Yin Bingshuan's arm and said urgently, "Bingxian, let's join forces. That monster has destroyed District 13, and she'll likely come to District 14. If it were just one of us, we definitely wouldn't be a match for her. But if we join forces, with you taking the lead in attacking and me providing support and healing, we might be able to put up a fight against her." However, when faced with Mu Lingyao's suggestion to join forces against the enemy, Yin Bingxian didn't hesitate and said decisively, "I refuse." Chapter 91: The Ultimate Gap. Upon hearing Yin Bingshuan's straightforward refusal to join forces, Mu Lingyao panicked, thinking that Yin Bingxian didn't believe her. She quickly grabbed Yin Bingshuan's arm and explained hastily, "Bingxian, don't you believe what I'm saying? That Zhang Qiyue is truly a monster. Really. I swear. I don't think any one of the 9 of us could be a match for her. Her power is simply beyond our level." "No." Yin Bingxian shook her head, her icy blue eyes showing no doubt. "I believe what you said." Mu Lingyao was stunned, "Then why did you still?" Instead of showing fear, Yin Bingxian revealed a battle-ready, almost fanatical smile. "That's why I refuse, precisely because I believe what you say." Seeing Mu Lingyao's puzzled look, she explained, "Fighting against an opponent like this, even if the 2 of us team up, what good would it do us by chance? Such a victory is meaningless and cannot help me truly see the gap between myself and the peak." Mu Lingyao opened her mouth, but was speechless for a moment. Yin Bingxian continued, her tone carrying a clear understanding, "You need to know, this is the college entrance examination. Even if we die here, we can be resurrected and start over. We have the cost of trial and error. But in the real world, there's no such opportunity. One failure could mean utter ruin. So, don't be afraid to lose. As long as I can gain insights and grow from this experience, then this death will be worthwhile." She became more and more excited as she spoke, as if an invisible chill was rising from her body. "Originally, I planned to wait until the evacuation point opened before I went to find Sun Zhan, Zhou Ran, and the others for a good fight. But now that a clearly stronger and more exceptional opponent like Zhang Qiyue has appeared, what reason do I have to run away?" She gripped the ice staff tightly, her eyes burning with intense fervor. "No. This is exactly what I wanted. No, no, no." Mu Lingyao shook her head vigorously, feeling that Yin Bingxian clearly still didn't understand how terrifying Zhang Qiyue was. "Bingxian, you're right, fighting strong opponents can indeed hone your skills. But that refers to opponents whose strength is roughly equal to your own. Instead of someone like Zhang Qiyue, someone who is clearly from a different dimension than us. She gestured excitedly, her skill, which exploded like a black star, seriously injured me in one go. Who among you could have withstood that? Nobody. And she can release more than a dozen in a row, like throwing stones. Seeing that Mu Lingyao wanted to persuade her again, Yin Bingxian directly raised her hand to interrupt her, her tone resolute and brooking no argument. You don't need to say anything more. For me, there are too many easy ways to get a high score in this college entrance examination. However, the chance to fight someone like Zhang Qiyue might only come once in this instance. Since you say she's so strong, I must personally test her skills and measure the distance between us. Mu Lingyao knew Yin Bingxian well. Seeing her firm gaze and resolute tone, she knew that Yin Bingshuan's mind was made up and that further persuasion would be useless. She could only sigh helplessly and compromise. Fine, since you put it that way, then we'll have no choice but to agree. But she couldn't help but add a final reminder, however, Bingxian. I assure you, I absolutely did not exaggerate at all. That Zhang Qiyue is truly monstrous. I reckon she could very well be this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam. Because I simply can't imagine anyone stronger than her. The moment Mu Lingyao finished speaking, a clear, calm voice, seemingly devoid of any emotion, suddenly rang in their ears like a ghost. No, that's not it. Actually, there are people stronger than me. There are several more. The sound was so close. Yin Bingxian and Mu Lingyao's bodies trembled violently at the same time, and their hair stood on end. Yin Bingxian reacted extremely quickly. The instant she heard the sound coming from behind her, she didn't even turn her head. Her arm holding the cane was like a taut bowstring, gathering icy power, and she suddenly delivered a fierce elbow strike backward. This strike was as swift as lightning, carrying a chilling aura, enough to freeze and shatter stubborn rocks instantly. However, smack! A soft sound. Her seemingly surefire strike was effortlessly caught by a small, cool, fair, and seemingly delicate hand. All the force and coldness vanished the moment they touched that hand, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. The speed is not bad. That ethereal voice rang out again, carrying a hint of evaluation, but the strength is far from enough. Yin Bingxian was shocked and turned around abruptly, finally seeing the person who had come into view. It was Zhang Qiyue, the silver-eyed girl that Mu Lingyao had described as a nightmare. She had appeared silently behind him without him noticing, so close that he could almost feel the faint airflow from her breath. Yin Bingxian was not annoyed by his words. Instead, the fighting spirit in her eyes intensified. The fact that the person could elicit such fear in her best friend and so effortlessly withstand her angry attack speaks volumes about their identity and strength. You must be Zhang Qiyue. Yin Bingshuan's icy blue eyes were fixed on the other person, her voice trembling with excitement. That guy that Lingyao called a monster. He really is no simple character. Zhang Qiyue did not reply, but simply looked at her calmly with her silver eyes. But Yin Bingxian didn't care at all, because at this moment, the blood in her whole body seemed to be boiling. Bring it on! Yin Bingxian let out a low shout, and her aura exploded. Let me see the power you have that can instill fear in even Lingyao. Boom! In an instant, centered on Yin Bingxian, an incredibly powerful low-temperature freezing air swept out like a storm. Moisture in the air instantly condensed into fine ice crystals, and the ground within a radius of tens of meters was covered with a thick layer of white frost at a visible speed, making even the air seem viscous and solidified. This is the domain power belonging to the Extreme Ice Emperor. Immediately afterwards, Yin Bingxian exerted force with her waist, her body spinning violently like a graceful ice top, and with the momentum, she swung her ice staff, instantly forming a long ice crystal spear that exuded extreme cold and was extremely sharp in her hand. The spear tip was pointed directly at Zhang Qiyue's brow. This strike was the culmination of all her energy and spirit at that moment, fast, accurate, and ruthless. It's as if it's about to pierce through space itself. However, faced with this earth-shattering attack, Zhang Qiyue did not even move her feet an inch. She didn't even assume any defensive stance. Just as the tip of the ice spear was about to touch her skin, she slowly raised her right hand and extended a slender, jade-like index finger. On the tip of that index finger, a deep, pitch-black power, seemingly capable of devouring all light, quietly clung to it like a leaping black flame. Then, calmly and seemingly slowly, she pointed at the tip of the ice spear that was thrusting towards her with immense force. Bite! A crisp sound, so faint it was almost imperceptible. Fingertips and gun tip collided. Time seemed to stretch out infinitely at this moment. Under the horrified gazes of Yin Bingxian and Mu Lingyao, the indestructible ice crystal spear, which embodied Yin Bingshuan's full strength, melted, disintegrated, and vanished into nothingness the instant it came into contact with the black fingertips, as if ice and snow had encountered the blazing sun. Starting from the tip of the spear, it silently and rapidly disappeared. It wasn't shattered, it wasn't shaken apart, it was annihilated. Jiang Qiyue's fingers, along the constantly melting gun barrel, moved upstream at a constant and unstoppable speed, straight ahead. In an instant. It really was just a fleeting moment. The finger imbued with the power of the end had already pierced through the ever-vanishing gun barrel, as if passing through a non-existent membrane, and gently, steadily, touched Yin Bingxuan's smooth brow. What came through my fingertips was not immense power, but a cold, absolute sensation that represented the end of all things. In that instant, Yin Bingxuan's thoughts seemed to freeze. All her fighting spirit, all her pride, all her strength seemed so laughable and insignificant in the face of that finger. She seemed to see a huge, pitch-black word death branded deep within her soul. Now. She didn't even have time to feel fear. All that remained was boundless bewilderment and shock. Is this the difference between her and me? Yin Bingxian stood frozen in place, her pupils dilated, her mind blank. She finally experienced firsthand what the monster Mu Lingyao had mentioned truly meant. It was a kind of despairing gap that made it impossible for anyone to even have the thought of resistance. Chapter 92, he recruited 2 underlings. Just as Jiang Qiyue's fingertips, imbued with the power of the end, were about to press down completely. Wait! Don't do it! Mu Lingyao snapped out of her shock and almost screamed. She rushed to Yin Bingxuan's side, spreading her arms wide like a mother hen protecting her chicks, standing between her friend and Jiang Qiyue, even though her own legs were trembling slightly. July. Don't kill her. We surrender. We're willing to be your subordinates. How about it? Mu Lingyao spoke extremely quickly, afraid that if she was even a second too slow, the finger would strike. She quickly added, of course, I only meant helping you with tasks in this instance. Jiang Qiyue tilted her head, her silver eyes remaining completely still, and calmly refused, no need. After she finished speaking, she tilted her finger slightly forward, and the aura of destruction gathered once more. Wait. Wait a little longer. Mu Lingyao was so anxious that sweat beaded on her forehead, and her brain was working at an unprecedented speed. To be honest, she wasn't really afraid of death. In this college entrance exam scenario, it's just a matter of being resurrected and starting over. With her and Yin Bingxuan's legendary professional strength, it wouldn't be difficult for them to collect resources and increase their points again, although it would take some time. The reasons she fought so hard for it were complex. On the one hand, she did develop a great curiosity about Jiang Qiyue. Why is this girl so unusually strong? Why wasn't it well known before? More importantly, Jiang Qiyue had casually mentioned that there were several people stronger than me, which completely piqued Mu Lingyao's curiosity. On the other hand, looking at Jiang Qiyue's exquisitely beautiful face, her damned obsession with appearances began to stir again, and the idea of wanting to befriend this monster stubbornly resurfaced. She didn't want to die like that, she wanted to know more. We must find a reason for Jiang Qiyue to let them go. A reason that works for her. In a flash, Mu Lingyao's thoughts swept over several key points like lightning. Jiang Qiyue killed so many examinees, yet she disregarded the abundant supplies that fell. This shows that her goal was not points. So she was just trying to cause destruction? That doesn't seem like it, otherwise he and Bingxian would have been gone long ago, and she wouldn't have given him a chance to speak. Therefore, she must have had a reason to kill, and this reason has nothing to do with her college entrance examination score. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, a word that she had previously overlooked flashed through Mu Lingyao's mind. Honor. Jiang Qiyue once corrected her, saying that she was not created by God, but by her master. Could it be that everything Jiang Qiyue did stemmed from this master's orders? Mu Lingyao was deeply shocked. But then I felt it was utterly absurd. What kind of being could be the master of this human-shaped natural disaster? Could it be a monster even more terrifying than Jiang Qiyue? Is this even possible? However, this guess gave her an instant breakthrough. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, looked directly into Jiang Qiyue's eyes, and tentatively began to speak. The reason you killed these examinees, was it because of the mission, right? After she finished speaking, she stared intently at Jiang Qiyue's reaction. Jiang Qiyue blinked her silver eyes slightly, but did not refute her, continuing to look at her calmly. You guessed right. Mu Lingyao was overjoyed and immediately struck while the iron was hot. In that case, the two of us can help you. We can help you find scattered test takers, and even help you eliminate them. This will greatly improve your efficiency. Unnecessary. Jiang Qiyue's answer remained concise and negative. Mu Lingyao had anticipated this and immediately offered another reason, but it must be very troublesome and a waste of time for you to go and find each candidate one by one, right? Jiang Qiyue tilted her head and said in a matter-of-fact tone, if I destroy the entire area, then I won't need to search for them one by one, right? Yin Bingxian and Mu Lingyao. Both of their lips twitched violently at the same time. Is this how monsters think? This is definitely not something a normal person can understand. Mu Lingyao quickly suppressed her urge to complain and hurriedly said, but, you can't just keep destroying things wherever you go, can you? Students can be resurrected after being killed, but this city is a resource point for the college entrance exam. If you keep destroying things like this, aren't you just causing trouble for the authorities? What if they investigate? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyue paused slightly as she tilted her head in thought, seemingly genuinely considering the question. Seeing that Jiang Qiyue seemed to be wavering, Mu Lingyao felt a glimmer of hope and immediately said earnestly, it'll be different with the two of us helping. We can help you lure the test takers out, or we can actively seek them out, saving you a lot of search effort, and we won't damage the buildings, maintaining the integrity of the environment. Isn't that great? As she spoke, she nudged Yin Bingxian, who was still in a daze and reflecting on her shortcomings, with her elbow and whispered, speak up, Bingxian. Yin Bingxian remained silent. For her, death and resurrection were not unacceptable. Her mind was still filled with the despairing sense of disparity brought about by that finger. She only came to her senses after being poked by Mu Lingyao. She had no intention of begging for mercy, but Mu Lingyao immediately leaned close to her ear and whispered quickly. Don't you want to know why she's so strong? And she just said herself that there are several people stronger than her. Aren't you curious about what kind of beings they are? Don't you want to see them for yourself? These words were like a wake-up call, instantly igniting the almost extinguished flame in Yin Bingshuan's eyes. So, Yin Bingxian took a deep breath, suppressed the complicated emotions in her heart, and looked at Jiang Qiyue calmly, saying, Lingyao is right. We can help you clean up the examinees in this area so that you can complete your task more quickly and effortlessly. Jiang Qiyue looked at the two people in front of her whose attitudes had changed, her silver eyes gleaming. While directly destroying the city is straightforward and convenient, Mu Lingyao's point about causing trouble for the authorities seems to have some merit. Moreover, having someone help search for and lure monsters can indeed save some trouble. After a moment of contemplation, under the tense gazes of Yin Bingxian and Mu Lingyao, Jiang Qiyue finally nodded slightly. All right. But then, she changed the subject. However, you'd better not lie to me. Otherwise. Her silver eyes swept over the two of them indifferently, and despite being in a dungeon, they felt a chill that seemed to originate from the depths of their souls. I'll kill you both. The kind that can never be brought back to life. Even though they knew that they could be resurrected if they died in the college entrance exam scenario, Yin Bingxian and Mu Lingyao believed it wholeheartedly when Jiang Qiyue said it in such a calm tone. She really can do it. She could really kill both of them completely within the instance. The mere thought of this possibility sent a chill down their spines, and they dared not entertain any other thoughts. Obedient as two quails, they nodded quickly and forcefully. Absolutely not. We promise to obey. Chapter 93 All subordinates are talented. Since entering the college entrance examination stage, Yan Luo has activated the shared vision feature. From the moment their visions connected, Yan Luo's core members were able to perceive each other's scenes and battles from a unique perspective. Therefore, when Jiang Qiyue used the Nirvana Nova to clear out the area in District 13, and then subdued Mu Lingyao and Yin Bingxian without bloodshed, the others all knew about it. When Bai Mancheng and Lin Wanqing sensed the progress on Jiang Qiyue's side, a faint hint of surprise flashed in their usually cold eyes. They were initially a little worried that July might not be able to adapt to her first mission. In retrospect, their worries were completely unnecessary. They destroyed an entire area right from the start. He also effortlessly won over two legendary geniuses, making them willingly become his subordinates. This isn't a matter of not being used to it. This is almost too much of an adaptation. Bai Mancheng and Lin Wanqing were only happy for Jiang Qiyue, and since their progress was not slow at all, they only paid a little attention to Jiang Qiyue's situation before returning to their own. In contrast to their composure, Yulong and Chen Junyu clearly felt a sense of urgency. After all, he and Yulong were both over level 30, while Jiang Qiyue was only level 10. As a result, the newcomer actually surpassed them in the progress of the mission, which made them quite embarrassed. Although Chen Junyu remained calm, his movements noticeably quickened when he wielded his weapon to kill the examinees. After that, they were no longer satisfied with a slow and leisurely search. Initiate the summoning directly. In an instant, an even denser aura of death spread out, the earth cracked open with countless fissures, and countless skeletons, zombies, and ghosts of all shapes and sizes surged out like a tide. They spread like a plague throughout the region, engulfing and tearing up the candidates wherever they went, turning them into streaks of resurrection starlight. Cleaning efficiency skyrockets. Meanwhile, Yulong, having witnessed Chen Junyu and Jiang Qiyue's actions through shared vision. He grinned as he punched a student who tried to resist, turning him into dust. He couldn't help but mutter, "Goodness. These guys are incredibly efficient. I haven't even finished clearing one area yet, and I'll be heading to the third area in July." Although Chen Junyu was progressing at the same pace as me, the appearance of those undead creatures significantly increased his efficiency, making him clearly surpass me. Compared to these two, I feel utterly ashamed. His Extreme Fist Master is fierce and unparalleled, with extremely strong single-target destructive power, but lacks wide-range search and summoning skills. He could only rely on his own two legs, searching building by building and clearing the area with painstaking effort, punch by punch and kick by kick. Although the speed was not slow, it seemed rather plain and unremarkable compared to Jiang Qiyue's map-wide attack and Chen Junyo's undead horde tactics. However, after witnessing Jiang Qiyue's house-destroying tactics, Yolong's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. "That's right. How come I didn't think of that?" So instead of venturing into the complex interior of the building, he went directly to an abandoned office building that was more than 10 stories high. He took a deep breath, and the violent martial arts essence around him condensed as if it were a tangible substance. He pulled his right fist back, and his muscles bulged to the limit. Magnitude 8 earthquake landslide. With a roar, he threw a punch. It wasn't aimed at a specific point, but rather the powerful fist intent was like a shockwave, forcefully penetrating into the core structure of the entire building. Rumble. The entire office building groaned under the strain, collapsing and disintegrating layer by layer from the ground floor until it was reduced to a huge ruin. No matter how well the candidates hid, they were all exposed under this cataclysmic destruction and turned into starlight. "Ha ha. That was awesome." Yulong laughed loudly and followed suit, starting to act as the demolition office for one building after another, instantly increasing efficiency by several levels. Meanwhile, in District 22. Having just finished clearing the first area and stepping into the second, Black Duke also sensed the movement on Jiang Qiyue's side through vision sharing. He was secretly alarmed. It wasn't because Jiang Qiyue's progress was faster than his. In fact, thanks to his ability to transform into black mist, his cleanup efficiency was extremely high, not even slower than Jiang Qiyue's. The first area he was in charge of had been cleared, and he was seamlessly moving on to the second. What shocked him was the true nature of the power that Jiang Qiyue displayed. The power of the end, it's the power of the end again? A look of horror and confusion flashed in Black Duke's aged eyes. It's one thing that our Lord can wield such a supreme law, after all, our Lord is unfathomable, but this little girl, how can she use it too? Has the power of the end become so rampant now? He couldn't understand it, but his extensive experience told him that anyone who could control such power, regardless of their appearance, was absolutely not to be underestimated. He silently added Jiang Qiyue to his list of people he shouldn't mess with easily. In fact, ever since he was converted and joined this group, Black Duke had been secretly observing Yen Luo's subordinates. The more he observed, the more alarmed he became, realizing that none of the characters were simple. First and foremost are Bai Manqing and Lin Wanqing, who have always been by Yen Luo's side. Bai Manqing was born with a seductive charm. Every smile and frown contained a bewitching power that could captivate all beings. Even a remnant ancient soul with a firm will dare not look directly at her for long, for fear that he would unknowingly be enslaved by her and become her devoted subject. Lin Wanqing, on the other hand, was like the deep night, mysterious and unpredictable, with an aura that was difficult to discern. Although he couldn't see through her true nature, the sense of danger that came from the depths of his soul made him instinctively wary. These two women were the first two on his list of women he immediately put on his don't mess with list. And the others. Chen Junyu was surrounded by a pure and powerful aura of death. Although the law of death was not as fundamental and domineering as the power of the end, it was still one of the world's top powers, enough to inspire awe. Yulong, Black Duke originally thought that this brute who only knew how to throw punches might be the weakest link in the team. But just now, in the shared field of vision, seeing him shatter an entire building with a single punch, and feeling the pure and ultimate martial arts essence that seemed capable of shattering the void, Black Duke immediately abandoned his underestimation and silently included him in the category of those who were not to be trifled with. The Lord's subordinates are indeed all talented. Black Duke sighed inwardly, and the slight arrogance that had arisen from his rebirth was now completely suppressed. In this team, the right way is to keep a low profile, perform well, and strive to gain more trust and reward from the Lord as soon as possible. But at that very moment, through the connection of shared vision, an event that was happening attracted everyone's attention. Not only Blackie, but even Lin Wanqing, who was always focused, couldn't help but slow down his movements and devote some of his attention to it. Even Yulong, who was demolishing the building, and Chen Junyu, who was commanding the army of the undead, were subconsciously distracted. The focus of everyone's attention was Bai Manqing. Chapter 94 Succubus Queen vs Holy Light Priest. At this moment, Bai Manqing had arrived at the last area she was responsible for cleaning, the 12th district. Her previous cleanup speed was terrifying, which was entirely due to the special nature of her Succubus Queen class. Manipulating people's minds and instigating internal strife is undoubtedly the most efficient way to eliminate these relatively average test takers. She didn't even need to take action herself. A single glance or a slight smile was enough to easily capture the hearts of a large number of candidates, turning them into obedient slaves. Then, she drove these slaves to search for and hunt down more candidates, and like a snowball rolling downhill, the size of her legion grew larger and larger. If she were at a lower level, controlling tens of thousands of people at the same time might have been a bit of a challenge. But when she broke through level 30, the true terror of the legendary class was fully revealed. With the slightest thought, controlling the minds of tens of thousands of people is as natural and effortless to her as breathing. When she led this massive, yet listless, and uniformly coordinated army of slaves across region after region like a tidal wave, the scene resembled a zombie apocalypse, with an outrageously high efficiency. Bai Manqing originally thought that the final 12th district could be dealt with in the same way and easily resolved. Therefore, she did not go there in person. Instead, with a thought, she commanded tens of thousands of bewitched slaves to surge towards District 12 like a grey tide, intending to completely submerge it. However, an accident occurred. The slaves she sent disappeared without a trace after entering District 12, as if they had sunk into the sea. They severed their mental connection with her in large numbers and vanished without a sound. This unusual situation immediately piqued Bai Manqing's great interest. So she personally descended upon District 12. She initially thought that some powerful S-class monster might have been lurking there and had killed her slave. But when she actually stepped into this area and saw the scene before her, she realized that what had brought her army of slaves to a standstill was not a monster, but a person. A woman radiating a gentle yet unwavering holy light. Bai Manqing immediately recognized the other party's identity. Lilith, one of the 9 legendary professional geniuses who awakened in the Yanhuang safe zone this year. At this moment, an extremely bizarre standoff is unfolding on a wide main road in District 12. The dense crowd was clearly divided into 2 camps. One of them, with a slightly vacant look in his eyes and a faint aura of seduction lingering on his body, stood quietly behind Bai Manqing, like a loyal puppet. On the other side, their eyes regained their clarity, their faces showing a mixture of lingering fear and gratitude for the holy light. They stood firmly behind Lilith, bathed in the soft holy light. The 2 sides were numerous, almost blocking the entire street, but the scene was eerily silent. All eyes were focused on the 2 women in the middle of the street, whose temperaments were completely opposite yet equally dazzling. Lilith wore a pure white ceremonial gown trimmed with gold, her long, flowing golden waves cascading down to her waist, and her deep blue eyes were like the purest gemstones. She radiated a warm and pure holy light, as if it could dispel all the gloom and filth in the world, and her whole being was filled with a sacred and inviolable aura of holiness. Opposite her, Bai Manqing wore a dark red dress that accentuated her stunning curves, with long, flowing black hair, snow-white skin, and a captivating, alluring charm in her eyes and brows. She simply stood there, as if she were the center of all darkness and desire, attracting gazes like moths to a flame. Light and darkness, holiness and allure, formed an incredibly stark contrast at this moment. Suddenly, Bai Manqing smiled charmingly, a smile that seemed to possess magic. In an instant, almost everyone on the street, friend or foe, felt their hearts skip a beat. His eyes momentarily lost in a daze, captivated by her breathtaking smile. He. Bai Manqing chuckled softly, her voice like a hook, sending shivers down your spine. I wondered who had such great ability to purify my little darlings. It turns out, it's the Holy Light Priestess, Miss Lilith. Lilith's expression was extremely solemn at this moment. His deep blue eyes were filled with vigilance as he looked at Bai Manqing. What an evil profession! Who exactly is this person? Why have I never seen this before? It could be said that Lilith had a premonition from the very first moment she saw Bai Manqing. The woman before her, so alluring to the extreme, was her natural opposite, the darkness she had to dispel, and her destined nemesis. I must defeat her. Upon sensing the seductive power in the other person's voice, Lilith immediately spoke. The evil enchantress. Lilith's voice was clear and firm, like the solemn tolling of church bells, instantly dispelling the alluring field of temptation that permeated the air. The human soul should not be controlled by any force. Your power is too evil, trampling on human souls and dignity. I will never let you continue to succeed. Evil? Bai Manqing seemed to have heard something extremely interesting. She lightly covered her red lips with her slender fingers, her eyes sparkling with charm. Miss Lilith, you flatter me. I'm just helping them find true happiness and belonging deep within their hearts. How can that be considered evil? She abruptly changed the subject, asking with a hint of mockery, but you, Miss Lilith, forcibly using your holy light to purify their will and override their choices, isn't that also a form of deprivation and enslavement? What is the essential difference between your power and my power? Absurd! Lilith refused to yield an inch, her holy light burning even more intensely like flames, colliding fiercely with Bai Manqing's invisible alluring force field, creating invisible ripples in the air. My holy light is guidance, redemption, and empowerment to see the truth and make their own choices. It is not the kind of utter enslavement you advocate. Oh? Is that so? Bai Manqing's smile remained alluring, but a cold glint flashed deep within her captivating eyes. Arguments about language are meaningless. She gently raised her hand, her fingertips swirling with a captivating pink energy, her voice becoming even more tender and alluring. Then let me see with my own eyes whether your so-called salvation can withstand my desire. Chapter 95 The Fallen Priest. Bai Manqing's words, filled with provocation and absolute confidence, were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly shattering the fragile balance on the street. The sword of holy light. Lilith knew how formidable her opponent was, so she dared not be careless and launched the first attack. She clenched her fists, and the immense holy light energy rapidly condensed and shaped in her hands, transforming into a magnificent lightsaber burning with pure white flames and wreathed in runes. Then, she let out a sharp cry and charged forward, the holy sword carrying the magnificent power to purify evil, piercing straight into Bai Manqing's heart. This sword strike was swift and holy, enough to make any dark creature retreat. However, Bai Manqing merely raised her eyelids lazily and casually flicked her slender hand. Snap! A sharp, piercing explosion that tore through the air rang out. A thorny whip, formed from pure shadow and hellfire, appeared out of nowhere, like a living serpent. It struck first, striking the spine of the holy light sword with unparalleled precision. Laugh! There was no loud clang of metal clashing, only a teeth-grinding, violent reaction sound, like cold water being poured into hot oil. The seemingly indestructible sword of holy light, the moment it was struck by the whip of hell, its pure white holy light seemed to have met its nemesis, emitting a painful wail, and quickly dimmed and dissipated. The dark red hellfire leaping on the whip was like a leech, spreading upwards along the holy sword, frantically burning and devouring the light power contained within it. What? Lilith's expression changed drastically, and she felt the holy sword in her hand become extremely hot. She had to immediately dispel the collapsing holy sword, staggered backward, and looked at Bai Manqing with disbelief in her eyes. Her holy light was so easily suppressed by her opponent in a direct confrontation? Miss Lilith, your light doesn't seem warm enough. Bai Manqing chuckled, flicked her wrist, and the hell whip twirled in the air like a living thing, leaving behind a trail of dark red sparks. Lilith gritted her teeth, knowing she was no match for her opponent in close combat, and immediately changed her strategy. She clasped her hands together in front of her chest and began to chant an ethereal and solemn prayer. A vast amount of holy light began to gather around her, preparing her to unleash even more powerful divine spells. Would Bai Manqing give her that chance? Soul-capturing demonic sound. Her red lips parted slightly, and what came out were no longer ordinary words, but a melody containing a strange magic that struck the depths of the soul. The melody is so tender and poignant, it seems to evoke the most primal desires in people's hearts and dismantle all resistance. Lilith's chanting was instantly interrupted. The demonic sound ignored physical defenses and directly entered her mind, causing her to waver and even begin to see various illusions. The condensation of holy light also became sluggish. Divine protection. In the critical moment, Lilith managed to maintain a sliver of clarity in her mind and instantly cast a powerful protective spell on herself. A solid, eggshell-shaped shield of holy light enveloped her, temporarily isolating her from the direct effects of the soul-capturing demonic sound. She took a deep breath, opened her mouth, and began to chant a solemn and majestic hymn. She tried to use the same method to fight against Bai Manqing's demonic voice, and even to influence Bai Manqing in return. The pure hymns and the alluring demonic sounds collided fiercely in the air, and an invisible mental storm spread out from the two of them, causing varying degrees of commotion and disorientation among the opposing crowds. Those around her were momentarily swayed by the enchanting music, their faces flushed, but just as they were about to reach their climax, they were abruptly interrupted by Lilith's hymn, turning them into wise men. This was repeated several times, causing those around to experience intense pleasure and ecstasy. Feeling Lilith's pure and steadfast hymn trying to penetrate her mind, Bai Manqing's eyes flashed with surprise, which quickly turned into even stronger amusement. He does have some skills, but unfortunately. She chuckled inwardly. Before the Queen's Majesty, all mental disturbances were futile. As a succubus queen, her innate queenly majesty allows her to stand at the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, possessing extremely high resistance to, and even near immunity to, all effects of mental control, charm, fear, and purification. Although Lilith's hymns are pure, they are essentially spiritual influences and impacts, and cannot shake her in the slightest. Bai Manqing had lost patience to continue playing around. It's time to end this. Her figure flickered, and she seemed to blend into the shadows, disappearing from the spot in an instant. Skill, shadowy phantom. The next moment, she appeared like a ghost, without warning, inside Lilith's divine protective shield, almost right behind Lilith. Lilith's pupils contracted sharply, and the hairs on her body stood on end. She had no time to react, and couldn't even comprehend how the other party had penetrated her solid holy light protection. The moment she turned around in shock, she met Bai Manqing's bewitching eyes, which seemed to contain an endless starry sky and a vortex of desire, so close to her. Their eyes met. Buzz. Lilith felt as if her soul had been struck by an invisible giant hammer, and all her perseverance, all her prayers, and all her faith in the holy light crumbled at that moment. Bai Manqing's eyes were like the deepest swamp, mercilessly dragging all of her consciousness into them. She saw her deepest, most hidden desires, the true desires long suppressed by the doctrines of holy light, and a completely different, unrestrained, and free way of life. No. I can't. She struggled, trying to hold on to the last shred of clarity, but Bai Manqing's allure was like a raging torrent, crashing against her defenses wave after wave. Give in, Lilith. Bai Manqing's voice, like a demon's whisper, resonated deep within her soul. Release your instincts, embrace true joy. The shackles of the holy light are too heavy. I. Lilith's eyes gradually became unfocused, and the struggle on her face slowly faded, replaced by a complex expression that mixed confusion, longing, and eventual relief. That unwavering holy light, in her eyes, was like a candle flickering in the wind, slowly extinguishing. In the end, she gave up resisting. No, perhaps it shouldn't be called giving up. Instead, guided by that all-pervasive allure, she consciously and proactively embraced the desire that had been aroused and was hidden deep within her heart. Her body relaxed slightly, the tense aura of holy light completely dissipated, and her eyes became like those of the bewitched slaves behind her, filled with fanaticism and obedience towards Bai Manqing. Onar. Lilith lowered her head slightly and called out softly in a trembling yet utterly submissive voice. Bai Manqing looked at the holy light priestess before her with satisfaction, who had lost her holiness and was now marked with the succubus mark. She reached out her slender hand and gently stroked Lilith's smooth cheek. Very well, from now on you are my possession. Yes, master. Lilith responded meekly. Chapter 96. The stars miscalculated. The Death Knight. District 18, a commercial building. Zhou Mingxian was looking at the mountain of high-level resource cards piled up in his storage space with great satisfaction. Among them were even several pieces of gold-colored materials that shone with a dazzling golden light. His profession is astrology. With his unique ability to deduce the stars, he can always accurately find the locations with the strongest energy fluctuations and the most likely to contain rare resources, making his search efficiency far superior to that of ordinary people. He was confident that, in terms of resource accumulation alone, he was far ahead of the millions of test takers. I, Zhou Mingxian, am the undisputed champion of this year's college entrance examination. Those brutes Sun Jian and Mo-chan are probably still entangled with the monsters, fighting for some petty gains. Zhou Mingxuan's lips curled into a smile that suggested he had everything under control. He habitually raised his hand and sketched in the air. The starlight then coalesced, transforming into a miniature, ever-flowing star map. This is not an ordinary image of stars, but his unique ability, the reflection of his destiny star. Without the target's knowledge, a trace of its fate can be linked to a specific star and projected onto this map. By observing the brightness and trajectory changes of the stars, the target's condition can be monitored in real time. Even before entering the college entrance examination scenario, the meticulous Zhou Mingxian had already secretly tampered with the other 8 legendary competitors, reflecting their destiny stars into the game so that he could keep track of the movements of these biggest rivals at all times. I was so busy collecting resources that I had no time for anything else. Now that he had a little free time, he decided to check on his old rivals to see how they were doing, whether they were still working hard to accumulate points or had already started fighting each other. However, when his gaze fell on the star map, the composed smile on his face instantly froze, turning into surprise and doubt. On the star chart, the destiny stars representing Imochen, Mu Lingyao, Ying Bingxian, Lilith, and several others were all dim and flickering, their trajectories chaotic. This is clearly a sign of a major upheaval, a sharp decline in fortune, or even a matter of life and death. What happened? Something happened to them? Zhou Mingxian was shocked. How is this possible? If someone is alone in this situation, it can be explained as encountering a powerful S-class monster or accidentally falling into a desperate situation. However, it is no coincidence that several people experience unusual changes in their destiny stars at the same time. Could this year's college entrance examination have encountered some terrifying variable that even he couldn't have predicted, one that could simultaneously threaten several legendary geniuses? A strong sense of unease gripped Zhou Mingxian. He immediately focused his mind, formed hand seals, and emitted a burst of starlight around him, attempting to forcefully deduce and uncover the truth behind this anomaly, and find the variable that was stirring up the storm. But just as he was deduced the magic formula, he suddenly activated it. Click. Click. The sickening grinding of bones and the low growls of the dead surged from below the building like a tide, interrupting his spellcasting. Zhou Mingxian frowned and looked down, only to see that a large number of undead creatures had suddenly appeared on the streets and between the buildings. Pale skeleton warriors, rotting zombies, and fleeting ghosts, they moved about silently and efficiently, like an army from the underworld, seemingly searching for something. Monsters in the dungeon? But soon, Zhou Mingxian's eyes narrowed, and he keenly sensed that something was wrong. Because after he casually killed a few undead creatures, he didn't receive any points as a reward. Could it be an avatar of some kind of monster? Do we need to find the original? Or was it summoned by another examinee? In either case, Zhou Mingxian instantly lost interest in getting entangled with them. Defeating them doesn't give you points, and there are so many of them. Getting entangled with these things is a complete waste of time. He immediately used his star deduction technique, his figure as elusive as a ghost, constantly calculating the sparsest paths of the undead creatures, cleverly avoiding wave after wave of undead searches with his exquisite calculations. Occasionally, when he encounters a small group of undead that he cannot avoid, he will instantly eliminate them with the swiftest star magic and then immediately relocate. Initially, this strategy worked. He moved with the ease of being surrounded by the undead, like an eel. However, Zhou Mingxian's expression gradually became more and more serious. He realized that the safe zone around him where he could hide was being rapidly shrunk. No matter where he calculates, that direction will soon be filled with newly emerging undead. These undead seem to be under unified command, consciously shrinking the encirclement and blocking all his escape routes. Something's not right, something's very wrong. Zhou Mingxian stopped in his tracks, his sharp eyes scanning the ever-growing, seemingly endless army of undead around him. Either the number of undead is increasing rapidly, or the guy controlling these undead has already set his sights on me. He prefers the latter. Realizing that he could no longer escape by hiding, Zhou Mingxian calmed down instead. He stopped in his tracks, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Since we can't hide from you, then we'll find you. He once again activated the star deduction technique with all his might, and his vast spiritual power spread out like a spider web, following the most subtle energy connection traces on those undead creatures, going against the current, trying to directly locate and spy on the undead manipulator hidden behind the scenes. Astrologers can use their divination to glimpse the secrets of heaven, predict fortune and misfortune, and trace the origins of things. However, 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Zhou Mingxian's forehead, and his complexion grew increasingly grim. How is this possible, that it can't be predicted? A storm raged within him. Anything that exists, as long as it connects with the world, will inevitably leave some trace. Even if my astronomical calculations cannot fully reveal its entirety, they will certainly not leave me with nothing. Unless, this person doesn't exist at all, or he's already dead? However, both of these possibilities seem utterly absurd under the rules of the college entrance examination system. Just as he was shaken and his deductions were thwarted, the densely packed, ever-approaching undead creatures around him suddenly stopped moving in unison. Then, as if receiving some silent command, they parted to both sides like a tide, making way for a passage. At the end of the passage, amidst the mist and the aura of death, a figure riding a tall, skeletal warhorse, clad in heavy black armor, and wielding a knight's sword burning with ghostly blue soulfire, slowly stepped out. The heavy, metallic sound of horses' hooves striking the ground could be heard. A chilling, deathly pressure instantly enveloped him, as if it were a tangible force. Zhou Mingxuan's pupils contracted sharply as he stared intently at the knight who seemed to have returned from the underworld. Feeling the aura emanating from the other party that far surpassed that of ordinary undead, aura that could freeze one's soul. He understood. It's not that it can't be predicted. Rather, it is the other party's form of existence, or rather, the status behind it, that may be beyond the scope of his current stellar deductions. Chapter 97 Fist Shakes the Azura. As Zhou Mingxian watched the Death Knight slowly emerge from the path parted by the undead, he instantly understood that the person in front of him was the mastermind behind the endless undead. At this moment, Chen Junyu, sitting upright on his horse, slightly turned his head, which was covered by a mask, and his two cold gazes fell on Zhou Mingxian. A flat, metallic sound rang out, exceptionally clear in the deathly silence of the battlefield. Astrology Master, Zhou Mingxian, is that right? Chen Juanyo's tone carried a hint of pure curiosity, as if he were asking about a trivial matter. I wonder, compared to those other people who have awakened legendary-level professions, who is stronger? He already knew from the shared vision that Lin Wanqing had instantly killed Mo Chen, and that Jiang Qiyue had overwhelmed Ying Bingxian and Mu Lingyao, even taking them under her wing. The eldest sister, Bai Manqing, even managed to make the holy light priestess Lilith fall into depravity without shedding a drop of blood. Seeing that his colleagues had made some progress, especially Jiang Qiyue and Bai Manqing who had successfully recruited their opponents, Chen Junyu couldn't help but feel a sense of comparison. Perhaps, I could also recruit a legendary genius as a gopher? It was with this thought in mind that he went so far as to mobilize a large number of undead to surround Zhou Mingxian after discovering him, just in case the seemingly slippery guy escaped. However, what Chen Junyu considered a casual question was like a thunderbolt to Zhou Mingxian. He wasn't surprised that the other person knew his name. To his utter shock, he had absolutely no recollection of this powerful figure who could summon such a massive army of undead. This is completely illogical. Such a person could never be unknown. More importantly, why did the other party specifically mention those other people who awakened legendary professions? Thinking back to the previous deductions about those few people, a terrifying thought slithered into Zhou Mingxuan's mind like a venomous snake: those few unpredictable destiny stars on the star chart. Mo Chen, Mu Lingyao, Ying Bingxian, Lilith. Could their abnormalities all be related to the person in front of him? Who exactly is he? Driven by intense surprise and unease, Zhou Mingxian almost recklessly activated the divination technique once again. His hand shone brightly with starlight, and the star map in front of him spun rapidly, with countless star trails intertwining, trying to forcefully discern Chen Juanyo's origins and destiny. The dazzling starlight, like sharp arrows, shot towards Chen Junyu, who sat upright on the skeletal warhorse. However, just as the starlight containing the rules of destiny was about to touch Chen Juanyo's body, another unexpected change occurred. The once stable star chart seemed to have crashed into an invisible but absolutely insurmountable wall, or like a mortal trying to peer into the core of a black hole with a telescope. The stars in the picture emitted a mournful sound like shattering glass. Immediately afterwards, the light of all the stars dimmed and went out rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared out of thin air on the entire surface of the magnificent star map. Then, bang! With a soft pop, the star map in front of Zhou Mingxian shattered completely, turning into countless scattered points of light that vanished without a trace. Puff! As if struck by a heavy hammer, Zhou Mingxian coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggered back several steps, his face as pale as paper, and his breath instantly weakened to the extreme. He felt as if a piece of his soul had been torn apart, his mind was blank, and all that remained was boundless fear and bewilderment stemming from the unknown. But he didn't come away empty-handed. At least this time there was some feedback. However, this feedback is very unusual. He felt as if he were peering not at a living being, but at death itself. Sitting upright on his horse, Chen Juanyo's face, covered by a mask, revealed his confusion, though the slight tilt of his head betrayed his expression. You haven't even started yet? Why did this guy suddenly vomit blood? And he looks like he's about to have his soul leave his body? Is this a performance? The fleeting thought that had just arisen in Chen Juanyo's mind about wanting to recruit a follower instantly faded away. It would be beneath me to take in such a frail guy as a lackey. Just as Chen Junyu was considering whether to get rid of this guy or let him fend for himself, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Through the shared vision connection, he saw what was happening on another battlefield. That's the area that Yulong is in charge of. In the scene, Yulong is engaged in a fierce battle with a figure wielding two swords and exuding a sharp aura, or rather, it can hardly be called a fierce battle. The man wielding two swords was none other than Zhou Ren, one of the 9 legendary geniuses, known as the Double Blade Azura. However, at this moment, this Shura, known for his frenzied fighting and unpredictable swordsmanship, appeared to be in a sorry state. Yulong didn't even use any skills, he simply relied on the most basic fists, feet, elbows, and knees to easily neutralize all of Zhou Ren's attacks, as if toying with a child. His movements seem simple and direct, yet they contain a certain profound martial arts principle of returning to simplicity. His speed is so fast that it leaves after images, and his control of power is exquisite. Zhou Ren wielded his double blades like a raging storm, yet he couldn't even touch the hem of Yulong's clothes. On the other hand, Yulong's seemingly casual moves always landed precisely on Zhou Ren's weaknesses, either knocking him back, sending him flying, or nearly causing him to drop his twin swords. Why? Why are you so strong? Who are you? Zhou Ren trembled all over, not from pain, but from extreme humiliation and disbelief. He was perfectly fine in his 20th district, enjoying the thrill of hunting down other test takers and seizing their supplies. First, the building where he was hiding inexplicably collapsed, and then this guy with a smirk jumped in front of him and immediately asked to take him on as his underling. How could the proud and arrogant Zhou Ren possibly agree? Before he could even finish refusing, he was met with a barrage of punches and kicks. What frustrated him even more was that several times he was beaten so badly that he wanted to plead his case, but his opponent seemed to be able to predict his movements. Just as he was about to open his mouth, the opponent would use an even heavier attack to shut him up and then continue to punch and kick him mercilessly. Zhou Ren also had a temper. Being humiliated like this, his ruthless nature, that of a demon, came to the fore. He gritted his teeth and wanted to fight back to prove that he was not someone to be trifled with. However, reality is cruel. The more fiercely he resisted, the more severe and miserable the beatings he received. Finally, under Yulong's seemingly light but actually powerful straight punch, Zhou Ren was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. It slammed hard into a thick load-bearing wall, leaving a large, T-shaped dent, and could no longer move. Yulong withdrew his fist, casually brushed off non-existent dust from his body, walked to the edge of the pit, looked at Zhou Ren, whose eyes were glazed over, whose bones were broken in countless places, and who had completely lost the will to resist, and grinned with a roguish smile. So, kid? Have you thought it through yet? If you still don't agree. Yulong clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking, and his smile grew even more amiable. We can continue our in-depth discussion. Chapter 98: The Black Mist is slaughtered. The hypocritical heavenly maiden. Looking at Yulong's smile, and feeling his body as if it were falling apart, Zhou Ren's lips trembled a few times. Ultimately, the pride that belonged to a legendary genius crumbled completely in the face of an absolute gap in strength and sustained physical persuasion. He dejectedly threw the two swords he held as his lifeblood to the ground, making a crisp clanging sound. I give up. His voice was hoarse and dry, filled with endless bitterness and a hint of resignation. Boss. Ha ha ha. That's more like it. Yulong laughed with satisfaction, stepped forward, and pried Zhou Ren out of the wall like a radish, then patted him heavily on the shoulder. The large, fan-like hand slammed down, almost knocking Zhou Ren, who had just caught his breath, to his knees. On the other side, Shen Junyu, who witnessed this scene through the shared view, silently regained his composure. He glanced down at Zhou Mingxian, who was still in a state of mental breakdown with vacant eyes, and stroked his chin. Never mind. He thought to himself, even a mosquito's leg is meat, at least it's a legendary level. If we don't even have a henchman, we'll probably be laughed at to death by Yulong. So he spurred his skeletal warhorse forward a few steps, looked down at the limp Zhou Mingxian, and spoke in a cold voice. Want to come with me? Zhou Mingxian gradually came to his senses and looked up at Shen Junyu in astonishment upon hearing this. Follow you? Shen Junyu didn't want to say anything more, so he turned around and said, if you want to know about the others and my identity, then follow me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingxian was startled and immediately stood up and walked towards Shen Junyu. He didn't care much about other people's situations, but he was very curious about this person who seemed to be the embodiment of death. I want to know what his purpose really is. Meanwhile, in District 24. Black Knight had easily finished cleaning the first two areas and had arrived at the last area he was in charge of. His method of cleansing was simple and efficient. He transformed into a vast, soul-devouring black mist, which enveloped the entire area like a deathly curtain. Wherever the black mist passed, all the examinees were silently stripped of their life force. However, just as he tried to use the same trick again, spreading the black mist towards District 24, he unexpectedly encountered an obstacle. A melodious, ethereal song, seemingly capable of soothing the soul, emanated from the center of the area. The song formed an invisible barrier, firmly blocking his soul-devouring black mist from penetrating even a fraction. Oh! Black Duke let out a soft exclamation, sensing the peculiar power contained within the song. With a thought, he dispersed the black mist, solidified his form, and personally walked towards the direction from which the song was coming. It was a partially collapsed open-air stage. On the stage, a woman in a flowing long dress, with a beautiful and refined appearance, was singing with her eyes closed. Her singing voice was like heavenly music, carrying the power of purification and protection. It was the domain formed by this singing voice that sheltered the tens of thousands of candidates gathered below the stage and resisted the black fog of death outside. Black Knight recognized the singer at a glance. The last of the 9 legendary geniuses, Phantom Sound's celestial maiden, Yun Shanshan. Yun Shanshan seemed to be getting tired of singing, and her voice paused slightly as she looked like she wanted to rest. However, the moment her voice fell silent, the surrounding black mist surged forth like sharks that had smelled blood, attempting to invade. Miss Yun! Don't stop! Sing! Keep singing! A chorus of panicked pleas erupted from the audience. Yun Shanshan sighed helplessly and had no choice but to continue singing, thus stabilizing the musical barrier once again. Black Duke remained expressionless, ignoring the terrified examinees staring at him from below the stage, and walked straight up to Yun Shanshan. His sudden appearance drew everyone's attention. Immediately, some people in the audience shouted in dissatisfaction, and a few candidates who were confident in their abilities even rushed onto the stage, wanting to attack Black Duke. Black Duke didn't even look at them, he just casually waved his sleeve. Puff, puff, puff. The students who rushed forward were struck by an invisible force and instantly turned to ashes, without even having time to scream. Instantly, the entire concert hall fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to utter a sound. Yun Shanshan looked at Heiju, who had walked up to her, her face not showing much fear, but rather a perfectly timed smile tinged with surprise. So, there's an old man here taking the college entrance exam too? It's true, you're never too old to learn. Black Duke's lips curled slightly at her words, revealing a half smile. Little girl, stop singing. Yun Shanshan glanced at the candidates below the stage who were staring at her expectantly, pinning their hopes for survival on her singing, and said with difficulty, but, old man, if I don't sing, they might be corrupted by your black mist and die. Black Knight said calmly, his tone devoid of any emotion, even if you sing, they will still die. Yun Shanshan blinked her clear, big eyes and looked at Heiju. Grandpa, the black fog outside, you created it, didn't you? Black Duke smiled faintly, you're quite clever. So? His gaze fell on Yun Shanshan. Do you want to stop? Yun Shanshan sighed as if resigned to her fate, and shrugged, since you've come all this way, what else can I do? I can only listen to you. After saying that, she indeed stopped singing. The ethereal singing came to an abrupt end. Without the barrier of sound, the soul-devouring black mist that had been gathering power outside surged into the concert hall like a flood bursting its banks. Wails and screams briefly rang out, only to be quickly swallowed and annihilated by the black mist. In just a few breaths, the entire concert hall was deserted except for Black Ju and Yun Shanshan. Looking at the once again deathly silent surroundings, Yun Shanshan showed no fear on her face. Instead, she clapped her hands lightly and exclaimed, Grandpa, you are truly amazing. Black Duke stood with his hands behind his back, looking at her with deep eyes. You knew about my existence all along, didn't you? Yun Shanshan smiled sweetly, with a hint of slyness, of course. After all, Grandpa, you've never wanted to hide it, have you? She pointed to the dissipating black mist around her. With such a massive display, it's hard not to notice. So? Black Knight's tone was calm, but it turned slightly cold. You're going to use my power to gain favor with these people? To make them depend on you and be grateful to you? Yun Shanshan playfully stuck out her tongue, showing no embarrassment at being exposed. Anyway, it's just something I did on the side. Look, we've both achieved our goals. You cleared the area, and I won people's hearts. Isn't that a win-win situation? Upon hearing this, Black Duke gave a meaningful smile. Little girl, you've calculated things quite well. But my advantage isn't something you can just take for granted. He abruptly changed the subject and ordered, come with me. Yun Shanshan's smile froze, a hint of surprise flashing across her face. Go where? Black Knight uttered 3 words calmly. District 6. Chapter 99. When did you arrive? The streets of District 5 looked as if they had been swept by a storm. Yen Luo's figure moved through the ruins in chaos, and every seemingly casual move inevitably caused a group of examinees in a certain area to lose their fighting ability. Those candidates who tried to resist or hide were struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, their bodies instantly disintegrating and turning into white light that vanished on the spot. Lan Mengyan quietly followed behind for a distance, without participating in the battle. She was well aware of her own position and strength, so she didn't go up to help. After all, in a battle at this level, her rash intervention would only disrupt Yen Luo's rhythm. She simply watched silently as Yen Luo made his move with effortless ease. Having accompanied Yen Luo all the way, she knew that Yen Luo was very strong, ridiculously strong, like a monster. But witnessing him so efficiently and ruthlessly slaughter tens of thousands of test-takers still left her feeling palpitations from the visual and psychological impact. Just then, a figure appeared silently beside Lan Mengyan. Lan Mengyan was startled and turned her head sharply. When she saw who it was, her face was instantly filled with astonishment. Xu Xiao? She gasped softly, recognizing Xu Xiao, one of the 9 legendary geniuses highlighted in the exam materials, the sword saint of Limitless. Xu Xiao didn't look at Lan Mengyan, his gaze remained fixed on Yen Luo, who was slaughtering the examinees in the crowd. For this person, Xu Xiao recognized him at a glance. This guy is the one who made that senior from the Heavenly Palace, whose strength is unfathomable. Look at him in a different light. Thinking of the starkly different attitudes Ji Linfeng had shown him compared to Yen Luo, Xu Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of resentment in comparison. What is so special about him? Why does he deserve such humility from his seniors? In what ways am I inferior to him? A strong urge drove him to personally assess Yen Luo's capabilities. He took a deep breath, suppressing his turbulent emotions, glanced at Lan Mengyan beside him, who seemed a little nervous because of his appearance, and casually asked, "Who do you think is stronger, him or me?" Lan Mengyan was taken aback by the abrupt question. Looking at the undisguised fighting spirit in Xu Xiao's eyes, and then at the seemingly omnipotent figure in front of her, she gently shook her head and answered honestly, "I don't know." This answer clearly did not satisfy Xu Xiao, but he did not make things difficult for Lan Mengyan. "It's all right." A confident smile curved his lips. "You'll find out soon enough." Before he could finish speaking, Xu Xiao's figure suddenly blurred. The next moment, he shot towards Yen Luo like an arrow released from a bow, carrying an incomparably sharp sword intent. The long sword in his hand hummed, and starlight flowed around it. It was his skill, meteor chasing the moon. He wanted to use this sword strike to test Yen Luo's strength. He also wanted to show Senior Ji who the true pinnacle of this year's candidates really was. However, faced with this sudden attack, Yen Luo, who was fighting against countless examinees in front of him, did not even turn his head. He casually slapped her across the face. Bang! A dull, loud bang. Xu Xiao felt an irresistible force slam into his face. His forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, and he was sent flying backward at an even greater speed than he had come. Like a kite with a broken string, it traced a messy arc before crashing heavily into a pile of broken building debris dozens of meters away, kicking up clouds of dust. The long sword in his hand flew out and stuck in the ground not far away, trembling and humming on its own. Well. Xu Xiao lay amidst the rubble, a clear red handprint on his face. Although his chest was churning with blood and qi, and his internal organs felt as if they had shifted, the intense pain made it almost impossible for him to breathe. But he was completely oblivious to the pain in his body. His mind was a complete blank. He stared blankly at the sky. Defeated? We've lost just like that? It was just a casual strike. So, the gap between him and me is actually this big? All the previous resentment and competitive spirit vanished completely under this slap, leaving only a deep sense of powerlessness. He lay on the ground, gazing at the gray sky, a bitter smile on his lips, utterly resigned. On the other side, Lan Mengyan gently covered her slightly parted red lips with her hand. She knew Yen Luo was very strong as a monster. But she never expected it to be this strong. That's Xu Xiao. Xu Xiao, one of the 9 legendary geniuses, possesses a legendary profession. To my surprise, to be slapped by Yen Luo so casually. This is no longer a difference in strength, it's a difference in dimensions. Looking at Yen Luo's still calm back, Lan Mengyan's understanding of his strength was once again elevated to a whole new level. Soon, Yen Luo finished clearing out all the candidates in the 5th district who were openly registered. The entire area fell completely silent. He then turned around and walked towards Lan Mengyan. As he approached, his gaze swept over Xu Xiao, who had just struggled to his feet from the rubble, his clothes tattered, and blood still stained his lips. His brow furrowed slightly, a perfectly timed hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. You? When did you get here? Upon hearing this, Xu Xiao froze, his expression instantly becoming incredibly complex, alternating between pale and flushed. So, you just casually knocked me away without even seeing who it was? They didn't even notice I was there? A huge wave of embarrassment and shame washed over him, making him wish he could disappear into the ground. But Seeing Chu Xiu's frustrated yet timid expression, Lan Mengyan couldn't help but laugh. But then he realized something was wrong and quickly covered his mouth with his hand, though his shoulders were still twitching. Chu Xiu felt even more embarrassed by her laughter and his face flushed. He took a deep breath, suppressing his embarrassment, and quickly walked to Yan Luo. His expression became extremely solemn, even respectful, as he bowed deeply to Yan Luo. Yan Luo, I want to follow you. He thought he would need to explain his intentions at length. However, Yan Luo merely glanced at him indifferently before nodding directly. Good. It was decisive and efficient, without any hesitation or delay. Chu Xiu suddenly raised his head, his face full of astonishment. You agreed? He even wondered if he was hallucinating from being beaten. Yan Luo remained calm and said, if you want to come, then come. However, he changed the subject, his tone calm yet undeniably firm. I don't accept useless people. Since you're going to follow me, then help me clean up some of the fish that slipped through the net. Yan Luo had already discerned through the Demon King's eye that Chu Xiu, having been imprisoned by the thousand-faced nightmare demon, was not possessed by the heart-eating demon seed, and therefore there was no need for him to attack. With another legendary genius assisting, the remaining areas can be cleared much faster. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu was first taken aback, then his eyes lit up with surprise, and he nodded vigorously. Okay. No problem. Let's go to District 6. Yan Luo said no more and turned to walk towards the next area. Lan Mengyan glanced at Chu Xiu and quickly followed. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, suppressed the surging blood and qi within him, picked up his longsword, and followed without hesitation. Chapter 100. We are all fellow sufferers. When Yan Luo led Chu Xiu and Lan Mengyan to the 6th district, a large crowd had already gathered in front of a coffee shop on the side of the street in the 6th district. Yu Long was sitting casually on a soft chair that had been moved from somewhere, with his legs crossed, next to Zhou Run, whose expression was still somewhat unnatural. He saw Chen Junyu approaching, followed by Zhou Mingxian, whose face was still somewhat pale. Seeing Chen Junyu riding a skeletal warhorse slowly towards them, he grinned and raised his hand in greeting. Oh, you're a little later than I expected. Chen Junyu glanced down at Yu Long and replied calmly, you're not much faster than me. On the other side, Bai Manqing and Lin Wanqing were also standing together. Bai Manqing smiled charmingly. She glanced at Lin Wanqing and saw that there was no one behind her. She couldn't help but tease her. Wanqing, why did you come back empty-handed? With your abilities, it shouldn't be difficult for you to subdue one or two servants, right? Lin Wanqing crossed her arms and leaned against the wall. Upon hearing this, she merely raised her eyelids slightly, her cold voice devoid of any emotion, not interested. At this moment, He Ju walked over with Yun Chanxian looking around with curiosity. Black Duke's gaze fell directly on Jiang Qiyu, who was holding a cup of milk tea and sipping it slowly. He smiled kindly and leaned closer. Qiyu, may I call you that? The power you displayed earlier, if I'm not mistaken, it was the power of the end? Jiang Qiyu closed the lid of the milk tea, her clear black and white eyes calmly looking at He Ju, and nodded. A look of understanding and amazement flashed in Black Duke's eyes as he exclaimed, incredible, truly incredible. These young people today have really broadened my horizons. As Yan Luo's relatives were exchanging words, the legendary geniuses beside them looked at each other, creating an awkward and strange atmosphere. Looking at Zhou Mingxian, Mu Lingyao, Ying Bingxian, Lilith, and Yun Shanxian, who were also following behind others, Zhou Ren couldn't help but lower his voice and ask, You were all defeated too? Upon hearing this, Mu Lingyao immediately waved her hands to clarify, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Bingxian and I are just temporarily following her in the dungeon, we weren't recruited as her followers. After emphasizing this, she looked at Zhou Ren with an incredulous expression. You've been subdued? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Zhou Ren's face. He scratched his head and said somewhat awkwardly, the person who defeated me was very strong. I was no match for him at all. Thinking about it carefully, being able to follow such a powerful figure doesn't seem bad at all. After he finished speaking, he looked at Zhou Mingxian, who was silent to the side, and said, What about you? Mingxian, what's wrong with you? Why are you also? Zhou Mingxian maintained his composure and said calmly, There's nothing to say, I'm just not as skilled as them. Zhou Ren's gaze then turned to Ying Bingxian, Lilith, and Yun Shanxian. Ying Bingxian crossed her arms, her face frosty, and said succinctly, Similarly, my skills are inferior. Yun Shanxian, with a helpless yet playful expression, spread her hands and said, Me too, there's nothing I can do, that old man is too terrifying, he doesn't give anyone any room to refuse. After she finished speaking, she looked curiously at Lilith, who had been keeping her head down with her hands folded in front of her, appearing unusually docile and quiet. "Why aren't you saying anything? Were you defeated too?" Lilith gently raised her head, first nodding, then shaking her head. The group was confused by her contradictory reaction. "What do you mean by that?" Mu Lingyao asked curiously. Lilith said softly, "I was indeed defeated by Lady Bai Manqing. But I am different from you. It was in the process of being defeated that I recognized my true inner desires and glimpsed my true self. I willingly followed Lord Bai Manqing." Upon hearing this, Yun Qianqian pouted and said, "You make it sound so complicated, but in the end, we were still defeated first." Lilith merely glanced at her indifferently and offered no further explanation. Looking at this scene of fellow sufferers before her, Mu Lingyao couldn't help but facepalm and exclaim in disbelief, "My God, where did these people even come from? I thought Jiang Qiyue was the only monster, but it turns out there's a whole group, and they're even working together?" Zhou Ren nodded in agreement. "I don't know if the Jiang Qiyue you mentioned is a monster, but that Yulong is definitely a monster among monsters. I was like a toy in front of him, completely helpless against his punches. I dare say, if you were in his shoes, the result would be the same." "No, no, no." Zhou Mingxian immediately shook his head, his face showing lingering fear. "Yours was at least a physical blow. The Qin Junyue I faced, he didn't even make a move. I was just trying to deduce his movements, and my soul almost shattered. He's practically the embodiment of death. I swear, he's definitely the strongest of those guys." Yun Qianqian was displeased upon hearing this and interrupted, "Hey, are you guys kidding me? It's clearly that old man who's the strongest. You didn't see it." The old man transformed into black mist and enveloped the entire city in the blink of an eye. Wherever the black mist passed, not a blade of grass grew. That range and power, let alone advanced professionals, I think even many master level or even titled professionals might not be able to do it. I suspect the old man is very likely a king level figure. Mu Lingyao pouted and retorted softly, "What does it prove if an old man is strong? The real monsters are the young. Like Jiang Qiyue, who defeated me in Bingxian. He looks even younger than us. He's the real monster with talent. Even if Bingxian and I teamed up, we couldn't withstand a single move from her. She's incredibly freakish." "No." Lilith suddenly spoke, her eyes flashing with unwavering determination and fervor. "You all don't understand. Lady Bai Manqing is the strongest. Chen Junyu is clearly stronger. It's old Master Black Duke. Jiang Qiyue is the real monster. The power of the dragon is unmatched. Lord Bai Manqing is the strongest." The group actually started arguing heatedly about who was the strongest member of Yan Luo's retinue, which temporarily eased their frustration and embarrassment at their defeat. Chapter 101 My Lord? The impending conflict. Inside the cafe, the debate among Zhou Ren, Zhou Mingxian, and other geniuses about who was stronger naturally did not escape the ears of Bai Manqing, Lin Wanqing, and others. The family members exchanged glances, each with a faint smile on their lips. Black Duke burst out laughing, his magnetic, aged voice instantly drowning out the boys' and girls' argument. "All right, little ones, stop arguing." The argument abruptly ceased, and everyone turned to look at the unfathomable old man. Black Duke slowly floated to the front of the group, a calm smile on his face that suggested he had seen through the ways of the world. "It's meaningless to discuss who among us is the strongest. Because we are all His Majesty's followers." He looked at the dumbfounded Zhou Ren and the others, paused, and said with unquestionable reverence, "So, if there really is one who is the strongest, then without a doubt, it must be our lord. Yulong, Shen Junyu, Lin Wanqing, Bai Manqing, and even Jiang Qiyue, who was quietly drinking milk tea, did not show any intention to refute He Ju's words, which obviously meant they agreed. However, these words were like a thunderbolt to Zhou Ren, Zhou Mingxian, Mu Lingyao, Yin Bingxian, Yun Qianqian, and Lilith. "My lord?" They all stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Etc. So, these beings who easily crushed them, whose strength was like that of monsters, were all just someone else's subordinates? How is this possible? What kind of being could make such a group of monsters willingly submit? Looking at the expressions of shock, bewilderment, and disbelief on the faces of these chosen ones, Black Duke smiled, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable power. "Nothing is impossible. When you meet the Lord, you will understand his greatness." He said no more, turned his gaze to the relatively intact coffee shop next door, and suggested, "Let's not just wait here. Perfect timing, there's a coffee shop here, come in and have a seat. I'll make you a drink, it'll be a rare moment of peace." At Blackie's invitation, the group, each with their own thoughts, filed into the cafe. Although it's a dungeon, the facilities inside this cafe are surprisingly complete. Black Jew, like a true old-school bartender, skillfully operated the equipment behind the bar and began preparing drinks for everyone. The family members naturally sat together, while Zhou Ren, Zhou Mingxian, and others sat on the other side, enjoying the strangely flavored but surprisingly good drinks that Black Duke had handed them, chatting in hushed tones, their eyes occasionally glancing towards the door, creating a subtly balanced atmosphere. However, this brief period of calm did not last long. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion came from outside the cafe, accompanied by the roar of monsters and the roar of energy. Everyone instinctively looked out the window. On the street, a tall, burly young man wielding a dark red dragon-patterned spear was engaged in fierce combat alone against a large group of dungeon monsters of various shapes and sizes. His spear thrusts are like a dragon, with a fierce and powerful aura. The dark red spear light sweeps across, often clearing out a group of monsters, making him look incredibly imposing. It's Sun Jian. The people in the coffee shop immediately recognized him. What's even more eye-catching is that a group of examinees were standing not far from Sun Jian. Instead of stepping forward to help, they formed a circle around Sun Jian, cheering him on like a cheerleading squad, their faces filled with admiration and excitement. Brother Sun Jian is awesome. Kill them. Watching Sun Jian display his might among the monsters, with his underlings cheering him on, the people in the coffee shop remained calm, even somewhat indifferent. There's no other reason than that everyone present, whether it was the family members or Zhou Ren and the others who had already been educated, was no weaker than Sun Jian. Sun Jian's performance might seem astonishing to ordinary test takers, but in their eyes, it was just so-so. The group, all legendary geniuses, even began to comment on each other. Yun Qianqian blinked her big eyes, somewhat surprised. Sun Jian, he actually has a bunch of underlings cheering him on? Quite a show of force. Zhou Ren curled his lip in disdain and scoffed, trying to attract attention. But a hint of sourness involuntarily welled up in the depths of his eyes. Both are legendary geniuses, but look at Sun Jian. He lives a life of luxury in the dungeon, surrounded by a group of followers who watch him show off. Then look at yourself, you were inexplicably beaten up and ended up having to acknowledge the boss as your underling. The contrast is just too stark. They're both about the same strength, so why is this guy living such a comfortable life? Just as Zhou Ren was inwardly feeling incredibly envious. Swish. Swish. Chen Junyu and Yu Long stood up almost simultaneously. Lin Wanqing, Bai Manqing, and the others also straightened up and turned their gazes toward the entrance of the coffee shop. Even the ever-smiling Black Duke put down his cocktail shaker, his face turning serious. Noticing this sudden change, Mu Lingyao, Zhou Mingxian, and the others immediately fell silent and looked at them in confusion. Black Knight smiled faintly, his voice clearly reaching everyone's ears. The Lord has arrived. My Lord. This word seemed to possess a magical power, instantly capturing the hearts and minds of Zhou Ren, Mu Lingyao, Yin Bingxian, Zhou Mingxian, Yun Qianqian, and Lilith. Suppressing their curiosity and shock, they stared intently out the window, towards the end of the street. They all wanted to see for themselves what kind of person could bring these terrifying monsters under their command and whom they revered as their lord. A figure slowly approached from afar. It was a black-haired boy wearing a set of black dragon scale armor with a dark luster. His face was handsome, and his eyes were calm yet deep, like an ancient well. Just by standing there, he seemed to become the center of the entire space, and an invisible, heart-palpitating pressure naturally spread out. Beside him followed a pretty young girl who looked like a test taker, and behind them followed a familiar figure. It's actually Chu Xiu. Zhou Ren couldn't help but gasp. Zhou Mingxian wasn't surprised. He said in a low voice, "It seems that Chu Xiu, like us, has been defeated." The others remained silent, but their eyes were all fixed on the black-haired boy. Without needing to say more, they all knew that this person was the master that the monsters had spoken of. Just then, Zhou Ren's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something extremely interesting. He lowered his voice and said with a hint of schadenfreude, "Wait. Sun Jian is right outside. Given his stubborn and unyielding temper, if he sees that lord, do you think a conflict might break out?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingxian, Mu Lingyao, Yun Qianqian, and the others were taken aback at first, then their eyes lit up, and their faces showed expressions of anticipation and excitement. Yes. What if he foolishly runs into this mysterious and unpredictable master? Just thinking about that scene makes me amused. Chapter 102 One-Sided Crushing. On the street, Sun Jian swept his spear across the ground, wiping out the last few monsters. The spear struck the ground with a dull thud. He exhaled a breath of stale air, then grinned, ready to accept the cheers of his underlings, but he keenly sensed that something was amiss. He followed the somewhat surprised and uncertain gazes of his underlings and saw Yen Luo and his group slowly approaching. Sun Jian's gaze first fell on Chu Xiu, and his rugged face immediately revealed undisguised excitement. Chu Xiu? Ha, I didn't expect you to have come to District 6 too. Perfect timing. He pointed at the dissipating monster corpse on the ground, his tone disdainful. These trash can't even warm me up properly, I'm not satisfied with that. Since you're here, then you can be my opponent. Let me see if your swordsmanship has improved. However, Chu Xiu did not respond to his challenge, but instead turned his gaze to the boy beside him. This scene made Sun Jian frown, a hint of surprise rising in his heart. When did Chu Xiu become someone who needs to read other people's faces? Yen Luo glanced indifferently at the spirited Sun Jian and casually asked, who's stronger, you or him? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu instinctively straightened his back. Having just submitted, he was absolutely unwilling to show weakness and lose face in front of Yen Luo. Without hesitation, he declared in a resolute tone, I am strong. You're talking nonsense. Sun Jian was immediately displeased, raising his spear and pointing it at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu, what are you bragging about? We've fought at least 10 times, when have you ever beaten me? Chu Xiu's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, but you've never beaten me either. That's true. The two had fought many times before, and it was indeed difficult to determine a winner. Neither could gain the upper hand. Sun Jian was momentarily speechless, then snorted coldly, too lazy to argue with Chu Xiu any further about the power of words. His attention was completely drawn to Yen Luo. This person is definitely not simple. He can elicit such an attitude from the arrogant Chu Xiu. He sized Yen Luo up and down, his eyes gleaming with even stronger fighting spirit, and demanded in a gruff voice, hey! Who are you? Yen Luo looked at him calmly and said indifferently. Yen Luo. Yen Luo? The name, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly created ripples in the hearts of everyone present who knew the story. Inside the cafe, Zhouren, who was watching the scene through the glass window, suddenly frowned and thought hard. Yen Luo? This name, why does it sound so familiar? Zhou Mingxian, standing beside him, calmly reminded him, the person who first entered the burial ground. Holy crap! It was him! Zhouren suddenly realized, slapping his thigh, I knew it looked familiar. So, the master these monsters are talking about is him? He looked at Yen Luo's figure outside the window, his eyes completely changing, filled with deep fear and a hint of relief. No wonder Chu Xiu went to cause trouble for him before, and then disappeared without a trace. It seems he really kicked a hornet's nest. Others, such as Mu Lingyao and Yin Bingxian, also showed understanding and a more solemn expression after hearing the information about the first burial ground. Those who can clear that level of dungeon on their first try are definitely not ordinary people. On the street, after a brief moment of astonishment, Sun Jian's eyes suddenly lit up with an alarming gleam. Yen Luo. You're the Yen Luo who first opened the burial ground. His voice was loud and clear, filled with immense excitement. Yen Luo remained calm and composed. If no one else has this name, then it must be me. Ha ha ha. Good. 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 Sun Jian exclaimed good 3 times, his blood boiling with excitement. He pointed his dragon-patterned spear at Yen Luo and said, You've come at the perfect time. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. I want to see just how strong this guy who can be the first to access the burial ground is. He licked his slightly chapped lips, revealing a set of white teeth, and said in a chilling tone with undisguised threat, Kid, you better not disappoint me. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death. Upon hearing Sun Jian's arrogant and audacious words, Chu Xiu, standing behind Yen Luo, couldn't help but twitch his lips, barely managing to suppress a laugh. Inside the coffee shop, Zhouren and his fellow sufferers couldn't hold back any longer and let out low snickers. Zhouren laughed so hard his shoulders shook, and he whispered to the person next to him, Ha! This brute! He's finished. He's absolutely finished. Let him pretend. We'll see how he turns into a grandson later. The others, including Yun Chanxian and Mu Lingyao, also looked excited and ready to watch the show. Seeing another genius of the same level as oneself, especially someone as arrogant as Sun Jian, suffer a setback is undoubtedly a delightful thing. Faced with Sun Jian's provocation, Yen Luo didn't even bother to lift her eyelids, nor did she respond at all. But Sun Jian saw this disregard as utter contempt. Court death. Sun Jian roared, unable to contain himself any longer. The dragon blood within him seemed to ignite, unleashing an astonishing aura. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and he charged towards Yen Luo like a cannonball, wielding a dark red spear and carrying an indomitable and fierce momentum. The spear flashes like a dragon. The dark red spear light tore through the air, emitting a sharp explosion. This shot, imbued with all his strength and fighting spirit, was powerful enough to pierce through metal and stone. However, faced with this earth-shattering shot, Yan Luo simply raised his right hand casually. Without dodging or blocking, he simply met the spear tip head-on and grabbed it. Buzz! The anticipated scene of carnage and bloodshed did not materialize. The spear's edge, powerful enough to tear steel, vanished silently the moment it touched Yan Luo's palm, like ice and snow meeting the sun. Sun Jian's frenzied forward charge came to an abrupt halt, as if he had crashed into an invisible wall of size. His eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Yan Luo firmly grasp the tip of his spear with his 5 fingers. No matter how much he channeled his energy or exerted his strength, the spear, which was in sync with his will, remained motionless as if welded to the other's hand. How is this possible? Sun Jian was horrified. But Yan Luo didn't give him any time to think. The next second, Yan Luo's wrist twitched slightly. An indescribable, terrifying force emanated from the gun. Sun Jian felt his tiger's mouth split open, his entire arm went numb instantly, and the spear slipped from his hand. Immediately afterwards, Yan Luo took a step forward, approaching like a ghost. Fists rained down on him. There are no flashy skill effects, only the purest, most violent, and most direct physical attacks. Bang! 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 The dull, resounding blows, like the beating of drums, rang out in rapid succession. Sun Jian's proud physique was as fragile as paper in front of Yan Luo's fists. He tried to block, but his arm was smashed open. He tried to dodge, but his figure was caught up. He wanted to roar, but he punched his chest, forcing his voice and breath back into his stomach. He was like a worn-out sandbag, relentlessly beaten by Yan Luo, powerless to fight back. Just a moment ago, the arrogant and domineering Dragon Blood Spear Master was now rolling around like a gourd, being beaten and sent flying in the street, looking utterly pathetic, with blood constantly spilling from his mouth and nose. Inside the coffee shop, Zhou watched with immense excitement, his fists clenched, almost bursting into cheers, as if he himself were the one beating up Sun Jian on the field. He kept muttering to himself, "Good job. Beat him up. Let him show off. Ha ha ha." Others, such as Zhou Mingxian and Mu Lingyao, although not as distraught as Zhou Ran, were also filled with shock. Witnessing a peer genius being so easily and decisively crushed is an unparalleled visual and psychological shock. Xu Xiu stood aside, silently watching Sun Jian being unilaterally humiliated, and a feeling of indescribable relief welled up in his heart. Fortunately, I was killed instantly by a slap. Although it was embarrassing, at least it was done cleanly and efficiently, and the pain was only momentary. If someone like Sun Jian were repeatedly crushed and publicly humiliated like this, that would be truly shameful. Chapter 103: A Social Death Scene. Do you want to become stronger? Sun Jian lay sprawled on the cracked ground like a lump of mud, each breath causing excruciating pain throughout his body. He felt like all the bones in his body were about to fall apart, and his face was burning hot. He knew without even looking that it must be swollen like a pig's head. Yan Luo stopped what she was doing, her breathing as steady as if she had just returned from a walk. He looked down at Sun Jian, who could barely lift his eyelids, and spoke calmly. "Now, do you know who's stronger?" Sun Jian forced out a weak, hoarse voice, his tone utterly submissive. You're amazing. I give up." At this moment, his only consolation was, thankfully, only his old rival Xu Xiu witnessed it. Although it was humiliating, at least he didn't die in front of many others. The thought had just crossed my mind. Oh dear, isn't this our mighty Dragon Blood Spear Master Sun Jian? What's he doing lying on the ground? A mocking voice came from the side. Sun Jian struggled to turn his eyes toward the source of the sound. The door of the shabby coffee shop next door was pushed open, and Zhou Ren, Zhou Mingxian, Mu Lingyao, Ying Bingxian, Yun Shanxian, Lilith walked out one after another. With a smile that held various inscrutable meanings, she looked at his miserable appearance with great interest. Sun Jian's eyes widened instantly, and he almost choked on his breath. You all. His voice trembled. When did you get into the coffee shop? Zhou Ren squatted down in front of him with a grin and poked the bruise on his face with his finger. Us? We've always been here. From the moment you started showing off by fighting those weak monsters, to when you were used as a punching bag by Boss Yan Luo, we saw it all clearly. We watched the whole thing. You all saw it? Sun Jian's face turned deathly pale, and his last glimmer of hope was completely shattered. Yin Shanxian leaned closer, made a face, and said in a sweet voice the most hurtful thing. Yes, I saw it all. You got really badly beaten, tsk, lying on the ground like a toad. Sun Jian rolled his eyes, wishing he could faint on the spot. The intense shame made him almost unable to feel the pain in his body. Ignoring Sun Jian's grief and indignation, Yan Luo's gaze swept over all his relatives gathered there. Have you finished clearing your area? Bai Manqing, Lin Wanqing, Yulong, Shen Junyu, Jiang Qiwa, and He Ju all nodded. Yan Luo changed the subject, her tone slightly hardening. However, those mature heart-eating demons were not found. He surveyed the ruined city. There must be many more people hiding in this instance. They are very likely parasitizing the shadows of those hiding examinees. Yulong clenched his fist and grinned. Master, shall we clean it all over again? Let's tear open all those rat holes. Yan Luo shook his head. Too troublesome, too inefficient. He looked at Lin Wanqing. Do you remember the permission we asked the Alliance for before we came in to contact the survivors in this instance? Lin Wanqing, being exceptionally intelligent, immediately understood Yan Luo's intention. Master means to use those survivors to lure out the remaining examinees? That's right. Yan Luo nodded. Black Duke pondered, but those candidates who hid, after the previous chaos and cleanup, are probably like frightened birds now, and won't easily show themselves, right? Yan Luo said calmly, therefore, we need to give them a reason to come out. Seeing that his family members seemed not to have fully reacted yet, Yan Luo uttered 2 words. Airdrop. These 2 words were like a key, instantly unlocking my thinking. A glint flashed in Black Duke's eyes, and he clapped his hands and laughed. Brilliant. My lord, you plan to unite with those survivor forces, use the Alliance airdrop as bait to lure out all the hiding examinees, and then wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Exactly. Yan Luo confirmed Black Duke's speculation. Meanwhile, Zhou Ren, Mu Lingyao, Ying Bingxian, Zhou Mingxian, Sun Jian, who had just finished his social death, Xu Xiu, and others who were listening to their conversation looked at each other, their faces full of doubt. Zhou Ren couldn't help but cautiously raise his hand and ask, Boss Yan Luo, and everyone else, big shots, may I ask you something? Why did you insist on clearing all the examinees once? While fighting isn't prohibited in this college entrance exam instance, isn't the scale a bit too much? His question echoed the sentiments of several other geniuses. They only knew that Yan Luo's team was carrying out a major purge after they were defeated, but the specific reasons were unclear. Yan Luo's family members turned their attention to him. Yan Luo glanced at Zhou Ren and the others, and calmly said, tell them that we will need their help to carry out the airdrop plan later. Yes, my lord. Black Duke responded, then turned to Zhou Ren and the others, his usual smile fading and turning serious. He succinctly described the conspiracy of the heart-eating demon infiltrating ahead of time, planting its seeds in the shadows of all the examinees, and then allowing them to mature and cause massive destruction after returning to the safe zone, as well as the cleanup plan proposed by Yan Luo. The idea that death is used to clear away immature seeds from the shadows was stated exactly as it was. So, we were not killing maliciously, but saving lives. Black Knight concluded in a deep and powerful voice. After hearing this, Zhou Ren, Zhou Mingxian, Mu Lingyao, Ying Bingxian, Jin Shanxian, Sun Jian, and Xu Xiu all gasped in shock. Their faces first showed disbelief, then turned to shock, anger, and lingering fear. Demons, how could they be so insidious? We've all been parasitized? If it weren't for Boss Yan Luo and you guys. Damn it! Let's get those bastards out of here. Upon learning the truth, no further mobilization was needed. A strong sense of crisis and anger at being tricked united them in their hatred of the enemy, and they all expressed their willingness to do their best to help eliminate the remaining candidates. Just then, a slightly timid and uncertain voice softly rang out. Then, what should I do? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lan Mengyan, who had been following Yan Luo and had been rather unremarkable. She felt everyone's eyes were on her, and suddenly felt flustered. She subconsciously lowered her head and nervously twisted her hands together. A deep sense of inferiority welled up inside me. Here, she is the weakest, her profession is only intermediate, spirit speaker, and her level is far behind. The weakest among them were all legendary-level geniuses, and there was even a group of Yan Luo's retinue whose strength was comparable to monsters. She felt like a dwarf who had wandered into a land of giants, insignificant and superfluous. Perhaps only Bai Shuaing could understand Lan Mengyan's feelings. After all, compared to this group of legendary professions, even she, as an epic profession, felt weak. However, just as Lan Mengyan's heart was filled with inferiority and she was about to shrink away, a warm and strong hand gently placed on the top of her head. Lan Mengyan trembled and looked up in surprise. She saw that Yan Luo had already walked up to her. He leaned down slightly, his deep, star-like eyes calmly gazing at her. There was no mockery or contempt in his eyes, only an indescribable depth. He ruffled her hair. The gesture wasn't exactly gentle, but it carried a strange, comforting power. Then he spoke, his voice clearly reaching everyone's ears. Do you want to become stronger? Chapter 104, A New Legend. The Destruction War Maiden. Yan Luo's question, do you want to become stronger, resounded like a thunderclap in Lan Mengyan's heart. Although she didn't understand why Yan Luo suddenly asked this question, her deep-seated desire for power made her nod almost instinctively and frantically, yes. I want to. Yan Luo smiled slightly, a smile that seemed particularly rare on his usually cold and stern face. He stretched out his hand, and a faint light gathered above his palm. A contract, imbued with a profound dark aura and seemingly woven from the purest shadows and rules, slowly emerged. The Demon King contract. Sign it, and you'll gain the power you crave. Yan Luo's voice was calm, it carried an undeniable power, but the price is that everything you have, including your life, soul, and loyalty, will belong to me forever. Lan Mengyan looked at the contract that exuded an ominous yet alluring power, and hesitated almost without hesitation. Her mind flashed back to all the things she had known Yan Luo since they met, including the scene of her helplessly watching him fight from the back. A sense of desperate courage welled up in her heart. She even declared with a hint of reckless arrogance, I've been yours for a long time. Do you need to tell me? Before she finished speaking, she had already extended her finger and pressed her handprint onto the Demon King's contract without hesitation. Yan Luo was slightly taken aback by her sudden and bold declaration. Lin Wanqing and Bai Manqing, who were standing behind him, instantly turned their sharp gazes like knives and fell on Lan Mengyan. It was as if invisible sparks were flying in the air. This little girl has quite the nerve. The moment the contract was established, a dark light completely engulfed Lan Mengyan. The immense and vast magical power surged into her body like a flood bursting its banks, washing over, transforming, and reshaping every inch of her flesh, bones, and soul. The waves of discomfort from the transformation made her let out a suppressed groan, but her eyes were incredibly bright, filled with a desire for power and unwavering determination. As the light faded, a completely new Lan Mengyan appeared before everyone. Her once smooth, long hair had turned as black as the night, with the ends tinged with a blood-red hue. He was no longer wearing the ordinary combat suit, but had transformed into a black and red Gothic war dress with an intricate and gorgeous design. The dress was adorned with dark metal armor, outlining her agile and explosive figure. Her originally delicate temperament vanished, replaced by a resolute and sharp quality, like a thorny rose blooming on the battlefield. With each blink of her eyes, her sharpness was revealed. When she locked onto a target, her gaze was as cold as the most precise aiming scope, sending chills down one's spine. What's even more astonishing is the energy fluctuation emanating from her. That was clearly the kind of pressure only a legendary class could possess. Class, Destruction Warrior. Quality, Legend. Talent. 1. War Rhythm. Every gunshot will compose a destructive melody, which will accumulate as the battle progresses, successively entering the three movements. Overture greatly increases attack speed and movement speed, Fantasy greatly increases critical hit rate and critical hit damage, and Finale all damage is devastatingly increased, and an execute effect is added to low health targets. 2. Ammunition Mastery. Completely break free from logistical constraints. Special ammunition that can transform any energy magic, elemental, or even light at will, without the need for physical ammunition. Skill. 1. Final Frenzy Firepower Coverage summons countless phantom heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, and energy clusters to indiscriminately and extensively saturate and destroy a designated area. 2. Annihilation Piercing Star Sniper manifests an ultra-heavy, streamlined dark matter sniper rifle for precise, long-range kills. The bullets contain destructive power, highly effective at penetrating defenses and instantly killing units. 3. Declaration of the End Conceptual Armament. Chant the final chapter of destruction. Manifest a strategic level conceptual weapon form is uncertain. It may be a giant cannon, railgun, or law weapon with himself as the core, and after guiding and charging, release a destructive torrent that ignores 90% of defense and causes penetrating true damage. Legendary. Zhou Ren was the first to gasp in shock, his eyes widening like saucers. I'm not seeing things, am I? Her professional competence has changed? From intermediate to legendary? Zhou Mingxian seemed to have gone mad, his hands rapidly forming hand seals, his eyes swirling with star patterns as he tried to deduce the truth behind this illogical scene. Impossible. Professional qualities are innate. Improving them through training is unheard of. What is the principle behind this? What is the energy source? He became so engrossed in his deduction that his face quickly turned deathly pale, his breathing became erratic, and the starlight around him began to flicker erratically, showing signs of going into a state of demonic possession. Smack! A hand covered in cold armor gently patted the back of his neck, abruptly interrupting his near-collapsed deduction. Zhou Mingxian jolted, spitting out a small mouthful of blood. His eyes regained their clarity, and he looked at Chen Junyu, who had intervened, with lingering fear. He whispered, "Thank you." Chen Junyu simply withdrew his hand without saying anything more. Mu Lingyao's mouth formed a no shape as she looked at Lan Mengyan, whose temperament had changed drastically and who now exuded a heroic and spirited aura. She murmured, "Now I finally understand why Sister Bai Manchang and Sister Lin Wanqing were previously unknown." These words were like a thunderclap from a clear sky, exploding in the minds of all the legendary geniuses. Yes. If Yan Luo possesses the incredible ability to directly elevate low-level professionals to legendary-level followers, then everything makes sense. Bai Manqing, Lin Wanqing, Yulong, Chen Junyu. These guys, who were previously unknown but were as strong as monsters, were probably not hidden geniuses at all, but legends created by Yan Luo in this incredible way. Having figured this out, Zhou Ren, Zhou Mingxian, Sun Zhan, Zhu Xiu, Yin Bingxian, Yin Xianxian, Lilith, all looked at Yan Luo with unparalleled shock and awe. This is beyond their understanding of strength and talent. This is almost the work of a creator. Ignoring their shocked gazes, Yan Luo sensed the stabilized legendary power within Lan Mengyan and nodded in satisfaction. He surveyed the crowd and began issuing commands. The plan begins. First, contact all survivors in the instance and have them issue an emergency mission together. The mission message stated, "Our Demon King Squad's actions have severely disrupted the balance of the college entrance examination instance. In order to maintain the fairness of the assessment, the official team has decided to provide emergency support to the remaining candidates. A large amount of advanced equipment, rare items, and even secret medicines that can temporarily boost strength will be airdropped at designated coordinates. These supplies are enough to give candidates who obtain them the ability to fight against us. And we." Yan Luo's lips curled into a cold smile. "All we need to do is wait for them to come to the selected airdrop location in advance, and wait for those fish driven by greed and the will to survive to swim into the net themselves." Having just witnessed the miracle that Yan Luo had displayed, everyone looked at Yan Luo with fervent admiration. No way. They really want to improve. If ordinary professions can become legendary professions, then can geniuses who are already legendary professions also go even further? Even if we can't, it would be great to get a different, stronger legendary class. In order to impress Yan Luo and prove their worth in the upcoming battle, the original geniuses led by Zhou Ren, Zhu Xiu, and Sun Zhan, as well as the newly promoted legend, Destruction War Maiden, Lan Mengyan, all mustered their energy and their eyes burned with fighting spirit. "Yes, sir boss." Chapter 105: The Temptation of Airdrops. The hub of the underground drainage system. This area was originally the core of the city's abandoned pipeline network, a vast space like an underground plaza, but now it is crowded with people. They are lucky. For various reasons, they happen to be searching for supplies in the underground area, or they managed to escape by instinct or luck when Yan Luo's team began their first wave of devastating purge. After piecing together the information from scattered pieces of intelligence and news, they were able to piece together the message from the ground. Several powerful monsters are hunting the test takers. No one could stand against them, they crushed them with overwhelming force. While these people felt fortunate, they were mostly bewildered and fearful. This is terrifying. Are those monsters really examinees like us? Exactly, could it be a demon in disguise? Never mind that for now. The crucial question is, what do we do now? Are we just going to keep hiding here? Nonsense. Are we going to go up there and die instead of hiding? No matter how important the points are, you still have to be alive to get them. But we're here to take the college entrance exam. What kind of skill is it to hide underground like a mouse the whole time? What will happen to our scores after the exam? Scores? We're already dead, what do we care about scores? Once the evacuation point opens, we'll just get out. We'll be lucky to survive. A bunch of cowards. It's not like they're really dead. They can just resurrect. If you guys are too scared to go, I will. I don't believe they can stay up there forever. The oppressive environment amplified emotions, and the survivors quickly split into two factions. One faction advocated for preserving their lives and waiting for an unknown opportunity to evacuate. The other faction was unwilling to give up, believing that martial artists must fight for a future, even if it is dangerous. The sounds of debate echoed in the underground space, and panic and anxiety continued to spread. Just then, a commotion arose in the crowd, and a passage automatically parted. Several adults, dressed in different styles but with a demeanor that was noticeably more composed and capable than that of ordinary candidates, walked in. They were professionals officially assigned to enter the instance and play the role of survivors. They were originally scattered in following different teams of examinees. Later, they followed the examinees underground. They also noticed the changes on the ground, so they went up to investigate. Even after arriving on the ground, the officials still wore expressions of barely concealed horror. "My God, it looks like it's been ravaged by a giant beast," a burly man with a scar on his face muttered. These people were aware of Yan Luo and his group's plan because Han Ming, the person in charge, had told them about it beforehand. Originally, they did not approve of this so-called cleanup plan. After all, it seemed absurd to ask a few examinees to clean up millions of students. But now, nobody thinks that way anymore. Because the facts speak for themselves, these guys really can do it. The city has been reduced to ruins. Are those kids really test takers? A woman wearing glasses, who looked like an academic, adjusted her glasses, her voice a little dry. "I have a feeling that even if I were to face any one of them, my chances of winning wouldn't be very high. I saw a woman in the distance earlier, and the way she looked at me made my hair stand on end. Luckily, I dodged quickly." A tall, thin man was still shaken. Scarface glanced at him and said, "Come on, Laoli, it's probably not that you hid fast enough, it's that they recognized you as not being a candidate and couldn't be bothered with you. Otherwise, with your skills, it would probably only take one cut. Stop joking around." A middle-aged man who appeared to be the leader said in a low voice, his brows furrowed, "Everyone has seen the situation. Chief Manager Han Ming had previously given instructions for us to fully cooperate with those little monsters. Judging from this situation, we have no choice but to cooperate. But the question is, what exactly are they planning to do next?" Just then, their encrypted communication devices, which they carried for internal communication, started vibrating simultaneously. The group quickly checked, their faces soon showing understanding and confusion, which eventually turned into a wry smile. Here it comes, the plan is here." The tall, thin man grinned. The middle-aged man leading the group quickly scanned the information, let out a long breath, and said with a complicated expression, TSK, these candidates are really unlucky to be born in the same era as these monsters." Who can argue with that? The woman with glasses chimed in, "This isn't an exam, it's a trap to lure people in and kill them. It's a classic case of entrapment. It's one thing to be overwhelmingly strong, but to use military strategy as a weapon. How are the other candidates supposed to compete?" Scarface smacked his lips. The tall, thin man chuckled, "What? You're starting to feel sorry for me? I have no sympathy for you." Scarface glared, "I just think, this is going to be fun." The leader put away his communicator and said seriously, "All right, enough talk. Proceed according to plan. We're going back to spread the good news. Everyone be quick and efficient, and make your acting as realistic as possible. Don't give anything away." Soon, the officials returned to their respective underground gathering points. With expressions of relief and excitement at surviving the ordeal, they spread the carefully crafted story. "Quiet down, everyone. Listen to me. The Alliance officials have taken notice of the situation on the ground. The behavior of those test takers has seriously undermined the balance and fairness of the college entrance examination. To help everyone fight them, the Alliance has decided to activate emergency support procedures. A large number of high-level equipment, rare potions, and even legendary items will be airdropped at designated coordinates. If you can get these airdropped supplies, you'll have the ability to fight against that monster squad. This is your only chance to turn the tide and get a high score." This news was like cold water being poured into boiling oil, instantly causing an uproar in all the underground spaces. The candidates, who had been filled with despair and arguments, had a renewed glimmer of hope in their eyes. Airdrop? Official support? Great. Let's do it, brothers. High-level equipment. Legendary items. With these, who's afraid of whom? Let's do it. Let's give it our all. Yes. Get the supplies, then wipe out those monsters. Meanwhile, on the ground, Yan Luo and his team were finalizing their action plan. A total of 7 airdrop locations have been set up. Yan Luo opened her phone, which displayed 7 flashing red dots. We'll split up and each take charge of a location. We'll make sure to catch all the candidates who come here. He looked at his 6 core subordinates. The 6 of you, each lead a group and be responsible for one location. Then his gaze swept over Zhou Ren, Xu Xiu, and the other legendary geniuses. You can choose which group to join. The group assignments were quickly determined. Bai Manqing, along with her younger sister Bai Shuang, formed a group with Lilith. Jiang Qiyue was with Mu Lingyao. Yin Bingxian chose to join Lin Wanqing. Yu Long and Zhou Ran are in the same group. Chen Junyu and Zhou Mingxian are in the same group. Black Duke then took Yun Shanxian with him. Finally, Lan Mengyan, dressed in a Gothic war costume, volunteered to be in charge of a position by herself. She has just gained immense power and desperately needs a real battle to familiarize herself with and prove herself. Yan Luo nodded slightly, agreeing immediately. Chapter 106 The Hunter is hidden behind. With the airdrop news confirmed, countless hidden test-takers began to eagerly anticipate their chance to make a name for themselves. Among these people, 5 had expressions that were completely out of place. The 5 men appeared unusually silent and calm, with a hint of sinister glint in their eyes. They are the parasites that have been successfully possessed and completely controlled by the mature Mind Eater. Unlike the other candidates who were lurking in the seeds and were completely unaware of it, they clearly felt the changes within themselves the moment they were parasitized by the mature body's mind-devouring demon. Strength, speed, and reaction time have all been significantly and exceptionally improved. Despite a vague awareness deep down that such a gift must come at a huge price and be something was amiss, their extreme thirst for power ultimately led them to succumb to depravity and even actively seek refuge with demons. Brother Tiger. One of the tall, thin men lowered his voice and asked the leader of the group, a muscular young man with sharp, slightly sinister eyes, "Are we really going to steal that airdrop?" The young man known as Tiger, whose real name is Wang Hu, was originally just a high-level professional. After being parasitized by a mature heart-eating demon, his strength skyrocketed. He was even confident that he could fight against geniuses who had awakened epic-level professions, and that even legendary professions could escape if they couldn't defeat him. His eyes flickered, and he said in a low voice, "If everyone else goes and we don't, it will be too conspicuous. Now is not the time for us to be exposed." A man with a scar on his face frowned and said, "But Brother Tiger, I feel like there's something fishy about this. This is the National College Entrance Examination Gokao, and they're airdropping supplies to help us compete against other test takers? It just doesn't seem right." Another woman with a cold look in her eyes spoke up, "Brother Tiger, do you think this could be a trap? A deliberate attempt to lure us out?" Wang Hu snorted coldly, "Whether they're fishing or not, we can't be the first to stick our necks out." But a slight smile played on his lips. "There are tens of thousands of people here, a real mixed bag. If we blend in and don't stand out too much, who will pay special attention to us?" He glanced at his somewhat restless companions and continued, "When the airdrops fall, let them fight over them, let them fight tooth and nail. Let's step back and observe the situation. If there's a real bargain, it's fine to pick up a little bit. But if it's a trap, humph, it's those idiots who will die." "But Brother Tiger." The tall, thin man who spoke first sounded a bit anxious, "Because of those monsters that appeared out of nowhere and swept through the area, we didn't manage to collect much supplies at all, and our points are pitifully low. If we just keep hiding and don't compete, I estimate we won't even get into a decent university by the time the exams are over." Upon hearing this, the others also showed expressions of resentment. They sided with demons in order to get more points and get into top universities, but if they fail to get into good universities because of this, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? Wang Hu had clearly considered this issue beforehand. He lowered his voice and said, "What's the rush? Think long term. You've forgotten the most crucial point, the evacuation point." He looked around at the 4 of them and said, "Our most important task right now is not to fight for those possible supplies, but to preserve our strength and safely hide at the evacuation point to activate it. When the final signal for the evacuation point appears, everyone will rush there. And we." One who made a dismissive gesture, "We can ambush them near the evacuation point beforehand. With our current strength, who can be our match?" He seemed to already see that scene, his tone filled with excitement. "When the time comes, whoever comes, we'll rob them. Rob their supplies a few times, and you'll have all the resources and points, right? At that point, with our backs to the evacuation point, whether we evacuate directly or continue hunting, the initiative will be entirely in our own hands." The 4 men's eyes lit up immediately after hearing Wang Hu's plan. Yes. The authenticity of airdrops is difficult to discern, and the risks are unknown. But evacuation points are inevitable. Given their current abilities, which far surpass those of ordinary test takers, reaping the rewards at the last minute is undoubtedly the least risky and most profitable option. Brilliant. Tiger, that's brilliant. Let's do it this way. Hee hee, then we'll show them who the real hunter is. The 5 men wore sinister smiles of certainty, as if they already considered the other candidates as theirs for the taking. They decided to blend into the crowd and head towards the airdrop point, but would never easily participate in the fight. They would wait for the right moment to stage a perfect ambush at the final evacuation point. Meanwhile, around the 7 pre-designated airdrop points, the 7 teams under Yen Luo's command were already in position. They found suitable hiding places, some hid in the shadows, some stood in corners, and some stood on the rooftop, waiting until everyone was hidden. Before long, the ear-piercing roar of an engine grew louder as it approached. Several transport planes painted with the Alliance logo flew low overhead, and heavy supply crates, each with flashing indicator lights, wobbled and fell toward the 7 predetermined coordinates, cushioned by parachutes. Airdrop. It's an airdrop. It's really here. Rob it. In an instant, like a drop of water falling into a boiling oil pan, the entire city ruins exploded. Countless figures surged out of their hiding places, like piranhas that had smelled blood, their eyes red, and rushed madly toward the supply crates that were slowly landing. Scrambles, brawls, roars, screams erupted instantly at each airdrop point. For the top-tier resources contained in the box, these examinees started fighting before Yen Luo and the others even had a chance to make a move. Yen Luo stood on a rooftop, looking down at the chaotic crowd below, who were fighting like ants. He did not immediately give the order to take action. Fishing requires patience. To get fish to bite the hook completely, you have to let them taste the sweetness of the bait first. Soon, the first supply crate was forcibly pried open, and the various top-tier rare resources revealed inside instantly ignited the last vestiges of reason in everyone. It's true. They're all high-end products. Ha ha ha. With all this, I'd be rich even if the college entrance exam were over right now. Grab them. Grab all the airdrops. After the authenticity and preciousness of the airdrop were confirmed, those candidates who were originally observing from the sidelines could no longer sit still. More figures emerged from the more hidden corners and joined this crazy feast. The number of test takers gathered around the 7 airdrop points reached its peak. The chaos had reached its peak. On the rooftop, a cold glint finally flashed in Yen Luo's eyes. The time has come. He gave his final instructions to all his family members. Action. After Yen Luo gave the order, the various groups began to take action. Bai Manqing gestured with her chin toward the 2 eager to try people beside her. Shuang, Lilith, why don't you 2 practice your moves? Otherwise, you won't have a chance if I make a move. Okay, sister, watch me. Bai Shuang obediently responded, and with a wave of her hands, countless silk threads, almost imperceptible to the naked eye and resembling moonlight, shot out rapidly. The following candidates, who were vying for resources, were instantly caught. Damn it! What the hell is that? I can't move. A burly man remained in a forward-leaning position, cursing in terror. His companion next to him tried to burn the thread with flames, but found it to be useless. His face turned pale. Damn it, this thread can't be cut. Lilith stepped forward and began to chant. A halo spread out like ripples on water. The candidates whose eyes were swept by the halo immediately became dazed and frantic. Brother Li, are you fucking crazy? Why are you cutting me? A tall, thin man looked at his teammate who suddenly swung a knife at him, filled with shock and anger. Whoever steals my equipment shall die. It's all mine. The examinee, known as Brother Li, had a ferocious face and his attacks were ruthless. Pretty. Bai Manqing clapped her hands and chuckled, her eyes sparkling. You cooperated well, which saves me the trouble of getting involved myself. On the other side, Lin Wanqing and Yin Bingxian exchanged a glance. Although it was their first time working together, the two seemed to get along surprisingly well. You on the left, I on the right? Lin Wanqing's voice was cold and clear. Okay. Yin Bingxuan's words were concise and to the point. The next second, Lin Wanqing's figure disappeared from the spot as if melting away, along with most of the light in the room. The dense shadows writhed and spread like living things. Watch out for the shadow. The moment a keen-sense assassin issued a warning, a thin line of blood appeared on his throat. He clutched his neck and collapsed in disbelief. At the same time, Yin Bingxian let out a clear shout, and an extreme chill erupted from the center of her jade feet. The biting frost, like a white tide of death, rapidly devoured the ground, the wreckage, and the panicked examinees. A mage had just raised his staff and was halfway through chanting a spell when he and the fire elemental energy surrounding him were instantly frozen, remaining in the casting posture as a crystal-clear ice sculpture. Only his eyes darted desperately behind the ice, his mind screaming, "Holy crap! What kind of damage is this?" He wasn't even given a chance to retaliate? Dragon Group. Joren, let's see who takes down more. With a wild laugh, Yulong crashed into the chaotic crowd like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. He didn't use any fancy skills, just the most basic punches, kicks, elbows, and knees, but each strike contained terrifying power and exquisite force. Holy crap! My ribs are broken. This is a test taker? It's a humanoid monster. Run! Anyone he touched suffered broken bones and muscles, and was sent flying backwards, coughing up blood, as if hit head-on by a high-speed train, instantly clearing out a large area. Joren followed closely behind, drawing his twin blades. His figure moved like a ghost through the gaps in the crowd, and with flashes of light, he precisely delivered the final blow to those candidates who had been injured by the dragon's roar or who had managed to escape. He kept complaining, "Brother Long, go easy on me. Leave a few for me to practice with. You won't even let me have a sip of soup?" Chen Juanyo's group. Zhou Mingxian looked down at the examinees below, who were fighting over food like mad dogs, pushed up his glasses, and turned to Chen Junyu, who was sitting upright on a skeletal warhorse. "Brother Yu, let me show off a bit, and clear the field as soon as possible." Chen Junyu gave a faint hum. Zhou Mingxian took a deep breath, his hands rapidly forming hand seals, and starlight blazed around him, instantly condensing into a miniature, magnificent, and dangerous phantom of the starry sky above his head. "Starfall rain!" He gave a low shout, and in that starry illusion, countless tiny stars seemed to be moved by an invisible hand, trailing brilliant yet deadly tails of light, falling like a storm towards the group of examinees scrambling for the airdrop below. "Help! Missiles are falling from the sky. It's Zhou Mingxian. Isn't he a warlock? This is a warlock? This is clearly a humanoid self-propelled turret. This is too cheating." Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions rang out, and where the starlight was extinguished, the examinees were blown away and torn to pieces in large numbers, their screams drowned out by the deafening roar. In just over 10 seconds, the entire airdrop site was completely cleared, leaving only scorch marks, craters, and scattered, flickering energy debris. Jiang Qiyue Group. Mu Lingyao glanced at the examinees below, who were fighting tooth and nail over a few prop cards, and slammed her hands on the ground. "A bunch of idiots. I'll give them a little something extra." Emerald green light surged from her palm into the earth, and the next moment, countless tough, thorny, dark green vines burst forth from the ground like giant pythons. Instead of a direct attack, they skillfully entangled the ankles and wrists of a large number of examinees below, restricting their movement. "Damn it! Which bastard put vines here? It can't be cut. There's something strange about these vines." Mu Lingyao restrained her target and immediately looked up and shouted at Jiang Qiyue, who was high above. "Qiyue! Do it!" Jiang Qiyue stood on the broken bridge pier, the wind whipping her black hair. Expressionless, she stretched out her slender white finger and gently touched the densest area of the crowd. The Extinction Nova. The dark purple halo expanded silently, like ripples of death, instantly enveloping the entire area. Within the halo's range, all the bound examinees froze instantly. Then, they, along with the vines binding them, disintegrated silently into the finest dust, like dried sand sculptures, as if they had never existed. One move, and the area is cleared. Looking at the suddenly empty field, Mu Lingyao swallowed hard and muttered, "Sis, next time, could you at least leave me with a complete corpse? Let me at least get some assist experience." Jiang Qiyue had taken out her milk tea again at some point, took a big sip, and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Hearing this, she glanced at her and said, "Troublesome." Black Knight Group. "Grandpa! Watch me." Yun Shanshan skipped and hopped to the edge of the rooftop and winked at the old man standing beside her with his hands behind his back. She cleared her throat, and her ethereal and melodious voice rang out again, echoing over the shattered city. Invisible sound waves spread out like ripples, and the candidates below, who were scrambling for the last purple glowing dagger in the airdrop crate, gradually slowed down, their eyes becoming unfocused and dazed. "Ha ha ha! Top scorer! I'm the top scorer! All the prize money is mine!" One of the candidates threw down his weapon and began to dance wildly. "A divine artifact! An epic-level divine artifact! Who dares to take it from me?" Another candidate frantically swung his sword at the air. "Beautiful women, so many beautiful women, don't run away." Some people, drooling and grinning foolishly, rushed towards the nearby ruins. Chapter 107 Individual Actions. Looking at the chaotic scene of examinees below, Yun Shanxian turned around triumphantly, raising her small face. "Grandpa, how was it?" "A bloodless victory, wasn't that amazing?" A human-like smile appeared on Black Duke's face, which was vaguely formed by black mist, and he nodded. "It certainly saved a lot of effort." He changed the subject. "However, next time you need to be able to distinguish between friend and foe when aiming. You almost made those official NPCs who were watching the show from that unfinished building in the west faint with your singing." Yun Shanshan blushed and stuck out her tongue. "Oops, I didn't control the range well, my mistake. I'll definitely pay attention next time." In the end, Lan Mengyan was all alone, lying on the top floor of a high-rise building at a carefully chosen sniping spot, her posture so stable that she seemed to be one with the concrete beneath her. The sleek, black and red sniper rifle was held firmly in front of her, the cold metallic touch sending through her fingertips, making her incredibly focused. Through the high-powered scope, she calmly surveyed the chaotic airdrop site below. The first, that short guy who grabbed the gold supply card, his smile is really an eyesore. She murmured to herself as she pulled the trigger. Bang! A deep yet penetrating gunshot rang out, and a dark red beam of light instantly pierced the sky, leaving a brief, scorching trail. In the distance, the short examinee who had just tucked the golden card into his pocket with an ecstatic smile on his face suddenly had a hole the size of a bowl pierced through his chest. His smile froze, and he looked down in disbelief at his empty chest before silently turning into white light and disappearing. The second one, the fat guy who wanted to hide behind that broken wall, thinking I couldn't see him? Lan Mingyan's lips curled into a cold smile as she subtly adjusted the muzzle of her gun. Bang! The dark red beam flashed again, and the thick broken wall was pierced through as if it were made of paper, tearing apart the examinee behind it along with the shelter he was using to hide. The surviving candidates below finally realized the sword hanging over their heads, and were so terrified that they fled in panic. Sniper! There's a sneaky guy sniping from upstairs. Get cover! Damn, can that gun curve? I couldn't even use my zigzag maneuver. Save! Bang! The third candidate who tried to call for help was precisely shot down. Lan Mengyan calmly pulled back the bolt. The third one, the one who ran in an S shape, his posture is too ugly, it affects the city's appearance, he's dead. Bang! Another candidate was shot in the head. After seeing Lan Mengyan's actions through the shared vision, Yulong couldn't help but click his tongue and exclaim, "Holy crap, that marksmanship is like the King of Hell calling roll. It's so damn cool." 7 airdrop points, 7 distinct yet equally efficient ways to die, all simultaneously staging a brutal cleanup. The once noisy and chaotic battlefield quickly fell silent within minutes. At this moment, Wang Hu and his 4 companions peered at the hellish scene outside, their faces pale and their backs soaked with cold sweat. It was a trap after all. Wang Hu said with lingering fear, "Luckily we didn't rush over immediately, otherwise, we would probably be in the same situation as those people. These guys are fucking cunning. He's so strong, yet he still resorted to a sneak attack. No martial ethics." One of them, his voice trembling and on the verge of tears, asked, "Brother Tiger, this airdrop, should we still try to grab it?" Wang Hu's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. Rob my ass. This is suicide. Hurry up and get in line. Wait for the evacuation point to open, then we'll get there. Just as Wang Hu and his group of 5 had made up their minds to stay in a corner and never show themselves, waiting for the evacuation point to open, a deliberately lowered voice called out behind them. Wang Hu? Wang Hu felt a chill run down his spine and turned around warily. 4 or 5 figures cautiously approached. The leader, dressed in a combat suit made of exquisite materials that was still luxurious even in the dim light, had a slightly deliberate composure on his face that seemed out of place with the tense atmosphere around him. He knew this person. He was a prominent figure who was also one of his students, named Zhao Xing. The henchmen following behind Zhao Xing were also quite powerful, clearly not ordinary people. Wang Hu knew Zhao Xing's background. He was from a well-known wealthy family in Southeast City, whose family was not only rich but also had many connections in the professional circle. Wang Hu would never have been qualified to know such a powerful second-generation scion before he was possessed by the heart-eating demon. But things are different now. He is no longer the Wang Hu he once was. However, because he was parasitized by a demon, he couldn't easily reveal his identity. Therefore, even though Wang Hu's strength had increased, he didn't want to provoke Zhao Xing, lest he cause trouble. He suppressed his impatience and forced a smile. "Young Master Zhao? Is there something you need?" Zhao Xing glanced at the faint sounds coming from outside and lowered his voice, saying, "To make a long story short, that guy on the roof with the sniper rifle is too arrogant. I have a way to deal with him, but we don't have enough manpower, so we need a few brothers to lend a hand. Wang Hu frowned slightly and did not immediately agree. How do we deal with that sniper? Are you kidding me? That's a monster. Zhao Xing seemed to sense his hesitation and immediately offered a tempting offer. If you brothers are willing to help, I'll take care of sharing the supplies in that airdrop crate with you after it's done. Furthermore, after the college entrance exams are over, I'll treat everyone to a meal at my family's Longting Pavilion to calm your nerves. Dragon Soaring Pavilion? The people behind Wang Hu almost simultaneously gasped, their eyes lighting up instantly. That's the most exclusive place in Southeast City, a private club that's said to be open only to a select few. The ingredients inside are far superior to those in ordinary restaurants. They are specially cultivated monster meat and spiritual plants containing pure energy. Long-term consumption is of great benefit to improving the physical condition of professionals and even breaking through levels. Being able to have a meal there is not only a matter of satisfying one's appetite, but also a symbol of status and opportunity. Moreover, they were indeed extremely envious of the top-tier supplies in the airdrop crates. Before, I thought I wouldn't survive to take it, but now Zhao Xing is speaking with such certainty. Wang Hu and his companions quickly exchanged glances, each seeing the greed and desire in the other's eyes. More importantly, a darker thought silently arose in their minds. Perhaps they could use someone else to do their dirty work? Let this young Master Zhao and his men fight that sniper monster to the death first, then they can step in. Wouldn't that allow them to reap the benefits and monopolize the entire airdrop? Even if they don't find a chance to double-cross Zhao Xing in the end, being able to help Zhao Xing solve his troubles, befriend this rich young master, get a supply drop, and even get a top-notch meal at the Dragon Pavilion makes this a worthwhile deal no matter how you look at it. After weighing the pros and cons in a flash, Wang Hu immediately put on an even warmer smile. It was as if the fear from just moments ago had never existed. Young Master Zhao, you're too kind. We're all classmates, helping each other is only right. Since young Master Zhao has a solution, we brothers will naturally do our part. Tell us, what do you want us to do? Zhao Xing was satisfied with Wang Hu's change in attitude and nodded. He wasn't just making empty promises to Wang Hu, he genuinely had some confidence in the matter. After experiencing the deep underground cave and witnessing firsthand the terrifying power of Yan Luo and his group, which was like a natural disaster, Zhao Xing felt that his mental fortitude had been strengthened. That sniper on the rooftop is amazing, his marksmanship is divine, and he can take lives like mowing grass. But, no matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than that monster Yan Luo? I'm someone who survived the clutches of that monster Yan Luo. I've seen even Yan Luo, so why would I be afraid of someone like you who only dares to hide on the roof and shoot from the shadows? Chapter 108 Confident Zhao Xing, Cooperation. Therefore, Zhao Xing was indeed not afraid at this moment, and even felt a kind of inexplicable excitement. While the other candidates around him were fleeing in panic like headless flies, waiting for their deaths in despair, he appeared unusually active. While using his relatively agile skills to narrowly avoid deadly sniper fire from above, he quickly determined the source of the bullets and pinpointed Lan Mingyan's approximate location. After determining the approximate location of the person, Zhao Xing began to try to gather the surviving examinees who still had the will to fight and his own underlings in the vicinity, in preparation for organizing a counterattack. Zhao Xing was very confident. He believed that as long as he made a move, he would definitely succeed. After all, this person had been hiding on the rooftop sniping from a distance, so Zhao Xing thought he was probably not good at close combat. So as long as we can get close to her and prevent her from shooting freely, the scales of victory will tip in our favor. However, ideals are often grand, while reality is often harsh. Lan Mengyan on the rooftop seemed to notice this conspicuous bag that was jumping around and trying to organize a resistance instead of escaping, through the scope. So, just as he had finally gathered a small group of men and was preparing to announce a counterattack. Bang! 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 After several precise and deadly gunshots, the resistance force that had just gathered around Zhao Xing was reduced by more than half in an instant. The remaining people were terrified and scattered in all directions, crying and screaming. No matter how Zhao Xing called out to them, he couldn't bring them back. He died before he could even achieve his goal. Zhao Xing's confidence was dealt a cruel blow by reality for the first time. Just as he was feeling a bit lost, he caught a glimpse of Wang Hu's group of 5 hiding in a corner out of the corner of his eye. So he immediately went over. Although Zhao Xing had lost a group of followers, he was still confident. Wang Hu seemed to be intimidated by Zhao Xing's unwavering confidence, as if even Mount Tai were collapsing before him. The smile on his face became more and more genuine. Seeing that Wang Hu and the others had agreed to help, Zhao Xing's spirits lifted, as if he had regained his previous sense of strategic command, and he immediately began to announce his plan. The first step, and also the most crucial step. Zhao Xing lowered his voice, his face serious. We need to get close to her building without attracting the attention of that guy upstairs. I used to have a henchman who could create incredibly realistic illusions of people to draw fire and create opportunities for us. He paused, a hint of regret and indignation on his face. As it turns out, my little brother just got accidentally blown in the head by that bastard, and it was the bottom part of his head. Wang Hu. The smile on his face froze instantly. So your plan stalled right from the very first step? He cursed him inwardly as a useless piece of trash, but thinking of the airdrop and the dragon pavilion, he forced himself not to lash out. Cough. Wang Hu cleared his throat and said, "What a coincidence, this brother of mine." He pointed to a thin man beside him and said, his profession is Shadow Man. Although he is not good at creating large-scale illusions, he can still create a few afterimages to confuse the eye or short-range visual deceptions without any problem. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xing was overjoyed and slapped his thigh. Great. Heaven is helping me. The first step is solved. He immediately continued, now that we have a way to get close, we need someone to restrain and intercept her if she tries to escape, to prevent her from getting away. In addition, we need at least 3 main attackers to take her down as soon as possible. We must finish this quickly. After Zhao Xing finished speaking, his gaze naturally and unexpectedly fell on Wang Hu. Wang Hu was taken aback by his gaze and asked, puzzled, wait, why are you looking at me like that? Zhao Xing rubbed his hands together a little embarrassedly. Among you guys, is there anyone suitable for a role that involves restraint and interception? The underlings I originally assigned to keep things in check, well, they were also taken away during that roll call just now. Wang Hu's eyes widened instantly, and his blood pressure rose slightly. No way. They're asking me for people for this too? So all your old gang of henchmen are dead? Zhao Xing shrugged helplessly, but the confidence in his eyes remained undiminished. There's nothing I can do, the opponent's marksmanship is too accurate. But it's okay. Even without those underlings, with my own strength, do you think I'm afraid of a sniper getting close? Wang Hu was speechless at his inexplicably confident demeanor. Finally, pointing angrily at the burly man who had been silent all along, he said, your rock guardian class is tough and has a taunt skill, so you're in charge of keeping them occupied. The burly man nodded silently. Zhao Xing snapped his fingers happily. Perfect. That solves the problem of containing the attackers. In the end, all that's left is the main attacker. After he finished speaking, his gaze once again focused naturally on Wang Hu's face. Wang Hu's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He gritted his teeth and said, don't tell me that even the final attack will be carried out by me? Then what use are you? Didn't you just say you weren't afraid of her? Zhao Xing chuckled and analyzed confidently, I'm not afraid of her. But we're not sure how long it will take us to take it down. What if she has some kind of survival skill that buys us time, and her teammates hear the commotion and come to our aid? Then, forget about grabbing the airdrop, we might not even be able to escape. He glanced at Wang Hu and the people around him and said, therefore, the safest and most efficient way is for all of us to act together. Even if she has 3 heads and 6 arms, we will definitely be able to take her down. Then we can safely divide up the airdrop. Otherwise, things could get complicated. After Zhao Xing finished speaking, he nodded to himself with self-affirmation. What I said makes sense, doesn't it? Wang Hu's henchman nodded thoughtfully. That seems to make sense. That makes absolutely no sense. Enraged, Wang Hu slapped Wang Mang on the back of the head, then glared at Zhao Xing with a hostile expression. Doesn't this mean all of our people did the work? All you did was stand by and shout 666. What good are you anyway? Upon hearing this, Zhao Xing not only showed no shame, but straightened his back and retorted confidently, how am I useless? Was my promise to treat everyone to dinner at my Lonting Pavilion after it's all done a lie? Wang Hu. He opened his mouth, but was momentarily choked and unable to speak. It seems, damn it, there's no way to refute it? Chapter 109 Yan Luo appears, Zhao Xing is stunned. Seeing that Wang Hu was speechless after he spoke, Zhao Xing became even more imposing and continued, besides, it's not like I didn't contribute. I'm an epic level class. Would I hold you back? Maybe I'll be the one to turn the tide in a crucial moment. Looking at Zhao Xing's confident demeanor, as if he himself was very strong, and then considering the immense allure of the airdrop supplies and the dragon pavilion, Wang Hu thought about it all. Finally, Wang Hu gritted his teeth, as if making a decision, fine. That's possible. But let's get this straight, when it comes to dividing the airdrops, we brothers will get the lion's share. After all, we put in the most effort. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xing readily nodded, no problem. You can choose the airdrop supplies first. Anyway, Zhao Xing only wants to avenge his underlings, he doesn't care about supplies. Seeing that Zhao Xing agreed so readily, Wang Hu's expression softened slightly. But the feeling that something was wrong deep inside me grew stronger and stronger. This is completely contrary to his original plan of letting the snipe and the clam fight, and the fisherman to benefit. Originally, the plan was to make Zhao Xing and the monster on the roof both suffer heavy losses, but now, he has inexplicably become the main force. But now that things have come to this, there's no turning back, and he's really unwilling to give up the prize that's already within his grasp. He could only glare at Zhao Xing with annoyance and warn, then get moving. In the upcoming battle, you better not let me see you slacking off, or don't blame me for turning my back on you. Zhao Xing wasn't afraid of Wang Hu's threats at all. He waved his hand casually, full of confidence. Don't worry, don't worry. Do you think I, Zhao Xing, am that kind of person? We're in this together now, would I ever betray you? Wang Hu was too lazy to waste any more words with him, and gestured to the partner who could create illusions. The younger brother understood, formed a hand seal, and his body was enveloped in surging shadow energy. The next moment, several illusions that looked almost exactly like Zhao Xing, Wang Hu, and the others appeared in front of them, even simulating the energy fluctuations perfectly. Zhao Xing examined it for a few moments and exclaimed, not bad, not bad. It's exactly the same. With this, we can definitely fool that sniper for a while. Wang Hu impatiently urged, stop talking nonsense. Let's go. The plan has been launched. The illusions were the first to rush out from behind the cover, deliberately making a show of panicked escape while trying to find an opportunity to counterattack, thus drawing fire. Meanwhile, Wang Hu, Zhao Xing, and the others, using the buildings and shadows as cover, quickly stealthily made their way towards the building where Lan Mengyan was. Meanwhile, at the top of the building, Lan Mengyan was lying prone at the sniping point, completely focused. The sniper rifle in her hand roared rhythmically. With each bullet fired, a candidate below would inevitably turn into a white light. Because of her quirky sense of humor, sometimes she'd blow up the head on one side, and sometimes the other. Just as she was getting into the swing of things, a figure suddenly appeared silently beside her. Lan Mengyan was startled and instantly turned her sniper rifle around, but she immediately relaxed after seeing who it was, her face showing surprise. Boss? What brings you here? Yan Luo calmly said, everyone else has teammates to look after each other, but you are acting alone. Besides, you've just completed the transformation and still need to familiarize yourself with the power. I came to check on you. Upon hearing this, Lan Mengyan smiled confidently and said, don't worry, boss. Everything's going smoothly on my end. These guys are no match for me. Yeah? Yan Luo remained noncommittal, turning her gaze downstairs. At this time, Lan Mengyan had cleared out 8 or 9 out of 10 of the candidates who came to compete for the airdrop, leaving only a few who were still putting up a stubborn resistance or trying to hide. Suddenly, Yan Luo's gaze sharpened as she saw several familiar figures flash past from the corner, their movements slightly stiff as they retreated back into cover. Lan Mengyan noticed it too, and laughed disdainfully, boss, I spotted those rats a long time ago. Did you think you were safe just because you were hiding behind the wall? Watch me send them to their deaths with one shot. In front of Yan Luo, she didn't want to appear careless and planned to use her ultimate move to take down both the person and the cover. But at that moment, Yan Luo's lips curled into a meaningful smile, and he said, no need. Those people were all illusions. Phantom? Lan Mengyan was taken aback, then her expression changed slightly, then their true forms, could it be? Yan Luo nodded, her tone calm, that's right, they've already arrived. As if to confirm his words, the moment Yan Luo finished speaking, a series of slightly chaotic but clearly hostile footsteps came from the stairwell behind them. Yan Luo and Lan Mengyan turned their heads to look at the same time. Then, 8 people, led by Wang Hu and Zhao Xing, appeared menacingly at the entrance to the rooftop. Their faces wore sinister grins and expressions of triumph. Wang Hu was initially a little apprehensive, wondering who this sniper monster on the rooftop was. However, when his gaze swept across the front and he clearly saw that the person lying on the sniping point, holding a black and red sniper rifle, was actually a petite, black-haired girl who looked quite young. He was taken aback at first, but then all his tension turned into disdain and a sneer. Ha ha ha. I thought it was some kind of superhuman being with 3 heads and 6 arms, but it turns out to be just a little girl who hasn't fully grown up yet. Wang Hu laughed wildly, pointing at Lan Mengyan, little girl. You had a lot of fun shooting on the rooftop just now, didn't you? Using us as target practice? Now, I'm going to make you pay the price. His gaze swept over Lan Mengyan, and he couldn't help but say smugly, "You like playing with guns, don't you?" Want to try my gun? I guarantee it'll be more exciting than your metal lump. He. His henchmen behind him also let out lewd laughter, as if they had already got Lan Mengyan figured out. However, amidst the jarring laughter, several people seemed frozen in place, their smiles instantly turning into boundless fear and incredulous disbelief. It was Zhao Xing and his henchmen. Their gazes passed over the petite Lan Mengyan and were fixed on the young man with black hair, black armor, and a cold expression who stood quietly beside Lan Mengyan. Yen Luo? Zhao Xing's pupils trembled violently, his mind went blank, as if a thunderbolt had exploded in his brain. This monster. Why is this monster, which left him with an unforgettable psychological trauma in the deep cavern, here? Could it be that they are actually in cahoots? Chapter 110 Zhao Xing, I'm outta here. Upon recognizing Yen Luo's face, all of Zhao Xing's thoughts about revenge vanished instantly, like snow under the sun. At that moment, he had only one thought left. Run. Must. Immediately. He ran away without looking back. As for fighting Yen Luo to the death? How many kilograms of cheap alcohol must have been poured into his brain to produce that idea? Having witnessed Yen Luo's calamity like an utterly unreasonable strength firsthand in the deep cavern, Zhao Xing was perfectly clear that he and Yen Luo were not even in the same dimension. That's a monster that can't be defeated by sheer numbers. His two henchmen were also completely dumbfounded. They were also survivors of the dark cave, and their fear of Yen Luo was ingrained in their bones. Boss. That thing over there, looks like the one in the deep cave, that one. One of the younger brothers was chattering and could barely speak. It's not just a glimpse. It's him. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Another henchman turned pale. Boss. Should we still fight? Fight? Fight my ass. Zhao Xing roared inwardly, not daring to look at Yen Luo again, for fear of arousing his interest and ruining everything. He began to back away. At the same time, he forced a smile that looked more like a grimace and bowed and scraped in Yen Luo's direction, saying, that. It's a misunderstanding. It's purely a misunderstanding. We just came up here to stroll around and enjoy the scenery. Now that we've seen the scenery, we won't bother you any longer. You're busy. After saying that, he didn't wait for Yen Luo to respond at all. As if a prehistoric beast was chasing him, he suddenly turned around and rushed towards the stairwell with all his might, tumbling and crawling. His two henchmen reacted quickly, almost scrambling to keep up. The three of them, like startled rabbits, disappeared around the corner of the stairs in an instant, leaving only a series of hurried, fading footsteps. This sudden and unexpected scene completely stunned Wang Hu and his four companions, leaving them momentarily speechless. 1 second they were allies who were so determined to join forces and share the supplies, and the next second they abandoned them and ran away faster than stray dogs. After a brief moment of stunned silence, boundless rage instantly engulfed Wang Hu and his four companions. Zhao Xing. You son of a bitch. What the hell do you mean? You bastard surnamed Zhao. You dare to mess with us? You son of a bitch. Stop right there. Come back. I'll curse your ancestors. Wang Hu was so angry that he trembled all over, cursing loudly, wishing he could immediately chase after Zhao Xing and tear him to pieces. He felt more disgusted than if he had swallowed a fly. Even though they were the ones who betrayed the demons and their hearts were already black enough, compared to Zhao Xing's act of deserting the battlefield and betraying his teammates so decisively, they were simply pure white flowers. But cursing him to the heavens is useless now. Zhao Xing and the others have already vanished without a trace, and Wang Hu's anger can only be directed at thin air in vain. He abruptly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Yen Luo, his face filled with unprecedented solemnity and apprehension. Although he looked down on Zhao Xing, he understood his personality. Besides being rich, his biggest characteristic was extreme arrogance. What could possibly make such an arrogant and self-proclaimed chosen one of destiny not even dare to test the waters, and flee for his life as if he had seen a ghost upon meeting him? The black-haired boy in front of me is definitely no ordinary person. It's even quite possible that Zhao Xing suffered a great loss at his hands. And then there's that little girl next to him holding a sniper rifle. Wang Hu felt like he was in a dilemma. Oh shit. It's all that bastard Zhao Xing's fault. They had clearly planned to sit back and reap the benefits, but not only did they inexplicably become the main force of the attack, they were also betrayed and abandoned by Zhao Xing. Let's deal with these two. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we'll find that bastard Zhao Xing, chop him up, and feed him to the dogs. But now that things have come to this, he has no other choice. A fierce and ruthless glint flashed in Wang Hu's eyes. Damn it! Let's give it our all. He gave his 4 companions a look that signaled them to take action. The group nodded in perfect unison, and the power within them, enhanced by the heart-eating demon, erupted with a chilling and sinister aura, like 5 poison arrows shot from a bow, hurtling towards Yan Luo and Lan Mengyan. Despite their apprehension, they remained confident in their own strength, given the tangible boost brought by the heart-eating demon. Seeing Wang Hu and his men rushing towards her menacingly, Lan Mengyan's eyes turned cold, and she instantly raised the star-piercing annihilation in her hand, ready to obliterate these scum who dared to disrespect their master. However, a steady hand gently pressed down on the barrel of her gun. I'll do it. Yan Luo's calm voice rang out. Lan Mengyan was slightly taken aback, then obediently put down her sniper rifle, her eyes filled with unconditional trust in Yan Luo. Seeing that only Yan Luo stepped forward, a hint of smugness flashed in the eyes of Wang Hu and the others. He actually thinks he can take on all 5 of us by himself? He's asking for death. But that hint of joy lingered on their faces for less than half a second before turning into extreme terror. Yan Luo simply raised his right hand, palm up, and a fist-sized, deep, abyss-like black energy ball, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, silently condensed. This energy sphere did not emit any earth-shattering energy fluctuations. In fact, it seemed rather ordinary. Wang Hu and his group had just begun to feel a little contemptuous, thinking it was some kind of bluffing trick. But just as the black energy ball left Yan Luo's palm and drifted towards them at a speed that seemed slow but was actually instantaneous, a death fear stemming from their very survival instinct instantly drenched them like ice water. Oh no! Get out of the way! Wang Husheng reacted and roared at the top of his lungs, trying to dodge. But it was too late. The black energy sphere quietly bloomed in front of them. There was no deafening explosion, no blinding light. Only an extreme darkness, seemingly capable of obliterating even time and space, spread out like ripples on water, silently and completely engulfing Wang Hu and his companions. Their roars, their terror, their bodies strengthened by the Heart Eater, all their struggles and resentment, all lost their meaning in the face of this pure darkness. Darkness swept by, like an eraser wiping away stains on paper.